Chapter 001 Zadu. The ruins of the capsule company. In a broken laboratory. Bulma looked at the study notes over and over again as usual. Time machine should be fine, but how did Trunks leave for so long and haven't come back? Suddenly, a strange young man hurried in. Young man was sweating profusely, and without waiting for Bulma to ask, he couldn't wait to start introducing himself. Hello, Doctor. My name is Garvey, an ordinary Earthling, and I currently live in an underground shelter opposite the capsule company. This is the first time we met. I know you don't know me, but I know everything about you. I'm sorry, I can't reveal the reason for this for the time being. However, in order to prove that I am not a neurotic and that what I say is not a hoax or nonsense, it is necessary to verify the following information to you. Your name is Bulma, your father's name is Brive, your mother's name is Bridget, and you have a writer's sister named Tais. 15-year-old you met Mr. Son Goku during the summer vacation and started an adventure to find Dragon Ball. After that, Goku destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters, defeated the Vic Archdemon, repelled the invading Scions, and eliminated the Frisia father and son. By the way, you've been to Mr. Bike's hometown, that Mizing. After the adventures of Namex, you fell in love with Vegeta, the Scion Prince, and although you were not officially married, you had a son, named Trunks, who was born in 766. Before Trunks was born, your best friend Sun Wukong died of a viral heart attack. After, two ultimate biological weapons created by Dr. Gallo, the remnant of the Red Ribbon Legion, Cyborg 17 and 18, are born, and your companions, friends and relatives, and the warriors who protect the Earth are killed fighting the androids. The whole world was almost destroyed by these two monsters. Later, 20 years later, you managed to create a time machine and a remote control that can stop the movement of androids, and stopped this apocalyptic crisis. Bulma looked at the youth in amazement. Media IDX 1/. Even particularly close friends may not know her family's situation. What's more, when she was young, the companions who experienced adventures with her have passed away. The voices and smiles of her partners appeared in her head, and Bulma's nose soured. Did any of them survive? But why didn't you come to her earlier and let her bear so many grievances? Not true. In these most desperate 20 years, only Trunks was attached to her. The time machine and controller are not known to a third person other than her and Trunks. Bulma silently put his hand on the pistol on the table. The narrative of youth continues. When Trunks takes the news and your research results, he is ready to take a time machine to travel back to time and space before Goku's death and rewrite the past history, but is killed by Sharu's sneak attack. After Sharu, who seized the time machine, turned into an egg, he went to time and space a year earlier than the machine's scheduled time. Please rest assured, with Goku here, the crisis of that time and space will definitely be properly resolved. However, this Earth in time and space has a new crisis, and it is far from restoring peace. Although the young man spoke quickly, his face was calm, his thinking was clear, and he did not mean to stop talking. Bulma's heart suddenly trembled. And she got up, and the pistol was directly pressed against the young man's forehead. And so on. What did you just say? Trunks? How could Trunks be killed by a sneak attack? This can't be. If he is dead, why didn't I find his body? On what basis do you conclude that he was killed? The clothes he left behind are obviously intact, there is no blood, and there are no traces of battle. The young man trembled, raised his hands high, and explained smoothly, Shalu's tail can completely absorb any living thing, including hair, nails, bones, etc., and the people he killed will have nothing left but clothing. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He's only been missing for a year. Snap! Pistol slipped weakly from the palm of her palm, her vision became blurred, and at this moment, Bulma felt that the sky was spinning, and her whole body strength seemed to be drained. Garvey was surprised to find tears on the face of the woman in front of him. The situation is a bit unexpected. It turns out that Bulma does not know about Sharu. Not even knowing about her son's death, Garvey quickly apologized. Blame themselves for not being prepared and stepping on the thunder accurately. Sighing slightly in his heart, Garvey didn't know how to comfort him for a while. Information about this space-time is already very scarce. No matter how carefully he scrutinized through the original book, Garvey would not be able to obtain more details. I was happily eating instant noodles at home and watching the ball game. Whoever wanted to wear it in the world of Dragon Ball in the next moment? And wear it in this most desperate time and space? No Dragon Ball, no Z-Warrior, no Time Machine, no Sendu, no coordinates of Shinamiki. The key to his current identity: he is just a native of the earth, a scum who has no combat power, even 5. No scion blood, let alone the system or gold finger necessary for a traverser. Isn't this the life of cannon fodder? Garvey is also very uncomfortable, and it is not reasonable. He is obviously the one who needs to be comforted more. However, looking at Bulma's sad and tearful appearance, he couldn't help but tighten his heart. In this time and space, she has carried too much. Hesitating for a moment, he lent his shoulder to Bulma, the woman's cheek buried in her arm, and the sleeves of her shirt quickly wet with hot tears. When Bulma's mood calmed down a little, the two silently separated. After a moment's consideration, Garvey spoke in a deep voice. "Dr. Bulma, now is not the time to grieve, a new crisis has arrived. In the year since the elimination of artificial humans, many martial arts conferences have been held around the world. The conference is completely rigged, and there is a huge conspiracy behind it. The culprit is a guy named Babadai. He searches for powerful warriors and then seizes their powers, which he uses to lift the seal of an ancient monster. Once the monster's seal is lifted, the entire Earth and even the galaxy are at risk of being destroyed. 72 We must stop Babadai before he can collect enough energy. On this planet, the only person Garvey can ask for help with is Bulma." Bulma suddenly raised her head. "What the hell are you? Why do you know so many things? My identity is indeed an ordinary earthling, and as for why I know everything that happened here, it is because I happen to come from the time and space where I know these things. In order to survive, to protect myself, I am on your side, so please trust me. Such thing as traveling through time is not too difficult to understand in the world of Dragon Ball. Especially for scientists like Bulma, who built time machines. What else will happen in the future? I only know what has happened, and what will happen in the future is impossible to predict from the moment you and I meet." Bulma frowned. "So, you found me because you have a solution to the crisis and need my help, right?" It seems that Bulma has initially gained Bulma's trust. Garvey nodded appreciatively. Talking to smart people is to save effort. "That's right. However, I am not sure that this approach will succeed. Your plan is? Find the diviner mother-in-law and ask her to bring Mr. Goku back for a day." Chapter 002. For Garvey, the easiest way is to find the divination mother-in-law and let Goku return to the Yang for a day. Then teleport to New Namex to make a wish with Polenga or bring back a new god. Anyway, as long as there are Dragon Balls, you can slowly restore the world to the way it was before the appearance of human beings. As for the crisis of Majin Buu, it is even simpler. Just tell the information of the Wukong Realm King God Realm, let him go there to lift the seal of the Old Realm King God, and then let the Old Realm King God contact the Destruction God Beerus. Against a small demon Buu, one finger of the God of Destruction is enough, right? Even if you can't contact Beerus, or Beerus doesn't want to make a move, you can borrow Potara earrings and ask King Veget. Of course, before Veget's appearance, he must let the Old World King God develop the potential of the Kyubei duo. When the time comes, the mysterious Veget will make a move, won't he still hang Buu? Thinking of this, Garvey smiled. "Hey! What do you think? Laughing so lewdly?" Bulma was wary and silently stretched out her toes to hook the pistol on the ground. "Here's my plan," Garvey said roughly about his plan. After listening to the plan, Bulma's brows stretched a lot. "That god of destruction Beerus, the strength is really as terrifying as you say." Garvey glanced at the woman oddly. "Slap the god of destruction, you are much more terrifying than him, okay? Later, the god of destruction is almost your babysitter. The god of destruction is a figure standing at the apex of the universe, and with all his strength, even the entire universe can be destroyed. His strength is beyond doubt. The key now is whether the first step of the plan can be successful, otherwise everything that follows will be meaningless." The plan looked rosy, but Garvey didn't dare to take it lightly. "Do you know where the divination mother-in-law is?" "She owned a castle palace in the desert, which she visited when she was younger, and I still have an impression." "How far is it from here?" Although an old Dragon Ball fan, Garvey has no research on the geography inside. The attention was all attracted by a group of dyed monkeys who fought all day. "If you take the aircraft, it won't take more than 2 hours." "Good, we'll rush over now." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "The fuel of the aircraft has long been used up, and even if it is replenished, it will take time. Meet Goku early so Garvey can let go of his hanging heart. The apocalyptic atmosphere of this world is too strong, and living precarious days every day makes him very insecure." Hearing that there was no fuel, Garvey felt a pang in his heart. He didn't want to go overland, it took too long, and the dangers on the road were unpredictable. Now is not the peaceful era of Hunheking, and if you can't guarantee it, someone will give him to Ka for the slightest benefit. There is not much time left for us, the seal of Majin Buu may be lifted at any time, and in just a few seconds, all mankind will perish. Garvey worries that Bulma won't realize the magnitude of the problem. "It's useless for you to rush now, it takes time to buy fuel." Bulma sat down in front of her computer and opened a web page. Garvey blinked and hurried forward. "Survivors exchange information and trade supplies in this forum," Bulma explained while sifting through the transaction information. "Number super rare a dancing blue-skinned bullfrog in exchange for 10 kilograms of compressed food. Number, sandwich biscuits and other snacks, even after the expiration date, it does not matter." "Found it." Bulma taps the keyboard. "In a post labeled fuel for sale, send a message to place an order." "Can this be?" Garvey's eyes lit up. "Next, just wait for the delivery to your door." Bulma got up. "I'll go prepare the goods for the trade, you wait for me here." "Good. By the way, PhD, can I use the computer for a while? This forum seems to be quite interesting." "Yes." After Bulma left, Garvey sped through the forums. To understand this time and space, it is necessary to surf the internet with high intensity. Under the post of the blue-skinned bullfrog changing food, there was a mixture of scolding and ridicule. "Is the landlord sick? Now that people can't eat enough, who would take so much food and buy an ugly pet? The landlord still slaughtered and ate it himself. I just don't know if it will be poisoned, after all, I have never seen a bullfrog of this color. The color can be dyed, this landlord is a liar at first glance. I've reported it to the administrator." "That's right, the tentacles on this bullfrog's head are fake at first glance. Hey! The little things look quite chic." Garvey glanced at the picture attached to the post and hurriedly crossed it out. "Hey!" His pupils contracted suddenly. Red RR. The landlord's avatar of the post that bought soda snacks is a somewhat familiar sign. Garvey was taken aback. Isn't this the emblem of the Red Ribbon Legion? They have actually survived tenaciously until now. Garvey is very concerned about the every move of this villain organization, and the other party is brewing a conspiracy to endanger the world. What does it mean to buy snacks such as soda biscuits? These items have now expired for at least a dozen years. What should have been consumed has been exhausted, and it is now a luxury that has no practical use. After all, scarce is expensive, and in the last days of food scarcity, how many processed snacks will be left over from the era of civilization? I can't figure it out. Garvey rubbed his temples in pain, his train of thought somewhat blocked. In the past 2 days, I was so scared that I didn't sleep at all. Maybe you are too sensitive. Some useless snacks, can you use it for bad things? Moreover, anyone can use this kind of thing. After another wave of waves, Garvey rubbed his dry eyes. How did Bulma leave for so long? Getting up and leaving his desk, Garvey walked out of the lab. Soon, in the dim corner of the corridor, he found Bulma crouched on the ground. A picture frame was placed at the woman's feet with a photo of Trunks with her, and the two were smiling brightly. Bulma pressed her face to her knees and her shoulders shrugged slightly. In Garvey's impression, Bulma has always been an independent and powerful woman. I didn't expect to have such a vulnerable side. All the tragedies in Dragon Ball seem to be concentrated in the future time and space. In another future space, Bulma is killed by Black Goku and Trunks loses his mother. And in this time and space, it is the mother who loses her child. Garvey understood Bulma's feelings. However, the real threat does not allow him to continue to be sad. Doctor? Is the stuff ready? Bulma paused for a moment, hummed lowly, picked up the frame, wiped it, and gently hung it back on the wall. As long as the Dragon Ball is restored, everything will be fine. To Bulma's red and swollen eyes, Garvey could only comfort him. The two returned to the lab in silence. The waiting time is excruciating, especially when hope seems to be at hand. Tick. A siren sounded outside. Garvey and Bulma were in good spirits at the same time. It's finally here. Chapter 003. Madam, the goods you want are here. 2 delivery men removed a tin bucket from the car. Hard work, this is what you want. Bulma opened the box dedicated to the universal capsule, took out the last capsule inside and handed it to the other party, looking quite reluctant. Garvey watched from the sidelines, a little curious. Although the capsule company has long been bankrupt, the materials accumulated in peacetime are enough for Bulma to squander for a lifetime. Why does it look like it's painful? Watching the delivery man leave, Bulma seemed to have insight into Garvey's mind. Aren't we dangerous if we look like we're rich? Wealth is not revealed. So it is, this guy is really smart. Garvey couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Those who can survive the end times are not simple. After Bulma finished explaining, her eyes darkened a little. She used to have the protection of Trunks, and she was actually not so careful in her usual actions. Many times she got into trouble and was coveted by others, all of which were settled by Trunks. Such a large territory of the capsule company is also because of the deterrence of Trunks' strong strength, and no one touches it. Bulma pulled out a new small box from her arms, and inside it were 4 rows of universal capsules, at least 30. Garvey rubbed his eyes vigorously. He had a partial understanding of today's prices when he briefly surfed the internet. An empty universal capsule can be exchanged for food with the same amount of space. Not to mention that inside the capsule, it is likely to contain something more valuable. Even in the last days, Bulma is still the richest woman on earth. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the 12th. Bulma picked out a capsule, pressed the switch on it, and threw it into the open space in front of her. Bang! The muffled sound of air expansion exploded. It's like magic. After the smoke and dust cleared, a small flying machine with simple lines appeared. The biggest black technology in Dragon Ball. Watching capsule technology live for the first time, Garvey was blown away. I pondered in place for a long time, but I didn't figure out the principle. Now it's time to go. What else do you need to prepare? Garvey came back to his senses and found that Bulma had refueled the craft and was leaning against the casing smoking a cigarette, looking at him curiously. I have nothing to prepare. On the other hand, the divination mother-in-law may need to prepare some remuneration for her. You really know that money-greedy old woman? Bulma extinguished the cigarette butt and patted the two bulging travel bags at her feet. I think about it, the coins are now just a pile of waste paper, how much and how much there is. Garvey stopped talking. Bulma chuckled, even if she asks for supplies or something, I will be prepared. Reliable. It feels like Bulma is more attentive to asking the divination mother-in-law for help than Garvey himself. The two got into the aircraft. Silently pulling on his seat belt, Garvey hesitated, but still spoke. Doctor, what if? In case the plan doesn't go as much as I thought, don't be discouraged. Bulma's movements froze visibly. After a few moments, he opened his mouth. Strange, why should I be discouraged? Your plan gives me more hope than in the past 20 years combined. This is already the best hope I have seen. So I will definitely do my best to achieve it. Aren't you the same? Garvey approached Bulma to seek her help. But he didn't consider that the plan he proposed was actually what the other party craved. Faced with Bulma's rhetorical question, Garvey raised his eyebrows. Then we can now be considered partners with the same interests. Above the abandoned city, Garvey looked down cautiously. The whole west is in ruins, and the ruins of collapsed buildings are in sight. The streets are overgrown with weeds, and I don't know how long they have been abandoned. In the dead city, there seems to be no sign of human activity. But he came out of the underground shelter and knew it. Most of the humans were killed by androids 17 and 18, but a small number survived. Although the crisis of artificial humans has passed, people's habits of living underground for many years have not changed in a short period of time. Human beings are indeed a resilient species. Hello to all Earthlings. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded in the minds of the two. Who's talking? Who are you? Bulma was flabbergasted. The aircraft in the air trembled rapidly and fell towards the ground. Garvey was also nervous because of the sudden change. Doctor, leave that alone, it's important to stabilize the plane. Bulma reacted quickly and immediately pressed several buttons on the bridge to restore the aircraft to stability. After turning on the autopilot, her hands left the steering wheel. Did you hear that voice too? What's going on? Bulma looked at Garvey with trepidation. Without waiting for Garvey to explain, the voice just now appeared again. You don't have to look around for me, because I'm not with you at all. I use magic to speak directly to each of you. First introduce yourself. I am the greatest demon teacher in the universe, Babadai. Now, I officially invite all the strong people on the earth to participate in the latest session of the world's first martial arts meeting. As for the location of the competition, it is set in the western capital. The time was 12 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days later. The rules of the competition are the same as the previous martial arts meetings of your Earth. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. That's right. As long as you keep chanting my name in your heart, you can talk to me. Someone contacted me so quickly, I guess you're curious about what questions he'll ask, so I'll share the conversation with all of you. A voice that did not belong to Babadai sounded. That. What prizes will the winning contestants receive? Prizes? Then let the winning player become my subordinate. What kind of prize is it to be your subordinate? It's strange that someone will participate in the conference you host. Oh? Blame me for not making it clear. After the martial arts conference, I will destroy the earth. And become my subordinate. Not only will you survive, but I will also give you great power. What? Can you destroy the planet? How can anyone believe such a thing? Everyone close their eyes. I'm going to send you a video right now. Bulma immediately closed her eyes, and Garvey hesitated a little, but also closed her eyes. In front of Garvey's eyes, from a top-down angle, an island appeared, and above the small island was a large abandoned city. He. See the city? If anyone doesn't believe that I can destroy the earth, let's see what happens to this city next. A tall red-skinned monster suddenly appeared over the city. Introduction: this is my right-hand man in the sky, Dopura, the king of the demon world. Dapla, start lightly, I don't want to destroy the earth at once. Please rest assured, Lord Babadai, I am very measured. A wicked smile appeared on Dopura's face and he took a deep breath. Boom! A red flame more dazzling than sunlight erupted from his mouth. Moment! The entire city was reflected in the red light, and without even the roar of the explosion, it evaporated without a trace. Only a giant dark pit remains on the island. Ha ha ha! See, even if you earthlings hide in the ground, they will be burned into flying ash. Chapter 004. A trembling and excited voice sounded. How is this done? Is it an illusion? Nope. It's true. It was a city on the southern islands, and I saw that red light on the boat, and there was a hurricane on the sea nearby. Lord Babadai, you have such powerful men, why do you want to destroy the earth? Yes, we earthlings have not offended you, and our world has just experienced a catastrophe, and there is no resistance at all. Whatever you want, just take it, there is no need to destroy the earth. Humph! I came to earth to do just one thing. But just such a thing, but let me stay here for half a year. My time is precious, such a long time, but the harvest has not even reached half of the other planets. If I went to other planets, I would have dominated the universe by now. Can you understand my feelings? Babadai's voice became a little gnashed. So those who want to live, come to this martial arts conference, this is your last chance. At this point, Babadai's voice disappeared from people's heads. Inside the aircraft, Bulma frowned. This bastard, what do you think of the lives of our earthlings? Doctor, calm down. This is the crisis of the planet I mentioned. We only have 3 days left and we have to figure out what to do next. Babadai gave an ultimatum, which instead put a little less pressure on Garvey's shoulders. At least you don't have to worry about it all the time. But 3 days is a bit urgent. It seems that the order in which Dragon Ball wishes are made must be foolproof. Goku, Vegeta, Tenjin, and Vic must be resurrected. Tenjin and Vic have the highest priority and need to use the Dragon Balls of Namek. Namek's divine dragon Borenga can grant 3 wishes, but the original setting was that only one person could be resurrected at a time. The Celestial God and Vic life are one, resurrecting Vic and the Celestial God is likely to be resurrected at the same time. After the resurrection of Tenjin and Bike, Earth's Dragon Ball will naturally be reactivated. However, it is very important that the Earth in this time and space has not ushered in a new God Dandy, and the Earth Dragon Ball has not been improved, so the dragon can only fulfill one wish. Although the Earth Divine Dragon can resurrect a large number of people at once, the limitations are great. People who have died for more than a year, or who have been resurrected once, cannot be resurrected. And in order to truly resurrect a person, it is also necessary to preserve the body of the deceased, otherwise it will be a bit scary to become a monster such as a skeleton after resurrection. Trunks' bones are gone, and Gohan dies for years. Earth Dragon Ball doesn't seem to be able to revive any important characters. But it's better to have Dragon Ball than nothing. At that time, whether it is to restore the devastated Earth wasteland to its original state, or to enhance the strength, it is very good. The other 2 wishes of the Namex dragon can be used to revive the empty shell duo. However, Goku's body is still infested by illness, which cannot be ignored. Doctor, is there a specific drug for viral heart disease? I prepared a lot of this stuff. Bulma nodded slightly. By the way, have the Earth's Dragon Balls been collected together? If you have to recollect Earth Dragon Balls, then the time will be even more urgent. Oops! After the Dragon Ball entered the cooldown period, Mr. Vic died in the battle with the androids. Dragon Balls that enter the cooldown period will turn into stone, which cannot be detected by Dragon Ball radar, and naturally cannot be collected. If there is teleportation, temporary collection will not delay much. The day of Goku's return to the Yang realm is busy. Garvey touched his chin. I don't know if I can accomplish so many goals in one day. As long as Goku is resurrected, everything will be fine. Bulma firmly believed, and then slammed on the accelerator. Hurry up. Sit tight, I'm going to accelerate. Long white smoke erupted from the tail of the aircraft, far away from the western capital. When Garvey stepped off the aircraft, both legs were soft, and his head was even more dizzy. He was flying for the first time, and he was already very nervous, and Bulma also accelerated the whole wave. Fortunately, in the past few days, he had nothing to eat, so he didn't vomit. In the endless yellow sand, a blue lake is dotted like a jewel. A palace was built in the lake, which is a man-made miracle. It's spectacular. Is the diviner mother-in-law so rich? Garvey muttered softly. At the entrance of the palace, a small pale pink ghost floated over. You two are here to find the divination mother-in-law. Yes. Bulma stepped forward and answered. Garvey's whole person has not yet recovered, and he looks prostrate, and carries 2 travel bags stuffed with banknotes to the gate of the palace. He was dizzy and hungry now. Seeing the coins peeking through the gap in the zipper, the little ghost's eyes lit up. 2 inside, please, go to the palace and rest. No need, we have an urgent matter to find the divination mother-in-law. Garvey did not dare to relax until the crisis was resolved. The little ghost showed an embarrassed expression. The master went out to visit friends, and I don't know when she will return. What? How long has she been gone? Bulma and Garvey's faces instantly became ugly. In the first step of the plan, there was an accident. Calculate the time, it's almost half a year. Can you contact her? The little ghost pulled out a cell phone and clicked on it a few times. After a long while, it looked regretful. I can't be contacted, the owner may be far away. So where do you think she's going? The owner's friend is basically not on Earth, most likely to another planet, or Hades. The exact location, I don't know. Did she explain anything before she left? Garvey's mood hit rock bottom. She said that the sun is too dangerous, and she has to go to the place of an old friend to live for a while. As a strange person who can shuttle between the 2 worlds of yin and yang, and can predict the future through divination, the divination mother-in-law has a keen sense of danger. She really didn't tell you when she would be back? You think about it again. Garvey is still not dead. If the diviner can return within 3 days, everything will be fine. The little ghost tilted his body and thought for a while. The master really didn't say. Then do you remember how long was the interval between each time she returned from a cloud trip? Garvey was a little desperate. Not fixed. Since more than 20 years ago, the owner has often traveled to visit friends, for a few months or years. Garvey covered his forehead. After finishing the calf, the divination mother-in-law obviously ran to the netherworld to take refuge. It is estimated that she is unlikely to return until the Earth crisis is resolved. But that's not certain. Little one, we will leave the contact information to you, please notify us as soon as your mother-in-law returns, is it okay? A trifle, wrapped up in me. The little ghost patted his chest and assured. Garvey's first plan could almost be declared dead. Just in case, he and Bulma also explained to the little ghost before leaving. If the diviner returns within these 3 days, she can't contact them. Let her immediately bring Goku back to the Yang realm for a day, and then let Goku teleport to the capsule company to find the 2 of them. The 2 travel bags, which were stuffed with money, were left in the palace of the diviner mother-in-law as an advance payment. Garvey, what do we do now? The brilliance in Bulma's eyes seemed to disappear. Doctor, don't be discouraged. Even if there is no divination mother-in-law, I have a second plan. Although there are new options, they are ultimately alternative, and they are not as perfect as the preferred plan. Chapter 005. What is your alternative plan? Aircraft, Bulma asked curiously. There are many alternatives, and there is only one that can be done at the moment. Garvey rubbed his stomach and growled, "By the way, doctor, do you have food with you now?" "Well, of course. Food I always carry with me." Bulma took out the capsule box from her arms, took one out and threw it into the cabin. Bang! Boxes full of food are neatly stacked in the cabin. Garvey immediately left the co-pilot to pick and choose between the boxes stacked in the cabin. Words are still chanted in his mouth. Compressed biscuits, no. Beef jerky, not good. Chocolate bar, maybe it will work. Canned braised pork, not bad. Instant noodles. Artifact. Just in case, he asked Bulma for hot water and tasted every flavor of instant noodles. Hearing the continuous croaking of instant noodles behind her, Bulma was a little apologetic. "Sorry, I didn't know you were so hungry." "No, doctor, you misunderstood, I didn't eat so many instant noodles because I was hungry." Garvey stopped snorting. Explained to Bulma, "I was there to taste them. Filling the stomach is only incidental, his real purpose is not this. Although it has expired for more than 20 years, these noodles have not deteriorated because they are well preserved." Taste also dumped Kong Shui Fu dozens of streets. Garvey really didn't expect that the instant noodles in Dragon Ball were so delicious. But for the sake of objective evaluation, he still began to savor it after holding up 4 or 5 bowls. It is a top delicacy that can conquer the taste buds of God. The world is saved. Garvey's spirit was shocked. He looked solemn, piled together several boxes of unopened instant noodles, and began the summoning ritual. "Mr. Weiss, this thing is called instant noodles, it's delicious. Mr. Weiss, come and enjoy the best food in the universe. Mr. Weiss, if you want to eat, please contact me quickly. Mr. Weiss, this food is located on Earth in the North Galaxy, and it is a good thing you haven't eaten. Mr. Weiss, if you don't rush over, you won't be able to eat this kind of food." Garvey believes that the heavens and men have feelings, and as long as they keep chanting the names of the gods, the other party can detect it. And in the resurrection of Frisia, Bulma connects with VES by sacrificing food. Just contact Weiss and everything will be fine. It would take less than an hour for the angel to reach Earth from Destroyer with Beerus. And then look at the face of the food, save a small Earth, there is no problem of violating any principle of neutrality. Even if Weiss really does not want to interfere, in order to continue to eat the delicacies of the Earth, he will definitely secretly hint at Beerus and protect the Earth with the hand of the god of destruction. Garvey chanted continuously for nearly an hour, and the aircraft was already approaching the western capital. My voice was almost hoarse, but I still didn't get the slightest response. "Mr. Weiss. Lord Weiss. Guide Angel Weiss. Destroyer Servant VES. Veskun. Visan. Vesopa." Bulma listened to the god of Garvey all the way to the chatter and chanting for a long time, but nothing happened, and some couldn't help it. "Who is that Mr. Weiss you are talking about? Can he really save the planet?" Mr. Weiss belongs to the angelic family, a god-level figure. And he is both a master and a servant of Beerus, the god of destruction. Servant. Bulma was puzzled. "You understand it as a cat owner's shovel officer." Bulma was shocked. "You mean, this angel named VES keeps the god of destruction standing at the apex of the universe as a pet? It's just a metaphor. Simile. I definitely didn't mean that. Doctor, can you not speak so bluntly? Garvey is scared to death. If he is accidentally overheard by those two beings, can he have good fruit to eat? So your alternative plan, is this? Ask these two to save our planet with instant noodles? Yes, as long as we can contact Mr. Weiss within these 3 days, we will be saved. Garvey doesn't like to rely on other people's strength to solve problems. But the body of the Earthling, it is destined that he will not be able to achieve the strength to defeat Doppura and Majin Buu through cultivation. He currently has only one way to rely on others for shelter. Who else can defeat Dopura and Majin Buu besides Ves and Beerus? Garvey had a glimpse. His eyes shining slightly, and he asked cautiously, "Doctor, I have a question for you." "Hey? What's up?" "It will remind you of the sad past." Garvey had some concerns. "Just ask." "Your sister Tais, is she still alive?" Garvey was solemn and serious. "I have to confirm that." "I don't know. She has been missing for more than 20 years. I've been trying all these years and can't get in touch with her at all." "Any other information about your sister? For example, what did she say the last time you met? And where did she live?" Bulma rubbed her brow in thought. "She once settled on an island in the south. She rarely goes back to the capsule company, and basically lives outside." "That's right. She seems to have made friends with an alien." Garvey's eyes lit up. "Let's go find her where she lived." "Go now." Garvey thought about it. Time is urgent. This matter is just as important as contacting Weiss, but more urgent. "Yes, we'll go now. If you find Taisai, you can contact Galaxy Ranger Gok through her." Although Gok's strength is not very good, the Galaxy Patrol team behind him is an organization that has been established for tens of millions of years. Although the group is low-key and seemingly average. But that's all appearances. Even the Realm King God handed over the Star Eater Moro to him for custody. Which shows how hard the backstage of the Galactic King is. Plus in the Galaxy Patrol, there is a trainee Angel Myers who hides his identity and goes to the Nether. Making the Galaxy Patrol another thigh in Garvey's eyes. If you take the line of Gok, the Earth can also be saved. But the process of the Galactic Patrol members traveling through the universe and coming to Earth also takes time. That's why Garvey rushed to find Tais. Wei, Garvey explained what he knew about the Galaxy Patrol to Bulma. "You said that the elite member of the Galaxy Patrol team named Myers is an angel in real identity. Is he still Mr. Weiss's younger brother?" "That's right. It is for this reason that the Earth has gained a glimmer of life again." "Garvey, I'm really curious about what the time and space you were originally in. What was it like? You actually know so much information." "You won't be interested." Garvey hurriedly prevaricated. Bulma pouted, "I know it's your secret. And I won't inquire if you don't say it." "Sorry." "But Garvey," Bulma looked at the co-pilot with a sincere gaze, "I really feel lucky that you found me and gave me hope." "Haha, we're partners, aren't we?" Time on the road. Garvey didn't want to waste it, scalded a bowl of hot instant noodles, and continued to call Weiss. Chapter 006. Strange, such a long uninterrupted call, still no response. "Don't you think it's a bit rude to use something like instant noodles as a sacrifice to summon gods?" Bulma came up with her own idea. "Maybe." Garvey said unsurely, "Maybe instant noodles aren't attractive enough. When I get back to the capsule company, I'll take out the treasured delicacies and try them." "Not really, I can also exchange supplies for Top Chef's signature dishes." Reliable. It's good to have Bulma by your side. As long as it's about money and resources, it's not a problem. Since there was better material for the sacrifice, Garvey stopped calling Weiss for a while. He sat back in the passenger seat, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. In the past 3 days, not only did he not eat, but he did not even dare to sleep. Now I need to rest for a while after eating. Less than an hour. The craft began to circle and slow down, and Garvey opened his eyes. "We've reached our destination." Bulma's face was a little complicated. Below is a very small island, but dozens of times larger than the island where the Turtle Immortal's cottage is located. Although the island is small, it has all the organs. There are hills overgrown with trees, piers, helipads built on the sea, and an observation deck more than 10 meters high. But what attracted Garvey the most was the island's huge cauldron-like communication device. On the front of the pier, stands a large single-story house. It seems that this is Tais's residence. The aircraft slowly landed on the sea surface tarmac. Bulma jumped out of the plane, crossed the soft sand, and rang the doorbell in front of the house. The doorbell is broken. Doctor, no need to press it, it has not been inhabited here for many years. Garvey had already circled the island and naturally found that it didn't look like it was inhabited. The iron parts of the house were all rusty, and the potted plants in the corridors all withered and died. Bulma looked gloomy and gently turned the doorknob. Crunch! The door opens easily. Then a musty smell came to my face. The floor and tabletop of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust, and the walls and ceiling were covered with mold. Garvey immediately opened all the windows and doors in the house for ventilation. I wonder what happened to my sister. Bulma brushed off the dust from the picture frame on her desk and looked at the picture on it in amazement. Doctor, that huge communication device, your sister should be using that, to communicate remotely with Gark of the Galaxy Patrol. Bulma gently placed the frame. Is there anything I need to do? Let's first look for any unique communication tools, but if it doesn't work, look through the communication records of the landline. The two tacitly stopped mentioning Taiza's affairs and began to bury their heads in the house to find it. Found it! Bulma was thrilled. Garvey was overjoyed when he saw what Bulma was holding. At first, I thought it was a teapot, and the earpiece looked very strange, like a steamed bun. Garvey admits he's lost his eyes. Instead, Bulma found this strange-looking communicator according to his prompt. How the hell is this going to be used? In the face of Dragon Ball's strange equipment, Garvey is really a little blind. It should be so. Bulma picked up the earpiece like a steamed bun and pressed it a few times. And suddenly there was a beep sound inside. Worthy of Bulma, simply a genius. No. It should be said that she was originally a genius. There is a response. Bulma happily attached the earpiece to her ear. Garvey also stepped forward excitedly. Hey! This is the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. Is there something going on? It didn't take long for someone in the earpiece to respond. Gark, are you Gark? Finally connected. Garvey was heartbroken. Are you looking for Team Gark? I'll help you transfer it to him. Thank you. It's getting better. Everything is fine. The Earth is saved. Garvey and Bulma looked at each other, and both saw a thick joy on each other's faces. Hey, I'm Gark, who are you? Hello Gark, I'm Taisai's sister, Bulma, Bulma. And Garvey immediately briefly explained to Gok the crisis facing the Earth. Majin Buu? The name seems familiar. Ah! I remembered, isn't this the guy who turned the entire galaxy upside down 5 million years ago? This, although the Earth is my area of responsibility, I can't deal with that demon Buu you mentioned. I advise you to hurry up and escape from Earth, the situation there sounds very bad. If it's okay, I'll hang up first. As an elite member of the Galaxy Patrol, I'm very busy every day. Garvey was a little speechless, the other party was so timid and afraid of things, how did he get mixed up with the position of the Galaxy Patrolman? Wait, we still want to inquire about Myers. Garvey spoke. Myers? Elite player Myers? How would you know about him? And suddenly remembered to look for him? He's a little busier than I am. We have something important to look for him. Team Myers and other galactic patrolmen are going around arresting prisoners who escaped from galactic prison. I'm afraid they won't have time to pay attention to you. Among the escaped prisoners, there is a rather tricky character. Garvey chuckled in his heart, jailbreak. It won't be that boss, right? But this has nothing to do with the crisis on Earth for the time being. As long as he doesn't die, the other party won't notice this small broken ball in the remote area of the North Galaxy. However, the probability of Myers coming to help seems to have become much lower. After all, that boss destroying the planet is simpler than eating and drinking, and the destructive power is no less than that of Majin Buu. Garvey rubbed his brows, a little headache. It's best to contact Myers personally later to confirm the situation. Hey! I said Garker, you guy, the Earth is your jurisdiction, there is a situation, you won't really think that you can't see, right? Bulma was very unhappy with the attitude shown by Gok. After a long silence, Gark's voice came from the other side. I will report this matter to the headquarters. Also, for Taiza's sake, I can take you all off Earth. What kind of irresponsible attitude are you? Bulma's forehead blushed. I can't escape from Earth like you coward. I'm not going to leave Earth either. Garvey's tone was firm. Leaving Earth? Although it was a life-saving method, he thought about it for a while, and felt that it was inappropriate. Remaining on Earth, he has other plans to implement. There is capsule technology, artificial human technology, and good things such as time machines, Dragon Balls, and fairy beans on Earth. Garvey just doesn't have a way to take advantage of these things for the time being. Once a viable solution is found, it is not impossible to turn the market around with these things. And leaving the Earth, leaving Bulma, where can he go and what can he do as an ordinary person? Sure enough, with Bulma by his side, Garvey can feel a full sense of security. By the way, if you really want to do something for Earth, set off for Nuniamix immediately. Chapter 007. New Name X? Is there such a planet? Garker was a little puzzled. There must be, and it's in the galaxy, you look for it. In the original work, since the King of the Northern Realm can roughly sense the orientation of New Name X, it shows that the position of New Name X does not extend beyond the range of the Milky Way. Since it is still within the galaxy, it belongs to the jurisdiction of the Galaxy Patrol, and it will definitely be no problem to find this planet. Well, then I'll check its coordinates in the database. The process of waiting made Garvey a little nervous. He really fell into a blind spot in his thinking before, and he always thought that only by resurrecting Goku, the protagonist, could he change the trajectory of the world. If you want to know the coordinates of the Nuniamix, you can find the Galaxy Patrol. You can even ask for help from existences such as the King of the North Realm and the God of the Realm. I don't know if the current Realm King Shen Xin came to Earth to prevent Babadai from resurrecting Majin Buu. This guy who was officially promoted to the Realm King God by relying on the great Realm King God being absorbed by Buu and all the other trainee Realm King Gods were sacrificed, although he is not very reliable, his importance is comparable to Dragon Ball. The old Realm King God was sealed in the sword for endless years, and the throne was inherited by his descendants many years after his disappearance, and the life of the Destruction God was automatically connected to the successor of the new territory's King God. Speaking of which, Beerus's luck is also really good. When the great Realm King God led the 4 trainee Realm King Gods to fight with Majin Buu, he was not directly killed, but absorbed. This allowed the sleeping god of destruction to escape. But luck than cats is also over. Although this year's Realm King Shenzhen is a warm-hearted person, he acts too recklessly. In date, time and space, he sacrificed himself during a fierce battle with Dopura. The protagonist's time and space, ignoring the warning of Beerus, traveled to date, time and space without authorization to fight Zama's. Garvey is now worried that the guy is hot-headed and rushes straight to find trouble with Babadai. Although the Realm King God has a combat power of hundreds of millions, it is completely insufficient in front of Dapla, let alone deal with Majin Buu. It doesn't matter if he is killed, but once he is killed, he will disappear along with Beerus, who shares his life. At that time, Weiss, who is the guide angel of the God of Destruction, will also fall into hibernation, which will make the situation really desperate. Thinking of this, Garvey couldn't help but worry. But for a while, he couldn't find a way to contact the King God of the Realm, so he could only ask Myers later. The silence was broken, and good news came from Gark's side. I found the coordinates of the planet you said, and you asked me to rush over now. Do you want me to do something there? How soon will it take for you to get there? If Gok arrives in 3 days, the content of the wish to the Nemesis God Dragon Polenga will have to change. Restoring the destroyed Earth has become the first priority. If you arrive within 3 days, the resurrection of the gods and Vic will be the highest priority. Although it is also possible to choose a nemesis to inherit the throne of the immortals. Garvey is not sure how much time will be spent in the process of succeeding to the throne. Otherwise, he prefers to make Dandy of Namex the new immortal of Earth. Dandy can fully upgrade the Earth Dragon Ball. I don't know if the Dragon Balls of Namex have been improved by the new Great Elder in this time and space. In the original Bu chapter, the Earthlings who were killed by the Demon Bu were revived by the upgraded Palunga group. The upgraded version of Palunga can be resurrected in one step and all important characters can be revived at once. But even if the Dragon Ball is not improved, it is still the most important hope in Garvey's eyes. Expected to take about 3 days. This is already the fastest speed of our Galaxy Patrol spacecraft. Gok also understands the seriousness of the matter. 3 days. This time made Garvey a little suffocated. However, in the good news, Babadai's martial arts conference may not last more than a day. As long as you find a way to let the martial arts conference last for a day, there will be salvation. Garvey immediately informed Gark about the Dragon Ball and explained to him the order of the 2 wish-making schemes. If the Earth has been destroyed when the wish is made, restore the Earth, and then resurrect the people who died on the Earth for 25 years, if they cannot be resurrected in groups, give priority to resurrecting Bulma and Sun Wukong, and then let Goku bring a Namex named Dandy to Earth to inherit the position of immortal. Resurrect Bulma because she understands Garvey's plans and also has important items such as Dragon Ball radar and special medicine. To resurrect Goku, you can collect Dragon Balls as fast as you can by teleportation. Presumably, he is still practicing in the Netherworld, and after his resurrection, he is also a great combat force of the Earth. And the importance of Dandy is self-evident. If the Earth still exists, then try to resurrect the group first, if not, resurrect the gods and Vic and then resurrect the Monkey King and Vegeta. That's all I need to do, right? Gok confirmed again. If things turn out as I expected, that's right for the time being. Now with a communicator that can communicate with Gark instantly, Garvey's hanging heart has finally let go a little. Then I'll go. Good luck. Gark. Cutting off communications with Gok, Garvey once again called the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Hello, please help transfer Myers. Honk. Toot. This is Myers. Hearing that it was Mel's, Garvey was in high spirits. Mr. Myers, the situation is urgent, I will not be polite, please include the faux pas. It's okay, I like direct people. Myers' tone sounded humble and kind. Garvey's mind naturally came up with the elegant and indifferent expressions of the angels. I would like to ask for your help in contacting your brother, Mr. Weiss. It seems that you have recognized my true identity. Myers didn't seem surprised. Sorry, I really don't have any other way. There is no need to apologize, I hid this matter first, and it is nothing to be discovered. But your favor, I can't help. 4. Why? Garvey subconsciously asked. Because of the brother, it fell into hibernation half a year ago. What? Could it be that Lord Beerus was killed? Garvey's current mood can no longer be described as shock. Beerus, the strongest in the universe, was actually killed. Lord Destruction has never left his planet. The problem is not with him. That means that the current Realm King God was killed by Babadai's gang. Garvey subconsciously thought of this possibility. The King of the Realm, Shenzhen, didn't even find a helper this time, and as soon as Babadai appeared, he directly took Jebit up to give it for nothing? Not to mention Beerus and Weiss, and waste the Patara earrings. Garvey was speechless. Babadai? The name is somewhat familiar. However, Lord God of the Realm King was not killed by him, the murderer was a scion who destroyed the southern galaxy. The Realm King God really gave it for nothing. No wonder he couldn't contact the Angel Wes all the time. Garvey's brain has also become a little confused, destroying the scions of the South Galaxy. Isn't this the setting of the old theatrical version of Broly? And the setting of old Broly is simply a bug. Combat effectiveness doubles with age. The timeline of this time and space is more than 10 years later than the original Bu chapter. In other words, the more than 10 years that Broly Do has lived has increased his strength by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. I wonder what level of his current combat effectiveness has reached. Bu's crisis has not yet been resolved. Why did a Broly come out again? And this Broly, with the purest brutal bloodthirsty nature of a scion, is a complete villain. Wait, I heard Mr. Myers, you're hunting down a group of fugitives from Galactic Prison, and one of them won't be named Moro, right? Garvey said tentatively. Even the secret connection between the Realm King God and the Destruction God is clear, and the Maluo prison escape incident is indeed what you expected. At this moment, Myers' tone seemed to finally bring a hint of curiosity. Garvey was depressed. In this time and space that has lost the protagonist Goku for more than 20 years, strong enemies have not appeared, but have accumulated one by one. Of course, not all bosses are still alive, at least not Frieza and Sharu, right? The Earth of this world does not have Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza. Sharu has also gone to the protagonist's time and space. No, at the mention of Sharu, Garvey suddenly thought of a possibility. The soda and filled biscuits bought by the Red Ribbon Legion wouldn't be Coke and Arya, right? This is obviously for Dr. Gallo's grandson. I'm Nima. Wouldn't you really be afraid of what's coming, and all the bosses were assembled in the same period, right? Garvey said that if he were Earth, he would immediately blow himself up. Grandpa won't play with you guys. Looking at Bulma beside him, he frowned with a hint of beautiful fantasy about the future. Garvey couldn't bear to tell her the cruel truth. Chapter 008. There is no real threat about Dr. Gallo's grandson. Garvey needs to focus on Babadai's side for the time being. Mr. Myers, the Earth is in some trouble, I hope to get your help. Garvey gave a rough account of the matter between Babadai and Majin Buu. I will set off immediately and rush to Earth as fast as possible, but as a member of the Galaxy Patrol team, I hope you can understand, and please don't reveal my true identity to others. The angel must maintain a neutral position, and although it is not known why, Garvey is already mentally prepared for this. I see, you agree to rush over, I'm grateful. You're welcome, I'm here on Earth for a reason. If you want to defeat Mora, you must rely on the power of Majin Buu. Please be patient and wait for 70 hours of your Earth time. 5 million years ago, the great Realm King God at that time did not die directly in battle, but was absorbed by the Majin Buu, and still sleeps in the Majin's body. And Myers can briefly awaken the personality of the great Realm King God in Buu's body. In this way, Majin Buu is likely to end up fighting with Mora. It's a win-win situation. Moreover, the timing is very accurate, obviously much more reliable than another Galaxy Patrol member. Can you get to Earth in 3 days? That's right, isn't Babadai going to hold a martial arts conference? Maybe I'll be able to attend it in time by then. This news made Garvey very excited. Majin Buu vs Maluo, I don't know who will be stronger. Of course, before Melz arrives on Earth, Garvey must not let Babadai lift Buu's seal. But, he now has no one else to rely on. Far water can't quench near thirst, and sure enough, there is only that method left. After finishing the communication with Myers, Garvey and Bulma immediately returned to the Siju Capsule Company in a flying machine. The communication device that liaised with the Galaxy Patrol was also brought back in capsules. Doctor, do you know where Dr. Gallo's Secret Research Institute is on the outskirts of the northern capital? I have an impression of that place you mentioned. Bulma brushed her long hair. Really? I want to go there and see. If Garvey remembers correctly, there are manufacturing drawings of Cyborg 17 in that institute. Artificial human technology is definitely a great weapon in the Dragon Ball world. And the ultimate creation of artificial human technology is Sharu. If Bulma mastered this technology, the survival rate of the two would be greatly improved in the period before Myers arrived. That place has been destroyed by Trunks. What? Garvey was flabbergasted. Don't worry, before destroying there, valuable things have already been brought back by us. What's there? The drawing of Cyborg number 17, it was based on this drawing that I created a controller that can stop the movement of those two monsters. Garvey breathed a long sigh of relief. Bulma really won't disappoint. By the way, along with the drawings, there is also Dr. Gallo's computer and an artificial human that has not been activated. Who is this artificial human? Garvey's curiosity came up. Who will this unactivated artificial human be? Number 16? Number 19? Number 20? Or the 21st? Garvey immediately ruled out the last possibility. Majin Buu has not yet appeared, how can it be the 21st that has fused Majin cells? I'll show you. Led by Bulma, the two went to the underground freezer. Because I wanted to stay for research, I didn't let Trunks destroy him. Inside a dormant compartment lay a burly man. Sure enough, it was the 16th. This artificial human was a pure failure for Dr. Gallo. This guy is not like the 17th and 18th, who directly carry out cell-level transformation on ordinary people. Instead, it is based on Dr. Gallo's eldest son, and the core relies on chips and mechanical artificial intelligence, that is, robots. Although number 16 has great combat power and unlimited physical strength, it loves nature very much. Contrary to Dr. Gallo's original intention to make him. He's not a bad guy, we can activate him. Garvey touched his chin. Really? Although I defused the bomb inside him, wouldn't that be too risky? Bulma had reservations. Of course, not now, but when we have the power to protect ourselves. Garvey has always been a cautious man. The power of self-preservation? What are you referring to? Bulma didn't understand what Garvey meant. Of course, it is to transform our bodies. Just like the 17th and 18th, transform our bodies into artificial people, with strong combat power and unlimited energy. Don't. I don't want to be that kind of monster. Garvey, if you want to be like that, I can give you some help, but I'm exempt. Bulma was resolute, with a hint of hatred in her tone. How could she accept and transform herself into an enemy being? After all, the artificial human killed her parents, relatives, and friends. Sorry doctor, I didn't think it through. Originally, Garvey thought that after becoming an artificial human, he could have a helper when dealing with Babadai, but he did not expect Bulma to hate artificial people so much. In this way, it is possible that Bulma will not be able to devote herself to the research of artificial human technology because of her disbeliefs. How can I convince her? Exhortation from the perspective of human righteousness? But she has done and sacrificed too much. Garvey pondered and could not find a good reason for the time being. There is not much time left for the two, so Garvey's artificial human plan may have some flaws. I hope you understand my distress, Bulma said bitterly. Partners should understand each other. Garvey smiled nonchalantly. After all, fighting is a man's romance, and it seems normal for both sides not to resonate on this point. This episode will not affect Garvey's next move, and he takes the initiative to change the subject. Doctor, the Western capital is becoming more and more unsafe, so let's move out of here for the time being. Because of Babadai's Martial Arts Association, more and more people will pour into the Western capital. Two ordinary people staying in the capsule company are too ostentatious and dangerous for Garvey. Capsule companies are easy targets for ulterior motives. Get out of here? Where else on earth is it safer than my home? The capsule company has actually built a strong shelter underground, which is fully equipped and cannot be easily broken into by ordinary people. It's a safer place and has something we desperately need. What are we desperately needed? What do you need to just say no to me? Bulma blinked in confusion. Doctor, what we need is time. Chapter 009. Garvey roughly told Bulma about the spirit time house in the lower temple. Does there really exist such a magical place? Although the Bulma of this time and space had heard of the existence of the temple, he had never been there. That's right, stay in it for a year, and only one day passes outside the world. So that we have time to research artificial human technology and modify the body. Even if Garvey is a combat genius and cultivates for 10 years with the physical fitness of ordinary earthlings, he cannot be Doppura's opponent. And becoming an artificial human, the increase in light strength is a level that he can never reach through hard cultivation. In addition, artificial people like number 17 and number 18 have the same physiological structure as normal people, can get married and have children, and have a long life and youth. As long as you remove the part where Dr. Gallo installed the bomb and brainwashed, it is completely the path of human gene ascension. This technological line in the Dragon Ball world makes Garvey call it against the sky. According to what you said, that magical room can only be entered twice in a lifetime by each person, and the cumulative time cannot exceed 48 hours. Well, we should be prepared for everything before entering. That's right. I have the equipment and supplies I need here. When Trunks destroyed Dr. Gallo's secret research base, he brought back all the useful equipment inside. I didn't expect things to be a lot simpler, and DT is really the most reliable scion. Seriously, among the people Garvey wants to resurrect, after Goku Bike, it's day special. We also need a separate room as a laboratory, preferably with a gravity chamber, where the day is extremely hot and the night is cold, and the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. He suspects that the spirit time house in the Bu chapter has undergone Bulma's transformation to remove the limit of no more than 2 people at a time. While Goten and Trunks were practicing in it, Vic brought Bu in. The fact that Bulma has the ability to transform the spirit time house is not an unfounded speculation by Garvey. In the Shalu chapter, Vegeta enters it twice and has practiced for 2 years. When it came to Zama's, Vegeta once again entered the spirit time house for a long time of cultivation. At the same time, Chow's animated plot also mentions that Bulma improved it while helping to restore the spirit time house destroyed by Bu. Modifying the interior of the space is not impossible for her. In short, this woman is simply the most versatile existence among scientists. Because of this, Garvey believed from the very beginning that Bulma could perfectly master artificial human technology. This is also the strength of his choice to implement this plan. Garvey, you seem to know everything about my family. Bulma Fox glanced at Garvey suspiciously. Ahem, ahem. How is this and such a thing possible? Doctor, time is urgent, let's get ready and go. Garvey hurriedly changed the subject. Bulma didn't seem to be exploring his secret, the gravity chamber hasn't been used in years, and I almost forgot that I still have this thing at home. That thing Dr. Brive made specifically for Vegeta. Now the 2 people related to it no longer exist. I don't know if Bulma will see things and think about people. Garvey instantly regretted mentioning this stubble. But think about it. In just a few hours of getting along, Bulma in this time and space gives him the feeling of toughness and open-mindedness, not a sentimental character. Moreover, everything is well thought out. Such teammates are trustworthy. Can I help? Garvey came up with some force. No, you can just wait for me here, I'll be able to pack up my things soon. During the waiting time, Garvey was bored. Turned on the computer on Bulma's desk again. He always cared a little about the Red Ribbon Legion. Even in the last days, do they still have ambitions to conquer the world? Opening the Survivor Exchange forum, Garvey flipped to the post posted by the Red Double R logo avatar again. Below the post, there have been many more comments. All are requested transactions. However, the poster was cautious and did not leave a word about his address. Just say let the seller wait for him to pick up the goods. After watching it for a long time, Garvey did not get the slightest useful clue. Wishing he had overhearted, he closed the post. It stands to reason that the Sharu made by Dr. Gallo in this time and space snatched the time machine and left, and at most a year has passed. After he was made, he left no record either. The Red Ribbon Legion may not be aware of the horrors of Sharu. Maybe there is no intention of creating this monster again. But what are they doing in such secrecy? Garvey furrowed his brows in thought. According to the content of the superhero theatrical version, he remembered the Red Ribbon Legion's new base, built in 2 connected craters, which could be found on satellite maps. Such natural wonders should be rare, and it is easy to identify the organization's stronghold. What are you looking for on the electronic map? At some point, Bulma stood behind Garvey and asked curiously. A briquette-sized cat stopped on her shoulder. Hey? It's nothing. Garvey didn't want Bulma to know about the Red Ribbon Legion for the time being. After all, there is no relevant evidence, and if he says it, it will only increase his worries. Looking at the ashtray stuffed with cigarette butts on his desk, Garvey couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The pressure on Bulma is already big enough, and if you add more burden, I am afraid that she will smoke more. In case she has some lung disease at a critical moment, won't it be delayed? I didn't smoke before, since my friends left. Garvey said he understood that life is not easy, and he always has to find something to have fun. Doctor, shall we go? Well, that's right. Everything is packed. This black cat. It's a family pet, I can't bear to throw it here. Walking out of the capsule company, Garvey rubbed his eyes. Strange, are there a few fewer buildings inside? Bulma shook the capsule set in her hand. I see. Garvey instantly understood. How to go the road of the temple. Sitting in the cockpit of the aircraft, Bulma asked. Above the Karantat. The aircraft moves smoothly in the air. Garvey borrowed Bulma's computer and continued to sneak up the stronghold of the Red Ribbon Legion. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Stretching, he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Doctor, do you know where there are connected craters, or lakes? Crater? I don't usually pay attention to this stuff. However, from a probability point of view, if it is a naturally formed landform, there will not be too many such places in existence. Bulma immediately analyzed the key to the problem. According to crater theory, the probability of 2 shells falling in the same place is extremely low. Meteorites are no exception. And the environment changes over time. Some potholes and lakes that have been separated for a long time will eventually be buried and disappear. This is the case with the so-called vicissitudes of the sea. Do you need me to help you find it? Bulma asked, tilting her head. I'm tired. Garvey couldn't let the Red Ribbon Legion's affairs go. I could only ask Bulma to make a move. Chapter 010. Adjust the aircraft to autopilot mode. Bulma took the computer and quickly typed information on it. A moment later. Garvey, I've marked all the places you said on the map, right in these areas. Garvey leaned his head over and watched Bulma compare the pictures one by one. There was no place close to what he remembered. How so? Doctor, is there anywhere else? No, these are all the locations you found after you gave the conditions. Damn it! Can't find it? Garvey was in a rather irritable mood. That's right. Could it be that the Red Ribbon Legion had changed the optical camouflage shield outside their stronghold to something else? If that's the case, you won't find the other party's hiding place on the real-time map. Doctor, can you look up the landforms from longer ago? Bulma bowed her head slightly, her fingertips jumping lightly on the keyboard. There is no such place. And I also compared the location of the destruction caused by artificial humans with the original terrain one by one. Cause damage? Garvey slapped his thigh. I actually ignored the environmental impact of the battle. Whether it was the early martial arts conference, the Turtle Immortals burst the moon. It was still during the Scion attack, and Naba raised his hand to blow up the city. It's a huge change to the global environment. Those two adjacent craters couldn't have been created during the battle. How much energy does it take for a pothole so huge that it looks like an abyss to erupt? Energy bombs? Self-detonation? Shock wave? Or to the wave? Garvey actually forgot the most classic way of fighting in Dragon Ball. The most impressive battle against Poland came to his mind. Super 2 Gohan vs Lightning Salu. The new stronghold of the Red Ribbon Legion is actually built on the site of the battle between Sharu and Kage Gohan. No wonder he and Bulma searched with all their might, but could not find such an address. It's all because of the future time and space, this battle has not happened. In this way, he has no way to find the hiding place of this villain organization through the corresponding plot of Dragon Ball. It is also impossible to sabotage the conspiracy of the other party in advance. To deal with the Red Ribbon Legion, you can only take one step at a time. Sorry, Doctor, I was mistaken. No need to look any further, there is no such place at all. I remember the century confrontation between Sharu and Gohan. Garvey feels the pressure of death again. In his impression, Doppura's strength is no different from Lightning Shalu. Even if he becomes an artificial human, he can't be Dappla's opponent. Is there any way to weaken the king of the demon realm? Garvey thought a little intently. Oh my god! What a tall tower! Bulma beside him sighed. When I came back to my senses, a tall tower in front of me seemed to pierce the sky and soar into the sky. Doctor, the top of the Karanth Tower is still above the clouds. Garvey reminded loudly. Bulma immediately pulled out the plane. After passing through the clouds, the vision is clear. The top of the tower suddenly appeared in front of the two people's eyes. This is the top floor of Galantat. Bulma looked up at the top of the tower. In the very center of the top of Garan Tower is an elliptical spherical platform. The platform is divided into two levels, edged by a dozen stout columns, supporting the curved dome. That's right, Doctor. Garvey affirmed. Unfortunately, it looks like this place hasn't been inhabited for many years. Garvey secretly felt pity in his heart. Immortal beings are such a magical thing, only the Garan immortals can cultivate, but unfortunately he has long disappeared. In the second chapter of the Future World, the dialogue between Trunks and future Gohan mentions that the Earth has no Sendu. As for the reason, after excluding the factor of Archie-Loeb, a foodie, it must be inseparable from the sudden disappearance of the cat fairy. Maybe if you find a cat fairy, you can replant fairy beans. The whereabouts of the Garan immortals are mentioned in Chow's animation through the mouth of a Kilobe. It is said that in the attack of Black Goku, the cat fairy sacrificed to save himself. There is no Black Goku in this time and space, so it is likely that the Garan immortals are still alive. However, restoring the production of fairy beans is not the most important thing at the moment. Isn't this a temple? Bulma was slightly puzzled. No, the temple floats above Garan Tower. The craft quickly schemed over the platform and continued to climb upward. Above the dome of the tower, a red stick extending straight up does not enter the end of the view. This stick is naturally a wishful stick. Those who wanted to ascend the temple in the early days had to pass the test of the Garan Immortal and obtain his approval. And once the human flying machine is close to the temple, it will be ejected. Now that the temple is connected by wishful sticks, the gods have followed Vic to death. Garvey speculated that the enchantment that could block the plane's approach was gone. Otherwise, he and Bulma will have to obediently climb the Ruyi stick. Wow! There seems to be something on it. A moment later, the two people in the craft saw clearly what was overhead. A huge platform in the shape of a hemisphere. Is this the temple? Muttered Garvey. I didn't expect that such a high place really exists, a palace. Bulma's eyes lit up. A dark shadow stood alone on the edge of the wide circular square. It seems to be watching, and it seems to be waiting for something. Seeing the man with the same skin color as black charcoal, wrapped in a white turban and wearing a horse coat, Garvey instantly felt extremely close. Mr. Bobo is alive. Bobo also spotted visitors in the craft. I know him. He's Mr. Bobo. Bulma waved excitedly. In the Namek chapter, on the eve of going to Namek, Mr. Bobo took Bulma and found the spaceship where the immortals lived as children, and taught the language of Bulman Amix. Bobo grinned wide and waved his hand as well. Then took out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gently choked, after so many years, I finally see the hope of resurrecting the immortals. The aircraft landed smoothly in the center of the square. Bobo stepped forward. I already know what you're meant. Bulma showed a hint of surprise. Do you know about our intention to borrow that magical room? I keep an eye on everything in the Nether, and I know the crisis facing the Earth all too well. Bobo bowed his head, his face showing an unbearable look. Because of some bitterness, I can't interfere in mortal affairs. In the Dragon Ball world, gods and their servants are more or less bound in all aspects. Garvey is already mentally prepared. Both of you, please come with me. Bobo carries his hands behind his back and leads the way in front. Garvey looked curiously at the guy walking in front. I have the impression that Mr. Bobo is a mysterious character. He not only has a long lifespan, but also assists many heavenly gods. Even the divine dragon was given life by his predecessor after making the statue. Although Mr. Bobo's combat power is only 1030 in the official setting set, but his combat concept has touched the threshold of self-determination. The real combat effectiveness of this guy will not be 10 to the power of 30, right? Garvey speculated wildly. However, Mr. Bobo is a good teacher, there is no doubt about that. After becoming an artificial human himself, he may be able to ask Mr. Bobo to guide him about combat and cultivation. Take a walk around the interior of the temple. Soon, the three stopped in front of a quaint stone door. Is this the Spirit Time House? Before entering the Spirit Time House, there are also important things to note. Mr. Bobo, can you modify the gravity inside to be the same as on Earth? Garvey asked tentatively. Yes, please wait. After a moment, Bobo nodded gently to Garvey. Remember, you can't stay inside for more than 48 hours of real time, or the exit will disappear forever. Chapter 011. Mr. Bobo, can you please help take care of this cat for 2 days? A black cat like a briquette, following the three people all the way. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Bobo nodded. Then he reminded, after you enter the Spirit Time House, your contact with the outside world is likely to be broken. If you have any important contacts, it is best to deal with them in advance. Mr. Bobo is also very reliable. Garvey sighed in his heart. This capsule contains a communication device that can contact the Galaxy Patrol. Please place it in the square. This mobile phone left a number for the servant of the Diviner Mother-in-law. If you receive a call from them, please notify us as soon as possible. Bobo bowed. Okay, I see. After taking care of the external affairs, it is time to enter the Spirit Time House. Garvey pushed open the stone door and stepped into it without hesitation. Squint slightly, after adjusting to the light. Find yourself in a white space. Everything around is made of pure white. Nothing exists here. It seems that even the air is much thinner. A deep sense of loneliness arose. This feeling made Garvey very uncomfortable. Fortunately, on his right-hand side, Bulma was turning her head to look around. The place is so empty. That's right, the space we live in is about the size of the Earth. The temperature is between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. In this way, in order to cope with the environmental temperature difference, we have to set up the experimental site in a separate room. Bulma frowned. Yes. As for the location, choose it near the exit. Garvey wasn't very confident in his willpower or mental power. In case you get lost in the depths of space, or hallucinate or something, isn't it the end of the calf? Being able to see the exit at any time makes him feel somewhat relieved. Inside the spirit time house, food, water, and rooms are available. But the conditions are certainly not as good as those that Bulma brings in through the capsules. Bulma takes out the capsule set. Bang, bang, bang. In a moment, a dozen buildings surrounded the entrance to the spirit time house. Garvey was stunned to see it. It's a luxury suite with a bathroom with hot water in every room, where we stay. This is a separate restaurant, and in the buildings next to it, there are swimming pools, entertainment rooms, gyms, warehouses, and cold storage. By the way, that sphere building is the gravity room you mentioned. As for the most important laboratory, it is the largest hemispherical building in the middle, which is divided into 3 floors and has a parts processing plant inside. All buildings have independent energy sources and are intelligently managed. Is Doraemon changing? Garvey rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't dazzled. Okay, I'll comb through the materials related to artificial humans again. You can take advantage of the time to visit the environment. Garvey still underestimated the richest man in the world. But now is not the time to sigh. He pushed open the door to the lab. After casually glancing around, he found that the space inside was much neat and bright than he had imagined. A large number of unknown equipment and high-tech instruments are arranged in categories. It's a place where top scientists stay. Garvey walked through all the rooms on each floor. A little joy in the bottom of my heart. The artificial human project will definitely succeed. As for visiting the housing restaurant pool or something, he was not the slightest interested in the real-world threat. After knowing the experimental site, Garvey approached Bulma. Final persuasion is intended. Staring at Bulma, Garvey spoke slowly, his tone gentle but a little firm. Doctor, there is no good or bad technology, the key is whether the person who uses it is good or evil. Before Garvey could finish speaking, Bulma interrupted, I know what you're worried about, so rest assured. I believe you asked me to study this technology just to protect myself and not use it to harm anyone else. Since I promised you, I will naturally go all out. Bulma's attitude has loosened, but she still seems to have a grudge about becoming an artificial human. You know what? If we do succeed in saving the world, your dead companions will be resurrected. As soon as Garvey's voice fell, Bulma looked up. The face that has endured the passage of time, but the grace has not diminished, is full of doubts and puzzlement. Garvey, I don't understand what you mean. Those who die will not suffer the erosion of time. What they were like when they left, their bodies after they returned, they were still in the state they were in before they were alive. After hearing this, Bulma seemed to think of something and said with a smile. But they have no reason to dislike me as an old woman who saved them back, do they? Garvey slapped his forehead. How did Bulma suddenly become dull? Doctor, you're thinking wrong. What I want to say is that artificial human technology is not just about giving people access to powerful combat power and unlimited energy. It can also keep people young and have a long life. Bulma was silent and stood in place for a long time. Garvey saw a strange look in her eyes. He hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, Doctor, your partners died at least 20 years ago. If they are resurrected, although their age remains the same, their appearance will be greatly different from yours. In case these people attend your birthday party, the scene may be a little awkward at that time. How old are you? At least 55, Bulma's forehead bruised and angrily interrupted Garvey. Stop! Garvey, if you dare to deceive me, you will die. Flicking the hem of the white robe, Bulma sat down on the computer chair and picked up the research drawings of Cyborg 17. The Spirit Time House, where the sand in the huge hourglass on both sides of the entrance, flows quietly. 2 months, fleeting. Today's Bulma has fully mastered the essence of Dr. Gallo's artificial human technology. Garvey also gained a unique understanding of this technological route as he studied with Bulma. Although he contributed less, no matter how talented a scientist is, he cannot do everything himself, and he also needs the assistance of assistants. Garvey plays such a role. All the theories are in mind and all the preparations are ready. Today is the day when the two entered the cultivation warehouse and officially accepted the transformation. Garvey was ready to lie down in a remodeling bin filled with green nutrient solution. But I suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the laboratory was a little strange. Looking through the cultivation warehouse, Bulma, who was sitting on the opposite workbench, looked a little distorted. From time to time, there are strange noises that seep people. Did you say? Oops. Chapter 012. Could it be that Bulma encountered mental pollution? Although I haven't heard of a problem with the characters in Dragon Ball in the Spirit Time House, this possibility exists, and Garvey has been wary of this. When the will is weak and the mind is not focused, hallucinations or other strange behaviors occur. Garvey was relieved, quietly climbed out of the barn, and crept close to Bulma. The distance between the two grew closer, and Garvey finally saw clearly. Bulma in front of the computer screen, with a foolish smile on her face and words in her mouth. The age adjustment is once again, and it really is the last time. Oh, it's good to be younger. The eyelashes are slightly longer. The skin is a little tighter, a little bit more elastic, crunch. Here and here, the bigger ones are a little more upturned, carefully. Bypassing the cultivation chamber, Garvey silently stood behind Bulma. It turned out that she was on a 3D preview model, modifying the values of various parts of her body. Garvey, haven't you already entered the culture warehouse? Suddenly, noticing that there was an uninvited guest behind her, Bulma looked a little flustered. Garvey immediately discovered the problem. Looking at the appearance of the character pinched by Bulma's latest version on the monitor, he unconsciously had black lines on his face. This is exactly the image of Bulma's girl when she was 16 years old. Forget if the age is modified too low. The point is that some areas have also been significantly strengthened. No eyes, no eyes. Garvey covered his face. Bulma, this guy, it's just too. It's so shameful. But, in a word, nothing bad happened. He also has no position to blame the other side. Moreover, deep down in my heart, it does not seem to be very annoying. Bulma, you are enough, waste time not to say, such a random modification will only adversely affect the battle. After more than 2 months of getting along, Garvey can already call Bulma by her name quite naturally. I said, why have you been absent-minded today? It turns out that you are doing this kind of thing behind my back. Garvey is speechless as the always sane Bulma, who actually wastes time at such a time. For such a long time, he has been worried every day, racing against time to learn relevant knowledge. I am afraid that there will be not enough time, which will lead to the eventual loss of my life. Alas! Garvey sighed. Forget it. After all, it was a woman who used Dragon Ball to make a wish to remove Crow's feet, and he was somewhat mentally prepared. Although his tone was cold, he didn't actually mean to reproach Bulma. It's just a slight reminder to the other party that it's not time to relax yet. Sorry, I haven't been involved in a fight, I didn't know that such a modification would have a negative effect. Bulma wrung her fingers, her face embarrassed. I'll change it all back right away. This, no. No thanks. Garvey also casually said that he was also a fighting white. How could he know what was wrong with affecting the battle? Bulma cast a strange look. Garvey suddenly felt weak. I mean, isn't it a waste of time to change it back? It's just a shell, just keep it like this. Bulma and Garvey were in agreement, breathing a long sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, the two of them lay down in the cultivation warehouse one after the other. Slowly closing his eyes, Garvey pressed the button to close the barn door. My heart prays that when I wake up again, I can successfully obtain the powerful combat power of artificial humans. Zidu. The two figures were wrapped in thick cloaks, covering their whole bodies tightly. Have we managed to return to the world before Darpara and Zamas? The first person to speak, the voice is crisp and pleasant. There shouldn't be a problem on the timeline. Another figure gently grabbed the waist of the person next to him and flew into the air. Strange, it seems that many people are gathering to the west. I found out too. Let's go to the capsule company first and find someone to ask about the situation. To the capsule company? See Dr. Bulma again. Yes. Can. We have to hide our identities and try not to disturb their lives. Aren't you going to meet the doctor? There is already a pair of identical you and me in this world, and recognizing her will only cause trouble for others. Also, our original world has disappeared. In the hidden corner that the two did not pay attention to, a dark shadow was secretly watching. I finally found a time and space where Beerus did not exist, but I didn't expect to meet you again, and I will never forget your breath, Trunks. If it weren't for this body being too weak, you would be dead. After I capture the most perfect body, I will clean you up immediately. The black shadow gently turned the silver ring on his index finger and quietly disappeared without a trace. The clock at the entrance of the spirit time house, ticking. Every second that passes, there is a slight noise. In this silence, time seems to be infinitely amplified and endlessly extended. Garvey had an incomparably long dream. In the dream, he was pinched by Frisia in the air, and there were no bones left. He was stabbed through the waist by Sharu's tail and sucked into a dry corpse. He was strangled by Broly with both arms and vomited blood to death. Covered by Dopura saliva, it was petrified and split into several segments. Turned into biscuits by Bu and chewed into dregs. Then the nightmare gradually took on to taste. In the dream, Bulma's young and alluring faceplate. Boom! The sound of the barn door sliding in my ears. Garvey woke up suddenly. Come back and find out. A young and beautiful girl was leaning over to examine his body. Bulma is really getting younger. This feeling is like the once aging film and television goddess suddenly returning to 18, which makes Garvey sigh. Garvey, you're in good shape. The girl wore a white coat and her long aquablue hair was simply tied behind her head. Although he wears a loose coat, it is difficult to hide his proud figure. Bulma, was it successful? Garvey was slightly apprehensive. Transforming himself into an artificial human is an important part of preventing Babadai from unsealing Majin Buu. He didn't want the efforts of the two of them for so long to be in vain. The first phase of the renovation was very successful. The first stage of artificial human transformation is to upgrade all ordinary cells in the body to super cells. It allows humans to directly break through the limits of the human body and become super soldiers. Super cells not only have strong self-healing ability, but also are carriers for nanoscale energy reactors. As long as the air is absorbed through the pores, the absorbed substances can be naturally fused in the reaction furnace inside the cell, providing the human body with nearly unlimited energy. But after all, it is not infinite energy in the true sense. Even elementary school students know that matter and energy are conserved. It's just that the rate of energy generated in the cells is much greater than the degree of its consumption. This system that combines human cells is large and sophisticated, yet works methodically and automatically. No wonder Dr. Gallo was dubbed a genius by Bulma. Garvey can't wait to try the power of artificial humans. Chapter 013. How long have we been in the culture warehouse? Bulma held up a finger. Small changes to the cells took us a whole year. A year? Well, I thought it was only a dozen days. Spending a year in the spirit time house is equivalent to a day outside. The two have been in this space for a year and 2 months. In this way, there is less than a day and a half left before the start of the Babadai Martial Arts Conference. I don't know if anything major has happened in the more than a day in the outside world. What happened to Mel's, Gok, and the soothsayer mother-in-law? Is there a new crisis on Earth? Let's go outside and test our physical attributes. The two walked out of the laboratory and arrived a little further away from the entrance of the Spirit Time House. Garvey clenched his fists lightly, feeling full of strength. His arms were bruised, and he slammed into the ground with a punch. Boom! Rubble splashed everywhere, and a large hole appeared in the hard ground. But the effect of the force was mutual, and Garvey frantically shook his hand, grinning in pain. Bulma apologized, removing pain is part of the second stage of transformation, and now it's better to avoid injury. After seeing Garvey's end, Bulma simply tried the strength of her physical body, and her face showed satisfaction. You can figure out how to fly. Flying is the ultimate dream of mankind, and this is what Garvey is looking forward to. But how can you use the energy in your body to fly? Garvey concentrated, imagining himself as a bird that could soar into the sky. He felt his body getting lighter and lighter, as if gravity could no longer bind him. Oh, how did you do it? Your feet actually left the ground. Bulma's astonished voice came faintly. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted, and Garvey looked at the ground startled, and Bulma turned into a small black dot in his field of vision. How is it so high? In a panic, Garvey forgot what he felt just now, and his whole body fell rapidly. Bang! Garvey fell and ate. Rubbing his aching cheeks, he was infinitely happy in his heart. Flying turned out to be so easy. With a little practice, you can quickly master this skill. Bulma, it's easy to fly, you try it too. Just think of yourself as a breeze. Garvey smiled darkly, wanting to see Bulma embarrassed. Bulma's attempt went well. She had already learned Garvey's lesson, and after her feet were less than a meter off the ground, her body stopped rising, and she kept spinning and moving at this height. It's really simple. It turns out that this is what it feels like to fly. After practicing flying in the air for a while, the two were already in good water. Then there's the waves. For Garvey, who has not received any melee training, sending waves may be his main way to fight in the future. Bulma, let's each stay away, I'm worried that if you can't control the energy well, I will accidentally hurt you. Any attempt at this stage is very dangerous. Patiently waiting for Bulma, who was taken away, to disappear from view. Garvey was boiling with excitement. At this moment, he couldn't wait. It's even 100 times more exciting than when flying. The posture moves of the wave have long been familiar to the chest, only for the stone breaking at this moment. Steadying his horse, Garvey took a stance, and the soul of the middle two roared. Kamehame! Ha! Next move. He put his fingers straight and lightly pressed to his eyebrows. Devil through light kill cannon. One more trick. One arm raised high, palm spread flat. Chi round chop. One more trick. Stand on one foot, twist your body sideways, clasp the outside of your right palm with your left palm. Gaelic cannon. Garvey tried magic flash, Qigong cannon, ultimate flash, sun fist. Every time I try, I let out a roar. As a result, not a single wave was released. Depend on. What went wrong? Garvey lay on his back, doubting life. There was a sudden explosion in the distance, which startled Garvey. Did Bulma try successfully? I haven't even succeeded in an old two-dimensional one. Can this be tolerated? Quickly flew in the direction of Bulma. Before the grey smoke from the pit cleared, Bulma stood in front of the pit, flipping her hands incredulously. She really succeeded. Garvey was heart sour. Garvey, you roared loudly just now, but I didn't hear clearly, are you talking to me? Bulma gently smoothed her stray hair, her face puzzled. Cough, cough, cough. No, didn't shout anything, you didn't hear clearly. Garvey almost choked on his own saliva. Unexpectedly, the two were so far apart, which made Bulma notice the movement. Could it be that after becoming an artificial human, hearing will also improve? Fortunately, I didn't hear what he shouted clearly, otherwise Garvey wouldn't know how to face Bulma in the future. Immediately pulling his mind back to business, Bulma, your attempt succeeded? It's simple, it's not as dangerous as you say. Bulma looked at Garvey in confusion. It's complicated for me to think, can you teach me this simple way? Is this woman also a genius in this regard? Garvey was not convinced, but had to admit that he had lost to Bulma. Firing energy waves requires mobilizing cells throughout the body to guide the gathered energy according to the tendons and veins in the body. You first sense the energy circulating around the cells and consciously gather them. Bulma's words woke Garvey up. Unlike flight, the emission of air bomb light waves requires the use of the circulatory system in the body to do so. It seems that his understanding of artificial humans is still only superficial. According to Bulma's method, Garvey's palm quickly condensed a ball of light the size of an egg. After the thrown ball of light hit the ground, a small pit was blown up. Although it succeeded, Garvey couldn't get excited. He still needs to explore further and strive to familiarize himself with the artificial human body before leaving the spirit time house. However, at present, the second stage of transformation has not been completed, and it is not yet possible to devote himself to cultivation. The second phase of renovation included controversial features such as shielding pain, adding emergency stop devices, and planting bombs, and Bulma arranged it for this stage. It is worth saying that the chi of artificial humans cannot be sensed by others. The reason is that the cells of artificial humans can automatically and perfectly shield the energy leaked from the body. It's good for Garvey to not have to work hard to learn how to hide his breath. Garvey, I think the second stage of transformation will make us less and less human, and they are all unnecessary changes. This issue has been discussed many times, but Garvey has his own considerations. The evil demon mentor Babadai, who has the magic to control people's hearts, is also one of his most distinctive abilities. As long as there is a trace of evil thoughts in his heart, he will be taken advantage of by that guy's magic and erode his mind. Buridapura, Vegeta, and others are obviously far superior in strength to Babadai, but they are still enslaved by their control. Garvey had to watch out for this. Chapter 014. As a traverser, Garvey cannot be as innocent as the Sun family for 3 generations. The threat to him posed by Babadai's control magic was far higher and more dangerous than that of Dapura. As long as that guy hides in the shadows, he can magnify the darkness in people's hearts infinitely, and then enslave the other party. This trick is impossible to prevent, which gives Garvey the most headache. That's why he planned for Bulma to install an emergency stop device and a bomb in his body, just in case. Bulma, there is no need to shield the pain sense, I need pain feedback to feel the physical state when fighting. Bulma nodded slightly, her eyes full of worry, but Babadai's control magic is defenseless, we can't be careless, the remaining 2 changes are the sacrifices necessary to defeat him. If you insist, I will make these changes. I believe that after the crisis is lifted, I can disarm these 2 devices again. Bulma agreed with an unusually solemn expression. The 2 immediately began preparations for the second phase of the renovation. For Garvey, as long as the transformation is not completed, he cannot completely calm down and cultivate. The process of placing a bomb in the body is very simple. As long as a miniature bomb is implanted in the fatal part, it can kill you instantly after detonation. Of course, detonating the bomb requires a special remote control made by Bulma. And in order to prevent accidental triggers, there are multiple insurances such as proofreading fingerprints and blood testing. As for the emergency stop device, this remote control is also needed to trigger it. The day the renovation began. After helping Garvey close the renovation warehouse, Bulma also lay down in the opposite barn. Garvey, how can I watch my partner go into battle alone? Bulma winked at him. In the bottom of her heart, Bulma no longer wanted to watch her companion die in front of her. This time, she will also participate in the battle. Garvey was a little speechless. In his original plan, Bulma did not have to fight, but only acted as a supporter. Fooling her into becoming an artificial human is also to enhance her self-preservation power. When Garvey is not by her side, she will not be bullied by random cats and dogs. He never thought of two people rushing up and toughening Dopura. Even if it is two artificial people, the strength is not enough to see in front of the king of the demon world. It is wisest to deal with Babadai and his gang, lurk secretly, and then sneak attack and kill the mastermind. As soon as Babadai dies, Majin Bu will not appear. Dopura, who has gained his free body, will not necessarily destroy the earth or hunt him down. Moreover, Gaku Vegeta and the others in the netherworld are estimated to be much stronger than Dopura. When the time comes, resurrect one of them and you will destroy it. Therefore, the position Garvey arranged for Bulma has always been a safe rear. The emergency stop device and the miniature bomb were also planned to be used only to modify himself. Now, I don't know which tendon Bulma made a mistake, and actually entered the transformation warehouse with him. The anesthetic fluid is injected into the body, and Garvey gradually loses consciousness. Inside the capsule company, the two parties are facing each other. The atmosphere is tense. How did you bandits break into my house? What have you done to everyone in my family? On the weak side, someone is eager to roar. There were only two of them, and the young man who spoke was a strong figure with a red scarf covering his face. His companion was petite, with long black and straight hair, and at first glance he was a woman, and his face was also covered. The party with many powerful people walked out of a leader-like person with an arrogant attitude. Where did the stunned blue who came out dare to covet the territory that Uncle Ben fancy? The younger brothers around the leader echoed. Stinky boy, you don't even know where this place is, do you? Tell you, this is the home of the richest man in the world before, what did you just say? He said that this is his home, and he really dares to brag, ha ha ha. There are a lot of good things in this, but it's not your turn to get involved. Hurry up and get out of here, or I'll shoot you. Several of the subordinates around the leader spoke very harshly, and the more they spoke, the more difficult they became. As soon as the words of several people fell, they heard a chuckle. With this chuckle, the youth who confronted them moved. He neither walked nor ran, but like teleportation, disappeared in front of the leader in a blink of an eye. The leader did not have time to speak, and the muffled sound of objects falling to the ground in his ears came one after another. He reacted badly instantly, and the pistol was pointed directly at the body of the opponent's companion. How can people who mix with the end times not understand that they have touched hard stubble? The boss's response is also sophisticated enough to show ruthlessness. You're fast, but my bullets are faster. If you don't want this lady to be killed, quickly kneel down and surrender. The leader wiped the cold sweat oozing from his forehead with his other hand, and threatened fiercely. Swoosh! The next moment, he was dumbfounded, and then dumbfounded. His wrist hurt so badly that his gun fell into the hands of the other party at an unknown time. Then it was rubbed into slag little by the young man's single palm. The firearm was destroyed by the opponent's bare hands? Is this guy still human? Looking around, all his younger brothers fell to the ground, their lives and deaths unknown. Rao! Spare your life! When we first arrived, there was really no one here. The leader's legs and feet were weak, and he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Are you a native of Zidu? The young man restrained his anxiety and asked indifferently. The leader does not know the origin of the youth, but seeing the chest of the younger brothers that are still heaving, he can be sure that he is not a bad person. If it's a bad guy, he has already slaughtered these people just now. Yes, I originally lived in a nearby shelter. It was only because a large number of outsiders poured into the western capital and snatched our territory that they came out to find a new base. Please let me go. I will never set foot here again for half a step, I swear. Everything we find inside, too, is dedicated to you. The young man's tone was calm, and there was no joy or anger on the surface. What happened to the people who originally lived here? Wronged. When we came here, we found that there was no one, not even a single piece of supplies. The leader cried, if it weren't for the fact that the environment inside hadn't been destroyed. I suspect that this place would have been ransacked by others. There is no trace of destruction, can it be said? Did they move away? They. Young man flew over the capsule company with the leader's terrified expression. The young man took a closer look and found that the situation here was indeed as the leader said. However, his observations were a little more detailed than the leader, and he found many signs that the area had recently been inhabited. If they were moving, then it wasn't long to leave. But where exactly did they go? Chapter 015. It stands to reason that with Trunks protecting Bulma, the two can live here comfortably all the time, and there is no need to move away. Could it be that there is a crisis on Earth, and they have a reason to leave home? Thinking of this, the young man's brows frowned slightly. Ugh! The youth reappeared in front of the leader. Seeing the young man's expression, the leader lowered his head in horror, and this time his legs were softer, and he simply lay on the ground. Is there a terrible monster on Earth again? Yes, that's right. The leader trembled his lips, not knowing where to start. That monster is called Babadai? Or Dopura? Yes, yes, yes. That's it. You must have seen it that day, right? The leader vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. What do you see? A hint of worry flashed across the young man's face, as if he had arrived a little late and missed some important information. And the time point when Babadai and Hadapura appeared was much earlier than his time and space. See? That guy named Babadai said that he would hold a martial arts conference, threaten all mankind to participate, and then said that he would destroy the earth. They. Leader explained while peeking at the young man, and his heart became more and more apprehensive. Hearing this, the young man's brows furrowed. Not only did the time of appearance advance, but the Babadai of this time and space also acted differently than he remembered. However, holding a martial arts meeting is indeed a way to seize the energy needed to unseal Bu in one fell swoop. This guy's scheme must not be allowed to succeed. With his current strength, it is enough to defeat Dopura. As long as these two monsters appear, he has the confidence to kill them with his strength. Next, the young man asked the time and place of the martial arts meeting, and then let the leader and his group leave. Seeing her companion's brows deeply locked, the long-haired woman was worried. Trunks, shall we contact Lord Realm King God immediately and tell him what happened on Earth? The youth is the future Trunks who has experienced the Sharu game and Zama's Human Zero project. His companion is the dance of the only two survivors in his time and space. The two lost the world they belonged to after experiencing the Zama's incident together. The two who were supposed to settle in the main time and space were stimulated by the unknown Nobi-Han. Decide to return to life in the world before the appearance of Dopura and Zama's in the future. Now thinking of Gohan's eldest brother's words, Trunks' heart was still tingling slightly. With Trunks in the future world, it must be very anti. If I have the opportunity, I would like to see the world where peace has been restored because of Trunks. I really want to meet the future Aunt Bulma then. Every word of Brother Gohan is like a sharp knife, stabbing into his broken heart. Although the speaker has no intention, Trunks still wants to use his own power to open up a peaceful world in the future. Brother Gohan, this time, I won't let you down. In Trunks' mind, the majestic back of a one-armed man came to mind. Xiao Wu, Lord Realm King God has been paying attention to Babadai, and at the critical moment, he will definitely appear. Besides, we don't have a way to contact him now. Let's go find my mother and the whereabouts of the other me first. Trunks had a hint of bitterness on his face. Spirit Time House. The two figures overlapped, and in the overlapping light and shadow, there was a rumbling sound. Boom! The two figures separated after a fierce collision. Bulma, eat my one-move Prince battle method. Garvey alternately pushes flat with both palms, and the speed is dizzyingly fast. Ah! Abominable! Here's the trick again. In the midst of the smoke, Bulma's angry voice was heard. Throw in the towel. Once you are pulled away by me, you will be exhausted by my endless energy bombs. Garvey was triumphant. In terms of combat talent, I really have read the Dragon Ball script and I am better. A genius like Bulma can only become a defeated subordinate under him. Have you forgotten that I have the same energy as you? Moreover, I have learned all your moves. Bulma snorted coldly and used the same tactics as Garvey. The two sides started a big war against Poland, and neither could help the other. The artificial human body is also too long-lasting. If it goes on like this, it is no problem for the two to fight fiercely for a few days. The body will not get tired, but people will have visual fatigue. Just when Garvey relaxed slightly, the number of opponents' air bombs actually increased suddenly, and a round of explosions was played. His pupil shrank. Bulma actually saved his mind like him, and paid him back with the tricks Garvey was going to use. Bang bang! Countless air bombs hit the air shield that surrounded Garvey, emitting a deafening explosion. Ha! Just when Garvey was stunned, Bulma shouted, rushed out of the dust mist raised by the gas bomb, and slammed his fist on Garvey's air mask. The air shield shattered, and Garvey pulled back. He fired 2 gas bombs to force Bulma back. There are 2 strokes, I won't leave my hand this time. Garvey sighed admiringly and landed on the ground to take a stance. Kamehameha! Even if Bulma tried her best to send out gas bomb interference, it could not prevent the release of Turtle Kigong. A thick light blue energy beam pushed out from Garvey's palms. Shield! Seeing that the situation was not good, Bulma immediately held up the spherical air shield. Boom! The entire space was dim, and the violent energy wave seemed to be the only source of light. Bulma struggled with the shock wave for a minute before calling a halt. Don't fight, don't fight! Garvey immediately stopped and smiled. How? This time it still counts as a tie? Of course. Our battle record is still 10 wins and 10 draws. Bulma's unconvinced voice came. The maximum energy output power of the two bodies is the same, and there is almost no difference in attack strength. At the same time, this value is much lower than the energy regeneration rate, which can be counted as having unlimited energy. It stands to reason that in this case, no matter how long the battle is, it is impossible to distinguish between superior and inferior. But Garvey is an old Dragon Ball fan. Whether it's groping for moves, or creating tactics, it's all about taking the lead. If this can't beat Bulma, it's really not plausible. The point is that every time Bulma sees a loss, she stops the game. The reasons were so strong that Garvey couldn't argue with it. When watching Dragon Ball before, Garvey vaguely found something unreasonable. That is, the costumes of all the characters in it are surprisingly good, and no matter how you fight, it is difficult to break. As a result, the bug is now fixed. Garvey's own clothes had long been turned into ashes in the first battle between the two. The one he is wearing now is still the one that Bulma found for him, but it is also the clothes after changing many times. Bulma's situation is much worse than Garvey's. It certainly doesn't matter if he is shirtless, but not Bulma. The final result of the battle between the two sides is not that the people cannot hold on, but that the other party's clothes cannot hold up first. Garvey had to cover his face every time and shout that he didn't look at it. Bulma took full advantage of the loophole to force Garvey to acknowledge a draw. This is also the key reason why the two have not been able to distinguish the victory and defeat. Chapter 016. The second part of the transformation has already been completed, and Garvey and Bulma have been adapting to their physical strength in actual combat for the past month. Garvey found that as he learned more about the body, his energy elastic power skyrocketed. The flesh also seemed to be a little strange, and muscle lines appeared on the body. Although it is not as explosive as Goku and Vegeta, it also makes him a lot more powerful. This discovery made him happy. he always thought that after becoming an artificial human, he would not be able to improve his strength through cultivation. And this is clearly an outdated stereotype. On the eve of the main Spacetime Cosmic Power Conference, number 17 mentioned that his strength had been improved because of the training with the little Sharu, and successfully survived to the end of the competition, making a significant contribution. The key is that if he does not have the strength of the corresponding level, I am afraid that he will be cleaned up by other masters as miscellaneous fish. On Garvey's side, just a period of training made him sure that his strength had improved. He felt that the artificial human body was amazing, and there was still a lot to study. What's even more amazing is that when he and Bulma face each other, it is obvious that the battle on both sides will be more intense than the previous one. Bulma's explanation is that as the artificial human power adapts, or the body becomes stronger, the output of energy will also increase. She also made a point. The maximum output power will increase due to the growth of the strength of the two, and eventually the energy recovery speed cannot keep up, thus breaking the current state of pseudo-infinite energy. It's too early to worry about that, though. The cultivation of the two has just begun, and there is still a long way to go to cultivate to the limit of this body. Garvey guessed that at least he would have to reach the level of Lightning Shalu's strength before he could usher in a situation where the speed of energy recovery could not keep up. Even so, Garvey is satisfied enough with the strength of the android. After all, at that time, he couldn't really just use the extremely energy-consuming method of sending waves to waves. Melee combat training must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Garvey, bring me a dress. Bulma's request interrupted his thoughts. Garvey didn't bother to run the house again, so he simply took off his white shirt and threw it far away to Bulma. Although the two were sleeping most of the time, they were together for nearly 2 years. The courtesy and familiarity of the first meeting are long gone. It is not clear whether there is a super friendship between them, but the revolutionary friendship is real. Borrowing clothes to wear such a trifle is not worth mentioning at all. The Bulma model who changed her clothes came. Men's shirts are wide enough to cover important parts, but they can't hide the curves of the bumps, let alone the frequency of the full beating. It's all to blame that Bulma reinforced some features of her face before, causing her to now make Garvey dizzy with every step she takes. The shirt is already thin, and the rounded silhouette behind the fabric can be faintly seen, and the red grapes that are slightly prominent. Coupled with the gap between the buttons, there is a faint crystal whiteness. Garvey immediately covered his face and shouted that he didn't look. This style, this temperament. It is an absolute contrast to the serious and steady white coat at work on weekdays. Didn't look. It's so blind. When Bulma passed by Garvey's side, she was embarrassed. Garvey, your fingers are big enough to fit the entire galaxy. After Bulma finished speaking, she walked directly back to the house, leaving Garvey alone in a daze on the spot. Galaxy. It would be great if Myers could guide himself in his practice. Raise your hand to wipe away the nosebleeds that came out at an unknown time. Garvey suppressed his inner urge and tried not to think about the blood-pumping images. There is less than a month left in the Spirit Time House. For him, it took almost 2 years to travel into this world. 2 years have passed really fast. Garvey sighed, and at the same time felt a slight weakness in his heart. Even if he becomes an artificial human and his strength has made a qualitative leap, he is simply not enough to see in front of the villains in the Dragon Ball world. As things stand, Dapra is like a mountain in front of him, insurmountable. Not to mention enemies of the magnitude of Broly and Moro. He doesn't know how strong the old version of Broly is now, but Mallow is really difficult. In the original work, Moro was forcibly sacrificed by his Mels to seal the most critical skill, only to be defeated by Wukong, who absorbed the complete divine power of the Great Realm King God in a perfect and free state of extreme skill. Garvey's current strength is estimated to be similar to Trunks, who traveled through time and space for the first time, exceeding the appearance of an intermediate level. Between the perfect and free extreme effort, I don't know how many grades there is a difference. After all, Malou is too many versions ahead of him. Garvey doesn't plan to stay in the Spirit Time House any longer. Although the current growth rate is gratifying, he has also successfully mastered a number of wave moves such as Turtle Sect Qigong, Magic Guang Guang Killing Cannon, and Qi Yuan Slash. However, it is still limited by the lack of time for practice. It is too unrealistic to want to catch up with Dapla in such a short time. Even Wukong and the others, from Super 1 cultivation to Super 2, it took several life and death battles and years of hard practice to usher in a breakthrough. Coupled with no one to guide him, Garvey struggled to improve his melee skills. If you want to defeat Dopura head-on, unless you can directly weaken his combat effectiveness. Weaken combat effectiveness. Garvey had an idea in his head and seemed to have found an idea. But what method should be used to reduce the strength of the other party? In the history of Dragon Ball, it seems that there have been a few occasions when the opponent's combat effectiveness has been weakened. It was a matter of reducing his own combat effectiveness, Garvey had an impression. The most impressive thing is that when counting in Namek, Kainu and Goku exchanged bodies in the battle. At that time, Kainu's combat power reached 120,000, but it was no match for Wukong, whose combat power reached 180,000 in the state of the King of the Realm. After inflicting himself on self-harm, he uses the exchange skill to swap bodies with Goku. As a result, the combat effectiveness fell off a cliff to 20,000. Of course, there are reasons why Kainu can't cast the Realm King Fist, but more is that he doesn't adapt to Goku's body. This made him unable to exert his physical strength. Later, when Kainu wanted to exchange with Vegeta, the skill hit the Namex frog thrown by Goku and exchanged bodies with the frog. On the eve of the destruction of Namex, Polenga teleports everyone except Goku and Frieza to Earth, including Kainu. Since then, he has been living on Earth as an alien frog. In the Frieza chapter of Dragon Ball Super Resurrection, with the return of the Cosmic Emperor, Kainu swapped bodies with Tagma and became stronger. After crying to Frieza about his tragic experience, he also showed Frieza the newly developed pre-war pose. In the end, Kainu was killed by Vegeta, achieving 5 kills that the other party had been many years overdue. I don't know if Kainu, who is weak and pitiful and helpless in this world, is still alive? If he can take Dapla's body, he may be able to easily solve this tricky king of the demon world. Chapter 017. At dinner time, Garvey and Bulma sat opposite each other, each eating Bulma's treasured delicacies. Garvey, when I have free time recently, I will ponder the principle of the composition of this magical space, but I need to go to the outside to study it for a while. But this is not an area that I am familiar with, and at most I can only make some improvements on the original basis. Garvey nodded slightly, he was already satisfied with what Bulma had done and wouldn't force too much. Well, I'll talk about that later. Going to the outside world to study the spiritual time house is not something that can achieve results in a moment. Now there is less than half a day left before the start of Babadai's martial arts conference. With such a little time, if you want to improve the spirit time house, it is indeed a bit fanciful. By the way, the research and development of the combat suit, your set has been completed. Although our bodies are strong, our existing clothes are difficult to resist the impact of the battle, and every time we train together, we are very embarrassed. Bulma opened a box on the table. The appearance of the battle uniform follows the old style of the Frisia Legion, without shoulder pads and bezels on the sides of the thighs, and only retains the armor on the torso. The inner lining is a black tights with a pair of gloves and combat boots. The excellent malleability and defense of this outfit are no longer important in the eyes of the two. But the reason for its development, as Bulma says, is that ordinary clothes are too easily damaged without use. You can't let the two of you risk bursting clothes at any time during the battle. Garvey was a little curious why Bulma didn't do it for herself first. However, after thinking about it, I also understand that there are ready-made templates available for men's combat uniforms, but the design of women's combat uniforms requires more thought. Bulma, do you know Captain Kainu? He was a blue frog at the time. Garvey wanted to find out about Kainu, and he was curious about the answer to that question. In the original manga of the Namex chapter, Bulma actually does not meet Kainu. However, in the original anime, Toei forcibly added the bridge where Bulma was exchanged by Kainu for the sake of water duration. When Kainu was defeated by Vegeta and wanted to exchange bodies with Vegeta, the skill beam hit the Namex frog thrown by Goku. Under Goku's intercession, he escaped with his life at Vegeta's hands. Later, after exchanging bodies with the frog of Namekex, Kainu met Bulma. Bulma thought the frog was intelligent and spiritual, and seemed to want to express something, so she made an animal language translation device for it. As a result, after the frog put on the device, the first words spoken through the translator turned out to be a spell for exchanging souls. Kainu then took Bulma's body. Fortunately, Gohan is witty and discovers the true identity of the enemy on the battlefield. When Kainu wants to swap with the more powerful bike, he throws Bulma the frog into the path of the exchange beam. The bodies of the two were changed back. Kainu? That abominable blue frog is called Kainu. Bulma's face was ugly, as if she remembered a bad memory. Garvey couldn't help it. Bulma in front of me really has such a black history that cannot be looked back on. But if Bulma had this experience, things would be much easier. Eliminates the need for Garvey to introduce Kainu's special abilities. This frog came to live on Earth after the Battle of Namex. This scoundrel actually came to Earth? Did he continue to do evil again? Bulma didn't understand what Garvey meant. I don't know if you did evil or not, but if you want to defeat Doppura, you may need to use his magical ability. Garvey tells Bulma about how unfamiliarity with the new body will lead to a decrease in combat power after swapping bodies. You want that frog to take Doppura's body? Bulma immediately guessed Garvey's intentions. That's right. Now the question is, can you make a device like a frog attractor that will help me find Kainu? The Earth is so big, where to find the frog that Kainu turned into? As a weak frog, the probability of surviving in the end times is also very low, right? I can't get it to be grilled by survivors who lack food and clothing. After all, the recipes of the apocalyptic people are much richer than in peacetime. Thinking of this, Garvey was a little hopeless. Bulma pondered for a long time and spoke. It's not difficult to make attractors for the corresponding creatures, but the number of devices required to disperse them around the world is staggering. With the two of us, it will definitely not be produced in a short time. But I may be able to search the world for his whereabouts through my computer. Worthy of Bulma, I thought of a way so quickly. Garvey looked at the woman in front of him appreciatively, searching on the computer. What is your way? Garvey, you forgot? We can post a bounty on the Survivor Forum, as long as the reward is higher, someone will definitely find it for us. Bulma reminded with her arms folded around her chest. Wait, what are the characteristics of alien frogs? Garvey rubbed his temples hard to remember, as if grasping the key. I can't forget what that guy looked like. Blue skin, red eyes, a pair of antennae on the head, and a little larger than the normal frog on Earth. Bulma gritted her teeth hatefully, and the past could not be looked back on. Wait, I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Garvey pondered bitterly, and then slapped his thigh. Someone has already hung him on the forum for sale. Really? Bulma was thrilled. Garvey finally remembered. When the capsule company borrowed Bulma's computer to surf the internet, he saw a post selling blue-skinned bullfrogs. Out of curiosity, he also clicked in to take a look at the picture. At that time, his mind was full of protagonists such as the resurrection of Goku, intending to rely on them to solve the crisis he faced. I didn't associate that chic-looking little thing with Kainu, but only as a gimmick thrown by unscrupulous merchants selling goods. But now, 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Wrong. 2 days have passed since the outside world. But the situation is not optimistic. If Kainu will really be slaughtered and eaten by the people who caught him during this period, it will be all over at that time. That's right. I have to go find it right away, it could be life-threatening. Garvey immediately changed into the combat uniform that Bulma had prepared for him. Wait, let's go together. Bulma immediately got up. No, Bulma, you stay here, I need you to make a device that can translate animal languages. And continue the research and development of combat suits, and when you finish this, come out and join me. Bulma's face was full of worry, but Garvey, I can't worry about you. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Garvey picked up the computer on the table, went to the room where the food was stored to get some supplies, and left the Spirit Time house. Seeing this, Bulma could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 018. Spirit Time outside the house. Garvey immediately used his computer to log into the forum and found the post selling the blue-skinned bullfrog. The post is still there, and the accompanying picture also allows him to confirm at a glance that it is the frog of Namex. The pair of tentacles on the forehead is memorable. When he turned to the bottom of the post, he saw the news that the deal had been concluded. Kainu has been traded. Garvey's pupil shrinkage. After checking the address entered in the buyer's message, he immediately rushed out of the temple. Without saying hello to Mr. Bobo, Garvey rushed to the edge of the square and jumped straight towards the western capital. I looked up at the sky, and it was pitch black. Garvey remembers well that by noon tomorrow, it will be time for the Babadai martial arts meeting to begin. He desperately needs to get to Kanai's location and rescue it. Because the man who bought Kanai said he was going to dissect this unique blue bullfrog. Now half a day has passed since the time when Kainu was traded. It is quite possible to miss the best time to save him. Kainu, you have to hold on. Garvey secretly cheered for Kainu from the bottom of his heart. The sky was gloomy, and there was not a single moonlight in sight. The sound of the wind breaking through the air hunted, and Garvey used all his strength to fly all the way forward. After nearly 20 minutes of flight, he finally arrived in Zidu. Boom! On the hard city road, a big hole was smashed. Landing on a street, Garvey began looking for road signs to confirm the location. After taking out the paper map of Zidu from his arms and opening it, after determining his location, he immediately flew towards the target location. His whole person left a series of afterimages between the streets of the city, rushing through countless block intersections like lightning. The sound of the air crackling did not explode until he disappeared without a trace, and countless glasses shattered and splashed in the frenzied air current. Fortunately, there were no pedestrians on the dead city road, and although his speed was terrifying, there was not a single accident. Since becoming an artificial human, Garvey's reaction speed and dynamic vision have already undergone qualitative changes, becoming a state that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Flying at supersonic speeds through obstacle-filled urban ruins is not at all an intractable speed for him. Garvey's wave of air as he traveled emitted the roar of a giant beast, which spread through the streets. Many survivors hiding underground heard the movement and returned to the surface curiously, staring in amazement at the ruined scene in the vicinity like after a tornado. Such a huge movement shocked many people to the point of short-circuiting their brains, and then remembered the two demons who had almost destroyed the world. A minute later, Garvey slowed down abruptly and stopped outside a residential area. It should be around here. However, just after taking 2 steps, Garvey suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stopped abruptly and looked around warily. The twilight streets were quiet, without any figures, only a few occasional whistles. Who is it? Don't hide your head and show your tail, come out quickly. Garvey snorted coldly, his eyes as sharp as blades. He hadn't mastered the method of detecting his opponent through his breath, so he could only look around carefully. Oh, I didn't expect me to hide so secretly, but I was still discovered by you, Earthling. A laughter came. Garvey's brows furrowed, this man's voice. This person. How is this possible? His heart shook wildly, and some kind of terrible guess suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that this person is North, extremely cold land, wind and snow? In the boundless snow white, the ruins of a tall tower look particularly eerie. The area is uninhabited, but under the ruins of Masruda, a huge base has been established. Inside the base, busy people wearing red double R armbands can be seen everywhere. This is the secret base of the Red Ribbon Legion. It was founded by the orphan of the former Legion commander and the current Legion commander-in-chief, Mazida. In a luxurious office, a man with black hair sits behind his desk. The man has a beard on his upper lip and is dressed in a purple-red suit. He is Mazida, the supreme leader of the Red Ribbon Legion. Although the upper body sits upright, the two small short legs hang in the air, dangling. At the moment, he was browsing the files on his computer, and his eyebrows were heavy. This world is finally back in our hands. A smile appeared at the corner of Mazida's mouth, and her eyes were full of confidence and expectation. "My lord, your coffee is ready." There was a sudden knock at the office door. "Please come in." The office door opened and a man with glasses walked in. He was slender and wore a bright red suit with a pair of red casual leather shoes. "Kamain, how many times have I said that I don't like coffee? Bring me a cup of tea." Mazida glanced up at the other party, and her tone was slightly impatient. "Have you forgotten, my lord?" The man with glasses shrugged his shoulders, put the coffee on the desk, and his face was calm. "In exchange for those snacks, our tea leaves are also consumed." Mazida frowned. "Forget it, after Sharu Max is developed and helps us conquer the world, we can get everything we want." Immediately, he showed a hint of anger. If it weren't for the gang of the capsule company Bulma who ransacked Dr. Gallo's secret research institute, our Red Ribbon Legion would have become the world master by relying on the ultimate creature of Sharu. Mazida picked up the coffee cup and took a sip, her expression becoming extremely solemn. What he couldn't figure out was that after Bulma and his gang seized the ultimate biological weapon like Shalu from the research institute, they didn't move at all. The other party can obviously use Shalu to make the whole world submit to her. He didn't believe that the Tang Tang Capsule Company would have no ambition at all. Could it be that she has not been able to control Shalu smoothly so far? "Please come with Dr. Hyde." Mazida jumped out of her office chair and paced with her hands down. "Wait a minute." The spectacled man elegantly pulled out a remote control from the suit lining and tapped it twice. Standing silently on the side, he couldn't help but glance at the puff of hair that flowed behind his desk. Mazida appeared from behind the table and paced to the floor-to-ceiling window. He stepped onto a low bench and took in the entire underground base. The underground base is vast and fully equipped. There are even a large number of military weapons such as fighter jets, mechs, and combat vehicles parked. His gaze fell on a huge spherical cultivation chamber. Inside, a tall humanoid monster was wrapped in a hard shell with a speckled surface. The shell outlines the tough muscle lines, giving it a certain human body aesthetic. It has a pair of sharp wings on its back and a pendulum-shaped end of its long tail. The monster's eyes were closed and it seemed to fall into a deep sleep. "What a perfect creation!" Mazida sighed in a low voice. Chapter 019. "Sir, Dr. Hyde has arrived," the man with glasses reminded in a deep voice. The office walked into a small fat man, wearing a white robe and a tight hood on his head, and his whole body was tightly wrapped, even his hands. Only half of the face is exposed. He always had a confident smile on his round face, and he looked very kind. He was a scientist and the son of Dr. Gallo's late second son, and Gallo's grandson. Mazida jumped on her office chair before Hyde could enter. He straightened his posture. "Dr. Hyde, when will Sharu Max be finished?" "It's hard to say, it will take a lot of time to perfect him." Hyde held his chin with one hand. "Didn't you say it's almost done?" Mazida frowned. "All that is done is his flesh. If all you need is a sane monster who only knows how to destroy and kill, his current power is sure to surprise you. But if you want to completely manipulate him, you need to invest more resources in the development of mind control devices." Hyde folded his arms around his chest, sat down on the reception sofa, picked up the sandwich biscuits on the coffee table and took a bite. Sharu is the culmination of your grandfather's life's research and is the greatest work. There is no doubt that Sharu is powerful, and you must understand that. Mazida snorted coldly, obviously not satisfied with Hyde's attitude. This important research result was stolen by Dr. Bulma of the Capsule Company, which is a major event that plunges the whole world into crisis. We developed the stronger Salumax to deal with this crisis. Even if you say so, I can't speed things up. Moreover, against that ordinary Sharu, it is enough to have my Gamma artificial human. Hyde spread out his hands, asked the glasses man for a glass of milk, and said with regret on his face, "Alas, what a pity! The 2 androids of your Red Ribbon Legion who got out of control disappeared, depriving my Gamma of a chance to show off his skills." Mazida took a sip of the coffee in the cup, and his tone was not good. "If you hadn't spent your energy on those 2 Gamma artificial humans, maybe Shulyu-Max would have been completed long ago. Salu grows little by fusing different cells, which takes a long time." Hyde explained patiently, and then smiled confidently again. "It's not so much that I wasted energy, but that I made full use of my free time to develop Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Enough. I don't care. I just want to activate Sharu Max." Mazida roared angrily. He now didn't care about etiquette. "Otherwise, I will revoke all your R&D resources. I know you're in a hurry, but isn't there a chance tomorrow to prove the strength of the Gamma android?" Hyde shrugged and took a sip of milk, still with a confident expression. "Maybe after they show their true strength, you won't be so obsessed with Sharu. That Babadai martial arts conference is indeed very interesting." Mazida calmed down slightly, her eyes narrowed slightly. "In this way, we should send Shulyu-Max to participate in the competition, show our power to the world, and announce the return of our Red Ribbon Legion. I'm sorry, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 have already set off to compete." Hyde soaked the biscuit in the milk and stirred, comforting the other party with a relaxed face. "Don't worry, they all have the logo of the Red Ribbon Legion on their armbands, and they can also boast of your strength." Zidu. In the dimly lit residential area, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out. The 2 figures were shrouded in black robes, unable to see their true faces, and could only vaguely distinguish the silhouettes. "Who are you?" Garvey asked warily. The other party's strength does not seem to be weak, and he can vaguely feel a sense of oppression from the 2. "Your costume is a little familiar. Are you from the Frisia Legion?" "They." Tall figure spoke, his voice low and hoarse. And when he spoke, he also directly attacked Garvey. His movements were as fast as lightning and thunder, and he approached Garvey's side almost in the blink of an eye, and stretched out his right arm to grab his chest. Garvey's face changed slightly, and he quickly dodged sideways. However, the other party's shot was extremely sophisticated, and he instantly increased his speed to the extreme. Just when Garvey thought he would dodge, the opponent's left hand suddenly reached out and buckled directly on his shoulder. Garvey snorted, and a sharp pain suddenly came from the grabbed left shoulder, and the strong force almost crushed his shoulder. He immediately urged the protective shield with all his strength and flicked the huge palm that clasped his shoulder away. Garvey fired a gas bomb at the ground, kicking up a fog of dust and taking the opportunity to distance himself from his opponent. "I didn't expect that my first battle in the true sense would come so suddenly." At the moment, Garvey's mind is spinning. Is it fighting? Or escape? Who is this tall figure? How do you guys know the Frisia Legion's costume? Garvey secretly gathered strength, and in his first actual battle, he didn't want to flee without even understanding the strength of his opponent. "You answer my question first, and I will answer you." The tall figure that caused Garvey's shoulder injury spoke in a deep voice. This time, the other party stood still and did not mean to directly move. After hearing this, Garvey pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, "My name is Garvey, and I am a warrior recruited by the Frisia Legion on Earth." "Oh? Mr. Garvey, May I ask what corps are you affiliated with? And who is your corps commander? What planet is the station on? They. Little man's voice was gloomy and with a hint of magic. I am a subordinate of the Chief of Staff of Solbay in the Third Domain, and my current station is on Earth, and I have been ordered to go to this planet to find a way to resurrect Lord Frisia and Lord Kurd. For some reason, Garvey suddenly felt extremely dangerous in his heart, but he remained calm. After listening to Garvey's words, the little man fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, he spoke again, in that case. Saying this, he suddenly raised his head, and a cruel smile was outlined at the corner of his purple mouth. If you deceive me, you can only die at my hands. Zhao! The little man let out a loud shout, and then rushed towards Garvey with a thunderous momentum. Garvey's eyes fused, his toes slammed into the ground, and he flew out more than 10 meters upside down with the help of the reaction force, which was able to dodge the small man's fierce attack. But as if the other party had expected him to make a move, his body instantly turned into a black shadow, chased after him, and blasted out with a fierce punch. Garvey hurriedly resisted, and a sharp pain instantly came from his right arm, and the whole arm seemed to explode. This guy's strength is equally terrifyingly strong. Garvey's face was a little pale, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and seeing the other party approaching again, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. At this moment, the little man suddenly stopped the attack and looked at Garvey with slightly squinted eyes. Hee, Mr. Garvey, can you tell the truth now? I'm telling the truth. Chapter 020. Ha, ha. The small figure stepped forward 2 steps. Mr. Garvey, you still don't know the current situation of the Frisia Legion, do you? Garvey really doesn't understand the current situation of the Frisia Legion. But I couldn't figure out what went wrong, and my lie was instantly punctured. The first time he heard the little man's demonic laughter, he vaguely guessed who the other party was. And after a brief exchange between the two sides, his identity was confirmed: Frisia. The fact that Frisia was still alive had already surprised Garvey. Unexpectedly, even his father Kurdish is still alive. How can this not be scary? And the strength of the two is so terrifying. In Garvey's cognition, the strength of artificial humans is enough to beat the father and son in front of him. However, this is not the case. Judging from the speed of movement and punching power when they attack, they have steadily overwhelmed Garvey's head. These two guys can't have been practicing hard for a while, right? In any case, he is not a match for these two at the moment. Frisia and Kurd, aren't you dead? Why is it still here? Garvey's voice was extremely calm, and there was not the slightest hint of panic in his tone. Oh, you really recognized our identity, that's why you used that reason to deceive our trust. Of course, we are still alive thanks to the Monkey King, and the mercy of this hateful scion is simply disgusting. Frisia's face became gloomy, and a cruel and bloodthirsty smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. After my father and I planted it in his hands, he let go of the legionnaires accompanying him. Kurd sneered disdainfully. Scion Sun Wukong has strength, but he is extremely stupid. The tenacious vitality of our people far exceeded his imagination, and it did not take long for the soldiers to find the severely injured bodies of our father and son and bring them back to the base camp for treatment. But what I didn't expect was that it took more than 20 years for the fatal wounds of the Frisia Legion's technological level to completely heal us. When we wake up, we find that the huge cosmic empire that was once built has been shattered. Kurd's eyes were full of madness and ambitious desire as he spoke, but just give us a little time, and we will surely come to the whole universe again. Everything that is lost, we can all rebuild. We won't thank Sun Wukong for his kindness. We originally wanted to take revenge on him, but found that this guy even cut off his bloodline. However, during the past year of monitoring Earth, we accidentally found out the whereabouts of a former member of the Frisia army, which is why we appeared here. So it was, Gavai understood. Garvey had to sigh that this guy Gaku was really kind, but he didn't know how to mend the knife after defeating the enemy. It's not at all as crisp and neat as Dati, and directly raised the ashes of the father and son. This led him to lie that he made a fatal mistake when he was looking for a way to resurrect Frisia and Kurd. These two father and son were not killed by Gaku at all, but were beaten into a near-death state for more than 20 years. How can they talk about resurrection? He really didn't expect it. This time and space is simply a crime. The threat of the evil demon mentor has not yet been lifted, and a pair of universe emperor father and son have emerged. He also heard from Myers about the Star Eater Moro and the Chow Broly chaos. Why is there so much disaster on the earth? And the Frisia father and son appeared here for a reason. Their goal, it seems, is Kainu? But Garvey thought about it and thought it was unlikely. With the strength that this father and son are currently showing, why would they come to Earth in person for the sake of a small foundation? There must be a deeper reason for this. Mr. Garvey, we have answered your questions, now it's time for you to solve them for us, right? Frisia folded his arms over his chest and leaned leisurely against the stone wall. Wait. Captain Kainu in your hands? Good. Now I'm more curious about who you are, Mr. Garvey, and I hope your explanation doesn't disappoint me. Frisia raised a finger and condensed a ball of energy and hit the sky. In an instant, the entire night of the western capital was dispelled by dazzling light. Bright as day, Garvey sees a blue frog dancing deep in the community. Kainu. Garvey's heart sank. The purpose of this trip can be said to be a complete failure. Kainu was cut off first, and he was powerless to change the outcome. Even put yourself in danger. However, among all the villain bosses, the Frisia father and son are the kind to talk about. It's not a neuropathy that comes up and screams, and there is no reason to kill people and kill stars. Garvey's mind turned and he spoke in a deep voice, I am not actually a normal human, but an artificial human developed by the Red Ribbon Legion in order to defeat the Monkey King. Frisia snorted coldly, no wonder your strength will far throw off other Earthlings. Garvey continued, after our Red Ribbon Legion was destroyed by Monkey King, we have always wanted to take revenge on him. But what I didn't expect was that he died of illness before I finished my research and development. My hatred for Monkey King is definitely no less than yours. In private, they all call him Scumroth and Dog Empty. Garvey gritted his teeth. Frisia frowned when he heard this. Scum? Garvey nodded, yes, scum. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had to spend decades looking for ways to defeat him, and the Red Ribbon Legion could have become the ruler of the planet much earlier. Even when you and your father came to Earth, we considered working with you, listening. To Garvey's words, the corners of Frisia's eyes jumped slightly. As a true superior, Frisia's brain circuits are obviously very different from ordinary people. He focused only on the point, not being guided by Garvey's words. Through nearly a year of monitoring the Earth, he has a more detailed understanding of the planet. Frisia's indifferent voice was full of doubts. Your organization actually took only a few decades to create a warrior as powerful as you. Garvey immediately explained, this is a great technology that has exhausted the Red Ribbon Legion's life's energy, but I am not the only super soldier in the organization. Frisia narrowed his eyes, it seems that you have great ambitions to conquer the entire planet. Or even the entire universe. Garvey quickly waved his hand, no, no, no. You misunderstood. Now we don't have that strength, let alone after knowing that you and your father are still alive. The problem we face now is that Babadai will destroy the Earth tomorrow at the end of the martial arts conference. And I am here to find a way to save the Earth. If you want to strengthen the credibility of a lie, you have to score 7 points of truth and 3 points of falsehood. Frisia and Kurdish each fell into deep thought. Chapter 021. Frisia hooked the corners of his mouth and sneered disdainfully, destroy the Earth? Just because Babadai and his subordinate named Dopura are also worthy? Kurdish stretched out his huge palm and patted Frisia on the shoulder, looking spoiled. If it weren't for Frisia's plan, I would have taken action to destroy the ugly dwarf who threatened to rule the universe. Frisia quietly slapped away Kurt's big hand, and the corners of his mouth hooked a cold arc. This time Dad is watching the drama on the side. I will let the prestige of the Universe Emperor spread from the Earth to the entire universe again. The father and son don't seem to take Dapla seriously at all. After recovering from their injuries, they probably really practiced hard. Garvey blinked, as if he smelled a glimmer of opportunity. But Your Excellency Frisia, Your Excellency Kurd, Babadai, and a faithful servant named Majin Bu. Garvey's tone was excited. I heard that Majin Bu's strength is extremely terrifying, and he can directly absorb other people's bodies to become a part of himself, and even the gods have been absorbed by this guy. It seems that no one can defeat him. Frisia interrupted Garvey with a wave of his hand. I know better than you how powerful Majin Bu is. Dad reminded me of this a long time ago. You think we're really not prepared at all? My current strength is not comparable to when I first came to Earth. If you release it with all your strength, I'm afraid the Earth will also collapse in an instant, right? Oh, bragging, right? Garvey is a bit unimaginable about the concept. However, Frisia is indeed a genius-level figure. After only 4 months of cultivation, he could raise his strength to the same level as Super Blue's golden form. From the perspective of Scion transformation, there are several stages from Super 1 to Super 3, and then to Super Red and so on. In this time and space, Frisia's cultivation is unknown, and the experience is even more mysterious. I can't figure out how much the other party has grown now. Garvey suddenly found that the development trajectory of this world had greatly deviated from his expectations. I am afraid that my own crossing advantage will become smaller and smaller. All he can do is continue to arch the fire and let the other party focus on Majin Bu. However, Majin Bu has infinite regeneration ability. As long as there is one cell that has not been destroyed, it can be regenerated. Kurd obviously didn't want to listen to Garvey's nonsense anymore, and spoke confidently. You can always trust Frisia's talent in combat, not to mention talent, we still have a clan on his side above him. A clan member who is more talented than Frisia? Garvey instantly thought of Gula in his mind. This guy is Frisia's older brother, one more transformation stage than Frisia. And the vast number of metal Gulas in the theatrical version of the 10 billion energy warriors left a deep impression on Garvey. Gura's 2 appearances in the theatrical version were not strictly defeated directly, but died in the plot. The 4th form, Gura, was pushed into the sun when he was against the Monkey King. Metal Gura was overloaded due to the absorption of Scion energy, causing the entire mechanical planet to directly self-detonate. Majin Bu, after all, it will only be a pawn at our mercy. A smug smile appeared on Kurt's face. Chess man? Garvey immediately thought of that possibility. He understood again. The ambitions of these 2 father and son are really great, and they actually want to use Kainu to achieve the purpose of driving Majin Bu. At this moment, Garvey actually had a trace of despair in his heart. Mr. Garvey, you are the strongest human I have ever met on Earth. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to join my legion. Frisia leaned forward slightly with his hands behind his back, issuing an invitation to Garvey. The king is really a thirsty person for talent. Garvey also seriously thought about the possibility of joining the real estate business. With a big backer behind it, a small life can also be saved. You can also travel the universe, constantly conquer the planet, and enjoy the fun of fighting. After that, he became the dominant party of the revered party. That looks good. I just don't know what will happen to the Earth. Thinking of this, Garvey subconsciously asked, the fate of the Earth. Earth is indeed a good place, and my father and I solved our family's problem about suppressive power by looking up information about the planet's past. But I have to say sorry to you, Mr. Garvey. Frisia had a smile on his lips, but the cold under his eyes was too thick to melt. Because of the extremely unpleasant memories left on Earth, my father and I have decided to destroy this planet as soon as we finish our business. After traveling to the Earth of Dragon Ball, Garvey has a deeper feeling for the word home. The traverser himself is lonely, starry, and does not know where to return. The planet of the same name as before crossing his feet is his sustenance when he is homesick. He is an earthling, and when he steps on this land, he will have a sense of belonging. What's more, there are still many things on earth that he values and cares about. How can it be allowed to be destroyed by others? Joining the villain camp is really not the clear way. Garvey had already flatly refused in his heart, but on the surface he showed an uncertain look. Can't Earth be brought under the rule of the Legion? After all, there are many people in my organization who want to work for you. Frisia squinted slightly, his tone was very polite, but the content was extremely cold. Mr. Garvey, watching the fireworks blooming on the Earth up close is one of the most anticipated and important parts of my trip. Kurd said with a confident smile, as long as your companion has the same strength as you, our father and son will accept it sincerely. You don't have to worry about having nowhere to live after the destruction of Earth. There are countless planets with better environments than Earth, and you can choose one as a new stronghold at will. Garvey secretly thought of a way to get out, but his face showed a bit of hesitation and struggle, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Well, I hope the environment of the new planet is more suitable for life than Earth, Lord Kurd." A satisfied smile appeared on Kurd's face. "Garvey, you really are a smart person." Croak. The blue-skinned frog jumped up to Garvey's side, poked out its paws and pointed at him and barked. Frisia chuckled. Captain Kainu seems to be eager to get a new body. Lean. Laozi was so worried about your life safety before. Garvey was about to be blown up by the ugly thing of Kainu. For a moment, he even wanted to directly kill the defenseless Kainu. Teaching Kainu to be angry while destroying the plan of the father and son. But after thinking about it, I still gave up the adventure. Now as soon as he makes a move, it is equivalent to directly tearing his face with the Frisia family and putting himself in a desperate situation. The two of them really joined forces against themselves, and with the strength they had just shown, it would be difficult for Garvey to escape. What's more, between their words, they seem to have held back a big move. If you don't get it, you have already reached the golden transformation form. Even having a black gold form is not impossible. The eldest husband was born in heaven and earth, how could he? Can flex and stretch? Chapter 022. Garvey felt a little bitter in his heart. He was not stupid, and knew that Frisia's words were testing his reaction. Compared to himself, Mr. Fu obviously trusts the old employee Kainu more. If the answer does not satisfy the other party, I am afraid that my own situation will not be good. Are you going to become that ugly frog? How can he survive after becoming a weak and poor frog? Originally, I wanted to use Kainu, but I didn't think that the final result was that I was going to be taken from my body. Garvey was forced to improvise. Even on remote Earth, I have heard of Captain Kainu's prestige and regarded him as my idol. It is a great honor for me to lend my body to the captain. My lord, I don't want to tell you, I once fantasized about joining Team Kinnet. Garvey looked excited. For this reason, I also specially prepared a set of the strongest pre-battle postures for Lord Frisia to enjoy. Shame is shame, in order not to change the frog, Garvey is open. But as an old Dragon Ball fan, he has not learned the embarrassing dance of the members of the Kinnet team. Is it only possible to use that set? Super Saiyan Masked Superman. Garvey directly plagiarized the idea of Wild Bihan. This modeling pose that exists in the opening credits of the Dragon Ball Bu cartoon, he has seen it countless times, and it can be said that it is familiar with the chest. I just don't know, Fu does not conform to the aesthetics of everyone present? Can it awaken the dusty memories of the great king? There are 14 poses in total, all of which are very middle too. In the process of posing, Garvey only felt that his cheeks were hot. But when Kainu saw this, the whole frog became more excited, waving its paws up and down, as if to guide his movements. Kurd was stunned. This set of postures, although I can't understand them, seems to be very imposing. And Frisia, his expression instantly became strange, seemed to recall something. He dodged and pinched the jumping Kainu. "Captain Kainu, Mr. Garvey is an important new member of our legion, it is really impolite to take his body." Seeing this, Garvey secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous to stay with Frisia, father and son, and it was necessary to get out quickly. "Frisia, are you satisfied with this pre-war dance I invented?" Garvey looked at Frisia expectantly. Kainu, who was squeezed by Frisia in his hand, nodded approvingly at Garvey, and even gave a thumbs up with both paws. The affirmation from Kainu was directly ignored by Garvey. If it were possible, he would slaughter this hateful frog immediately. "Hee, very energetic, very spirited." The corners of Frisia's mouth twitched a few times, and the smile on his face seemed a little far-fetched. Garvey's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you sure? Do you think I'm qualified to join Team Kainuit? It seems that the robbery of exchanging bodies with Kainu is to avoid it." Frisia's forehead throbbed slightly. And Kainu, who was squeezed by Frisia in his hand, his eyes were bulging, the frog's face was flushed, and his whole body was squeezed and deformed, and he seemed to be about to lose his breath. Frisia released his palm and threw the eye-rolling frog on the ground in annoyance. "Ahem, the selection of members of the Special Combat Team, wait until tomorrow's business is done. Will tomorrow's operation require me and my companions to participate?" Garvey asked at the right time. Frisia's brows furrowed slightly. "You guys?" Garvey immediately straightened his waist, his expression was sincere, and his tone was sincere. "Yes. We can help you in secret." Frisia snorted twice, a sneer on the corner of his mouth. "Yes, but you need to sign up for the tournament and fight with all your strength. What can drive his men to do it? The king will not work too hard himself." Garvey chuckled in his heart. Frisia really knew the information about lifting the seal of Majin Buu. A large amount of pure energy needs to be collected during the unsealing process. In Garvey's expectation, even if Babadai absorbed the energy of all the Earthlings, it would not be enough to unseal the Demon Buu. This space-time is not like the protagonist's space-time, where high-quality charging treasures such as Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta are delivered to the door. Judging from Babadai's declaration that he would destroy the Earth, he was currently far from the energy value needed to lift the seal. However, now the situation is different, and the Frisia father and son intervene to disrupt the situation, just to control the body of Majin Buu. It will definitely be at this stage that Babadai gets what he wants. Just don't know the energy of artificial people, does not meet the conditions? It's about whether he can give his full strength in battle. After learning about Frisia's plan, the situation became much more complicated, and Garvey no longer knew which side to prioritize. Garvey took a deep breath and replied, "No problem, I'll take everyone with me." "Okay Garvey, you step down, Frisia and I still have some important matters to discuss." Kurd waved his hand. "Don't forget to bring your companions tomorrow and sign up on time, Frisia and I will check their qualifications to enter the Legion." "Yes, my lord." Garvey bent down respectfully. Watching Garvey leave, Frisia showed a thoughtful expression on his face. "Dad, what do you think of this guy? A very talkative little guy, the Legion is the time to hire people, it's not bad to have him join." Kurdish touched his chin. "Humph. The Red Ribbon Legion behind him is very much of my concern." A cold glow flowed in Frisia's eyes. "If it weren't for our hard cultivation for half a year, I'm afraid we would have planted it in that kid's hands." "That's right. Organizations that can shake the dominance of our race must not remain, as the Scions once were, and they must be destroyed." Kurdish sneered cruelly. "When it comes to Scions, it's really haunted. Our forces on the southern galactic side have been swept away by that arrogant Scion. If it weren't for the purpose of dealing with him, we wouldn't have had to personally run to this kind of poor backcountry to take the body of the Demon Buu. Kurdish air is cold. If only I had a little more time to cultivate, even if those high gods appeared, they would not be my opponents." Frisia's tone was regretful. but the corners of his lips outlined a hint of pride. I hope the power of Majin Bu will not disappoint us. You really can master that transformation. The Kurds looked at Frisia with admiration. Oh, that's what I fully comprehended after half a year of hard practice. A thick sense of pride appeared on Frisia's face. I'm looking forward to your performance at tomorrow's martial arts conference. Patting Frisia's shoulder, Kurd narrowed his eyes. Before that, shall we first find a body for Kainu that can speak? Frisia glanced at the frog that rolled its white belly at his feet and passed out, and said coldly, no need. I've ordered someone to send the translation device in time. Then he sighed helplessly, if only Captain Kainu's personality could be changed. Chapter 023. To the south, the small island of Kamea. The waves are rustling on the sand. As the night grew deeper, the moonlight fell on a young man and woman sitting on the roof. The hair of the two fluttered slightly under the sea breeze. Trunks, your expression has been very wrong since just now. Is something wrong? Mai looked at Trunks with a worried look. Just now, in the direction of the western capital, two powerful and evil auras came out, but they quickly disappeared again. Trunks looked solemn. Is it an enemy? How strong are they? Mai looked nervous. Most likely an enemy, slightly inferior in strength, but, Trunks sighed. But what? Those two breaths seem familiar, as if they are enemies who have fought before. Hearing that the opponent showed a less aura than Trunks, Mai was slightly relieved. Who do you think they will be? I don't know, our current time and space seem to be very different from what we used to be. Trunks' face showed pain. Since arriving in this time and space, the two have been searching for the whereabouts of Bulma and Trunks, but have found nothing. No traces of battle were found near the capsule company, and the key was not to explore the breadth of the two. Trunks couldn't help but have a terrible conjecture in his heart. Could it be that this time and space are the time and space where he was attacked by Sharu? Mom and another self, both died at the hands of Sharu? In the Shalu chapter, through Bike's cliché, the Z warriors learned from Sharu that there is such a time and space in the future. That Shalu traveled back in 788, and the current time node is a year after Shalu snatched the time machine and left. The time is right. Trunks vaguely felt that his speculation was correct. Could it be that this time and space have changed because of its own appearance? Is Earth in danger? Mai asked with a frown. Not yet, but, Trunks' eyes flashed with a complicated light, and he remembered those two breaths. Looking into the distance, Trunks muttered, if I'm not mistaken, Frisia and Kurd in this time and space are still alive. Hey? Who are they? Mai was stunned, her eyes full of worry. Is it a strong enemy? This father and son once ruled most of the universe and are terrifyingly strong. Trunks took a deep breath. In the time and space where Mr. Goku is alive, I have completely eliminated them. And this time and space, they should have died at the hands of Mr. Goku. So what are you going to do? Mai grabbed Trunks' arm worriedly. Since they dare to appear on Earth, then I will definitely find ways to eliminate them. Trunks' eyes were sharp. No matter what happens, I will accompany you. Mai looked at Trunks seriously. We'll always be together. Trunks was slightly startled, then reacted, feeling the heat on Mai's grip on his arm, and said softly, thank you. We don't need to say that between us. Go to bed early, there may well be a vicious battle tomorrow. Trunks took out a blanket and spread it on the roof and lay down. Mew lay down with him, hugging Trunks by the waist and leaning against his chest. The two of them lay quietly on the roof like this, and neither spoke again. Hey! Garvey galloped through the night sky, dragging a long white trail behind him. He pushed his speed to the extreme, as if he were about to tear the void apart. After meeting the Frisia father and son, an unprecedented sense of despair enveloped him. Frisia, Kurd, Gura, these three people came out alone, they are all characters standing at the top of the entire universe. Now they are about to gather on Earth. He had to accept this harsh reality. Garvey's face was terribly calm. He kept an eye on the movement behind him, and found no sign of the Frisia father and son chasing, so he slowed down slightly and turned and flew towards the temple. The temple shimmers in the darkness. Garvey's body landed lightly on the square, and he found Mr. Bobo already waiting at the door. "Garvey, I understand everything." Garvey couldn't see Mr. Bobo's face clearly. He didn't speak, just nodded faintly, and his mind was heavy. "By the way, someone called you while you were leaving." Mr. Bobo grinned and smiled. Garvey's eyes lit up slightly. "Who is it?" "A galactic patrolman named Gok, and a servant who claims to be a diviner." Galaxy Patrolman Gok is related to the Dragon Ball of Shin-Nami Nemesis. And the diviner mother-in-law is a key figure in Garvey's original plan. At the moment they contacted themselves at almost the same time. Things have turned around. Garvey perked up a little and immediately followed Bobo into the temple. However, the Beerus of this world has disappeared, and the Earth has lost its greatest dependence. The planet is still in danger of destruction. And powerful warriors became the key to breaking the game. Thinking of this, Garvey's thinking suddenly expanded a lot. There are many ways to improve your strength in Dragon Ball, and making a wish to the dragon is the most direct one. And the old realm king god sealed in the Excalibur can also help people greatly improve their combat effectiveness. Because of Kainu's relationship, Garvey even thought of exchanging his body with the enemy by making a wish. Even if Frisia reaches the black gold form, this side of the earth is not without chance. Even if you don't adapt to your body after just exchanging with the king, you can directly weaken the enemy's strength. After becoming familiar with the body, the crisis of the earth can be successfully resolved. To be honest, Garvey was somewhat resistant to taking those strange cosmic bodies. However, under the crisis of life and death, there is not much to worry about. If it really comes to that point, who will you exchange for a wish? Frisia? Kurdish? Gura? Or Moro? Bu? Broly? Anyway, when the Dragon Ball cools down, you can also make a wish to exchange it back to your body. Garvey pondered as he followed Mr. Bobo into the living room. Who do you want to contact first? That must be a divination mother-in-law. Goku's teleportation can quickly travel between the stars, and it is also an important link between the King of the Northern Realm and the new Namex star. And Goku is also a powerful force for defending the Earth. The call back was quickly connected, and the voice of the little ghost came from the other end. Is it Bulma and Garvey? The divination mother-in-law has returned, and she knows your request. Great. Please let your mother-in-law answer the phone. Garvey couldn't wait. Mother-in-law has just set off to pick up the person named Sun Wukong. Great! Garvey was excited in his heart and shook his fist fiercely. This is the best news he has heard so far. Bulma still did not come out in the Spirit Time House, and after calculating the time, there was less than an hour left at most. Garvey plans to wait for her to come out and share the good news with her. Chapter 024. Hanging up the phone, Garvey's heart that had been hanging finally let go a little. Next up is Gark's side. Earth is now in desperate need of warriors, and Polenga can solve this problem. In addition to Goku, the likes of Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and Vic are all important combat forces. Although their strength may be a certain gap with Goku, if they have the help of the old Realm King God, the situation will be very different. Moreover, the existence of fusion can also allow slightly weaker characters to play an important role. Tianjin Rice and T-God fusion, is it called Legend Rice or Tianjin T? He should be able to reach the strength of Super 1, right? And the integration of the future special and the future meal, will the most stable scion in history be born? This makes Garvey look forward to it. If there are Potara earrings, Veget is definitely the most decent character. It's a pity that the king god of the realm has been given for nothing, and Veget seems to have lost the opportunity to play. I just don't know if the Tsundere prince is willing to dance fusion dance moves and merge with Goku. Although Gogeta is in GT, he won the title of Wave King when he fought against the ultimate one-star dragon. But when dealing with Evil Thought Wave and New Broly, his shots were crisp and neat, and he was very reliable. The appearance of this product also makes Garvey look forward to it. He secretly made up his mind that when the time came, he would have to fool Vegeta and Goku into fusing. Toot toot. Garvey was stunned for a moment and noticed the communication device on the coffee table flickering. It is the communicator of the Galaxy Patrol. Myers? Or Gok? Garvey grabbed the earpiece. Hey! I'm Gark. Gark. Have you arrived at New Namex? That's right. But, Gok's voice sounded a little flustered, the situation here looks a little bad. What happened? Garvey suddenly tensed up. No living people were found on the entire planet. The Namek people, whose population is very sparse, no more than 1,000 people, gather in the form of villages, each separated by a long distance from each other. Garvey frowned and explained, "You look for it. I mean, the people on this planet are dead." Gark said, his voice getting lower and lower, "I saw a corpse with my own eyes, washed away by the river." Garvey's heart jumped. What about Dragon Ball? Is that the glowing orange glass ball? Or spherical stones? I checked it when I first arrived, and there is no such thing as you said. Gok sighed, turning to some doubt. Strange, no injuries were found on these corpses. A body without injuries? Gava he instantly understood. At the beginning of the plan, he overlooked an important factor. Moro knew that Shinamiki had Dragon Balls. In the Dragon Ball Super Manga Mora chapter, among the fugitives who escaped with Mora, there is a guy who is a former member of Frisia's Legion. Once followed Frisia to Namex to find the Dragon Ball. Later, he was defeated by the Nemesis warrior in battle, and was killed by Saab as waste. As a result, when the protagonist group makes a wish to the Earth God Dragon to revive the people killed by Frisia's gang, he is also among them. After leaving the Frisia Legion, he was arrested and imprisoned for committing crimes on a planet under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, and was later adopted as a younger brother by Moro. After providing Moro with information about the Dragon Ball, they begin to search for the location of Shinamiki. According to the current situation, Moro has already visited this planet and absorbed the life energy of New Namex. Maybe he also used Dragon Ball to fulfill 3 wishes. In the original book, Moro only uses 2 wishes, one of which is to restore his magic to its peak, and the other is to release all the prisoners in the galactic prison. In this time and space, Garvey knows nothing about the wishes made by the other party. There is so much bad news that Garvey has gone numb. If I'm not mistaken, this planet has already been patronized by Moro. Garvey spoke in a deep voice, "This is also a big event for your Galaxy Patrol team, hurry up and report it." "The devil! Moro!" Gok's incredulous voice came, "I'll contact the other team members." "Wait. These Namek may not really be dead, and you have to find a way to save them." "Okay. I moved them to safety first." Although Moro is temporarily not a threat to the Earth, he directly destroys his plan in New Namex. He had to pay attention to the other party. Let's start by finding out the details of Mora. In his wishes, there should be content to restore peak magic. Well, what about other wishes? Immortal body? Rejuvenated? Cosmic first? There's one more thing I want to ask you, Garvey pondered in his heart, and asked Gark on the other end of the communicator, has there been a large-scale escape from Galaxy Prison? Gok said blankly, I didn't receive such a notice. If this happens, it will definitely cause an uproar throughout the galaxy. How could there be no news? By the way, what does this do? In other words, Moro's other 2 wishes are a mystery. This kind of unknown is something Garvey hates very much. It shows that his advantages as a traverser are running out. Garvey originally thought that without the white behavior of the original space-time Goku and Vegeta, the 2 extra large charging treasures, the rise of Moro would be slower. Now it seems that he made a mistake. It's nothing, it's up to you to save the nemesis. I asked Myers about the situation. Without Namex's Dragon Ball, it's an incomparably big blow to Garvey. In this way, those who died cannot be resurrected. Moreover, the matter of wishing to become stronger has also come to naught. Garvey immediately dialed the Galaxy Patrol. Please turn to Myers. Toot toot. There is only a busy signal on the phone. Garvey dialed 10 times in a row without getting the slightest response. Bad signal? Or did something happen to me? Counting the time, there are less than 12 hours left before Myers' agreed time to arrive on Earth. And there are only 10 hours left before the opening of Bobadai's martial arts conference. If you have to get to the venue early, Garvey will have even tighter time. Why can't I reach Myers? He wouldn't have learned the news of Maluo's return to the peak and stopped the other party from doing evil, right? Garvey couldn't help but be a little worried. Picking up his phone, Garvey dialed Little Ghost's number again. That's right. When my mother-in-law came back, I had to bother her old man to run again. Garvey patiently explained to the little ghost across the phone why Earth was in desperate need of warriors right now. We are ready for the remuneration that my mother-in-law needs, please tell her not to worry about this. Okay. So the people that mother-in-law needs to bring back on the second trip are Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Vic and Tenjin, right? Considering that people who die once will be completely dispersed if they die again, Garvey did not count the relatively weak Z warriors among them. And the meaning of the existence of Vic and Tenjin is no longer Dragon Ball. What Garvey needs now is their combat power and wisdom. Chapter 025. That's right. That's them. Garvey affirmed, please be sure to convey my new commission to the divination mother-in-law. No problem. The voice of the little ghost came from the earpiece. After hanging up, Garvey took a few deep breaths. There's only so much he can do. Mr. Bobo has been silently watching. Garvey looked at Mr. Bobo and showed a wry smile. Mr. Bobo, please don't mention it to Bulma. Unable to resurrect dead loved ones is undoubtedly a cruel thing for Bulma, who has just seen the light of day. Every planet will usher in its fate, and the Earth may not be able to avoid this calamity. Mr. Bobo turned pale. But I won't give up. Garvey said, turning around and walking towards the square. Mr. Bobo, while there is still time, please teach me the method of cultivating induction chi and fighting techniques. Garvey has long known his lack of combat experience. In the brief encounter with Frisia's father and son, he saw the gap more clearly. Whether it is the timing of the shot, the strategy of attack, the response on the spot, etc., they are all crushed by the two in all directions. He did not exert his due combat effectiveness at all. The method of sensing chi is equally important, which allows him to judge the strength of the enemy through chi and lock the opponent in battle. Good. Mr. Bobo stepped forward. In that case, I will teach you with all I have learned. The dark clouds cleared, and a layer of silver ash fell on the square in front of the temple. It illuminates the two figures standing at the edge of the square. You attack first. Bobo stood with his hands in his hands. But, Mr. Bobo, I now surpass you in strength and speed. Although there is no combat power detector, the strength of the characters can be roughly compared by the combat power of the Scion when they transform into the classics of each form. When the strength of the artificial human first appeared, it reached at least the level of crushing the second stage. Garvey speculates that his combat power is only slightly inferior to the Super One full power. Even if you don't have any melee skills, the strength and speed alone are enough to crush Mr. Bobo. It's okay. Mr. Bobo smiled and said, you just don't fly and release Qigong waves. Good. Garvey nodded. He no longer hesitated. Instantly sprint to Bobo and raise his right fist to blast directly into Bobo's face. The corners of Bobo's mouth are slightly upturned, his legs are bent, and he leans back to dodge. Bang! The falling fist hit the trunk behind Bobo, the trunk burst and debris flew everywhere. Garvey made a sudden stop, and the masonry under his feet was broken into cobwebs by him. What a strong force! Mr. Bobo's eyes showed surprise, and then he returned to his calm appearance and sighed softly, but no matter how strong the strength is, it is useless to hit people. Garvey is just probing, not yet exerting his full strength. After all, with the combat power of hundreds of millions, it is difficult for him not to worry about killing the other party with a punch against Bobo, who is only in his early 1000s. Mr. Bobo is a figure Garvey respects. He thought of suppressing some strength a little, and in the battle with Mr. Bobo, he could more intuitively realize his lack of combat experience. Otherwise, everything depends on physical fitness, and it won't have the effect of learning. Garvey slammed his legs to the ground, burst into flames, and rushed towards Bobo. His movements were as swift as lightning, and his fist pierced Bobo's chest. However, he only felt a slight dull pain in his chest as soon as his eyes flickered. Then an irresistible force threw him out and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The whole square is shaking, and the floor tiles are flying with rubble. Bobo stood motionless. Garvey, on the other hand, didn't even see what had just happened. Although your physical fitness is amazing, the way you use it is too shallow. Bobo spoke calmly, just now, I just dodged your attack and gently moved your body. Kind of interesting. Garvey got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. He kind of understood that fighting should be done with ingenuity rather than brute force. Although the process of releasing power with all your strength is refreshing, it loses the possibility of changing moves in the process of attacking. He needs to learn restraint. Garvey gathered the momentum on his body, bowed slightly like a cheetah retracting his claws. Mr. Bobo, I'm going to get serious. Before the words fell, Garvey disappeared in place. He moved around Bobo at high speed, looking for flaws in the other party and waiting for an opportunity. Bobo's expression was still that cloudy and breezy, as if Garvey's movements had not attracted him the slightest attention. Ugh! Garvey attacked from behind this time, still punching out, but this time there was room for a change of move. Bobo had obviously anticipated his movement, and the figure suddenly appeared to Garvey's right, followed by a whip sweep towards him. Garvey changed his fist and raised his elbow to resist. This blow will probably break Bobo's leg, right? Garvey's heart jumped, and it was too late to recruit again. Syllable. Only listening to a crisp sound, a figure flew out upside down. Bobo's leg somehow bypassed Garvey's elbow and hit the bridge of his nose. Garvey landed on the ground and went on the offensive again, crashing into Bobo with his knee while watching Bobo's movements. Sure enough, every step he took seemed to have calculated the direction and route of his attack. How did he do it? The conditions of Bobo's physical fitness are obviously much worse than his own. At the moment of contact between the two parties, Garvey felt a faint pain in his cheeks, and then his figure was overturned to the ground. Garvey bounced up after falling to the ground and grabbed Bobo's ankle. Bobo's face did not show a trace of panic, but instead reached out and clenched his fist and smashed it on the inside of Garvey's wrist at an extremely precise angle. Poof! Garvey's palm uncontrollably loosened. Bobo took the opportunity to get out of Garvey's grasp. He flicked his arm and moved his muscles. As I said, your way of attacking is too clumsy. Garvey was undeterred, at least for the first time he had taken the initiative to touch the other's body. It doesn't matter if he can't beat the other party, this shows that he still has a lot of room for improvement. Garvey rushed up again. The two fought together again. Garvey is always the one who gets knocked off in every collision. He did not understand how Mr. Bobo could do it in such inferior physical conditions. But he believes that such sparring will allow his combat skills to grow rapidly. Boom! Boom boom! The whole temple is shaking. Bulma, who had just left the Spirit Time house, immediately rushed out of the temple. When I looked up, I saw rows of fallen trees under the moonlight, and squares full of potholes and ravines. She was stunned for a long time, and then shouted at the two who were entangled. Garvey, Mr. Bobo, don't fight anymore. Chapter 026. The appearance of Bulma made both sides stop at the same time. Garvey, Mr. Bobo, what are you doing? Bulma grabbed Garvey's arm, her face full of worry. Bulma, this is part of cultivation. Garvey immediately comforted Bulma. He patted the dust on his body and looked at Bobo with satisfaction. Mr. Bobo, the training of combat skills is here, I can't digest too much for the time being. Bobo looked puzzled. Garvey, in the end, you have obviously suppressed your physical fitness to the same level as me, why don't you just beat me? Because I still want to try to fight you at a lower level. Garvey was a little embarrassed. Garvey, you are the most talented warrior I have ever guided. Bobo looked serious. Maybe what I taught you is not suitable for you, but you definitely have a combat talent that surpasses ordinary people. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, but was still a little incredulous. How long have you been fighting? Actually destroyed the entire square? Less than 10 minutes. Bobo had a look of appreciation on his face. You are a natural warrior, maybe you can really create miracles and defeat those strong enemies. Pass the prize, Mr. Bobo. Garvey was not complacent, but a little apologetic. Sorry, I didn't hold my strength at the beginning of the battle and destroyed the square like this. Garvey thinks, isn't combat talent a must-have gold finger for every Dragon Ball old fan of a big martial arts country? The martial arts crystallization of countless ancestors for 5,000 years, and the moves of a large number of genre branches. When you hear it, you will engrave part of the essence into your mind. Coupled with the bunch of theories I learned when chasing animations, I watched the battles one after another. In addition to diligent study and hard training, the only thing lacking is the process of testing in actual combat. It's nothing. If the earth is destroyed, the temple will not be spared. Bobo looked generous. Hearing Bobo mention the destruction of Earth, Bulma became nervous again. Garvey immediately explained to Bulma the ins and outs of his failure to bring back Kainu. So Frisia and his father came to Earth again? They also want to help Babadai lift the seal of Majin Buu? Bulma frowned. That's right. And the strength of this father and son has grown a lot, and they are dangerous people who are several times more troublesome than Babadai. So what to do? Bulma was a little worried. Can we stop them? I'm afraid it's not easy. Garvey sighed. Moreover, there is a more talented clan lurking on their side. What do we do now? Bulma became anxious, and she turned to look at Bobo, as if hoping that he would step up and help. Bobo's big lips squirmed slightly. Don't worry, Garvey has contacted the divination mother-in-law, and your partners will soon be able to return and fight side by side with you. Garvey added with a smile, mother-in-law divination has gone to pick up Mr. Gaku. Sun Jun. A smile bloomed on Bulma's face, but tears gurgled like a flood of floodgates. Gently holding Bulma's face to his chest, Garvey comforted in a deep voice, as long as Mr. Gaku returns, we still have hope. Garvey didn't dare mention that Trunks was going back for 24 hours. The plan to use the new Niamai Star Dragon Ball has been ruined, and he is now unable to resurrect those who once died. The only thing that can be done is to wait for Gaku to return. Bulma choked and nodded. She hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, as if she had found something. Garvey, you're hurt. Garvey turned his head to see the slightly damaged combat suit on his left shoulder, and said indifferently, it's just a small injury, and now it's recovered. This is the result of the battle against the Frisia father and son. Fortunately, Garvey's current body is amazingly self-healing, and this level of injury has recovered in less than 10 minutes. I made a few more sets of spare combat uniforms and put them all inside. Bulma shoved a capsule into Garvey's hand. Thank you, Bulma. Garvey then discovered that Bulma was also wearing a combat uniform. The styles of their combat suits are very different, although the linings are the same color tights. But Bulma's armor has more front and rear bezels around the waist. The cuirass is also divided into left and right halves from the middle, and each side is only enough to cover 2/3. This makes her originally plump twin peaks stand out even more. The material of the tights is indeed top-notch, but it seems too light and fit. Outline the perfect curves of Bulma's body. Even the slight fluctuations and pulse beats when the human body breathes are clearly displayed. Even if Bulma stood still, the two soft lumps of the bulging sac would tremble slightly like pudding, as if it would pop out at any moment. Garvey sighed, it was so blind. This combat suit, paired with Bulma's figure, is simply criminal. Garvey, you are right when pinching people. I did not think about the changes in this part, it has affected my flexibility when fighting. Bulma was a little annoyed and lifted her breastplate upward, the chest is too big for combat. Looking at the two fierce creatures that were lively and beating, Garvey almost shook his head. At least it's all natural, without any filler in it. Garvey discovers that he is actually quite good at comforting others from a tricky angle. I was bent on making up for a little lack of time when I was younger. From C to G, that's called a little bit? Garvey sighed heavily, helpless. Alas, forget it. It is worthy of being a woman who uses Dragon Ball as a plastic tool. Garvey shifted his gaze with difficulty, curiously looking at another different part of the two's combat suits. The two baffles at the front and back of the waist cover important parts, and this change is indeed necessary. Otherwise, it will be even more blind. You don't even have to guess that Garvey knows that Bulma's round hips are also shaking amazingly under the wrap of tights. He felt as if there was a flame burning in his nose. Garvey took a deep breath and looked away from Bulma. Mr. Bobo, please teach us about the perception of chi. Follow me. Bobo carries his hands behind his back and leads the way as he walks ahead. The three came to the center of the square. Bobo spread out his palm, and in his palm there was a small ball, which emitted a light blue shimmer. Chi is a different manifestation of energy, and if you want to feel the existence of chi, you must have a certain degree of chi sense. As he spoke, Bobo released the ball of light, which suddenly floated in the air, slowly rotating around Mr. Bobo's body. Garvey immediately condensed an energy bomb in his palm, and the magnitude shot fell freely downward and exploded after leaving his palm. By the way, Garvey thought of the T-God's air bomb. As long as you can control the energy bomb to perform operations such as condensation floating steering, doesn't it prove that you can sense chi? Detecting the breath of others is just an advanced use of chi. Garvey reassembled an energy bomb and focused his mind, controlling its movements with his mind. The energy bomb flickered in his palm, like candlelight. Suddenly, it contracted into a small ball and floated, staggering towards Garvey. Garvey kind of got it. Chi is actually a combination of spirit and energy when it is unified. You are really smart and have initially learned the perception of chi. Bobo nodded in satisfaction. Now you close your eyes and try to capture where I am. When Garvey heard this, he slowly closed his eyes and quietly felt the movement around him. The cool night breeze blows through, and the rustle of the leaves of the trees is heard. Where is Mr. Bobo? Chapter 027. Garvey frowned and thought, then concentrated on what it felt like when he manipulated the energy bomb. Soon, in the darkness, he seemed to open his eyes and saw a blurry white light. The white light was faint and dim, as if it would go out at any moment. He opened his eyes and looked to his left. Mr. Bobo was standing there. Bobo opened his mouth in surprise, so fast. It's only been less than 10 seconds, and you've mastered the method of aura locking. Mr. Bobo, please stay away. Garvey closed his eyes again. It took a little more time to sense Mr. Bobo's position this time, probably because the distance became farther. However, both sensing distance and speed can be increased by training. Garvey did not open his eyes this time, but rushed straight towards the direction where he sensed Mr. Bobo's location. Snap! Bobo's palm against Garvey's fist. Garvey has lowered his power below Mr. Bobo. The surprise on Bobo's face could no longer be hidden. Your talent really surprised Bobo. Garvey just said calmly, "Thank you Mr. Bobo for the compliment, let's continue the battle just now." They. Two figures intertwined again. Bobo deliberately guides, dodges around, and does not take the initiative to attack. Garvey, who closed his eyes, found that his surroundings became clearer. Even more real than he locked on the other party with his naked eye. Garvey focused all his attention on predicting Mr. Bobo's trajectory. However, when Garvey was about to hit Bobo, he reacted immediately, dodging the attack in a millimeter. The same happened several times in a row. In the process, Garvey couldn't even touch the corner of Bobo's clothes. Garvey couldn't help but wonder, why am I always a little bit worse? Because you lack judgment of the battle situation, you can't accurately guess Bobo's dodge route. Bobo said softly. Garvey was thoughtful, but a little confused, but what does it take to grasp the battle? Bobo was silent for a moment before slowly saying, for example, when Bobo wants to attack you, you will instinctively defend or dodge. But if you choose to attack the weaknesses exposed by Bobo, you can also defuse this offensive. I see. Garvey listened carefully and had his own feelings in his heart. He rushed towards Mr. Bobo again. Bobo didn't move. Garvey quickly came up to Bobo and then simply threw a single punch. Bobo turned sideways and blocked Garvey's fist with his palm, pushing it outward. Bobo didn't just fend off his attacks with the palm of his hand. At the moment of blocking Garvey's fist, he used his strength to pull Garvey's entire right arm over, and then fluttered lightly into Garvey's chest. Garvey's entire body flew back upside down, plowing a ravine in the ground. Holding his sore right arm, Garvey was stunned for a few seconds, and then suddenly smiled. Skillful brute force, 4 or 2 pounds. Mr. Bobo's martial arts attainments are indeed extremely high. That's right. It is also useful to learn to borrow the power of your opponent. Bobo smiled and asked, "Do you have any more questions now?" Garvey shook his head, "I know how to beat you, Mr. Bobo." Garvey's gaze was calm, but his body shot out like lightning. Bobo's face was indifferent, his toes were light, and his body soared into the air like a swallow skimming water. Garvey, however, had expected Bobo to jump and prepared in advance. His knees suddenly lifted up, heading directly towards Bobo's waist and abdomen. This change was too abrupt, and the wave that was still in the air could not be avoided. Whoosh! Snap! Garvey's trick hit hard. Finally won. A smile rose at the corner of Garvey's mouth, and he opened his eyes, but he didn't see Mr. Bobo with thick eyebrows. I saw a big hand firmly clasping his knee. And a stranger figure blocked Mr. Bobo. The figure has a low face, but his iconic crab head and the aperture on his head betrays his identity. "I'm Gaku, may I ask you?" Garvey slowly retracted his legs and calmly spoke, "My name is Garvey." They two reached out and clasped together. "Hey! Mr. Bobo, long time no see." Gaku withdrew his hand, greeted Bobo, and exclaimed as if he had discovered a new land, "Hey! Are you Bulma? How did you become so young?" The old people are reunited after a long absence. Bulma looked at Wukong with a smile, tears rolling down, "Sun-kun, you're back." Mr. Bobo also burst into tears, took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped his cheeks, choking up, "Monkey King, are you okay over there in the netherworld?" Only Gaku, smiling brightly, like a child. Garvey silently looked at the three people who were reunited after a long absence, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Bobo and Bulma are both old acquaintances of Gaku. Bulma and Gaku have formed a deep friendship since childhood, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. It's a pity that his best friend Gaku died of illness more than 20 years ago, separated from her yin and yang. In the end, Bulma was left alone, lonely in a desperate world. But now is not the time to chat. There are a lot of things Gaku needs to do in Garvey's plan. "I'm sorry to disturb your reunion, but the situation is really critical now. Garvey spoke very quickly to inform Gaku of the crisis facing Earth. Gaku looked solemn. I've heard my mother-in-law say the general situation, but I didn't expect that Frisia guy to return to Earth to continue to do evil, and I will definitely not let him go this time. Garvey seriously suspected that Frisia already possessed the golden transformation form, so Gaku wasn't necessarily an opponent. Mr. Gaku, may I ask what stage of your current Super Saiyan transformation has you reached? Gaku in this time and space has not experienced the Sharu game. And before the appearance of artificial humans, he died of illness. At the time of his death, the strength definitely did not reach the full power of Super 1, and even the third stage of Super 1 did not reach it. However, Garvey believes that Gaku, as a martial artist, must be practicing in the netherworld. I just don't know what level his current strength has reached. Chao Sai Shen doesn't have to think about it. Because if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to gather at least 6 Saions with righteous hearts. And seeing Goku's ass without a tail, you can also rule out Super 4. Thinking of the Super Saiyan, Garvey also deliberately counted the surviving Saions with his fingers. Finding out that there is no drama in the time and space of the protagonist of Dragon Ball, the 6 Saions are barely able to make up. Not to mention, to gather the personnel needed to gather in this time and space where the Z-Warrior has seriously withered. You're talking about a Super Saiyan who surpasses a Super Saiyan? Gaku asked in surprise. Nope. The one you're referring to is Super 2. Can you transform into Super 3? It's the one whose hair grows and the eyebrows disappear. Garvey was curious. Ah, you're talking about that transformation, I can. However, it is a little reluctant to change, and the body will not be able to eat it. Goku's brows furrowed slightly, with a hint of puzzlement. How did you know about this transformation of mine? I also want to scare Frisia with this. I know a lot of secrets about the Saions. Gaku stared at Garvey. Do you want to show you that form now? Garvey decisively rejected Gaku. No, your current strength, I probably have a number. Chapter 028. Can Goku's return change the situation in any way? According to Garvey's original plan, he planned to let Gaku go to the Realm King God Realm to lift the seal of the old Realm King, and then invite Beerus. But after a series of events, Beerus's thigh could no longer be held. Fortunately, there is also an old Realm King God who can stimulate people's potential beyond the limit. This is a way to improve your strength in Dragon Ball, and it's huge. In addition, in the hands of the old Realm King God, he also has a pair of Patara earrings. It highlights the importance of this ancestor. However, now if you want to go to the Realm King God realm, you are facing a huge problem. In the original Bu chapter, even the king of the northern realm did not know the existence of the king god of the realm, let alone the residence of the king god of the realm. Gaku also arrived at that place by teleporting after returning to the netherworld and sensing the aura of Gohan, who was practicing in the Realm King God realm. There should be no living people in the Realm King God realm today. Without the breath of a living person, mortals may not be able to go there. In this way, asking the Old World King to help this road will not work. Another thing that Gaku needs to do is to resurrect the Dragon Balls of Earth. But Shinamik suffered a catastrophe, and the life energy of the entire planet was absorbed by Moro. Even the Namex Dragon Ball is used by Mora. Severely disrupts Garvey's plan to use Dragon Ball to resurrect Vic and Tenjin. Fortunately, there is another way to revive Dragon Ball. That is to find a nemesis to serve as the new god of the earth. Garvey muttered, Mr. Gaku, can you teleport to New Namex? New Namex? You mean the new homeland of the Namek? Gaku wondered. That's right. After separating from Earth, I don't know where they went or what planet they lived. Gaku looked solemn. In the Sharu chapter, Gaku found the planet by sensing the breath of the Namek through the Northern King after searching for the approximate location of the new Namek star. Then a look of surprise appeared on Goku's face. what do you mean by asking me to bring back the Nemesis? I hope to make him the new god of the earth. Garvey explains, in this way, the Earth's Dragon Balls will be reactivated. Gaku instantly understood. He put his fingers on his eyebrows and said solemnly, "It's no problem, I'll go to Lord Realm King for help. Good luck." Garvey sends his blessings. Swoosh! Goku's figure disappeared in place. At this moment, Garvey's heart was full of expectation. At this time, Bulma discovered the problem. "Garvey, shouldn't it be time to remind Gaku and ask the Dragon of the Nemesis to resurrect everyone?" Garvey was shocked. Originally, he wanted to hide this bad news in front of Bulma, but now the situation is useless. Fortunately, after reuniting with Gaku, everyone once again had new hope. That's fine. Garvey tells Bulma in detail about Moro's appearance. After Bulma listened, her expression was very calm. "Garvey, thank you. I know you're hiding this news because you don't want me to be sad. There is no need to say thank you between partners." Garvey was a little apologetic. "In the end, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. The Bulma of this time and space, who has gone through too many tribulations, has long become strong and mature. Maybe he could really give Bulma some more credit." The night breeze howled, and the chill was gusting. Although the combat uniform on his body is so light and thin that it is almost weightless, it is cold-resistant and warm. Garvey stands side by side with Bulma. He informed Bulma about the fact that the diviner mother-in-law was about to bring back several Z warriors. At the same time, he detailed his follow-up plans. Bulma brushed her long hair that was disturbed by the wind, and her expression was complicated. "Garvey, without your appearance, I really don't know how bad this world would be." Garvey smiled. "You forgot? My original purpose was just to protect myself. But you really gave me. It gives us hope. Even in this desperate situation, you never gave up, did you?" Garvey was slightly startled. His gaze was firm, but his tone was soft. "Because I believe that we will be able to protect this world." "Yes, Guardian." Bulma looked down at the two shadows elongated under the moonlight. "Bulma, while waiting for Mr. Gaku to return, I'll teach you the perception of Chi with Mr. Bobo, right?" "Good." Garvey said, "Chi is not a separate existence, but the product of the combination of spirit and energy. Energy is always running in your body, and it can be controlled by your own mind." Bulma listened carefully, a shallow smile on her face. The clouds are swirling, and the wind blows the trees. The moonlight is shining and the stars are twinkling. After a period of study, Bulma also mastered the method of perceiving breath. A look of relief appeared on Mr. Bobo's face. Garvey counted the time, and an hour had passed since Gaku left. Why hasn't he come back yet? Garvey wanted to practice with Mr. Bobo for a while. He still had time. Mr. Bobo shook his head and refused. "Garvey, training is over, Bobo has nothing left to teach you. But I think there is still a lot to improve." Garvey wondered. The rest can only be achieved in real combat. Garvey feels that the artificial human body still has a lot to improve, but unfortunately the time for training and cultivation is too short to develop its full potential. He said that he was an artificial human, but he felt that such an existence should be attributed to an evolved human being, and all genes had become perfect. In terms of potential, it is by no means low. Under Mr. Bobo's guidance, he can also use his due level of strength in close combat. However, in terms of strength level, there is still a big gap between him and Dapla. Since the end of the Frieza chapter, the Dragon Ball combat power system has begun to crumble. Garvey's judgment of the character's strength level can only be based on the combat power of the Scion forms when they first transformed. At the same time, there are 5 grades in this level. Taking Super 1 as an example, from weak to strong can be divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, peak and full power. Garvey speculates that he is now at the top of the Super 1 level. And the father and son of Goku and Gohan at the official beginning of the Sharu game reached full power. Doppura's strength is comparable to Lightning Shalu, at least it is also Super 1 full power, and it is even very likely to be equal to Super 2 Juniors. Do you want to return to the Spirit Time House and continue to practice to improve your strength? Maybe after a month of hard training, he can promote his strength by a small level. Just when Garvey was a little tangled. Swoosh! Goku's figure instantly appeared beside Mr. Bobo. Mr. Goku, how is the situation over there? Goku frowned, I'm sorry, I'm at the realm King-sama, and I can't sense any of the breath of the nemesis. Chapter 029. You try it here. Garvey wondered that perhaps sensing on Earth would be different from the results at Newman. Goku raised his hand halfway, suddenly a little embarrassed, Hey? On Earth, I don't know where the planet is again. Wait. Bulma immediately thought of a way, we have a friend who is now in New Namex, maybe we can determine the direction by coordinates. Garvey immediately dialed the Galaxy Patrol number, please transfer to Team Gark. The other end of the phone beeped for a few seconds, and then an excited voice came, Garvey, you are right, these Nameeks are not really dead yet, this is really a tenacious race. Listening to the good news brought by the familiar voice, Garvey's brows stretched slightly, please tell me the coordinates of the new Nameeks. After receiving the coordinate information sent by Gark, Bulma immediately stretched out his hand to a direction, over there. Goku turned his face in the direction Bulma was pointing, closed his eyes, and lightly put 2 fingers on his eyebrows. Standing in place for a long time, Goku still didn't move at all. Strange? Still can't find it. Maybe it's the reason why the breath of the Namex is too weak after being sucked out of the life energy. Garvey explained. Opening his eyes, Goku said seriously, sorry, maybe like you said, the distance is far away and the breath is weak, I can't teleport over. Hearing this, Garvey frowned slightly, what about Gark? Can you feel his breath? I don't know that guy. You have to remember the breath of the other person. Goku had a helpless look on his face. It would be nice to shorten the distance. Garvey smiled bitterly, no longer hopeful. Bulma snapped her fingers, and a look of confidence appeared on her face, Garvey, you reminded me. I have a way to get Goku to New Namex quickly. Everyone looked at Bulma, waiting for her next plan. Bulma took the communicator, Gink, please send me the coordinates of the planet where there are creatures living between Earth and New Namex. She pulled out a laptop and kept jumping her fingertips on the keyboard while talking to Gok. Soon, the computer screen was covered with red dots. It didn't take long for Bulma to hand the screen to Goku's eyes, you go to this planet first, and then to this one. I've already drawn the route for you. Bulma is so clever. In this way, you can keep approaching the planet until you sense the breath of the Namek people. Goku exclaimed. Bulma smiled, thanks to Garvey's reminder, I thought of it. When Goku heard this, he smiled and said, you and Garvey really have a soul. Garvey was helpless for a while, he and Bulma didn't have a foundation for their relationship, how could they have a soul? Goku's use of this word is probably too strange. Bulma gave Goku a blank look and shoved the computer into his hand, let's go, we're waiting for your news here. Garvey also stepped forward to see him off, Mr. Goku, have a good journey. Goku nodded, took the computer and began to sense the breath. A moment later, Goku disappeared in place. Just when everyone thought he had gone away. With a bang, Goku returned. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Bulma, I can't understand the route on the computer. Everyone supports the forward, it is worthy of you, Goku. Bulma reacted quickly, there is no way, then I will accompany Sun Jun for a trip. No, I'll go with Mr. Goku. Garvey stood up, Bulma. You are here waiting for the divination mother-in-law, and keep an eye on Meyer's news. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, then I will continue to be here to receive Mr. Bobo's guidance, and you must come back safely. Garvey took the computer handed by Gaku and put his hand on the other's shoulder. Mr. Gaku, let's go. Hey! Garvey only felt dark in front of him, and when he opened it again the next moment, an unfamiliar scene appeared in front of his eyes. He didn't have time to look at the planet's environment, but instead stared at the computer, pointing the way for Gaku through the lines that Bulma had marked in advance. In the process of constantly migrating and changing planets, Garvey will carefully observe Goku's movements when he has time. Teleportation is undoubtedly the most desirable skill in Dragon Ball. Garvey has fantasized countless times about what he can do after learning to teleport. Every time I unfold my imagination, I get so excited that I can't sleep at night. Nearly 10 minutes later, the red dot marked on the computer was about to come to an end. Mr. Gaku, we are now close to our destination, can you feel the breath of the Namek people? Garvey reminded. Well, I did sense some extremely faint breath. Gaku said in a deep voice, hold tight, the teleportation distance this time will be very far. Ugh! Garvey felt his whole body flutter, as if weightless. However, the process was very short, not even a second. Before he could get a closer look, he felt grounded again. The sight in front of me is somewhat grey, and withered plants can be seen everywhere. The quietly flowing river also seems to have lost its vitality. They are in a village. At the feet of the two, there lay a dying green-skinned nemesis. The arrival of the two aroused the alarm of a figure outside the crowd. The figure quickly pulled out the pistol on his waist and pointed it at the two. Hello, I'm Garvey. Garvey immediately identified himself. Aren't you on Earth? How could it be here? The guy with a pair of yokais was puzzled. Hey! I'm Gaku. Gaku beckoned, we teleported over. Gak was like a great enemy, teleporting this kind of thing is an ability forbidden in the universe. Garvey was a little amused, how? Are you going to arrest us? Well, since it's an acquaintance, I can take it as if I didn't see it this time. Gark put down his pistol and stepped forward to look at the two carefully. You two, you don't look very strong. Did he flee from the air? Now you know how dangerous that part of the Earth is. We're going to take a nemesis to Earth. Garvey explained to Gak the situation on the other side of the Earth. Gark pinched his chin, I didn't stay on Earth and it was a wise choice. I have also heard of the ferocity of the evil Emperor in the Galaxy Patrol, and he is said to be terrifyingly powerful. Gaku responded with a serious look, this guy Frisia, I will definitely defeat him. Not only Frisia, but also his legion, is not a good one. It is commendable that you dare to go against him. Gark didn't seem to understand. We have our own plans, and it's not without chance. Garvey began, being here is part of the plan. Chapter 030. Gark immediately said warily, don't beat me up in your plan, I've done enough. Don't you want to make meritorious contributions and then get the appreciation of the Galactic King? Garvey asked. Gark folded his arms to his chest and said seriously, if there is no danger to my life, I can consider joining. Gaku wondered, so, you guy is very good at fighting. Garki snorted coldly, judging by the strength standards of your Earthlings, no one is my opponent. So excited, wow! How about we talk about it? Gaku jumped and kept rubbing his fists. Now is not the time, it is important to get down to business. Garvey hurriedly stopped it. The difference in the strength level of these two guys is too great, Garvey is worried that Gaku will not be able to contain the strength, and will kill the other party with one punch. By the way, although these Namek people are not dead, they have fallen into a deep coma, and if this continues, sooner or later they will lose all their life like this planet. A look of sadness appeared on Gark's face. Inside the Galaxy Patrol, is there a way to rescue them? Garvey asked urgently. Gark nodded, looking proud, of course. Our Galaxy Patrol not only has therapists, treatment warehouses, but also the top hospitals in the entire galaxy. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Gaku asked. My ship can carry 2 people. And you think it won't take time to return to the headquarters from here? Gark raised his pitch. Sorry. Gaku scratched the back of his head, and then said with a serious face, then let's start carrying. Carry what? Gark wondered. Of course it's to carry these Namek. He. Gaku smiled, I can move them to the hospital at once. Gok touched his chin and thought for a few seconds, you know the law and break the law. It is said that using teleportation to shuttle through the star field is a felony in the universe. Don't be so rigid. Hey! Gaku slapped Gok on the back with a playful smile. Swoosh! A figure flew out quickly. With a bang, Gark's whole person was embedded in the rock. Garvey was speechless. By the time Gok struggled to climb out of the mountain, he was covered in dust and debris. He supported his sore old waist, his eyes widened, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he looked shocked. What just happened? How could he not resist? How strong is this earthling? Gaku looked dazed. Hey? That one? I didn't mean it, forgive me, I haven't fought for too long, I didn't control the strength at once. Garvey quickly stood up and persuaded Gark with a sad look, Mr. Gaku means that his next strike will not be so light. Gaku immediately turned to look at Garvey and whispered suspiciously, did I mean that? Garvey's face was full of determination, that's what you mean. You Scumroth's name, who doesn't know? This character is not lost. Gok glanced at Gaku with a jealous face, and then said seriously, since it is to save the lives of so many people, I can pretend that I don't know about your use of teleportation. Gark, you act with Mr. Gaku and take the Namek people to treatment. Garvey immediately arranged, I'll go find survivors from other villages. Well, then we're off then. Gaku answered. He pinched 4 or 5 Nameks under his armpits, then reached out to Gok with a free hand. Gark put his hand on it sullenly, and then pointed in the direction. Ugh! Gaku and the others disappeared without a trace in an instant. Since learning the perception of breath, Garvey has been able to use this method to remember the breath of the Namek. After witnessing teleportation and traveling dozens of times, he had some understanding. Learning Goku's look, Garvey pressed his fingers together to his forehead. In his perception, there were more than 10 Namek faint auras at the limit. Just go to that place. He planned to experiment once, and if he really succeeded, he would have an extremely functional divine skill in the future. Garvey focused on one thing. Swoosh! His eyes were dark, and he only felt that the sky was spinning. When the scene met his eyes, he had already appeared in a deserted place, and he didn't know where he was. Garvey sensed his breath intently and sighed lowly, the error seems to be very large. Try again. He closed his eyes this time and fell silent. Gradually, he felt that the scene around him became clearer. Finally, a picture flashed in his mind. A picture of the Namek lying on the ground. It's now. They. Next moment, Garvey opened his eyes and found himself in a cave. At his feet, there were more than 10 Nameks lying in 7 and 8 places. It worked. Garvey was secretly pleased, and immediately investigated the situation of the Namek people one by one. Everyone still had a breath left, and he was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, after Mo made his wish, he absorbed the life energy and left. Otherwise, the nemesis will have to be extinct this time. Wait a minute. Garvey slammed the door of his head. Speaking of the surviving nemesis, he missed a key figure, and that guy also made the Dragon Ball. I just don't know if the other party is still alive, and whether there is something wrong with the planet he is on. However, with his ability alone, he can't find the other party for the time being. I'll have to ask Gok later. The waiting time was a bit boring, and Garvey planned to continue practicing teleportation. The flora and fauna of the planet are extinct, and the Namek people should be safe to stay in this cave. After disguising the entrance a bit, Garvey set out to explore the next surviving Namek site. There is a goal. This time, there was only one breath that was sensed. Garvey learns the previous method and uses teleportation again. Ugh! Without waiting for Garvey to open his eyes, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. Instinctively retched twice before he stared around. At his feet was the corpse of a young Namek who had died in battle. A large hole had been pierced in his chest, and dark purple blood splattered all over the ground. Not far away, a young man with a metal instrument on his head fell to the ground. Further afield, there was a massacre. Severed limbs, legs, bloodstains and pieces of flesh are everywhere. It seems that there were dozens of Namek active people in the original village, but they are all dead. Garvey covered his mouth and nose lightly, frowning in thought. In other places, the Namek people were only absorbed into life energy, and no such bloody incident occurred. Then this location is likely to be the place where Moro finally made his wish. The boy who survived on the ground should have been forced to wear a translation machine after being captured by the enemy. When making a wish, he used him as an intermediary to communicate with the Namixing star god dragon Boranga. In this way, the boy is one of the insiders of the content of Molo's wish. Chapter 031. Although Moro does not threaten the earth for the time being, he understands his wish. When facing him in the future, you will be prepared to avoid being calculated. Garvey's last thing he dislikes is encountering surprises. The teenager's treatment priority had to come first. Let's take him to a crowded place to meet first, Garvey muttered to himself. Picking up the Namek boy on the ground, he planned to undergo advanced training leading people to teleport. Since he hadn't tried it before, he was extremely cautious in his teleportation process this time. After the picture of the distant aura display appeared in my mind, I deliberately waited for it to be clearer before using the ability. When he reappeared in the cave, his heart was slightly excited. It worked. Now the teleportation he mastered can not only achieve short-distance teleportation, but also lead people to rush. Although he currently can't cross the planet through teleportation, as long as he practices diligently, he will one day be able to reach the level of Gaku. With a blazing glint in his eyes, Garvey was full of energy. Next, try to gather all the Namek people scattered elsewhere. This is both a rescue and a training. Su. Garvey's figure came and went, disappeared and reappeared. In this process, he not only has a deeper understanding of teleportation, but even his sense of breath has become more sensitive. When Gaku and Garvey meet again, there was a thick surprise in his eyes. Strange, why are there so many Namek people crowded in this cave? Garvey didn't answer positively. Mr. Gaku, let's hurry up and transfer them. Gaku nodded. That guy Garker didn't come with me, I can bring some more this time. With that, he carried a dozen Nameks on his shoulders. Garvey also stacked 7 or 8 people, including the Namek boy, on his body. You are? Gaku asked suspiciously. All the Namek people on this planet are here, and I can transport more people at once. Garvey smiled lightly and put a hand on Goku's back. It is important to rescue the Namek boy who knows the content of Mora's wish, and Garvey also wants to feel Goku's teleportation up close again. In the spacious and bright hall, rows of treatment chambers are neatly arranged. The first Namek people brought in them have all been laid down in it and treated in a chamber filled with transparent liquid. Garvey, who followed Gaku to teleport here, found Gok leaning next to the treatment warehouse with a sad face. Gok, please give priority to saving this teenager. Gark slowly raised his head and looked at Garvey's gaze with some resentment. All the expenses of the treatment of the Namek people have to be reimbursed by you. Isn't your Galaxy Patrol the organization with the best welfare? It's just to heal a few Nameks. Garker questioned, and then ordered the paramedics. Nurse, please send this teenager to a therapist. By the way, the cost of the therapist is 10 times the cost of the medical warehouse, and I will only temporarily help you pay for this money. Garvey immediately put the Namek people hanging on his body on the stretcher cart in turn. The nurse stepped forward and pushed Garvey's designated teenager into a separate treatment room. Touching the tip of his nose, Garvey said sincerely, "Garki, when you go to Earth for vacation, I will treat you well. By the time I go next time, the Earth will be destroyed." Gark looked helpless. Garvey craned his chin and found that he really didn't have confidence in holding the Earth. "By the way, I also have information about Moro here, enough for you to get merit in front of the Galactic King, which can always offset all expenses, right?" Gok's eyes lit up, and he immediately calmed down and asked, "What is it?" "I only have to feel valuable." "The content of Moro's wish using the Dragon Ball," Garvey said lightly. "However, we won't know until the teenager wakes up." With that, Garvey disappeared with Goku, leaving an excited Gok looking. Returning to New Namex again, Garvey finds himself still unable to teleport across planets. "It seems that stealing learning really won't work, so I can only find an opportunity to ask Goku for advice." For the rest of the day, Goku and Garvey become hard-working porters. Fortunately, this ethnic group is sparsely populated, with less than 200 people. Soon, they evacuated the survivors on the new Naramik. After returning to the hospital, Garvey reminded, "Gark, your spaceship is still on that planet, don't you go and drive it back. When you go back to Earth, just take me over, and I won't leave until you know the content of Moro's wish." Gark said with a serious look. The door to the treatment room was pushed open, and the Namek teenager walked out of it. He looked terrified, as if he didn't know what was happening to him. "Why am I here? Who are you?" the boy asked blankly. "I'm the super elite of the Galaxy Patrol, Gark." Gark immediately stepped forward with a smug look. "These two are Garvey and Goku, we saved you and your people." "My name is Eska, thank you." The young man showed an innocent smile and thanked him shyly. "Eska, speaking of which, I have a question for you." Gok looked expectant. "What is the wish that Moro made with the Namex Star Dragon Ball?" The boy seemed to remember something painful, and his expression was terrified. "The content of his wish, the content is..." Garvey comforted. Goku also chimed in, "Don't be afraid, that guy will be knocked down by us in the end anyway." Goku is still as naive and optimistic as ever. Garvey's quest for that guy, just wishing to restore his peak magic power, is tricky enough. Anyway, at this stage of the Earth, no warrior will be his opponent. If there is still some universe-first, immortal body, it is really not an existence that mortals can deal with. Garvey reminded Eska, "Did Moro ask to restore his peak magic?" "I remembered." Iska suddenly excited. "The first wish is to restore the magic power of the peak, the second wish is to maintain eternal youth and vitality, and the third wish is to have an endless stream of magical power." Goku frowned and said, "It seems that this guy Maloo is more difficult to deal with than I expected." Garvey was helpless. What's going on with this Moro? 3 wishes in a row were used to strengthen themselves. Isn't that too ruthless? There is simply no way to live. Fortunately, there are galactic patrols in the way, otherwise the Earth will face another catastrophe. I just don't know if Myers can stand it. Thinking of this, Garvey couldn't help but be a little curious about Myers' whereabouts. However, the most important thing at the moment is to resurrect the Earth Dragon Ball. Garvey asked in a deep voice, "Eska, is there a guy named Dandy among your people?" Chapter 032. How did you know Brother Dandy? Iska showed a look of surprise. After asking this sentence, he did not wait for Garvey to answer, so he searched for it in one treatment chamber after another. Dandy and Mr. Goku's son are good friends. Garvey explains. Found it, he is Brother Dandy. Iska happily pointed to a young man in the treatment chamber. Goku was surprised. Wow, Dandy actually grew so big. The young man, with a grim face and closed eyes, lay quietly in it. Garvey sighed with some emotion. Gark, he is the person that Mr. Gaku and I are looking for on this trip, and trouble let the healer take action to wake him up. They. Medical staff quickly opened Dandy's treatment compartment and transferred him into the treatment room. Looking at the clansmen who were pushed away, Eska looked confused. What are you doing with Brother Dandy? Our planet is in big trouble and needs Dandy's help. Gaku immediately explained the current state of Earth to the Namek boy. Listening to Goku's narration, Eska fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up at Garvey and Gaku, and said solemnly, if it is really like you guys, Brother Dandy can help, he will definitely be happy to go to Earth. By the way, Garvey, can Dandy really make Dragon Balls? Gaku asked with some doubt. Of course. He is a non-combative genius in the Namek clan, and he also has strong healing ability, making him the most suitable candidate to serve as an Earth Immortal. Garvey looked determined. Regardless of Dandy's ability to craft and improve Dragon Balls. In the absence of immortal beings, the importance of his healing power alone is immeasurable. Moreover, according to the Great Elder, Dandy, like Bike, is an excellent heir to the Dragon Clan. Garvey pondered that the Dragon Clan might be inseparable from the Dragon God Salama. The Dragon God Salama, as the maker of Super Dragon Ball, is suspected to have the same status as the king. Unfortunately, his identity is too mysterious and no one knows his true origin. However, one thing is almost certain, that is, Salama has a great relationship with the Namex people. And Dandy and Vic is the best of them, there must be information worth digging into behind them. So Garvey decided to get this guy to Earth, even if it was tied. In less than 5 minutes, the door to the treatment room was pushed open again. You guys are. Mr. Gaku, is that you? The young man looked excited. Yay! It's really Dandy. Gaku sighed, after so many years, you have actually grown so big. Yes, I haven't seen you in more than 20 years. Dandy showed a green smile, and then remembered something. Gohan, Mr. Klin, and Mr. Bike, are they okay? Gaku said with a serious face, they are all no longer alive. How so? Dandy was stunned. Garvey immediately briefly talked about the crisis facing the planet and what Dandy needed to do. We'll continue on the way. Garvey looked solemn. Eska was also on the side to help. Brother Dandy, they saved all our clans from New Namex and are our benefactors. Thank you. Dandy thanked sincerely, and then looked a little worried, but these people of mine. This is the best hospital in the entire galaxy, you can rest assured. Gark looked proud. After listening to it, Dandy immediately nodded and agreed, good. Since the situation is critical, let's go immediately. Dandy, you all hold on to my hand. Gaku began to sense his breath. Safe journey. I hope you can occasionally take me to play with Brother Dandy, I will always miss you, Brother Dandy. Iska waved goodbye to everyone. Hey! The figure of Garvey and his party disappeared from the hospital hall. In the next instant, he appeared on a strange planet. Sorry Gok, teleportation can only go to places where you can sense the breath of creatures, New Namex can't go back, and your spaceship can stay there temporarily. Gaku scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassed. It's worthy of you, Scumroth. It's quite revenge. Garvey laughed and complained in his heart, and actually knew Goku's innocence. Abominable. That's a new spaceship I just mentioned recently. Gluck gritted his teeth in anger. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Gaku laughed twice. How about going back to Earth with us? Garvey proposed. Gok refused, don't. Then we'll leave you on this planet. Gaku asked tentatively. Nope. Take me back to the hospital. Gark said angrily. What a troublesome guy. Helpless, Gaku can only send Gok back. After reuniting, the three quickly migrated towards the Earth. When The first rays of morning shine on the dilapidated square of the temple. The figure of Garvey and his party suddenly appeared. "Garvey, son June, you are back." Bulma rushed over with joy. A warm smile appeared on Garvey's face and he stepped forward and gently gave her a hug. "Is there any news from the divination mother-in-law?" Garvey let go of Bulma and asked with concern. "There is news. She said she wanted us to come and pick someone up." Mr. Bobo replied from the sidelines. "Gohan, are they back too? Great, I'll pick them up from my mother-in-law." Goku had an innocent smile on his face. As soon as the words fell, Goku's figure disappeared without a trace. Garvey was just about to ask about Myers. Goku has appeared beside Mr. Bobo with several figures. Dandy was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then looked a little excited. "Gohan! Mr. Vic!" Bulma's eyes burst into tears. "Trunks, Gohan, I didn't expect to see you again." Mr. Bobo took out his small handkerchief again and wiped the tears that flowed his eyes. "Lord Immortal, Bobo is very happy to see you again. There should have been 5 returnees, but now there is 1 less. Gohan, Trunks, Bike, and Tenjin are all there, and what is missing is Vegeta. Where did the proud Scion Prince go?" Garvey was a little strange in his heart. "Vegeta can't come back." The gods immediately explained, "When a dead bad man goes to Hades, his soul will be extracted, and when he is cleansed of sin, his memory will be erased and he will be reincarnated. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that catastrophe more than 20 years ago to be so terrible. Didn't think about saving Vegeta's body and letting him go to hell to cultivate." God explained clearly, dispelling Garvey's doubts. Vegeta was a complete villain in the early stage, killing innocents indiscriminately and ruthlessly, until he experienced a battle with Frieza and was killed by the king, and then began to slowly whitewash. It is a pity that he did not have time to wash away all his sins, so he died at the hands of artificial humans. The disappearance of Vegeta has led to this time and space, and there will no longer be the invincible Vegeta and Gogeta, which has to be said to be a big blow to the combat power on this side of the earth. Maybe in another time and space, we will meet again. Garvey sighed regretfully. "Everything can be safely handed over to me, His Royal Highness. You don't worry." Chapter 033. Trunks was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with his mother, and his mood was only slightly lower when he heard Vegeta's news. The people in this time and space do not seem to have cultivated any feelings with Vegeta. And Vic is full of prejudice against Vegeta. Even if that guy resurrects him, he won't necessarily fight alongside us. Uncle Bike, please take care of Trunks' emotions a little," Gohan advised cautiously. The god continued to puzzle everyone. Originally, Trunks could not return, his flesh was completely absorbed by the monster. Later, at my request, Hades agreed to help him reshape his body. By the way, Lord Hades attaches great importance to this crisis on Earth, so he specially helped to restore Gohan's broken arm before leaving. Gohan touched his reborn arm, his expression full of emotion. "Why didn't Klin, Tianjin Rice, and Yamcha return?" Vic frowned slightly. He stood far away from the crowd and looked a little unsociable. Garvey looked at Bike. Their strength is not enough to deal with the immediate crisis. I heard that the Frieza father and son have returned to Earth to make trouble. Vic asked with a sneer. Yes, in addition to the Frieza father and son, we also have to face the 2 difficult opponents of Babadai and Dopura. Garvey said quietly. It seems that this is an uphill battle. I'm looking forward to it. Goku rubbed his fists, looking impatient. The strength of the opponent is very strong, if only to the standard of the strength that Frieza showed when he first arrived on Earth. We will pay a terrible price. Now let's report the level of strength reached. Garvey said with a solemn expression, I hope everyone will not hide anything, this crisis is related to the fate of the entire planet. Next, Garvey put forward his own set of criteria for dividing strength, and counted the strength level of everyone present. The strongest is Wukong, who has broken through to the Super 3 levels. Garvey did not dare to let Goku transform to show his power to everyone, and Super 3's transformation was likely to shorten Goku's stay in the Yang realm. Crucially, he suspected that the Frieza father and son had learned the means of hiding and probing the breath through a year's surveillance of the Earth. Coupled with Garvey's learning to sense breath, he was completely unable to detect the chi of the two of them on Earth. Therefore, he was very worried that after everyone exploded, he would expose the temple to the enemy's vision. Everyone reported their strength. Garvey made a ranking after careful comparison. The rankings are ranked from high to low, in order of Trunks' Super 1 peak, Gohan's Super 1 peak, Garvey's Super 1 peak, and Bulma's Super 1 peak. Of course, this is only a superficial ranking of power levels, and it does not necessarily fully reflect the true strength of each person. Counting the factors in terms of combat skills, Bulma's comprehensive combat effectiveness is actually much weaker. Mom, how did you become an artificial human? It's a long story. Bulma glanced at Garvey, then said with a firm gaze, moreover, this time I want to fight side by side with everyone. Originally, Garvey was looking forward to Gohan's strength, but he didn't expect that he didn't even reach the full power of Super 1. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that because of the broken arm, Gohan cannot accurately confirm his strength. After all, his potential is terrifyingly high. Gohan blamed himself, I'm sorry, I didn't practice seriously during the days of the Netherworld, and my strength only increased a little. Vic didn't even reach the strength of Super 1. Vic's face stiffened, and he snorted coldly, although I have been practicing hard in the Netherworld, it is not as simple as you scions to change your strength. Garvey felt it was time for Vic and Celestial God to become one again. Even if he learned the Realm King Fist, the increase in strength was too much worse than the Scion transformation. At present, the strength of Vic is completely unable to keep up with the version. And the meaning of the existence of the gods is nothing more than the Dragon Balls of the earth. The gods are already dead, and even if they return to the Yang realm now, the Dragon Ball has not been reactivated. The current more suitable successor has also been put in front of everyone by Garvey. Immortal Sama, Goku, and I have brought back a new celestial god candidate, his name is Dandy. Garvey was blunt. This remark sounded as if he was trying to usurp the throne. Mr. Bobo's face suddenly became extremely nervous, and he took out his handkerchief and squeezed it tightly in his hand. Tenjin didn't care at all, I see, me and Vic. No, it should be said that it is Bike's father, who is one, and now that the Earth is in crisis, it is time for us to reunite as one. Lord Immortal, Bobo called choked, a look of reluctance on his face. The heavenly god's eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything in the world. This young man you brought back is qualified to inherit the position of an immortal, and I can see through his heart. It seemed that a parting was happening right in front of him, leaving Dandy a little at a loss. To be honest, I never thought about the day when I would be reunited, but now, in the face of the Frieza father and son and other powerful enemies, this is the last manifestation of my value. The old body of the heavenly god trembled a little, the earth facing a crisis, now only needs the strong. Lord Immortal, how can you say that? Bobo was a little emotional, you have guarded this planet for hundreds of years. Needless to say, Mr. Bobo, I have always been under your care. The heavenly god looked at Vic with a firm gaze, come on, the time has come to give up the position of the immortal and become a true warrior. Vic walked to the heavenly god, his face livid, even if you say so, the person who dominates after the merger can only be me. Of course it's you, you're younger than me, and your strength is much stronger than me, as it should be. Tianjin's face was solemn, my role is only to help you improve your strength, and at the same time pass on all the knowledge I have accumulated to you. Come on, as the leader, put your hand on my chest. Vic frowned and pressed his palm to the god. Tenjin glanced back at Bobo one last time, I can see that Bike's evil heart has completely disappeared, and I can safely give me all to him. Mr. Bobo's lips squirmed for a long time, unable to utter any more words of dissuasion, "Lord Immortal." A complicated look appeared on Vic's face, but nothing was spoken. Suddenly, a dazzling white light enveloped both Vic and Tenjin. The cloudy eyes of the heavenly god became brighter, and the originally tall body became extremely majestic. After a few moments, all the light dissipated. Vic stood in place, and opposite him, the place where the god originally stood, was empty. "Lord Immortal, goodbye," Bobo murmured softly. Bike's whole temperament has changed, and his eyes are no longer as gloomy as before, and they have become much softer. An unprecedented powerful aura burst out from him. The entire temple shook violently under this breath. "Mr. Bike, quickly converge your breath," Garvey hurriedly reminded. Vic quickly returned to his senses, and as soon as his mind moved, the aura that dispersed quickly converged, as if what had just happened had not happened. "It's not good, there are two evil and powerful auras rapidly approaching this side," Gohan reminded loudly. "It must be that Frieza guy." Goku's expression was full of expectation. "Bulma, let's go drag them down." Garvey made a decisive decision. "Mr. Bobo, quickly revive Dandy to the Dragon Ball." Chapter 034. Goku and the others want to keep up with Garvey. But Garvey flatly refused. "Frieza has seen you guys before, if you don't want to be killed senselessly, stay here and protect Dandy." Bulma also reacted. "When the Dragon Ball recovers, the situation will really change. When the time comes, you guys hurry up and transfer, and we will reunite at the martial arts meeting." "They?" Crowd hesitated. Garvey spoke quickly. "The enemy to deal with is also Babadai's gang, who is still hiding in the shadows. Until we find his whereabouts, let's try not to expose our strength." With that, Garvey and Bulma jumped down from the edge of the square and sped towards Frieza's breath. Once Garantat is exposed to Frieza's eyes, it is inevitable that the temple will be discovered. The temple is an important stronghold for the warriors of the earth, including not only the spiritual time house, but also the model of the dragon, holy water, and other important props. Garvey must intercept Frieza halfway through this trip. The mood is a little depressed, and there are many things he wants to explain. The battle plan did not have time to arrange, including the direction of Dragon Ball improvement, the King of the Realm Fist, the consultation of the fusion technique and other important contents, have not yet been proposed. Moreover, he had 1 month left in the Spirit Time House, which was originally reserved for practicing key skills including Realm King Fist and teleportation. Who would have thought that because of the Vic merger, an accident would occur, disrupt his plans, and make these plans that were not implemented in time come to naught? For now, the only way to send Frieza away as soon as possible is to reunite with his partners. With the screech of the breaking wind, Garvey and Bulma flew at full speed. After a few moments, he found that he was about to merge with the two oncoming breaths. Garvey immediately spoke up to remind Bulma, "Don't slow down." Just as the two sides appeared in their respective field of vision, Frieza's side took the initiative to stop his figure. Two purple-red beams instantly shot towards Garvey and Bulma. The two immediately held up the translucent protective shield. In the next instant, the ray collided with the shield. The entire space rumbled, and a strong shock wave spread outward, crushing the countless trees in the forest below. Garvey and the two were forced to stop and levitate in the air. "Oh, isn't that Mr. Garvey?" The corners of Frieza's mouth rose, and he looked at the two with interest. Feeling Frieza's abyssal momentum up close, Bulma trembled slightly. Garvey removed his protective shield and said calmly, "Lord Frieza, Lord Kurd, I didn't expect you to appear here. This is the companion I mentioned, and we are about to rush to the conference." Not noticing Kenayu's figure, Garvey relaxed a little. He fears that if Kenayu is present, he will recognize Bulma as Goku's companion, which may cause Frieza to be suspicious. "This beautiful young lady, what is your name?" Frieza smiled and looked at Bulma, her tone gentle. "My name is Bulma and you are Frieza." My lord? Bulma seemed to understand what Garvey meant, and also disarmed the shield. There was a hint of surprise on her delicate face, apparently the first time she had seen Frisia in person. Although Frisia looks like a monster, his smile is very polite. Lucky will be lucky. With a beauty like you as a companion, Mr. Garvey is really blessed. Garvey was helpless for a while, nothing happened to him and Bulma, why was it so blessed? The word king is too easy to misunderstand, right? Kurd glanced at Bulma and said indifferently, our legion is not based on appearance standards, Garvey. Do you see what I mean? Of course. I see what you mean. Garvey gave Bulma a look and said calmly, Bulma, just show your strength. Bulma comprehended in her heart, and a pure white energy bullet condensed in her palm. In Kurd's astonished eyes, the energy bombs grew bigger and brighter, like a small sun, shining the surrounding environment white, extremely dazzling. Frisia laughed admiringly, what a mighty force! When such an energy bomb explodes, it will definitely be an extremely beautiful firework. Kurdish narrowed his eyes slightly, Bulma, hey? Stop it, I recognize your strength. But I don't know how to stop. Bulma's panicked voice came, Garvey. What to do? What? How so? Garvey exclaimed, but a flash of appreciation flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bulma was really smart, and in this situation, she calmly seized an opportunity to delay time. The energy balls were still gathering and expanding, and the surrounding scenery was twisted and deformed in the blazing light. How could she have such amazing power? Kurd's expression has lost its initial arrogance, but has become somewhat dignified. Even the indifferent smile on Frisia's face gradually disappeared. The aura of destruction continued to spread outward, tearing the surrounding space, and several people seemed to be in the depths of a hurricane, and their figures swayed slightly. Garvey felt that Bulma could almost stop, and if he continued, he would probably not be able to close the scene. If you accidentally blow through the Earth's crust when detonating, the entire planet will be destroyed. Mr. Garvey, find a way to get her to stop. Frisia frowned and looked at Garvey. Okay, I'll try. Garvey immediately flew in front of Bulma. At close range, he was surprised to find that Bulma's silver teeth were clenched, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and neck, and her whole body was trembling violently. It turns out that her request for help just now was not a fraud. Bad. Garvey forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, grabbed Bulma's body, and prepared to teleport. At the same time, he exclaimed loudly, no, she can't make her own decisions now. It's about to explode, the Earth. The Earth is about to be blown up. What? Damn it! Frisia's eyes widened, dodged to block the energy bomb that was about to burst, and stretched out his arms to intercept. You all stand down for me. Bulma forcibly cut off the connection with the energy ball, and Garvey quickly flew into the distance with her paralyzed. The black robe on Frisia's body was instantly burned by the blazing orb, revealing his true appearance, his native form. His body was suppressed by the violent giant energy ball, and Frisia's whole person could not move. Frisia, don't resist. The Kurds have long been hiding in the distance. Nope. Earth. It's mine. Frisia's expression twisted, and he let out a roar through gritted teeth. Zhao. The king actually fought hard to protect the Earth. Garvey was dumbfounded after escaping some distance. He wouldn't really be smashed to death by this runaway energy ball, would he? Suddenly, a golden pillar of light rose into the sky. Pillars of light cut through the clouds and reached above the firmament. The earth crumbled in tremors. The blinding light is so bright that people can't open their eyes. An incomparable aura burst out and enveloped the entire planet. Chapter 035. The vision of the earth caused countless people to look up. The dazzling light makes it impossible to see directly, and even when the light falls on the body, it will make people feel that the heart is beating violently. The entire temple was trembling, like a candle swaying in the wind, as if it would be blown out by this momentum at any moment. This is the power of that guy Frisia. Goku's face was full of disbelief. Bastard, the gap between me and him is too big. The returning Trunks and the others looked at the direction of the pillar of light in amazement. Unimaginable power. Is Frisia already strong to this extent? Dandy, who was concentrating on activating the Dragon Ball, was also trembling with fright. His brain was blank, and his lips squirmed, but he couldn't say a word. Vic frowned, and his face was even more ugly. He immediately hissed, "Dandy! Don't stop! This is the opportunity Garvey and Bulma have won for us with their lives." Dandy immediately came to his senses and continued chanting the spell that activated the Dragon Ball in Namek. Kamea Island. Trunks looked in the direction of the golden pillar of light with a shocked expression. Frisia's breath, you can't go wrong. But I can't figure out why he became so powerful. Am I unable to protect this world again? Damn it! The expression on his face was full of pain and confusion, and since he came into this world, he has suffered a lot of blows every day. The dancer put his arm around Trunks. Trunks, don't give up hope. As long as you find Lord God of the Realm, and find Lord Beerus, the Earth can still be saved. Giant spaceship, in the bottom compartment. The two catfish tentacles on Babadai's face trembled with excitement. What pure and vast energy! I didn't expect that on Earth, there were still such powerful figures hidden. Dapla frowned tightly. Lord Babadai, that guy is dangerous, his strength has far surpassed me. Isn't that better? I am now full of expectations for the Martial Arts Society, because the seal of Majin Buu will be lifted immediately. Ha 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 ha, Zidu. Inside a dilapidated building. The two figures sitting opposite each other and drinking tea were also attracted by the amazing momentum in the distance. One gently rubbed the silver ring between the index finger of his right hand and muttered, "It seems that a very powerful body has been found. Do you want to make a wish to exchange with him? Compared to Sun Wukong, his strength is still a little worse." The other said indifferently. Abominable. The other 6 wishing beads in this time and space have actually been collected in advance, disrupting my plan. It doesn't matter, anyway, my original goal does not exist in this time and space. Veget? Is he really as strong as you say? Is it worth using Super Dragon Ball twice? Of course. Far north, under the ruins of Masruta. Red Ribbon Base. It's not good, Marshal Mazida. Salumax is abnormal, and a large amount of culture liquid leaks. How so? Could it be because of that golden pillar of light? Mazida jumped out of her office chair and ran to the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office, overlooking the entire underground base. In the giant cultivation warehouse, a terrifying red-green monster is twisting its body, and it seems to be about to wake up. What about Dr. Hyde? Let him find a way to stop Shalu's change. In the golden pillar of light, Frisia's body shimmered with a metallic sheen. His whole person was no longer suppressed by energy bombs. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and when Frisia gently raised his hand, the giant energy ball was pushed away from his body. Immediately, he suddenly swung his arm, and the powerful force immediately blasted the energy ball into the air. The dazzling sphere instantly flew away from the planet and exploded into countless points of light in the cosmic space. This is the real me, how? Mr. Garvey? Kurdish laughed maniacally, it is worthy of being my son, this transformation has already made history, and our family is indeed the strongest existence in the universe. The king can really transform into a golden form, and Garvey has no luck in his heart. Lord Frisia, thank you for saving the planet. Garvey said sincerely. Frisia snorted coldly, humph. I have long said that the earth can only be destroyed by me. No one else. After speaking, Frisia immediately converged his breath, and the golden glow of his whole body dispersed, returning to his normal form. Kurd looked at his son with a smug look on his face. Frisia, you did a great job. Garvey, Bulma, you are also very good, strong enough to hold important positions in the legions of our father and son. Wait, Daddy. Frisia interrupted Kurd, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Miss Bulma, just now, I cannot pursue anything that offends me. But, Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, you seem to have deliberately blocked my way just now, which really makes people care. Is there something strange in that direction? Frisia's gaze looked at the location of the temple. Garvey's heart sank, but his face was as usual. The king is really not good to deceive. We didn't mean to get in the way, we just happened to run into it. That place is a sacred place for people who practice martial arts on earth, and there are often powerful practitioners who make pilgrimages there, and we have just finished visiting the holy place. Garvey racked his brains to hide the truth. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of Frisia's mouth. Is it? Let's go over and take a look now. Bulma was still held in Garvey's arms, and when she looked at Garvey, a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Garvey was also a little panicked in his heart, and he didn't know if Gaku had transferred away. He wanted to continue to delay time, but Frisia didn't wait for the two of them and flew straight towards the temple. The Kurds, on the other hand, have been staying by Garvey's side, seemingly waiting for them to leave. Garvey had no choice but to follow Frisia. Just as Garanta appeared in everyone's field of vision, several white pillars of light suddenly flew out of the sky. Frisia's expression froze, and he immediately turned around and chased towards one of the pillars of light, and the speed was extremely fast. Who will be in the white light? Garvey was anxious in his heart, and quickly flew in the direction of Frisia again. Seeing this, the Kurds also hung far behind Garvey. A moment later, the white light suddenly fell, and Frisia's whole person quickly dived down. Then he stopped his figure. Garvey chased with all his strength and finally saw the back of the king, who quickly landed beside Frisia. When he thought that some companion was chased by the king, he did not find any figure or feel the slightest breath. However, when Frisia turned and spread his palms, Garvey's heart sank. What Frisia was holding in his hand was a glass ball that emitted an orange glow. That's a dragon ball. The reactivated dragon ball actually fell into Frisia's hands. Garvey felt a pang of despair in his heart. Even the road of making a wish to the Shenlong was blocked by the enemy. What can be done about this? Chapter 036. Oh, what a bonus! Frisia squinted slightly, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed under his eyes. I didn't expect that the Earth's Dragon Ball actually appeared at this time. After speaking, he lifted the glass ball and put it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. Inside the translucent Dragon Ball, which emits a soft orange light, there are 5 red 5-pointed stars. Garvey fell into deep thought. Either way, he must stop Frisia from gathering the Dragon Balls. But soon, Garvey's attention is taken away from Dragon Ball. Boom! Kurdish landed beside everyone, his eyes slightly condensed. Frisia, that thing you are holding, is it Dragon Ball? Frisia was in a happy mood and chuckled, not bad. In this way, I can use it to fulfill the wish of the immortal body. The corner of Kurd's mouth hooked a confident smile. Our family has a long lifespan, and our strength is unparalleled in the universe, but I didn't expect you to be interested in the immortal body. In fact, as long as you conquer the entire universe, I believe that even without Dragon Ball, there are other ways to obtain endless life. Dad, your time in power is over. Today, there are endless powerhouses in the universe, and the larger the empire we build, the more vulnerable it is to challenges. As a ruler, I naturally have to plan ahead. Frisia's expression was particularly serious. Kurd's brows frowned slightly. Even that transformation of yours can't suppress everything. Frisia played with the Dragon Balls in his hand and showed a sly smile. Dad, have you forgotten that arrogant scion in the South Galaxy? I always felt that the so-called Scion Empire behind him would not be so simple. Is that scion named Broly? Garvey couldn't help but interject. Broly? I haven't heard of a name. Frisia tilted his head slightly and looked at Garvey curiously. What do you seem to know? Could it be that you have crossed paths with him? I haven't seen Broly with my own eyes. Garvey shook his head and was silent for a moment before he spoke, but I heard that Broly is a belligerent, bloodthirsty, and cruel guy, a super soldier who is born in 1,000 years according to Scion legends. As long as he is given time to develop, the entire universe will be destroyed by it. Frisia and Kurd looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Frisia said in a deep voice, Mr. Garvey, as far as I know, the Scion who caused us trouble is completely different from the character you described, and his name is different. The reason why that Scion caused us trouble is just because there are people behind us. Kurdish looked arrogant and snorted coldly, Humph, how can a Scion have the terrifying power to destroy the universe? Garvey was suddenly puzzled, hasn't he already destroyed the entire southern galaxy? Kurd pouted and scoffed, if he really has the strength to destroy the southern galaxy, does he still need to hide behind the scenes? Frisia hooked the corners of his mouth, Mr. Garvey, according to our investigation, since the destruction of the southern galaxy, the culprit behind it has disappeared for more than 20 years. That is to say, the Scions who are currently against the Great King Legion are not Broly? Are there other Scions who survived this space-time? Garvey was puzzled. Frisia coughed lightly, interrupting Garvey's thoughts. Dad. Transfer all the Legionnaires from the nearby star field to this planet. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find out all the Dragon Balls on the Earth. Kurd looked at Frisia fondly and nodded, good. That's right. I almost forgot one thing. Frisia raised a finger and showed a grim smile, let's go to the source of these white light falls, and hope to encounter something interesting in that place. As soon as the words fell, Frisia flew in the direction of the temple again. After sending a message on the probe, Kurd urged, Garvey, let's go too. Garvey frowned, and after a moment's thought, he followed. At this time, on the other side of the Earth, in the extreme north of the Earth, in the ice and snow, the ruins of Masruta completely collapsed in the violent tremor of the Earth. A huge complex of buildings wrapped in thick solid ice rumbled to the ground. Like a dormant beast, it suddenly opened its huge mouth to choose people and devour. Suddenly, the interior of the complex resounded with a roar. Immediately afterwards, black fighters, like meteors cutting through the sky, quickly swept out from the open base. Dragon Ball has reappeared, and we are one step closer to world domination. In the spacious and bright office, Mazita waved her hands excitedly, this time, we must collect 7 Dragon Balls in the shortest possible time. Central Capital. Inside the underground machinery factory. Lord Pilaf. Lord Pilaf. A dog in a purple ninja suit rushed into the room on all fours. Pirav put down the wrench and looked at the partner who suddenly broke in to disturb his work, his brows furrowed, Axio, what's the matter? Dragons. Dragon Ball. The dog named Ashu said eagerly, the Dragon Ball radar suddenly detected the Dragon Ball signal. What? Pirav was startled, and then his eyes lit up. After taking the Dragon Ball radar from Ashu's hand and taking a look, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking that he was looking at the flowers. More than 20 years have passed since he and his companions were turned into babies by the dragon. For more than 20 years, he has been thinking about finding Dragon Ball and realizing his great dreams. However, the Dragon Ball seems to disappear out of thin air, and there is no trace of it at all. Today, when he was just about to put on the mecha he developed with his friends and go to the Zidu Martial Arts Conference, he accidentally learned that the Dragon Ball had appeared. Go and inform Xiao Wu. There is a signal of a Dragon Ball nearby, we immediately went to find it. Pirav trembled with excitement, and laughter echoed through the underground factory for a long time. Yes. The dog named Axia quickly turned around and ran. Garantia has appeared in the field of vision of Garvey's group. Once the temple is discovered, a death battle with the Frisia father and son will be inevitable. The Frisia father and son hate Gaku to the bone, and even for those close to Gaku, they will kill him. Once the two sides meet, there is absolutely no room for turning. At that time, in order to protect the temple and Dandi, everyone will inevitably fight to the death. Garvey and Bulma have already communicated in secret, preparing for the final decisive battle. Although the odds of winning this battle are extremely low, the current situation has reached the point where we have to desperately fight. This is a difficult battle for the survival of the planet. When Kurd saw the towering Karan Tower, he actually put away his usual arrogance and sighed, "I didn't expect such a spectacular building to be built on such a small planet." Frisia's figure did not pause and flew straight upwards. Garvey was also at this time, secretly condensing the energy in his body. Chapter 037. Kurd seemed to sense the abnormality around him, and couldn't help but ask, "Garvey, what are you going to do?" Garvey replied calmly, "This place is often frequented by masters, and I am afraid that Lord Frisia will be attacked." "Yes." Kurd's eyes were like knives, staring at Garvey's incomparably indifferent face, his body arched slightly, as if ready to fight. At this moment, Frisia's gloomy voice was heard from a distance, "The guy who exposed his breath has really left." Garvey secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and flew all the way up Galan Tower. Soon, he flew over the top floor of the Garan Tower to the former location of the temple. However, the temple that should have been suspended here has disappeared, and it is empty. Even the Ruyi stick at the bottom of the temple that connects to the top of Garan Tower has lost its trace. Could it be that after Dandi became an immortal, he blocked the temple again? Or was the entire temple moved by him elsewhere? In any case, this time the crisis was evaded. When Garvey thought of this, he couldn't help but let go of a little of the boulder that was pressing on his heart. "It seems that you have to be careful when facing the king in the future. This guy is not easy to fool, and he has completely crushed a group of earth warriors in terms of strength." Garvey and the others followed Frisia and landed on the top platform of Garan Tower. Frisia smiled and looked at Garvey, "Mr. Garvey, you and Miss Bulma are really sweet. Why does the king always say words that are easy to misunderstand?" Garvey didn't understand what Frisia meant and didn't know how to answer. Bulma suddenly jumped out of Garvey's arms and explained to Frisia, "The energy bomb just now exhausted all my physical strength and couldn't keep up with your speed, so I'm sorry." It stands to reason that the energy bomb condensed by Bulma was just out of control, and it didn't drain her energy. What's more, in terms of the artificial human body, the two are still in a state of unlimited energy to maintain the maximum output power. Garvey understood that Bulma must be showing weakness in order to confuse the father and son in front of him. When Frisia heard this, he showed a stunned expression and said with a sneer, "So that's so, it seems that I misunderstood something, oh. Hearing Frisia's teasing, Bulmarjan seemed to redden. The Kurdish on the side inspected the platform, frowned and said, "There is nothing valuable here. Since there is nothing, let's continue looking for Dragon Ball." After Frisia said coldly, he was ready to break through the air. "Wait." Garvey suddenly spoke up to stop him, "Sir, if you look for Dragon Ball, it should be more efficient for us to scatter, right? Garvey intends to look for an opportunity to get out." "Oh? Mr. Garvey, how about we divide into two groups?" Frisia looked at him with a smirk. Now seeing the king's smile, Garvey felt that he wanted to pit himself. This guy is simply as cunning as a fox. If he guessed correctly, the split into two groups was to separate him and Bulma, and then team up with their father and son. This is certainly not the situation Garvey wants to see. "Wouldn't the adults mean to let me and Bulma team up with you separately?" Garvey is straightforward. "Oh, Mr. Garvey, you're really much smarter than my stupid men." Frisia narrowed her eyes and let out a mean laugh. Kurd flashed a confident smile. "Garvey, you are indeed different from those guys in our legion, no wonder Frisia appreciates you so much. However, you also need to prove your loyalty with practical actions. Frisia interrupted Kurd, Dad, please leave the affairs of the Legion to me. The Kurds looked at Frisia, his eyes full of doting. I have long since retired, and I handed over the Kurdish army to you more than 50 years ago. Of course, everything is up to you. Mr. Garvey, since you are not willing to separate, then the four of us should act together. Frisia suggested. When Garvey heard this, there was a sigh in his heart. It's so hard to be an opponent of the king. Frisia's guy is actually no different from a real emperor, and even better. He is thoughtful and weird, cold-blooded and domineering. It is these characteristics that make Mr. Fu's real estate business in the universe bigger and more prosperous. In its heyday, the sphere of influence covered most of the universe, and there were hundreds of civilizations under its jurisdiction. The king is also accurate in looking at people, only talented, and extremely tolerant of useful people. For example, accommodating a very personal member like Kainu, reusing Ergoze Vegeta, and opening generous conditions on Namex to persuade Goku and so on. Frisia, as a heinous villain, has a very attractive personality. Although this charm is terrifying and intimidating, it also makes his prestige among his subordinates extremely stable. Unlike ordinary villains, he also does things with great purpose and principle. Not killing for fun like other villains. The only time he tortured his opponent was when the old employee Tragedy Tower betrayed himself first, and then he taught the other party a lesson. When facing the Siddha family, who wanted to challenge his authority, he directly destroyed the traitors in a crushing posture, and finally accepted 2 of the members regardless of previous suspicions. At the beginning of the Namex, if it were not for the wrong order of the king's killings, the scions would have been extinct long ago, and there would not have been a series of hair dye sales stories later. Of course, Frisia is not always strong, and when facing a stronger existence, he is also very decisive when he should be provoked. Whether it was facing the god of destruction Beerus, the strongest Goku Gita in the dimension, or the expansion of the Malloy Galaxy Bandit group, he chose to endure. In short, Frisia is a very difficult guy in Garvey's eyes. But Garvey will not give in because of the strength of the opponent, and even if the hope of defeating the opponent is still slim, he will do his best to mediate from it. Since he chose to stand on the opposite side of Frisia, he had long been ready to fight against it. Garvey knows how dangerous the other party is, so he is very cautious and careful every step he takes. Although he learned to teleport, this skill was shaken too long before it was released. During the use of teleportation, if Frisia notices an abnormality, it is likely to be interrupted by the other party. He didn't dare to bet. Even if he was now running away from under Frisia's nose, it wouldn't help change the situation. Goku and the others must have completely hidden their aura early, and there was basically no possibility of the 2 sides meeting before the martial arts conference began. On the Dragon Ball side, if you can't get this one in Frisia's hand, then there is no point in collecting the other 6. Maybe because of the reason for holding the Dragon Ball, it will be detected by the radar of Frisia's side, so that he will directly fall into a crisis. Garvey glanced at Bulma, with a hesitant look on his face. Bulma, let's act with these 2 adults. Bulma's eyes were full of trust, and she nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 038. Garvey had dismissed the idea of using teleportation to run. This key skill, if exposed to Frisia's eyes too early, will definitely cause the other party to be alert. Then at the next encounter, it will be difficult to use teleportation to achieve unexpected effects. Before Frisia's whole cards were all lifted, Garvey planned to touch the details of the king's side. Gula on the side of the Frisia father and son is still lurking in the secret, an important person who can change the course of the war. Garvey doesn't even have a general understanding of Gula's current level of strength. This is a huge hidden danger for him, who has always acted cautiously. And while staying by Frisia's side to spy on intelligence, maybe you can find an opportunity to take away the Dragon Balls he collected. The Dragon Ball radar is in Bulma's hands, and it is not easy for Goku and their side to find the Dragon Ball. The only thing to worry about now is that Frisia gathered 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Divine Dragon in a very short time. It's about making a wish, which makes Garvey even more determined to stay with Frisia. It's just that Bulma is also around, which makes people very worried about her safety. Bulma seemed to understand Garvey's concern, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Garvey, I will definitely behave well in front of the 2 adults. Bulma is truly intelligent. It only takes a look to understand what he means. Frisia was obviously in a good mood. Boom, I'll reward you when you help me collect the Dragon Balls. Garvey and Bulma replied almost at the same time. Thank you, Lord Frisia. The 2 of you really have a soul. The king said something that made Garvey feel a little familiar. Seeing that Frisia flew away from Garanta first, Garvey stopped thinking about it and immediately followed. The wind howled, and Frisia flew quickly towards the east with everyone. Garvey looked up at Frisia, his heart full of doubts. The direction in which this guy is heading is clear. Has he already obtained the coordinates of another Dragon Ball? Of the Frisia father and son, only Kurd wore a combat effectiveness detector. The king's whole body was empty, and even the black robe that was draped on his body at the beginning was completely burned when he touched the Bulma energy bomb. How did he determine the location of the Dragon Ball? After a few moments of travel, Garvey noticed that Frisia was almost heading straight for the western capital. Could it be that the location of the Dragon Ball is in the western capital? Garvey's face became more and more solemn. Garvey's speculation was soon confirmed. The huge silhouette of the western capital has appeared in everyone's view. The whole city has also changed its silence and become much livelier. Garvey felt countless breaths of strength and weakness from it. A variety of vehicles poured into the abandoned city, shuttling through the streets and alleys. And above the entire city, a huge arena is quietly levitating. Frisia glanced at the ring casually, and a disdainful sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth. It's just a trick of the jumping beam clown. Soon, the prestige of the Frisia Legion will spread throughout the universe from here. After that, Frisia's figure slowly fell, and after crossing several tall buildings, he landed next to a giant saucer-shaped spaceship. Buzz! The door of the spaceship barn burst open, and rows of members dressed in the combat uniforms of the Frisia army poured out of it, kneeling on one knee to greet their returning emperor. Welcome King Frisia, Lord Kurdish return. Garvey and Bulma stood behind the Frisia father and son, silently watching the scene in front of them. Everyone, set out to find the Dragon Balls now. Frisia flicked his tail and snapped a hole in the ground. Obey, King Frisia. In the midst of the rattling, a soldier scattered in all directions. Frisia looked at Garvey and Bulma, and said with a smile, just leave the matter of finding the Dragon Ball to them. The 2 are the main combat force of our side when participating in the martial arts meeting, just rest well. Kurdish showed a cruel smile. Frisia, what you said about finding the Dragon Balls is actually to return to the western capital and wait here for other forces that want to get the Dragon Balls to send them to the door, right? It seems that Dad knows my plan very well. Frisia walked towards the inside of the spaceship, supplementing his plan as he went. I heard that the Earthlings have a radar that can detect Dragon Ball signals, and when someone with a radar finds here, we can snatch that thing. It's really easier to find than a headless fly. Kurd looked appreciatively at Frisia's back. Frisia stopped at the hatch, suddenly turned around, and looked at Garvey and Bulma. You 2 come with me. If someone comes looking for trouble, you need to deal with it. Garvey and Bulma didn't hesitate, nodded in agreement, and followed Frisia towards the interior of the spaceship. Soon after, the group arrived inside the bridge of the spaceship. Lord Frisia, in half an hour, nearly 1,000 soldiers from the 3 nearby star domains will arrive on Earth. A diminutive cosmic man in the cabin immediately reported to Frisia. I see, thank you, Ms. Bailey Bulu. Frisia slowly lifted off the ground and sat down in the suspended seat. Lord Frisia, who are these 2? The guy named Balibulul looked at Garvey with a smile. They are newcomers to the Legion, and they are not familiar with the Legion, so you can show them around our warships." Frisia turned his back to everyone, his tail resting outside the chair wagging leisurely. "I have something to talk about with my father." "Lord Frisia, you are too polite. It is my honor to serve you, and my subordinates will retire first." A smile appeared on Balablu's face, and then looked at Garvey and Bulma. "Two of you, please come with me." Garvey and Bulma looked at each other, both seeing a hint of vigilance in each other's eyes, but they quickly relaxed. This is the interior of Frisia's spaceship. As long as chaos is created in the cabin, the two can take the opportunity to get rid of Frisia at any time. But as things stand, Garvey doesn't want to leave so early. Preventing Frisia from obtaining the Dragon Ball radar is obviously an important thing too. Garvey considers himself a person who is adaptable. After in-depth understanding of Mr. Fu's corporate culture, it will definitely be easier to find a way to deal with him. Maybe stay by Frisia's side and get the chance to backstab the king. Garvey touched his chin and always felt that something was wrong. Lean. Old Six is actually myself. Follow Bailey Bulow out of the ship's command room and along the side of the circular corridor. Garvey and Bulma couldn't help but look at their surroundings. There are dozens of rooms on both sides of the corridor, each with a closed door. After crossing the promenade, the three arrived at a room that Garvey felt familiar. Balibulus stopped and turned to look at Garvey and Bulma. "This is the treatment room, which is equipped with the latest treatment compartment, and after the unremitting efforts of the Research and Development Department, it can now be reborn with severed limbs." Hearing this, Bulma and Garvey's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a deep interest. Chapter 039. Rebirth of Severed Limbs? It was this technology that saved Frisia and Kurd from the brink of death. The treatment room is very spacious, about 100 square meters, and the decoration exudes a simple industrial style. Obviously, the first criterion of the design was practical. Directly in front of the room is a huge screen showing the data of the medical warehouse. The middle of the spherical medical chamber is filled with translucent liquid, and a purple gray-skinned cosmic person is being treated in it. Balibulus introduced Garvey and Bulma. The one being treated inside is the current first warrior of the Legion, Tagma. He has crawled back from the brink of death hundreds of times, and now, not only has great strength, but also cultivated an incomparably tenacious will. "Tagma," Garvey muttered. "Isn't this the guy who is in the resurrected Frisia chapter as Frisia's sparring partner?" As Frisia's sparring partner, Tagma has undergone a cold and cruel training that is better than death. In the end, this guy's strength has been amazingly improved. If Garvey remembers correctly, when Tagma appeared, he severely damaged Xinyan with a sneak attack, broke Bike's arm, and even threatened to take down all the Z fighters present with one person. The strength is simply terrifyingly strong. Of course, Garvey speculated that it did not surpass the Super 3 heavenly stars. I don't know how long he has accompanied the Frisia father and son for special training this time, and whether there is a greater breakthrough in strength. Balabluo glanced at Garvey suspiciously. "You seem to know each other." Garvey shook his head slightly. "No, Ms. Balibulu. I just felt the breath of a strong man from this guy." In Garvey's perception, Tagma's breath is stronger than the previous Bike, but it is not accurate to judge the strength of the enemy by his breath. In the world of Dragon Ball, in addition to transformation, people can also increase their combat power by exploding gas. In many battles, victory is often not determined by competing in combat effectiveness. Balabulu nodded slightly and said, "Tagma's strength is very strong, but he has a withdrawn personality and rarely communicates with other people. We went to visit other places and didn't bother him here to recover." Garvey nodded in agreement. The three of them then visited the dining room, dormant room, training room, and other rooms that are used every day. By the time they returned to the bridge, Garvey and Bulma had each received a probe and a new combat suit from the Frisia Legion. It seems that the treatment of Mr. Fu's employees is not bad. Unfortunately, during this period, Garvey and Bulma did not have any opportunities to communicate alone. Frisia looked out the porthole at the view of the city and took a sip of the bright red liquid in the goblet. He asked the people behind him lightly, "What do you think of this city?" The city was a mess, streets were destroyed, buildings collapsed, ruins were scattered throughout the city. Garvey frowned slightly, not understanding why Frisia asked that. Bailey Bulow stepped forward and took the initiative to answer, "It may have been very beautiful before, but now it lacks the vitality of life. My advice is to simply destroy it and let the new inhabitants who bought the planet rebuild it themselves." Bulma's face froze suddenly. There were countless innocent lives in the city. Frisia seemed to catch Bulma's look of surprise. "Miss Bulma, we are businessmen who conduct serious and legal business activities." Frisia gently put down the wine glass in his hand. "The job done is to clean up the garbage on the planet suitable for life and sell it to those who are homeless." Bailey did not speak, but just stood there quietly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The researchers on the side who were reporting information to Frisia had a drop of cold sweat on their faces, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. "Kikano, do you have any questions?" Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous smile appeared on his face. This yellow-skinned cosmic man with a thin body and a head like an ant was shocked in an instant, and shook his head repeatedly. "No. No problem." His voice trembled, clearly extremely tense inside. Frisia nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to Bulma. "I hope you can get used to the content of working under me as soon as possible." "Well. Okay, my lord." Bulma struggled to squeeze the voice out of her mouth. "Yes." Garvey responded naturally. He was actually interested in the R&D department of the Frisia Legion. Combat power detectors, spaceships, guns, combat suits, treatment compartments, etc., these are all good things. The development of science requires the accumulation of a large number of basic knowledge of the corresponding discipline to make a breakthrough, otherwise it is a castle in the air. At present, the level of science and technology on Earth is far from that of the Frisia army, and if you can dig one or two talents from it, it is difficult to open the Star Wars era in the Dragon Ball world. Of course, Garvey just thinks casually. The main theme of this world is always that personal strength is above all else, and the power of science and technology can be used as an aid, but it is not enough to determine the final direction of victory or defeat. Just as Garvey was thinking about it, several black fighters in the air swept abruptly obliquely. Boom! The muzzle of the fighter jet shoots dazzling fire, instantly destroying nearby buildings. The interior of the spacecraft shook slightly. "The enemy is firing at us!" Kikano shouted loudly. "Lord Frisia, do you want to open the ship's shield?" "No need." Frisia supported his chin with one hand, and the corners of his lips turned up slightly. "It seems that the Dragon Ball radar I was waiting for has been sent to the door on the initiative." Another round of missiles roared. Boom! Missiles exploded, fire splashed, and buildings around the spacecraft were blown to pieces. The interior of the spacecraft only vibrated slightly for a short while. Seeing the red R logo on the fighter, Garvey already knows who the incoming enemy is. It's just that the other party seriously chose the wrong opponent this time, and actually dared to provoke the king. "Sir, do you fight back?" Garvey had to stand up and show his heart. "No need, these are just small minions, and they can't even blow up a layer of paint on our spaceship." Frisia raised his hand to stop him, his gaze scanning ahead. A moment later, he raised his hand and pointed out, "Look, the other party seems to have finally sent some decent guys here." Garvey watched as two men in cloaks and red ribbon Legion emblems on their armbands were rapidly approaching. How could this be? In this time and space? How can these two gamma-type artificial humans appear? Could it be that the monster of Shulyu-Max was also manufactured? Garvey's expression sank, feeling that the situation was beyond his control. Although he also thought of this possibility at first, when the hidden worry really emerged, he could not help but lament in his heart. Earth is so hard. 3 forces capable of destroying it appeared one after another. Today, the western capital has become a meeting point of various forces. Perhaps it won't be long before the city is wiped off the face of the earth. Chapter 040. Garvey's eyes were fixed on the two gamma androids that were rapidly approaching. According to the plot of the theatrical version of the superhero, the strength of the gamma artificial man is enough to crush Super Gohan, although it is slightly weaker than the god Rice, but it also fights back and forth. Therefore, Garvey speculates that the combat effectiveness of these two is close to Super 3. Fortunately, they are not villains, but they also have a righteous heart. After a split second, the two artificial figures levitated above the spaceship. Gamma 2 flicked his cloak and said confidently, "Hand over the Dragon Balls in your hand, and I will let you leave safely." Boom! The top hatch of the spacecraft burst open, and the hovering seat rose into the air. "Who are you?" Frisia asked with interest. "You don't have to know." Gamma 2 has both arms around the chest. Frisia, who was leaning back in the chair, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was cold. "Oh? I would like to see why you are so loud." Frisia gently raised his finger, and the crimson energy rays shot out towards the other party. Gamma 2 snorted disdainfully, quickly pulled out the energy gun on his waist, aimed at Frisia and pulled the trigger. A light blue energy projectile erupted from the muzzle, and in an instant, it crossed a distance of tens of meters, swallowing the red laser, and hit its target. Boom! What? An incredulous roar came from Frisia in the air. The furious energy bomb exploded, and an invisible shock wave spread out, setting off a huge wave. Space seemed to be shaking, causing the interior of the spacecraft to shake violently, and Garvey immediately flew into the air with Bulma. What a destructive force! Garvey looked at the center of the explosion, where smoke and dust filled with smoke, and a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. Kurt also flew to Garvey with an incredulous look. How can there be such a powerful guy on Earth? Frisia's spaceship fell crooked into the pit, and several giant robotic arms used to support it were damaged to varying degrees. Gamma 2 smiled proudly. "This is the latest energy weapon developed by the Doctor, more powerful than any weapon I have used before. Blame me for infusing too much energy, accidentally turning that little man into flying ash." "Little man? Turn me into fly ash?" They. Smoke and dust had not completely dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out from the bottom of the pit, but there was a trace of bone-chilling cold in his calm tone. "You will pay a heavy price for provoking me." Frisia slowly rose into the air and began to gather gas. Looking at Frisia, who had suffered a blow but was unscathed, Gamma 1's brows furrowed slightly. Gamma 2 was triumphant. "What if you get away with it? I only need to fire 3 of this energy bomb, and you will definitely die." Frisia said grimly, "I'm curious, who gave you the confidence that 3 energy bombs were enough to kill me?" "Humph, guy who doesn't measure himself." Gamma 2 snorted coldly, and when he raised his hand, 3 energy bombs shot towards Frisia. Frisia's body was covered with a layer of metallic luster at this moment, and a terrifying aura rose up. He did not dodge, his palms suddenly stretched forward, like 2 giant mountains sweeping over, booming, smashing all 3 energy bullets. "It's time to end this farce." Frisia sneered disdainfully. His body instantly disappeared in place and appeared in front of Gamma 2. Frisia slammed his fist, and the terrifying force seemed to tear the space apart, smashing into the chest of Gamma 2. Bang! Gamma 2 didn't have time to react at all, his chest collapsed instantly, and he spat out blood. Frisia did not stop the offensive, his tail swept out and slammed into the face of Gamma 2. Boom! The body of Gamma 2 was smashed into the ground, the earth cracked, the earth and rocks shattered, and a bottomless ravine appeared out of thin air. The sound of electricity rattled and Gamma 2 completely lost its mobility under this blow. Gamma 1 was stunned in place, and before he could help, his companions lost their combat effectiveness. "What kind of monster are you?" Gamma 1 said in shock. "Oh, monster? I'm not a monster, I'm the evil emperor of the universe." Saying that, Frisia laughed maniacally. Evil emperor. Gamma 1 looked solemn, and he glanced at his companion who was lying on the ground unable to move. In that case, then I had to give it my all. They. Words fell, and the figure of Gamma 1 suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he had already appeared above Frisia's head, and a fierce straight kick went towards Frisia's head. The speed of Gamma 1 was extremely fast, and it came to Frisia almost in the blink of an eye. Frisia's eyes were cold and he raised his right arm to block Gamma 1's calf. Boom! After the violent collision, a wave of furious chi swept in all directions. Gamma 1's body flew upside down. After cutting an arc in the air, he smashed to the ground. The ground instantly cracked into several hideous ravines. Just as Frisia wanted to pursue, his pupils shrank. Gamma 1 pulled out an energy gun and continuously fired energy projectiles. One energy bomb after another struck from the ground at an extremely fast speed, slamming into the position where Frisia was standing. Boom! The explosions are continuous, smoke and dust are billowing out. Blazing waves of air swept around, and the ruins of the city within a radius of several miles turned into flying ash under this round of offensive. The people in the western capital were frightened by the momentum of this battle. It wasn't an earthquake just now. Has war broken out? Bomb, it must have been caused by a bomb. Looking at the thick smoke rising in the city, many people were horrified. When the smoke cleared, Frisia was still standing in place, uninjured. But Frisia's expression became extremely hideous. Everyone then noticed that the two Gamma artificial humans had disappeared. Frisia murmured, "It turned out that in order to save my companions, I deliberately used dense energy bombardment to interfere with my vision, so that I could take the opportunity to escape. I really thought he was hiding his strength. They can't run far, we can catch up." A look of anger rose on Kurt's face and he quickly chased in one direction. Frisia ignored it, his eyes looking ahead with a solemn expression. "It seems to smell danger coming." Garvey didn't move either, his instincts telling him that someone was hiding in the dark. Yikes! The sound of breaking the wind came. In the next moment, the position where Frisia originally stood collapsed, turning into dust and dissipating invisibly. Frisia's figure flashed high in the sky, his eyes were red. "Who? Give me out! Frisia, give me death!" Against the sun, a black shadow emitting golden flames descended from the sky. Sen Leng's blade slashed straight at Frisia. The speed of the opponent is too fast, the timing of the appearance is too good, even Frisia cannot avoid this blow. Chapter 041. But at this moment, a tall figure flashed in front of Frisia. The black shadow opened his mouth and roared, his muscles bulged all over, full of explosive terrifying power. Just as the long sword was about to slash at Frisia, a thick golden hand seemed to appear out of thin air, firmly grasping the long sword, and no matter how much the other party struggled, he could not pull the long sword away. Garvey's pupils shrank sharply, and the Kurds actually went and returned. "You can also transform into gold form. And it seems that he is more proficient in the use of gold form than Frisia." A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Kurd's mouth, and the palm of his other hand suddenly emitted a wave of dark red energy. The energy wave struck towards the sword-wielding figure with a devastating aura. At the moment when he was about to be hit, the attacker abandoned his sword in time and fled. Buzz! The dark red shockwave disappeared at the end of everyone's view. After a long while, a red light flashed on the horizon, and then a huge mushroom cloud rose. Then, the entire sky was reflected in a fiery red. "Dad, you almost destroyed the earth just now." Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, looking for the figure of the sneak attacker. "In case there are Dragon Balls destroyed in that place, my wish will not be fulfilled." "I'm sorry Frisia, I was a little worried about your safety before I made a move." Kurt's face was solemn, and then he converged his golden form. "That breath just now belongs to the Super Scion, right? Those abominable Scions again." Frisia's expression became gloomy, a far cry from the grace and calmness of the past. Among the scions we know, there doesn't seem to be a guy who can use weapons. Kurdish played with the long sword in his hand. This sword looks very sharp. Sword? Garvey was suddenly a little puzzled, although the big special of this time and space can also use a sword, but the strength cannot be so strong. The moment the man broke out just now, even he didn't see the other party's movements clearly. The aura of that figure was very similar to Trunks's, and the golden aura that surrounded the surface of the body was no different from the form displayed by the scion when he transformed. Unfortunately, the man's whole body was tightly wrapped, and Garvey could not judge his identity. Are there any other scions in this space-time? Without waiting for Garvey to think about it, Kurd said with a solemn expression, there seem to be many masters hidden on the earth that we don't know. 1 year of surveillance is still too short to gather all the intelligence. Frisia nodded thoughtfully, then smiled confidently, in this way, it will be more interesting. I can't wait to meet them. Garvey. As an earthling, you should know some of the masters, right? Kurd looked at Garvey, his eyes flashing with danger. I guess those two very earthy guys are not earthlings, right? Garvey sighed in his heart. This father and son are both sophisticated and calculating. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. Of course, they are my compatriots. Oh. Frisia showed a hint of interest. Tell me about it. We're all artificial humans, but, Garvey considered the wording, our makers are different. Kurd touched his chin thoughtfully and asked, Maker? That's right. Bulma and I were made by Dr. Gallo, and we were created to defeat the Monkey King. Garvey sighed, and the two artificial human makers are Dr. Gallo's grandson. What a powerful family! Frisia narrowed his eyes. Garvey immediately explained, although they are a family, Dr. Gallo's grandson does not approve of his grandfather's approach, but wants to create superheroes who protect world peace. Mr. Garvey, in this way, you are the great evil created by Dr. Gallo. Frisia suddenly showed a smile, as if he recognized Garvey's origins. Being treated as a bad person by the king made Garvey feel inexplicably awkward. Kurd asked lightly, where is that Dr. Gallo and his grandson? Dr. Gallo died more than 20 years ago, and his grandson embarked on a very dangerous scientific project in the Red Ribbon Legion. Oh? What project? Frisia asked curiously. Sharu Max is a monster with no reason and only relies on instinctive action. Once a monster with this power gets out of control, the destruction of the earth will only be instantaneous. Compared with the Frisia father and son, Sharu Max is stronger and more uncontrollable. Once it is released by the Red Ribbon Legion, I am afraid that the earth will not have to wait for the end of the Martial Arts Society, and it will be directly destroyed. In order to save the earth, Garvey had to use the power of the Frisia Legion to find the base of the Red Ribbon Legion as soon as possible. Garvey thought for a moment and continued, that grandson of Dr. Gallo is creating an ultimate artificial human named Sharu Max. This monster has many genes from powerful races mixed in it, such as Scions, Nemesis, and the Great King. Once the research and development is completed, the entire galaxy and even the universe may be destroyed by it. Our genes. Kurdish was slightly puzzled. The Red Ribbon Legion used nanorobots to collect blood samples from 2 adults, and then the grandson used it for research. Kurd's face suddenly became gloomy. Dare to use our clan to create that kind of monster is simply the biggest insult to me. This organization must be destroyed, and so must that grandson. The corners of Frisia's mouth curled in a dangerous arc, and he questioned Garvey, since that grandson can create a creation that is more powerful than me and my father, why did you choose to join my legion? Because Sharu Max has not yet become a complete body, and to become a complete body, it must absorb me and Bulma. When that monster wakes up, it will definitely absorb us driven by evolutionary instincts. Garvey patiently explained, and then said indignantly, in order to survive, Bulma and I can only escape from the Red Ribbon Legion and escape from the control of that grandson. Is that monster that grandson is developing really as strong as you say? There was still a hint of disbelief in Frisia's tone. Although Bulma didn't know Garvey's plan, she wittily interjected, "That's right. That grandson was a scientific genius several times smarter than his grandfather, and the Shalu Max he created was extremely powerful, and Garvey and I could not compare with it. Where is that grandson now? I will definitely kill him with my own hands." Kurdish eyes flashed dangerously red, clearly unable to withstand the insult. That grandson acted very cautiously and established the base for the development of the Sharu Max in a very secret place. Even Bulma and I did not know. Garvey said with a worried look. "I'll send someone to find out that grandson." Kurdish teeth crunched. Chapter 042. Frisia's eyes were slightly heavy, but his expression remained indifferent. "Dad, according to Mr. Garvey, that grandson is very cunning, and if he searches for him rashly, it is easy to startle the snake." Coughing lightly, Frisia looked at Garvey with cold eyes. "Mr. Garvey, the important information of that grandson, why did you say it now?" Garvey's heart instantly hung up, and he immediately replied seriously, "That grandson. The monster created by that grandson is too terrifying. I don't want the King's Legion to be involved, not to mention, if we engage the other side, we will definitely lose a lot of money and may disrupt your plans." Frisia snorted coldly, a bloodthirsty smile rising at the corner of his mouth. "When the legionnaires arrive, I will send someone to investigate the traces of that grandson. Just like Dad said, our family will never accept such an insult. Even if you pay a terrible price, you must completely destroy that grandson along with the monster he created." "Well," Kurd touched his chin with satisfaction, "that grandson's recent movements, please pay more attention to Garvey. If you find any clues, let me know in time." Garvey and Bulma nodded in agreement. Frisia lifted his golden status and landed into the spaceship with his hands on his back. Balibolo stepped forward and asked lightly, "Lord Frisia, do you want the soldiers of Earth to capture the enemies who attacked you?" "You don't have to." Looking at the arena suspended above the city in the distance, Frisia's eyes were grim. "Whether it is the Scion who sneaked up on me or the Red Ribbon Legion, they should all participate in this martial arts conference. I will give them a good time in the competition, and I am really looking forward to the beginning of the martial arts conference." At this moment, there are less than 3 hours left before the start of the martial arts conference. Many survivors have already poured into the western capital to sign up for the competition. A voice suddenly appeared in Garvey's mind. "Good morning, everyone, I am the greatest demon teacher in the universe, Babadai. He. Earthlings, your long-awaited martial arts conference is about to begin. Did you see the ring over the western capital? Players who pass the qualifiers will have a final battle in this floating ring. Due to the large number of contestants, I temporarily added some registration locations, scattered in 8 directions in the western capital. He. Because my time is precious, the qualifiers are a team fight. Each team can have up to 3 players, as long as you eliminate 3 groups of opponents at will, you can advance to the knockout round. By the way, the entire western capital is the venue for the qualifiers, and when the time comes, you can fight in this city to your heart's content. Don't worry, I will see the results of each group of players, and use magic to project your names and points into the sky. He. Remember, I'll destroy Earth when the game is over. If you want to survive, do your best to fight for the final victory." A drop of cold sweat dripped down Kikano's cheeks. "What kind of magic is this? Can you talk directly to my heart?" Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's just a trivial trick, this jumping beam clown will soon usher in his doom." Kurt's face was hideous. "That's right, when the time comes. I will definitely let this outspoken guy die without a place to be buried." Frisia gracefully picked up his glass from the table, looked at Garvey and said, "Mr. Garvey, you can go and register for the competition first." "Yes, King." Garvey raised an eyebrow. "That's right." Frisia took a sip of the liquid in his glass. you seem to be missing a teammate, you can choose from my subordinates. Is this to send someone to spy on yourself? Garvey remained calm on the surface, but in the bottom of his heart began to think about the reason for refusal. No need, in fact, we have a companion. Bulma also didn't seem to want to be watched by Frisia's men, so she stood up and refused directly. Oh. Frisia asked suspiciously, where is he currently? He's always been with us. Bulma said. Who does Bulma refer to? Garvey looked at Bulma's bulging pocket. Inside was her capsule set. You're talking about the 16th. Garvey remembered and looked at Bulma with an appreciative look. As an inanimate robot, it seems that it can indeed be put into capsules without starting. Does he also have the strength to be close to yours? Kurdish asked with a frown. That's right. Garvey couldn't be more certain. In the Shalu chapter, according to number 17, the strength of cyborg number 16 is much stronger than him. It's just that the number of battles on the 16th is less, which does not impress Garvey too much. If it weren't for Bulma's reminder, he almost forgot that there was such a powerful combat force on his side. I just don't know if the 16th will agree to team up with him. Flying out of the spacecraft, Bulma took out the capsule containing number 16 and threw it in the clearing. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the originally empty ground created an extra dormant warehouse. Inside the warehouse, a burly man closed his eyes. Garvey, shall we activate him now? Bulma turned to Garvey. Garvey hesitated for a moment and agreed, well, wake him up. Bulma stepped forward and pressed the open button of the dormant compartment. Boom! With the sound of gas pressure relief, the dormant chamber slowly opens. The man lying inside slowly opened his eyes, then climbed out of the warehouse and stood silently in place. On the 16th, welcome to Awakening. Garvey greeted, Dr. Gallo didn't intend to activate you, but he's dead now. After all these years, how does it feel to see the light of day again? Number 16 looked at his surroundings in silence. Bulma asked Garvey curiously, can't he speak? We'll say, but he rarely says. Garvey frowned. He pondered how to fool number 16 into joining his side. After a moment of consideration, Garvey asked, you were created to kill the Monkey King, right? Number 16's expression fluctuated slightly, and he turned to look at Garvey and replied, yes. It's a pity that now Sun Wukong is dead. Garvey showed a regretful expression, as artificial humans, we now have a new mission. Number 16 looked at Garvey in bewilderment. Garvey pointed to the ring above the city, team up with me to participate in this martial arts conference. I refuse. The answer of the 16th was decisive and crisp. Garvey's expression froze, don't you love nature? What does this have to do with participating in the competition? Number 16 asked indifferently. The situation is very complicated, in short, you sign up with us first, and I will explain the reason to you on the way. Chapter 043. Number 16 nodded in agreement. Garvey was immediately relieved. There were many things he couldn't say in front of Frisia and his gang. After saying goodbye to the Great King, Garvey and Bulma flew towards the center of the city. Number 16 followed behind the two, curiously looking at the abandoned city below him. Why did the city become like this? Number 16 asked. Garvey patiently explained to number 16 the evil deeds of the two evil androids. They actually did such a thing. No 16's cold expression fluctuated slightly. That's right. Garvey said frankly. Number 16 frowned and sighed, I thought that the two of them were poor people who were used by Drive. Gallo, even if they were innocent humans before, after being transformed by Gallo, they have completely turned into demons. Bulma sighed. Aren't you made by Dr. Gallo? Number 16 asked in surprise. It's not. An embarrassed expression flashed across Bulma's face. Garvey briefly talks about his and Bulma's experience of becoming artificial humans. Why are you looking for me to join the team? Number 16 asked. The Earth is currently facing multiple crises. Garvey explained the current situation of everyone to number 16. So, what do you need me to do now? Number 16 was slightly stunned, and then calmly said, my strength does not seem to be enough to deal with the current situation. With all due respect, the Earth in this situation is no longer saved. At this time, one more person means one more strength. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Garvey looked determined. What hope do you mean? The 16th is a little puzzled. Even Bulma looked at Garvey expectantly. On the planet Mitamar, the inhabitants have a secret skill that allows two warriors to fuse. He can allow the fusion seeker to break through the limits of his body and gain incomparably powerful strength. Garvey voiced the first plan. The martial arts conference was about to begin, and a series of events during this period allowed Garvey to set the prototype of his plan. Fusion secret skill is the most powerful way to increase strength. In the Bu chapter, Gokuten and Trunks fuse after a short training, and Gotenks' strength directly reaches the Super 3 levels, crossing the two major levels in between. The gap in the middle, but Wukong has worked hard to cultivate for more than 10 years and has gone through several life and death battles to achieve. It only takes to master the essentials of fusion dance steps to achieve this level of improvement, and it is not too much to call it a divine skill. The only flaw is that the fused warrior only exists for 30 minutes. If you can't tell the difference between victory and defeat within 30 minutes, the situation will become more unfavorable. However, Garvey has carefully pondered the issue, and they currently have the most suitable integration candidates on their side. That's Trunks and Son Gohan. These two guys are similar in strength, and their style of acting is very stable when they experience the end times. The character after the fusion will definitely be very reliable, and it will definitely not be as wave as Wushanks. In this way, if nothing else, the 30 minutes of combat time will definitely be fully utilized. The uncertain factor is what level of strength they can reach after fusion. Of course, the main position of the first echelon definitely belongs to them. If only someone could fuse with Goku. However, there is no proud prince in this time and space, and there is no one close to Goku's strength to perform this secret technique together. Bike's current strength should be similar to Gohan and Trunks. Also for the time being, no suitable person can be found to integrate with him. Unfortunately, Garvey couldn't search for the rest of his companions at this moment. They were supposed to hide in order to avoid a senseless battle with Frieza. Garvey was unable to inform Goku and the others of this plan in advance. You can only wait for the tournament to start before looking for them. After all, after the registration points were scattered, he was not sure where his companions would go to report. Garvey also wants to continue to elaborate on his plans. But at this time, I saw the bustling crowd below. I immediately understood that I had arrived at one of the registration points. Garvey froze in the air amid the astonished looks of the crowd below. He looked back at number 16 and asked expectantly, "Have you made your decision?" Number 16 sighed, "I really didn't expect that our home would be destroyed. At that time, the nature I love will also disappear, right?" Garvey nodded slowly, looking heavy but firm, "That's right. But I don't want to accept this result. I believe that one day, we will be able to rebuild our homes." Number 16 hooked the corners of his mouth and showed a gentle smile. "Of course." Garvey clenched his right fist lightly and collided with No 16's outstretched fist. "So, let's go down and sign up together." The three gently fell to the ground, causing a commotion in the crowd. Soon, the crowd automatically gave way to a path for people to pass and went straight to the registration location. Garvey was stared at by the eyes of others looking at the monster, still indifferent. Secretly thinking in my heart, the Earthlings have too little knowledge, and they will be surprised to see people who can fly in the air. The 16th seemed to be unconcerned about this and calmly walked towards the registration location. Bulma next to her didn't seem to be very comfortable with the feeling of being watched by everyone, and tightly dragged Garvey. Garvey pulled her and walked to the registration desk together. At the registration desk, 2 rows of staff wearing uniforms stood and included an old man who looked like a host. Seeing the 3 people coming, the staff did not dare to slack off and quickly stepped forward to receive them. "Hello, please tell us your name, age." The staff bowed politely. Garvey spoke first. "My name is Garvey Locke, 23 years old, and I'm here to sign up for the competition." Bulma Brive, 16. Number 16, 28 years old. "What a strange name, is it a stage name?" Someone next to him asked strangely. The 16th fell silent and did not say a word. The questioning man had to stand awkwardly in place. After carefully filling in the registration form, the staff raised his head again and asked, "Are you the same team? Please tell me the name of the squad." "That's right, the 3 of us are partners." "As for the name of the squad?" Garvey touched his nose, a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Bulma, asking for help. Bulma's bright eyes stared at Garvey, and after a long while, she whispered, "It's called Hope." "Hope?" Garvey chewed the word, then smiled at the staff. "The name of the team, it's called Hope." The staff were stunned. And so were the nearby crowds. This word, as if touching something. Chapter 044. Participate in the martial arts conference, not only to meet with your companions, but also to find out the traces of Babadai. Kill Majin Buu before the opponent resurrects him. In this way, not only solved the trouble of Majin Buu, but also ruined the plan of the Frisia father and son. It's just that the news of Frisia and Sharu Max, who hold the Dragon Ball, disturbed Garvey's position. Although the news of Sharu Max did not get a real hammer, Garvey first provoked his relationship with Frisia's gang. There is only so much he can do, and then he can only take one step at a time. After a few moments, the staff is registered. There was also a special receptionist who led Garvey and his party towards the rest area of the participants. The receptionist turned his head and looked at Garvey and Bulma. "Weapons and armor cannot be used in the rules of the game, and this protective suit you wear is prohibited." Garvey glanced at his and Bulma's battle suits. The presence or absence of armor does not affect them much. In this case, you can remove the outer armor and leave only the tights inside. Garvey took off his outer armor, and the tights perfectly outlined the muscles of his whole body. However, "Hey? How so?" Bulma didn't move, looking very embarrassed. Garvey was suddenly puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Bulma." "Garvey, I'm wearing nothing but tights." Bulma leaned closer to Garvey with a slightly red cheek and whispered in his ear. "Hey!" Garvey's eyes widened. No wonder he felt that the 2 soft masses on Bulma's chest trembled amazingly before. In the long-term relationship between the Spirit Time House, the 2 have long been accustomed to such embarrassing little things. It is inevitable that accidents will occur when clothes are damaged during sparring. Although Garvey would cover his face every time and say that he didn't look at it, he didn't miss a single time what he should have seen and what he shouldn't see. For this, he was reprimanded by the embarrassed Bulma. Of course, their relationship has never been estranged, but has become more and more intimate. That's why now Bulma suddenly asks him for help and tells him that she is not wearing anything but tights. Rao is super determined by Garvey, and he can't hold it. Garvey reacted immediately, "Let's just find a place to change out of our clothes." But at this moment, there was a noise at the registration office. Garvey and Bulma frowned at the same time and looked over there. It's obviously a game that is about everyone's destiny. "Why can't I use mechs?" A crisp female voice came. That's right, that's right. It took me 3 days and 3 nights to build these mechs." Another male voice followed. "Are you wasting Lord Pirav's hard work?" "I don't promise." "Resolutely do not agree." Another excited voice echoed. Hearing this, Garvey's expression moved. Sure enough, a woman, a man, and a dog were arguing fiercely with the staff. 3 mechs with different shapes docked at the registration point. Unexpectedly, in this place, I met the Pilaf trio. With their strength, they actually want to blend in with this competition. Garvey was actually interested in Pilaf's scientific talents. But now is not the time to think about this. No matter how genius Pirav is, he will not be able to change the current situation of the Earth in a short period of time. Several saucer-shaped giant ships streaked across the sky, casting huge shadows that swept over the western capital in an instant. Boom! In the violent hum, countless high-rise buildings in the city collapsed and collapsed. Garvey's pupil shrank. Reinforcements from Frisia's legion have arrived on Earth. Then, several red rays appeared in the sky, dragging a long tail flame and falling beyond the horizon. A moment later, a fire rises on the horizon, and no matter where you are, you can see the smoke and sea of fire rising from the sky. Garvey recognized those red rays. It was a one-ball spaceship. The people who ride on this type of spaceship are estimated to be the elite of the Frisia Legion, not ordinary miscellaneous soldiers. He turned his head to look around, and many people were sitting on the ground, their faces full of horror. The earth trembled slightly, the crowd rioted, various screams sounded, and the whole west fell into chaos. In the sky, the figures of soldiers of Frisia's legion appeared. Pi! Lord Pilaf, these cosmic people don't look very messy. Ashu the dog said in a hushed voice. Didn't. It's okay, just get together the Dragon Balls and after realizing my great dreams, they will become my subordinates. Pirav said with some uncertainty. But Lord Pilaf, the location where those cosmic people appeared seems to be very close to the location of the Dragon Ball shown on the radar. How can we get there? I don't know when. The Pirav trio crouched behind Garvey, shivering and whispering. Garvey's ears moved, and he could hear their conversation clearly. These guys are also looking for Dragon Ball? Garvey just planned to get Bulma to take out the Dragon Ball radar and confirm the rest of the Dragon Ball locations. But I saw dozens of soldiers of the Frisia Legion flying in this direction. The soldiers landed one after another at the registration point. We are here to participate in the competition. The staff looked at each other. One of the receptionists stiffened and stood up. That, the game is not allowed to use any weapons and armor, please. Please put away all your equipment. Is there such a provision? The leading soldier smiled evilly. Didn't. That's right. The receptionist muttered. How can Uncle Ben follow the broken rules of a low-level planet like you? The soldier clenched his fist and slammed his fist at the other party. Snap! The fist of the leading soldier is firmly blocked by one palm. He raised his eyes and saw an angular, cold-lined, but expressionless face in his eyes. What are you? The lead soldier had a hint of jealousy on his face, and hurriedly pressed the button of the combat effectiveness detector in his ear. Diddy. Combat effectiveness, 0. Hey, boy! Are you looking for death? The group of cosmic soldiers next to them glared viciously at the incoming person in an instant. Tell you, we are the subordinates of Lord Frisia the Cosmic Emperor. Dare to oppose us, believe it or not, we will kill you now. You can try, but, the man said lightly, his 5 fingers slightly forced, and there was a crisp click. The leading soldier fell to his knees with a scream, covered his wrist, and wailed in pain. As the leading soldier, his strength is naturally the most prominent among the cosmic people, but he doesn't want to be gently twisted and broken by someone. All the soldiers around were stunned, and they all took out their guns and aimed them at the man. You really don't want to live if you dare to hurt the people of our Frisia army. But I'm also from the Frisia army. The man touched his chin and said. One of the soldiers suddenly noticed that the uniform he was wearing turned out to be the old combat uniform of the Frisia army. Moreover, in his other hand, he is playing with a detector. Excuse me. Which adult of the Frisia army are you? Why are we wearing our old combat uniforms? The soldier asked tremblingly. I'm not an adult. My name is Garvey and I am a newcomer to the Legion. Garvey said as he touched his nose. All the soldiers were a little confused. Garvey. I really haven't heard this name. Newcomer. Such a guy actually said that he was a newcomer. Chapter 045. Plus. Excellency, Garvey, don't joke. The level of combatants in our Frisia army has always been ranked by strength. How can a master like you be a newcomer? You must be the best elite warrior, right? The soldier's eyes suddenly lit up. Garvey's face darkened, as if no one had told him this at all. Seeing someone secretly using the detector to send a message, he didn't stop either. Garvey wanted to see how the king would handle this. A moment later, everyone saw a thick dark red beam across the sky. Boom! The jesting ring suspended over the western capital instantly exploded into slag. Everyone looked up in amazement. I saw that the source of that beam, a dark red energy ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters, flew slowly, approaching this side, as if it wanted to destroy the world. Great, great king, spare your life! The soldiers of the Frisia army were terrified and lay on the ground one by one. However, the energy ball flew directly over the heads of Garvey and the others, docking next to the ruins of the jesting ring. It exudes a scorching breath that distorts the air of the entire space, and the surrounding scenery is reflected red like a furnace. Everything near the ring, including metal and stone, was reduced to ashes and disappeared. But at this moment, Garvey's voice sounded in his head. Who did it? What exactly do you want to do? A moment later, another voice came. Oh, Your Excellency, you don't need to know who I am. I'm just a little bit unhappy with the rules of the game you set. The owner of the voice belongs to Frisia, who is communicating with Babadai. Damn, dare to dictate my game, I want you to die. Hey! How so? How can't my magic kill you? That, you! What are your grievances? Babadai's momentum, from arrogance at the beginning, changed to caution. I think the rule that you can't use weapons and armor makes the game very uninteresting. Also, please remove the restriction that you cannot kill. Frisia's tone, although polite, revealed an air of undoubtedness. Well, as you wish. Anyway, this is just a rule that I didn't bother to think about and copied temporarily. I think you heard this conversation too, Earthlings. In addition to knocking down the opponent for 10 seconds and forcing the opponent to surrender in the game, you can also directly kill the opponent. Let's fight as hard as you can, hee hee. Hey! They! Voice in his head stopped abruptly. At the same time, the giant dark red energy ball slowly disappeared into invisibility. Great, Lord Pilaf, the mecha you made is useful. A dog in a ninja suit was excited. However, if I want to fight these cosmic people, I am not sure. Pirav looked sad. If we don't get it right, we will be killed. Xiaowu suggested, Lord Pilaf, how about we not participate? However, if we don't compete, we will be dead when the earth is destroyed, and now we have to fight. Pirav spoke bitterly. Garvey, Bulma, and number 16 looked at each other. No matter what, I can't kill other people in the game. Bulma said, I'm sorry, Garvey. No need to apologize, if it's a compatriot, I'm not sure if I can do it. Garvey comforted Bulma and said. It's an honor to be teammates with you. Number 16 smiled slightly. In the game, we just need to knock down the opponent. What do we do next? Bulma asked. Garvey glanced at the soldiers of Frisia's legion lying on the ground, just as one of them looked at him. The man immediately got up from the ground and bent respectfully 90 degrees towards Garvey. Lord Garvey, we have received instructions from our commander, and you are now the temporary commander of our squad. Garvey raised an eyebrow. What is your mission? Report, my lord. After we sign up for the competition, we will also go to find the base of the Dragon Ball and Red Ribbon Legion, and when the competition starts, we will rush back here. Dragon Ball! The Pilaf trio were startled and immediately pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Xiaowu subconsciously covered her pocket. Garvey nodded and ordered, "You guys go according to the plan, don't worry about me for the time being." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. After watching the soldiers register their messages and leave, Garvey said to Bulma next to him, "Bulma, Dragon Ball radar, lend me a look." Xiaowu's behavior was a little abnormal just now, and Garvey planned to confirm it in person. Bulma handed Garvey a small, round device and asked, "Will you use it?" Garvey said, slightly embarrassed, "You teach me." Seeing Bulma take out the Dragon Ball radar in front of him, the Pilaf trio suddenly felt like a great enemy. "Lord Pilaf, the situation seems to be not good." Ashu stopped in front of Pilaf, his claws resting on the hilt. "Lord Pilaf, is there any problem with this device you made? With such a close distance, can you completely block the Dragon Ball signal?" Xiaowu looked nervous, leaned into Pilaf's ear and whispered, "When? Of course, the products I make have never had problems." "Strange, there are only 6 Dragon Balls on the radar." Bulma looked a little puzzled, could it be that the radar is broken? The Pilaf trio breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Garvey understood why. "No problem with the radar, Bulma, put it away," Garvey said calmly. "Oh, okay." Bulma withdrew the Dragon Ball radar back into her pocket, a little puzzled, "But why are only 6 shown on this? Maybe someone used a special device to hold the Dragon Ball, thus blocking its signal." Garvey walked up to the Pilaf trio and smiled. Pirav suddenly became nervous. "You? What are you looking at us for? You've been listening to my conversation with Dr. Bulma, haven't you?" Garvey teased. "Hey? This is nothing, we will leave immediately." Pirav hurriedly denied it. "You carry Dragon Balls with you, but it's a very dangerous thing. If you are found by bad guys, do you think you will still survive?" Garvey said seriously. "We don't have Dragon Balls on us." Axia quickly covered Xiaowu's waist bag and said with a hard mouth, "By the way, please give me your shielding device." Garvey was expressionless. "In exchange, I can save your lives." All 3 of Pilaf's faces turned green. This is a naked threat. They simply couldn't figure out how the shielding device was discovered by the other party. This technology, except for the 3 of them, no one knows at all. "Lord Pilaf, what should we do?" Ash's hand holding the knife trembled. "Since it has been discovered, give it to him." Pirav watched as Xiaowu handed Garvey the shielding box containing the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, he felt great regret in his heart. After the other party gets what he wants, he will definitely kill people, right? "Xiu, Xiaowu, we'll see you in the next life." The 3 squatted on the ground and cried with a headache. Chapter 046. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, and Garvey had just taken the first 2 steps, intending to explain. But Axia pulled out his knife and rushed over. "Lord Pilaf, little dance, you guys run." "Little dance? Hurry up," Pirav roared, "we cover you." Xiaowu shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "I won't leave you guys." She groped a dagger from her arms and stabbed it at Garvey. Which of them is Garvey's opponent? The battle ended in an instant. Pirav and the others fell to the ground with their butts. The 3 of them immediately begged, "Don't kill us, we really don't have Dragon Balls on us." Garvey walked up to the 3 and flicked the box in his hand. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." "But how did you end up with that group of cosmic people?" Pirav asked cautiously. "This is a long story, you don't need to know it for the time being," Garvey said expressionlessly. "In that case, can you let us go?" "Wait." Garvey handed the box to Bulma and asked Pilaf, "This thing is only enough to hold 1 Dragon Ball, do you have any other boxes on you?" "No, no." Pirav shook his head desperately. Garvey frowned. "If not, a drop of cold sweat broke down on Pilaf's forehead, and he suddenly remembered something. I can make it for you temporarily. In my underground factory in the central capital, I have the corresponding materials. Garvey is a little excited, and with a device that can block the signal, he can safely search for Dragon Balls without worrying about being located by others. How long will it take to make the other 6 boxes? Garvey asked quietly. After thinking about it, Pirav replied, it will take about half a day. Add to that the time to rush, and I promise to do it in a day. Garvey's face sank. I can't wait that long. The trio suddenly changed. Pirav said anxiously, if you just make a box that holds all the Dragon Balls, you can save a lot of effort. How long will it take? It's going to take 4 hours. Pirav clenched his fingers and calculated, no. The production time only takes 3 hours. Good. Garvey bowed slightly. Seeing Garvey agree, all 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Then we'll quit first. Pirav tugged at the corners of his 2 companions' clothes and slowly stepped back. Seeing the 3 preparing to leave, Garvey stopped them. Please wait. Is there anything else to tell? Excellency? Put your hands on me, Bulma, number 16, and so do you. Garvey ordered. Bulma didn't know why, but still held Garvey's arm. Garvey faced Zongdu and put his fingers in front of his forehead, searching for the biological breath in that direction. Soon, his gaze condensed and locked onto a person's breath. Found it. Hey! In people's incredulous gazes, the 6 figures suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, a strange scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was dark in front of me, and the stench came, as if there was a stream of water flowing by. The crowd was in a sewer section. What's going on? Where is this? Pirav exclaimed. Garvey, what just happened? Bulma covered her nose and asked. Amid the rat's panicked squeak, Garvey punched through the pipe overhead. As the sun shone out, Garvey threw the 3 of Pirav into the street. This is Zongdu. Garvey took in the ruined cityscape and immediately explained to Bulma, the trick just now is called teleportation. Which I learned when I was a new Nenamex, and I can't master it yet. The trio was terrified. Pirav was even more frightened. Are you sure this is Zongdu? It only took a split second for us to reach Zongdu? Bulma and number 16 also felt unbelievable. Garvey nodded at several people. That's right. Now there is no time to waste, Your Excellency Pilaf, hurry up and tell me the location of your underground factory. Pirav carefully identified the road signs this time and then pointed Garvey in the direction. Swoosh! The 3 suddenly found that their collar was grabbed, and their eyes were blossoming. The wind rumbled through the air, and the Pilaf trio had difficulty even opening their eyes. Screams of fear kept coming out of his mouth. They only knew that they were being carried through the city at great speed. After a few moments, everyone was back on the ground. When he saw the situation around him, his eyes widened in amazement. They had already flown over most of the central metropolitan area and arrived at the entrance of the underground factory. Garvey let go. This. Did it really reach our factory? Pirav asked incredulously. Just go in and take a look. Garvey proposed. Yes, yes, yes. Pirav quickly knocked on the metal cover on the ground. After a while, the lid opened and a child poked his head out. It's Lord Pilaf who is back. Pirav immediately invited Garvey and the others. Your Excellency, welcome to the Han-Shi, please come in. The crowd rushed in. Pilaf's underground factory is rudimentary, with beds on the ground on one side, but it looks neat and clean. More than a dozen children were gathered around the bed, curiously looking at Garvey and his group. Their eyes were clean and clear, and there seemed to be happiness and joy flowing in them. Seeing Garvey's puzzled gaze, Pirav quickly explained, after 2 partners and I came out of the orphanage for a few years, we still couldn't worry about the children inside. Later, the city was destroyed, and all the children inside were taken with him. Garvey secretly sighed. He didn't expect that a villain like Pirav would undergo such a big transformation. A few guests wait a little first, I will prepare the food for you right away. The little dance guides everyone to sit down and rest. No need, let's hurry up and start making shielding devices. Garvey waved his hand and urged. Pirav was full of excitement and immediately ordered Xiaowu and Ashu to act as his assistants. Several children saw the guests coming and warmly served boiled water. Garvey took the cup and took a sip. There was a faint bitterness in the water. It should be the reason why the water quality is not very good. The taste reminded him of the days when he could only drink the worst quality water. Although it was only 3 days, it was really difficult. He looked up and saw what Pirav was doing with his computer. Xiaowu and Axiu are constantly debugging the inside of a container according to Pilaf's requirements. It can be seen that they attach great importance to the production of shielding devices this time. Garvey's mood was slightly calmer, and he silently closed his eyes. Try to find other companions through the breath. I wonder how Gaku is doing? And Mr. Bobo's side, did you contact Myers? Chapter 047. Garvey secretly prayed that there would be no accidents on Myers' side and that he would arrive on Earth as soon as possible. Bulma watched the work of Pirav and his gang. After a moment, her eyes lit up. The original principle is like this. I get it, I can help. Garvey opened his eyes. Bulma, can the manufacturing cycle be shortened? There are less than 2 hours left before the martial arts conference starts. As things were, the shielding device could not be completed before the start of the competition. Garvey plans to wait until the production is finished before coming to pick it up, but he is a little worried that the Pilaf trio will run straight away in the middle. With Bulma's help, the production time can be shortened, which is an extra guarantee. At the same time, you can also join the battle for Dragon Ball with more peace of mind. Bulma nodded when she heard this. I can give it a try, I have some better materials here. She took the capsule sleeve from her waist and carefully selected among the packed boxes. This behavior made Pilaf's eyes widen. Xiaowu also stopped what she was doing sluggishly. It wasn't until the wrench in Ash's paw slipped to the ground that several people woke up. Axiu, am I dreaming? Pirav rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face full of disbelief. She actually has so many universal capsules. No, no dreams. Ashu stood dumbfounded, and even forgot to pick up the tools on the ground. There is no harm without contrast, and Xiaowu collapsed a little. Lord Pilaf, when will you let us live a good life? Woo-woo. Bulma glanced at the three strangely and threw the selected capsule into the clearing. Bang! A small warehouse appeared. Bulma quickly walked in and began to pick out the tools. Pirav glanced at Garvey and found that the other party was looking at them, and immediately knocked the table. Little dance, don't cry, hurry up and work for the adults. Xiao Wu secretly glanced at her employer, immediately stopped crying, and went back to work. Bulma picked out the material tools and returned to the workbench. Immediately began to work on the shielding device. Her movements were so skillful and neat, her fingers kept flipping, and she was as flexible as a butterfly, and it was hard to imagine that she was a girl who was only 18 years old. In less than a few moments, she completed the transformation of a component. Xiaowu and Ashiu looked at each other, and both felt the urge to worship each other. Ash, what are you doing there? Pirav saw the two companions dumbfounded, a little anxious. The sooner you finish your work, the sooner you can get these plagues away. Seeing Bulma get into work so quickly, Garvey couldn't help but nod approvingly. Judging from the current progress, perhaps this crucial device can be completed before the start of the martial arts conference. Number 16, on the other hand, teased the group of children on the sidelines. Garvey looked at this scene and sighed with some emotion. Who would have thought that a killing machine built to rule the world would love life and nature even more than normal humans? What he couldn't figure out was that the villain King Pilaf, who was determined to rule the world, would change his dreams because of a group of children. Hello Big Brother! A timid childlike voice interrupted Garvey's thinking. A little girl with a ball's head held half of a roasted sweet potato in both hands and handed it to him. Sister Xiaohu said that we should be warm to our guests. This is the best food we have here, for you to eat. Garvey looked down and took the half-cut sweet potato from the girl's hand, thoughtfully. Silently peeling off the sweet potato skin, Garvey took a bite. Although it was cold, it was sweet. Garvey finished the sweet potato in 3 or 2 strokes. Big brother, the skin can also be eaten. Hey! This sweet potato skin, don't lose it, it's very fragrant, it's delicious. The girl had a shiny silk liquid hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her little finger pointed to the sweet potato skin on the table, explaining carefully. Garvey was dumbfounded. As a traverser of the great food empire, it is okay to be taught to waste food by the little fart children of this world. Garvey rolled up a charred sweet potato skin, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully. Crunch! Sure enough, crispy and fragrant. Look at the little girl again, the saliva is almost connected into a waterfall. Garvey put another one in his mouth. Squeak! The girl's small face was tangled, as if wearing a mask of pain. The only thing that hasn't changed is the endless waterfall. Garvey teased enough of the child, and suddenly said with a serious face, "You invited me to eat, but I can't invite you, even if I owe you a favor." When Bulma saw this scene, her eyes rolled and the corners of her mouth smiled. She threw a universal capsule to Garvey. "Garvey, just use this as a gift in return." Garvey took the capsule and found that it was the one that Bulma treasured from the delicacies. Without hesitation, he crouched down and handed it to the little girl. "This is the heart of my beautiful sister, next time we meet, I will give you a better gift," Garvey assured. At present, Bulma and others are working intensively to make shielding devices. Seeing that the waiting time is boring, Garvey decides to use this time to go out in search of Dragon Ball. Once the time comes to have a box that can block the signal, it will be difficult for the enemy to find the Dragon Ball in his hand. "Bulma, borrow me the Dragon Ball radar," Garvey said towards Bulma at work. Bulma looked up and seemed to understand what Garvey wanted to do. She didn't stop it, just warned solemnly, "No problem, but you have to promise me to stay safe." Garvey nodded solemnly and took the radar from Bulma. Turning on the radar, Garvey closed his eyes, chose the direction of a Dragon Ball, and teleported away. Swoosh! Garvey's figure appeared in mid-air, and it seemed to have stepped on a seagull under his feet. According to the radar, there is a Dragon Ball in this sea area. Feeling the breath intently, he did not feel any abnormal fluctuations around him, so he flew in the direction guided by the radar. Toot, toot, toot. The radar alert became somewhat urgent. Garvey was wrapped in an air shield and sank into the sea. Soon after, when Garvey dived hundreds of meters deep, he saw a glimmer of light in a reef group on the bottom of the sea. The Dragon Ball emits a faint orange glow under the water, and as Garvey gets closer, it begins to emit a resonant-like flicker. Seeing this, Garvey was secretly happy in his heart and immediately stepped forward to take the Dragon Ball. 4 planets. Inside the clear glass sphere, there are 4 red 5-pointed stars. Putting the Dragon Balls into his backpack, Garvey floats up again and returns to the surface. Looking at the radar again, Garvey chose another direction where the Dragon Ball was located and used teleportation. Ugh! The fish around him fled in panic. The scene is still the ocean, but the Dragon Ball seems to land on the island ahead. Garvey floats from the sea and looks around the sea. Then he began to carefully sense the breath of the creatures around him, and there was no breath of powerful creatures nearby, which made him feel a little lucky. However, when Garvey checks the radar, he finds that the Dragon Ball is somehow getting farther and farther away from him. Could it be that a guy who can hide his aura found this Dragon Ball one step ahead of him? Garvey was a little anxious in his heart. Fortunately, the location of the Dragon Ball is still on the island. He didn't want to give up directly, and planned to secretly probe to see who got the Dragon Ball. In order not to startle the snakes, Garvey chose to dive to the island from the sea. Soon, his feet stepped on the soft sand. Garvey did not rush deep into the island, but observed the periphery for a while. After discovering that the Dragon Ball has not left the island range, he carefully sneaks into the dense forest of the island. Garvey carefully probed his surroundings with the help of trees and rocks as a cover. He quickly walked through it without making the slightest sound. It wasn't long before he was close to the location of the Dragon Ball. At the same time, I am attracted by the image in front of my eyes. Because 300 meters in front of him, two dinosaurs were facing each other. Garvey hid behind a tree, quietly observed, and suddenly found that the signal of the Dragon Ball was coming from a dinosaur. It turns out that I overthought it. Garvey secretly sighed in relief, and a flash stepped forward, knocking the two giant beasts unconscious. Soon, he saw an orange light between the teeth of the target dinosaur. 3 planets. Garvey stepped forward and took out the Dragon Balls from the dinosaur's giant mouth, glanced at them and put them in his backpack. The process of finding these 2 Dragon Balls went smoothly, which made Garvey feel slightly excited. But when he checked the radar again, he found that in addition to his own location, there were also 2 Dragon Balls gathered together in the other direction. At the same time, 2 Dragon Balls are approaching their location at great speed. However, in his perception of chi, he did not find any powerful existence. Garvey suddenly felt that the situation was a little tricky. It seems that there are at least 3 more forces looking for Dragon Ball. He did not dare to act rashly, nor did he dare to wait in place. Garvey was in a dilemma for a while. Chapter 048. Counting the 3 on your body, all Dragon Balls already have masters. I'm afraid that the battle for Dragon Ball will follow. Garvey pondered for a moment, leaving the 2 Dragon Balls on the island while he hid it secretly. A moment later, a red glow cut through the sky and went straight to the island. A few seconds later, a red-skinned Gamma 1 landed on the beach. Gamma 1 was very cautious. He looked around to make sure there was no one else before letting go of his guard and slowly walking into the island. But at this moment, a black shadow appeared in the sky and fell straight towards the center of the island. Boom! The rocks on the island shattered, and countless dirt splashed, forming a cloud of smoke and dust that obscured Garvey's vision. As the smoke cleared, a huge figure came into view. Although the person who came was dressed in a black robe, Garvey recognized him at a glance that he was Kurdish. Gamma 1 was a little caught off guard by the sudden change, and quickly looked up, only to see that the Kurds were slowly approaching him. Gamma 1 immediately drew its gun and aimed it at the opponent. Kurdish looked at Gamma 1 and showed a teasing smile on his face. "Little one, do you want to play games with me? As long as you agree, I can take the Dragon Ball in my hand as a bet." After that, he casually threw the Dragon Ball between the 2. "What game?" Gamma 1 was like a great enemy, but he still asked calmly. "You hit me 3 times with that gun, and if I get hurt, it counts as you win. How?" Kurdish confidently suggested. "What if you weren't hurt?" Gamma 1 asked calmly. "Then in addition to taking the Dragon Balls in your hand, I will also take your life." A cruel smile rose at the corner of Kurd's mouth. A look of anger appeared on Gamma 1's calm face. "Since you are so arrogant, then I will try." With that, he pulled the trigger. Boom! 3 fiery red energy balls shot out, submerging the Kurds in an instant. "It's now." At the moment when Kurd's vision was obscured, Garvey condensed a round of anger and threw it towards Kurd. With the powerful cutting force of Chi Yuan, as long as this move is hit, it can definitely inflict heavy damage on the opponent. Who is it? In the violent explosion of energy, a tail flew out high, and at the same time there was a Kurdish angry roar. Gamma 1 suddenly understood that now was not the time to talk about rules. Continuously pull the trigger of the energy gun in your hand. And Garvey kept sending out chi slashes with both hands, smashing towards the target. The flames rose simultaneously with the smoke screen, accompanied by Kurdish angry roars. Damn, you dare to sneak up on me! Boom! The island is sinking, and the Kurds are suppressed by endless energy bombs. Gamma 1 also found Garvey's figure at this time. Seeing Garvey nodding at him, he immediately said, "I suppress him from the front." Garvey immediately pressed his fingers to his forehead, condensing energy to his fingertips. A few seconds later, the magic light-killing cannon. A terrifying energy condensed into a bundle and suddenly erupted. Boom! The entire Kurdish torso was directly hit, and the huge body was overturned to the ground. Gamma 1 instantly disappeared in place and reappeared, already suspended high above Kurdish heads. A dazzling ball of red plasma flew towards the Kurdish at a terrifying speed, directly enveloping it. Gamma 1 ignored the energy loss at this time and frantically poured energy balls towards Kurd. Although the Kurds were hit, they still maintained a fairly strong fighting force. He suddenly raised his head, his pupils flashed scarlet, and his mouth opened to eject a thick beam of dark red energy. Gamma 1 had already prepared, turned into an afterimage, and landed to dodge. But at this time, Garvey's second magic light-killing cannon burst out and poured into the Kurdish back. There seemed to be only this orange light of energy left between heaven and earth. It seems to be more dazzling than the sunlight in the sky, making it impossible to see directly. Even its temperature carries an unparalleled scorching breath like the sun. The sea is rough, and the whole sea area is dyed with a layer of orange-yellow. Boom! Kurt's chest was pierced, and all the flesh and blood in it turned to ashes. However, his vitality was extremely tenacious, and a golden light began to appear throughout his body. Garvey read the seconds in his mind. 3. In 3 seconds, if he can't completely kill the Kurds, then he who completes the golden transformation will be unstoppable. Another magic light cannon penetrates the Kurdish waist and abdomen. 2. The golden glow on the Kurdish body has become more and more prosperous, almost lighting up the sky. A maximum power Qigong cannon enveloped the Kurds. Boom! The island completely disappeared within the bombardment range of the Qigong cannon. The golden light broke through the sky, and the Kurdish body that was on the verge of collapse was slowly solidifying. Garvey's figure flashed into the air. 2 rounds of gas flew towards Kurd's neck and torso. But at this moment, a golden light covered Kurd's whole body. His momentum rose sharply, and the terrifying coercion even calmed down the waves at sea level in an instant. The chi round slashed at him, and it actually collided with brilliant sparks. In the end, only a layer of skin and flesh is cut, and the kinetic energy is exhausted and dissipated into a point of light. This time, the Kurds completed the golden transformation at the last minute, and Garvey failed to take this opportunity to sneak attack and kill the other party. "Give me all death!" Kurd's eyes were red, his head was raised and he roared, and an incomparably huge ball of dark red energy instantly condensed above his head. Sun Fist! The whole space is filled with harsh white light. Kurdish pupils lose focus in an instant. Garvey's face was hard to see. After picking up the dragon balls that originally belonged to the Kurds, and recovering the 2 dragon balls buried beforehand, he grabbed the exhausted Gamma 1 by the collar and used teleportation to move away from the island. Bang! The moment Garvey left, the terrifying explosion completely destroyed the island, setting off a 1,000-meter-high monstrous wave that soared straight into the sky. Whew! The 2 stood in the sea several kilometers away, looking at the devastating scene and letting out a few long breaths. Garvey was worried. It's risky. Fortunately, there is a Sun Fist to buy a little time, otherwise. A puzzled smile appeared on Gamma 1's face. "We don't know each other, why would you save me?" Garvey said unabashedly, "Of course it's for the Dragon Balls on you. Of course I can see that." Gamma 1 touched his chin. "What is your purpose in looking for Dragon Ball?" "Resurrect some very important people," Garvey said quietly. Gamma 1's eyes flashed. Artificial humans will also have people who want to be resurrected. Garvey frowned, not expecting the other party to see his identity at a glance. Instead of answering, he went straight to the point. Dragon balls are in your hands, right? Give me. Gamma 1 smiled and put his hand on his waist. If you can take the dragon ball from my corpse, it will be yours. Chapter 049. Gamma 1 is absolutely loyal to Dr. Gallo's grandson, and in the end it is rigid. Garvey didn't care, anyway. Before collecting all the dragon balls, one more and one less doesn't mean much. Bringing it with you now will cause a lot of trouble. Garvey calmly analyzed, you also saw the enemy just now, and it will definitely pursue the two of us unceasingly. You might as well throw this trouble to me. Gamma 1 shook his head, no, searching for the dragon ball is my mission. Even if my life is threatened, I will defend it to the death and not let it fall into the hands of others. Garvey sighed, in that case, let's fight. Words did not fall. Garvey took the lead. Gamma 1 moved as well. He is physically higher than Garvey in every way and extremely fast. Rumble. As soon as the two collided, they made a shocking noise. Strong shock waves spread everywhere. The surrounding sea swayed violently, and even set off a huge wave. Garvey and Gamma 1 each took 3 steps back. Gamma 1 looked solemn, you are much stronger than I thought, especially the few moves you use energy. However, your physical fitness is not as good as mine, and I will not let you distance myself. I know. Garvey said indifferently, let's fight in another place. Kurdish figure of anger and corruption is already faintly recognizable, and it is coming in their direction. Garvey couldn't help but say, grabbed Gamma 1's shoulder and teleported away. In the next second, the two appeared in the sea thousands of miles away. In a short time, the Kurds could not disturb the two. Garvey and Gamma 1 meet again. Boom! A fierce fight. The powerful impact shook all directions. Gamma 1 did not give Garvey a chance to breathe this time, and kicked his right leg towards Garvey's waist. Garvey blocked the attack with one arm, and his left knee quickly pushed towards Gamma 1's chest. Bang! Both bodies trembled. But it is clear that Garvey has the upper hand in this confrontation. A look of disbelief appeared on Gamma 1's face, and he took the initiative to attack again. Boom! Bang! The two are crazy against each other. Gamma 1's offensive became more and more fierce, his moves were fierce, and the target of each attack was Garvey's fatal point. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he finds a flaw, he can definitely hit Garvey in an instant. But Garvey is not afraid at all, and he is sorry. The two fists and feet constantly collided and tore apart, producing a violent explosion. The sea in the whole area churns violently, and huge waves rise as if the end of the world is coming. This level of melee combat is something Garvey has never experienced before. The fierce battle from fist to flesh made him feel the blood boiling in his body and his body refreshed. In training with Mr. Bobo, Garvey used to suppress strength and try to win with skill as much as possible. But at this moment, he completely forgot about those tricks and fought by instinct. Unscrupulously releasing the power in his body made him extremely happy. Hurry! Garvey couldn't help but roar up to the sky. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Gamma 1 was a little unbearable. In the big war with the Kurds, he consumed a lot of energy, and now the energy in his body is about to bottom. Just when Gamma 1 was distracted, Garvey, who had been in a passive defensive state, suddenly attacked. Bang! An elbow blow slammed out and hit Gamma 1 directly in the face. Plopped down. Gamma 1 fell heavily into the sea, setting off a monstrous wave. Damn! Gamma 1 rushed out of the water at great speed, only to feel a strong sense of crisis hit him. Garvey levitated behind his side, fingertips pressed against his temple. This move is called the magic light killing cannon. Feeling this terrifying energy up close, Gamma 1's pupils involuntarily expanded. Move, move, Gamma 1 gave up resistance. However, the beam of light condensed to the extreme past his ears and directly pierced an island. At the moment of the island's explosion, Garvey had already punched Gamma 1 in the lower abdomen, knocking his back up. Cough, cough, Gamma 1 coughed twice, his eyes full of frustration. I can't figure out why I lost to you. But in terms of skill, I am definitely more superb than you. Garvey said expressionlessly, hand over the Dragon Balls. Gamma 1 smiled bitterly, still that sentence, unless you kill me, you will never get this Dragon Ball. Yes. Garvey's palm began to condense energy, aiming at Gamma 1's chest. His expression was grim, and there was no emotional fluctuation under his eyes. Just as the energy wave was about to be emitted, Gamma 1's expression changed slightly. Wait, Gamma 1 swallowed hard, the doctor just sent me a message asking me to hand over the Dragon Balls to you. Garvey nodded indifferently and took the Dragon Ball from the other's hand. In the clear glass ball, a 5-pointed star lies quietly, shining red. Now that Garvey has 5 Dragon Balls on him, and the last 2 remain, he can make a wish to the dragon. Putting the Dragon Ball into his backpack, he didn't look at Gamma 1, ready to go to the location of the next Dragon Ball. That location, in the western capital, is basically certain that the remaining 2 Dragon Balls have fallen into Frisia's hands. Please wait a minute. Gamma 1 stopped Garvey. Garvey stopped the movement of his hand and looked back at him. What's going on? Dr. Hyde wants to talk to you directly. Garvey's expression moved. It turns out that Dr. Gallo's grandson's name is Hyde. That's right. Gamma 1 nodded. What is he looking for me for? Garvey asked. He thought to himself in his heart, did that grandson develop the monster of Sharu Max? Once Sharu Max wakes up, it will definitely be the biggest disaster on the entire planet. The power level of this monster is even higher than that of Golden Frisia. In any case, spoil the other party's research project. This. Dr. Hyde is in trouble and wants to ask for your help. Gamma 1 replied. Could it be? Is it about Sharu Max? Garvey guessed. How do you know about Sharu Max? Gamma 1 was startled, and then a look appeared on his face. By the way, you are an artificial human. However, none of our information has found your information. So you're actually a subordinate made by Bulma, right? Did you ask this question, or did you ask it instead of the guy from Hyde? Garvey's heart moved, and he asked expressionlessly. In place of Dr. Hyde, of course. Gamma 1 replied, now, the doctor can be sure that the person standing behind you is definitely Bulma. Because only she, who stole the research results of Dr. Hyde's grandfather, can create your model of artificial human. Stole. Garvey raised an eyebrow. That's right. You also stole the formed Sharu. The purpose of the doctor in making Sharu Max is to prevent your Sharu over there. The more Gamma 1 spoke, the more angry he became. Garvey touched his chin, and the two sides seemed to have a big misunderstanding. Chapter 050. It seems that a little explanation is necessary so as not to cause unnecessary disputes. Dr. Hyde, hey. Garvey softened his tone. First of all, I have to clarify one thing. The Sharu developed by Dr. Gallo has successfully awakened and left this time and space through the time machine. Time machine? Gamma 1 looked frozen. That's right. Garvey went on to explain, driven by his evolutionary instinct, Sharu had to absorb 2 artificial humans 17 and 18 to become full, so he snatched the time machine from Dr. Bulma's hands and returned to the past space-time. So, in fact, Sharu is not controlled by you at all. Gamma 1 came back from his shock. Could it be that Dr. Hyde was deceived by the top brass of the Red Ribbon Legion? Of course. The Red Ribbon Legion was originally established to rule the world, and in order to achieve this goal, they could stop at nothing. Garvey nodded. He then added, they took a fancy to Dr. Hyde's talents, but did not want the righteous doctor to see their ambitions, so they fabricated such a lie. So it is. Gamma 1 suddenly realized, and then questioned, since you know the truth, why not stop their ambitions? Garvey shrugged his shoulders, we stopped it. Cyborg 17 and 18 were defeated by the controls developed by Dr. Bulma. As for the Shalo thing, we really didn't expect it. Even the news that the Red Ribbon Legion has survived to this day, I only learned today. Even if what you said is true, I can see that you and Dr. Bulma have colluded with aliens, and the costume on your body is also proof of it. Gamma 1 frowned, I can't figure it out, why did you save me from that monster? Garvey smiled lightly, it's very simple, we are not with them. The Frisia Legion is the ruler of most of the universe, and it is too easy to destroy our planet. I had to join the Legion in a secret search for a way to save the planet. Garvey paused, then continued, also, we all belong to the inhabitants of the Earth, and I hope you can help us. Gamma 1 was silent for a long time and asked, Dr. Hyde entrusted me to ask you, what do you want to do? I don't know. Garvey sighed, and then suddenly changed his tone, by the way, can Dr. Hyde perfectly control Sharu Max? If Hyde can perfectly control the Sharu Max, it's not a bad thing. He is not an evil person himself, but rather a superhero and other characters. At that time, this side of the Earth may not be able to have an extremely powerful combat power. Gamma 1's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head, I'm sorry, Dr. Hyde's mind control device has not yet been developed, and now Sharu is still a monster that acts instinctively. Otherwise, the doctor would have used this technology to completely eradicate the threat of the Earth. Garvey's face turned slightly, how is the research and development progress of this monster? Gamma 1 frowned and said, the research and development of the physical level has been completed, and the power it now possesses cannot even be estimated by the doctor. Garvey chuckled in his heart. A monster like Sharu Max, if the strength is not well controlled, it may destroy the Earth. Moreover, he was more worried about another point. If Frisia learns the news, will he send Kainu to take Sharu Max's body? Garvey took a deep breath, once this monster awakens, the Earth will face an unprecedented crisis. I admit that Sharu Max is strong. But we have a way to deal with it. Gamma 1 confessed, the doctor left a flaw in the process of making it in order to prevent the runaway Sharu Max from running away. Garvey already understood in his heart what this defect was, but still asked, the defect? That's right, it's the crystalline structure above Sharu Max's head, as long as it is broken, it can be directly killed. Gamma 1 explained. Garvey nodded thoughtfully. It seems that in order to save the Earth, it is necessary to directly destroy the lens structure above the head of the Sharu Max before it is activated. Garvey showed determination, Mr. Gamma, please tell me where Dr. Hyde is at once. Gamma 1 hesitated for a moment before replying, the doctor is on his way to the western capital. Sitshu. Garvey suddenly raised his head, his pupils shrinking sharply. Gamma 1 nodded and confirmed, the Red Ribbon Legion is transporting Sharu Max to the western capital, and the doctor intends to stop them, and is on his way over. He then added, that's what the doctor is referring to when he asks you for help. So, Sharu Max is about to be activated. Garvey forced himself to calm down, what does the doctor need me to do? The doctor asked me to go with you and delay Sharu Max's arrival in the western capital as long as possible. Gamma 1 looked serious. Then explains, the doctor transmits the battle footage through the micro-robot and finds that the move you fired the beam of light is very powerful. Maybe it can break the shortcomings of Sharu Max and stop it from destroying the world. Garvey looked solemn and nodded quickly. He grabbed Gamma 1's shoulder, faced Zidu, and used teleportation. On the outskirts of Zidu, a huge spherical cultivation warehouse stands on the town block. The huge metal shell blocks most of the sunlight, revealing a suffocating oppression. The liquid in the culture chamber was dark purple, as if blood was flowing, and it emitted a strange smell, which was disgusting. Inside, a huge monster body curled up quietly in it. It closed its eyes, silent, and its face seemed to be a little painful. The monster's shell is covered in a skinny shell that outlines perfectly human-like muscles. Golem. A series of bubbles came out of its nose and mouth, proving that it had vital signs. At this time, countless burning mechanical debris were scattered around the culture chamber. In the firelight, both mechs and combat vehicles have been destroyed into pieces. Between the wreckage, some charred human bodies can be faintly seen. Dozens of cosmic people stepped on this messy land, searching for the traces of the surviving personnel. A moment later, a cosmic man bowed and reported, "Lord Frisia, the armed forces of this Red Ribbon Legion have all been annihilated." Oh, I thought there would be something special about this organization with ambitions to rule the world. A figure sat in the hovercar, his tail flicked lightly, and he slowly shook the wine glass in his hand. "I can't imagine that it is so vulnerable, oh." Clang. Chapter 051. Great King, just now Lord Kurd sent a message that he was seriously injured by the artificial attack of the Red Ribbon Legion, and is now rushing to the flagship spaceship for treatment. Not dead? That's good. A smile was outlined at the corner of Frisia's mouth. With this lesson, Dad's arrogant personality should be a little more restrained. When the others heard this, they lowered their heads and seemed to have not heard Frisia's emotion at all. Bailey Bulow reminded, "King, Lord Kurdish's injuries are very serious. I am afraid that he will have to stay in the medical warehouse for a long time." "Leave him alone." Frisia smiled grimly, then asked, "What about the Dragon Ball in his hand?" Balabolo said flatly, "It was snatched away by the enemy." Frisia's face became gloomy. "Dad, a person with empty power, has become a thing of the past, and it won't be long before he will be eliminated by this era." No one dared to echo Frisia's words, and everyone buried their heads lower. Only Balabolo smiled gently, "King, Lord Kurd's injury is a great loss for us. Should we contact Lord Gula directly and ask him to come and support?" A chill flashed in Frisia's eyes. "Ms. Balabolo, do you remember what my brother once agreed with us?" Balabolo smiled and nodded, "Of course, remember that Lord Gula only opened up territory for us in the Border Star domain or suppressed rebellions, and he can refuse the call of you and Lord Kurd." Frisia's gaze was as cold as a knife. "My brother is looking for power, not power. On this planet, there seems to be nothing worth his shot. You are Lord Gula's younger brother, and if you ask for something, he will definitely comply with your wishes." Bailey Bulow narrowed his eyes and added, "In order to cooperate with your operation, didn't Lord Gula specially send his special operations team to Earth? That's one of the best elite troops in the entire universe." The corners of Frisia's eyes jumped slightly, and his expression seemed a little strange. Then something came to mind. Has Captain Kenayu adapted to his translator? Bailib replied with a smile, "Mr. Kainu is used to it. With his top combat talent, he can become an ace warrior under you again when he finds a suitable body." When Frisia heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, forced a smile, and tentatively asked, "What do you think of Captain Kainu's personality?" Bailey Bulow praised, "Very energetic, very spirited, and absolutely loyal to you." "Yes, is that so?" Frisia's eyes trembled, and the smile on his face stiffened. Balabloa looked at Frisia suspiciously. "What's wrong, King? Is there something wrong?" "Nothing," Frisia sighed softly as he drained the liquid from his cup. "Lord Frisia, what should we do with this warehouse we have captured?" a Frisia soldier asked. The monsters in the cultivation warehouse were still dormant, and there was no movement. "This is the Sharu Max that Mr. Garvey mentioned? I really feel the breath of our family from it." Frisia's gaze froze slightly, and then scanned the surroundings. "Bring it back first and let Kikano study it." "Yes, King." A group of soldiers began to carry the cultivation warehouse. Garvey hid behind the clouds, overlooking everything that was happening below. Sharu Max fell into Frisia's hands. He frowned, his mind turning. But at this moment, soldiers of the Frisia Legion flew in his direction. It should be that the Dragon Ball, which is carried with him, reveals the location. Garvey sighed softly, grabbed Gamma 1 by the collar, and teleported away. According to Gamma 1's guidance, Garvey successfully meets Dr. Hyde. Looking at the round-faced little fat man in front of him, Garvey frowned. Dr. Hyde wore a white coat, but he wore a tights that covered his whole body, making his figure more rounded. Garvey was not polite and went straight to the point. Dr. Hyde, Sharu Max has fallen into the hands of Frisia's gang, and our cooperation has failed. Hyde smiled confidently. Garvey, hey? You seem to be a little too worried about Sharu Max. Garvey mused, maybe you underestimated the terrifying power it possesses. As I said, this Sharu has strength but no thinking, plus the deadly point I designed. As long as your skill hits successfully, it will be enough to kill it. Hyde's round face was full of confidence. But what if he gains the ability to think? When it has superb combat skills and the cunning of intelligent creatures, how do we defeat it? Garvey calmly reminded. How is this possible? Hyde was slightly surprised, then pondered a little, and said solemnly, if it is really like you say, the situation will indeed become tricky. In this way, I will send 2 Gamma artificial humans to assist you in your operation. Gamma 1 looked surprised. The damage of number 2 has been repaired. Hyde looked proud. Fortunately, during my time in the Red Ribbon Legion, I used them to stock up on a large number of spare parts, and it didn't take much effort to repair his injuries. But at this moment, a blue figure descended from the sky. No one, don't come unharmed, I can jump alive again now. Seeing the restored Gamma 2, Garvey couldn't help but be a little surprised. Gamma 2 patted Garvey's shoulder with a smile on his face. The task of sending death can be left to us. We were made to fight for justice. Garvey was silent. His brief time with number 16 made it a little difficult for him to tell the difference between a mechanical creature and a human. But he doesn't dwell on this kind of thing. Garvey smiled lightly and nodded. Don't worry, if it is not a last resort, I will never risk the life of my companion. The addition of Gamma 1 and 2 has given Garvey 2 more important combat forces. No one, hurry up and replenish your energy, we seem to have a lot of tough battles to fight next. Gamma 2 nudged 1. Chapter 052. Wait. Garvey spoke up to stop it, let's just leave. This place is too close to the western capital, and if Frisia hides among the pursuing soldiers, I am afraid that his own side will be in danger. After Garvey finished speaking, he was just about to teleport away with the 3 of them. But I saw a figure blocking the group of soldiers in the distance. That figure didn't have any nonsense, and his hands shot out a thick qigong wave, covering all the pursuers. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed in the sky, and the entire area was enveloped by a huge explosion. This group of legionnaires was instantly wiped out, and there was not even slag left. Who is he? A hint of surprise flashed in Garvey's eyes, and the teleportation movement also froze. The figure in the air inspected the battlefield, and then turned to look at them. For a while, the 4 eyes were facing each other. Garvey was surprised to find that the man's whole body was tightly wrapped, and his face was covered by a scarf, revealing only a strand of lake blue hair on his forehead. However, judging by the clothes and silhouette, it must be a man. This guy sneaked up on Frisia in the west. Do you know each other? Gamma 1 next to him asked curiously. Garvey heard this and said uncertainly, maybe it's him, but shouldn't it? They. Mysterious man nodded slightly towards Garvey, and then flew towards the group without hurrying. The Gamma androids immediately shielded Dr. Hyde in the middle, and number 1 asked warily, you? What do you want to do? From a long distance, the mysterious man spoke, I'm chasing Dragon Ball. Hearing this, Garvey was secretly on guard. When he noticed the mark on the sleeve of the other party, his pupils suddenly contracted. That was a pattern with the letter C in a circle. The logo of the capsule company. The identity of the mysterious man is coming out. Do you belong to the Red Ribbon Legion, or to the Frisia Legion? The mysterious man landed in front of everyone and focused his breath on Garvey. Both organizations are our enemies. Garvey raised an eyebrow. You're all artificial humans. The mysterious man swept through everyone one by one and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Gamma 2 said calmly. The energy bullet condensed in the palm of the mysterious man became dazzling and ready to strike. Garvey and 2 Gamma androids braced themselves around their bodies to protect hide from behind. My name is Garvey, what do you call me? Garvey looked at each other with interest. You don't need to know that. The mysterious man said coldly, please hand over the Dragon Balls on your body, don't make senseless resistance. You're Trunks, aren't you? Although it was an inquiry, Garvey's tone was extremely determined. The mysterious man was stunned, reached out and pulled off the scarf on his face. How do you know me? Sure enough, it's a big special. But that made Garvey even more puzzled. There is already a Trunks in this time and space, and his breath is familiar to me. Garvey calmly explained, your breath is very similar to his. Have you seen Trunks? The mysterious man frowned. Of course, there are also Goku, Bulma and others, all of whom are my partners. Garvey told the truth. The energy bomb in the palm dissipated invisible, and the mysterious man asked with some excitement, the other me and my mother are still alive. Garvey withdrew his shield. Considered the wording, and said, not all alive. They. Mysterious man was stunned, what do you mean? Goku and Trunks are dead, but in order to deal with the crisis of Babadai and Frisia, Bulma and I asked the Diviner Mother-in-law to take them back to the sun for 24 hours. Next, Garvey uses the shortest narrative to inform the mysterious man about Dragon Ball and his faction partners. I am indeed Trunks, but I come from a time and space where a world has been completely erased. Trunks looked pained, that world was desperate. Garvey understood. The Trunks in front of him comes from the future time and space and has experienced the Zama's incident. In the end, the entire time and space where he was completely erased by the whole king because of Zama's. Garvey comforted, then let's protect the world together this time. Trunks nodded solemnly, and then asked, what wish do you plan to make when collecting the Dragon Balls? Garvey doesn't know in which direction the Dragon Ball has been improved. He muttered, it should be used to resurrect dead companions. Trunks thought of something, maybe we can find Lord Beerus through the dragon and ask him to help solve the crisis on Earth. Lord Beerus no longer exists. Garvey sighed, and immediately informed the other party about the killing of the realm king Shenzhen. Trunks' face couldn't help but show a look of despair. It seems that we need to exchange information with each other. Garvey suggested, but it's better to change places, you all grab my body. At the end of the eye, a black-pressed figure was flying towards Garvey's group, and Frisia's legion was dispatched on a large scale. When several people heard this, they put their hands on Garvey's back one after another. Oh! Reappeared, and everyone's feet were already on the soft sand. Is this the Kamea? Garvey muttered. But I saw a woman with black hair like a waterfall, flying into Trunks' arms. Xiao Wu, we have a new partner, and my mother is still alive. Trunks tells the good news to his lovers. Garvey officially introduced several people from his side to Trunks and Dance. The content of the next exchange of information will be mainly explained by Garvey. The information that Trunks can provide is only a small part, and almost all of Garvey knows. In addition to Babadai's gang and Frisia's father and son, there are actually more terrifying enemies. Sharu Max, Gula, Broly, Moro. Trunks' brows furrowed tighter, and then he was numb. Mr. Garvey, have you inquired about Zama's? The mention of Zama's gives Garvey a bit of a headache. Although that guy has no desire to destroy the planet, he is determined to eliminate all human beings in the universe. Even other gods are not in their eyes, belonging to the kind of boss that is completely unreasonable. The Zama's guy was born to stand on the opposite side of the protagonist group, and there was no room for maneuver. I don't know if this time and space without Beerus will be targeted by the other party. It seems that in the future, we will have to find a way to resurrect the cat. No news from Zamas for the time being. Garvey said quietly. Mr. Garvey, in the face of this situation, you can persevere and not give up. I really admire you. Trunks was amazed. Even Dr. Hyde and the two Gamma androids were touched by Garvey's tenacity. With a bitter smile, Garvey calmed his inner emotions and helplessly spoke, as I said. I was originally just for self-preservation. And, after a pause, his gaze was firm, just like you wrote hope on the time machine, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, even if it is only small to the slightest, I will persevere until the end. Chapter 053. Mr. Garvey, what's your next plan? Trunks asked curiously. The appearance of Date was a surprise for Garvey. From the perspective of combat effectiveness alone, the Trunks in front of him is at least at the same level as Goku, or even slightly higher. In any case, he is now the main member of the first echelon. And his appearance is not just a simple combat power, this guy is also a king god of the internship world. Although it does not belong to this time and space, according to Trunks himself, his healing ability has not disappeared. Being able to play output and milk is simply the core of the team. In addition, the candidate that Garvey had previously envisioned to fuse with Goku could be played by Trunks in front of him. Goku fuses with Day. Just thinking about it excites Garvey. Next, it's time to find a way to join the rest of your companions. I plan to join them with Goku. Garvey smiled and replied, I guess you're eager to meet them too, right? Of course, I've been looking forward to meeting Mr. Goku again. Trunks' eyes lit up slightly. Let's go to Galanta and see. Without Garvey's reminder, everyone put their hands on him. Hey! In the next moment, the Galanta towering into the clouds appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A squirrel was frightened by the sudden appearance of the crowd. Garvey bent his knees slightly, and suddenly kicked his legs and ejected to take off. Buzz! In less than 3 seconds, he was in the original location of the temple. Then Trunks followed. Mr. Garvey, how did the temple disappear? Trunks asked curiously. It's not like it's a shield, it should have been transferred to other places by Dandy. Garvey muttered. Then he looked at Trunks. Trunks, release your breath in this position, you don't need to be too strong, you can attract Goku's attention. When Trunks heard this, he immediately began to explode. Hey. The bright yellow aura quickly enveloped his whole body, and strong air currents circulated around his body. Witnessing the transformation of the Super Saiyan for the first time, Garvey felt a burst of envy in his heart. If only I could become a super racer, after all, my childhood dream was to be a Saiyan. With the help of 2 scientists, Bulma and Hyde, it seems that obtaining Saiyan bloodlines is not a difficult task. However, everything is under the premise of surviving the immediate crisis, and there is no time for Saiyan research now. A steady stream of energy poured out of Trunks' body, and his momentum began to climb step by step. You can faintly feel the terrifying power in it. Garvey was preoccupied with sensing the aura of nearby creatures in case the enemy suddenly struck. At this moment, hey! A figure instantly appeared in front of Trunks. Garvey's expression froze, and he was relieved to find the word enlightenment printed on the back of the martial arts uniform of the coming person. Mr. Goku. Trunks collected his breath and said hello with joy. Hey? Trunks-kun? Goku scratched the back of his head hard, with an incredulous expression, aren't you training in the temple? What's going on? Garvey immediately stepped forward and briefly explained the origin of Trunks to Goku. Goku was silent for a long time after listening. I didn't understand much, but just knowing that he is on our side is enough. The Goku of this spacetime has nothing to do with the great spacetime of this time. Let alone the future Trunks in front of him. Goku took the initiative to stretch out a hand and shake it with the other party. "Hello Trunks-kun, I'm Gaku." Seeing that the two of them finished greeting, Garvey immediately said, "Mr. Gaku, please send these Dragon Balls to the Northern King Star for safekeeping." He took out all 4 Dragon Balls from his backpack. Dragon Balls originally collected 5, while the remaining 1, which was placed in a shield box, is currently in Bulma's hands. "What do you mean?" Gaku asked. "The Frisia army should have the means to detect the location of the Dragon Balls, and bringing them with them will only attract the interception of the soldiers of the Frisia army," Garvey explained. "This makes it difficult for other forces to find the Dragon Balls in his hand, while avoiding the endless entanglement of Frisia's legion. It also makes room for Garvey to plan better." Gaku nodded and took a few Dragon Balls, and then his figure disappeared. Moments later, Gaku returned to the vicinity of Garantat. "The Dragon Ball has been handed over to Lord Kaiwang for safekeeping, and he has been keeping an eye on the situation on Earth." Gaku flew to Garvey's side, and then said seriously, "Lord Kaiwang asked me to thank you for your efforts on his behalf." The 3 returned to the ground, and Garvey briefly introduces Dr. Hyde and the others to Gaku. "Please bring us to the temple," Garvey said calmly to Gaku. "Hey!" In an instant, a group of 7 arrived at the temple. On the temple square, Mr. Bobo had a simple smile on his face. Bike, who was practicing against Gohan, stopped his movements, and Livid's face eased slightly. And Trunks, who was in this time and space, stared at the guy who looked exactly like him with a shocked face. "You, who are you?" "Hello, I am the future you." Miyakura smiled indifferently. "Originally, I didn't want to disturb your life, but the future of this world is really worrying." Garvey walked straight to Earth's new god. "Dandy, what improvements have you made to Dragon Ball?" Dandy looked a little nervous. "Mr. Garvey, I have removed most of the restrictions on using Dragon Ball Resurrection, and now except for those who have been reincarnated and died naturally, Earth Dragon Ball can do it to resurrect them." "Really?" Hearing this, a flash of joy flashed in the eyes of future Trunks, and then asked uncertainly, "I heard that if you want to resurrect a person, you still need to preserve his body completely." "Not anymore. The Divine Dragon can directly reshape the flesh," Dandy explained. "How many times can I make a wish to the dragon?" Garvey asked. 3 or 3 times. I felt that the crisis facing the Earth was too great, so I made a good idea and increased the number of wishes." Dandy glanced at Garvey cautiously. "You're doing a great job, Dandy." Bike's face was no longer livid, and there was a faint hint of appreciation in his eyes and kind. When everyone heard the news, they were immediately in high spirits. "Dandy, why didn't you say such good news earlier?" Gaku threw his fists in excitement. "I thought the only improvement you made was to remove the resurrection restriction." Facing everyone's burning gaze, Dandy was a little shy and a little reproachful. "I just took the position of an immortal. It's very bad behavior to take matters into my own hands. And it makes me feel guilty that I can't use Dragon Balls to resurrect Mr. Gaku, so." Garvey is very happy with the result. Next, he plans to entrust Gaku with teaching everyone the fusion secret technique of Metamor. Chapter 054. Garvey touched his chin and analyzed. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls fell into Frisia's hands. "If you want to summon the dragon, you must take the Dragon Balls back from his hand. That guy Frisia, the strength is too much beyond me." Gaku gritted his teeth and said, a look of disbelief across his face. Vic frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Although there are more partners now, I am afraid that we have no chance of winning together. With so many of us, can't we beat that little man?" Gamma 2 showed an incredulous expression. Future Date said in a deep voice, "Don't forget the Kurds. Their father and son are similar in strength, and just one of them can easily defeat us." "Sorry, blame me. After defeating all the opponents in the netherworld, the practice is a little slack." Gaku blamed himself very much. Everyone suddenly felt despair. Garvey tried to steer the topic. Mr. Gaku, you are in another world, have you heard of any skills to enhance strength? When Gaku heard this, he folded his arms and pondered. After a long while, he suddenly looked up, that's right. If you can use fusion. Fusion? Dandy asked in surprise. Do you know about fusion too, Dandy? Gaku odd way. I heard about it when I was in Namex. Dandy became excited, although I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I heard that fusion is a secret technique that the Mitamowers are proud of, allowing two people to merge into one and become powerful warriors. That's right. A Mitamor I met in that world taught me this secret technique. Gaku was excited. Really, really? Is this secret technique really as strong as you say? Vic narrowed his eyes. Everyone's eyes lit up and they gathered around Gaku excitedly. That. It should be, I just learned this skill, but I didn't use it, and I can't find anyone with similar strength to me in that world. Gaku was a little unsure. Immediately, Gaku informed everyone of the restrictions of the fusion secret technique. The fused two must be similar in size, adjust their breath, and then perform a complete set of dance moves in a symmetrical manner. There must be no mistakes during this period, otherwise the fusion will fail, or the consequences will be unpredictable. Son! Hurry up and teach everyone. Good. Gaku nodded, and then reminded, it took me a week to learn this skill, and now I don't have enough time, so everyone must learn it seriously and hard. The crowd was fighting and surrounded Gaku. Then I'll demonstrate it first. Goku's face was serious. Wrong. Gaku stretched his arms flat to one side and his feet on tiptoe, just like that, pay attention to the angle of my arms. And then, as the arm moves to the other side, it moves closer to the other side. Gaku bent his legs and flattened his body with small broken steps. Attention! The distance traveled at this time is 3 steps. He stood on one foot with the other leg up. At this time, make your hands fist, and remember the angle of your feet. Ha! Like this, the 2 index fingers face each other. Again, pay attention to the angle of the legs, the outer one should be straight. Gaku completed a complete set of actions during the explanation. Do you understand? This, a cold sweat dripped from the corner of Vic's forehead. Everyone looked at each other. This, Daddy, do you really want to do this set of movements? Gohan asked hesitantly. Of course, Gohan. Gaku nodded affirmatively. Immediately seemed to notice that everyone's expressions were a little abnormal. He scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with you? Didn't understand? Well, to make it easier for you to understand, let Vic and I do a demonstration for you. Me? Why me? Vic looked shocked. You're the smartest of us. Gaku looked at Vic expectantly. I'm sure you've learned it just by reading it once. Vic stood in place, looking tangled. Garvey immediately advised, Mr. Bike, you are the best teacher among us. Once under your teaching, Gohan has received an amazing improvement. Okay. Vic wiped the sweat oozing from his forehead and gritted his teeth in agreement. Gaku is also encouraging his son, Gohan, your potential is the highest among us, you may become the strongest warrior after combining, you must remember your father's movements well. Okay, Dad. Gohan's gaze was resolute. Vic took a deep breath, his fists clenched and unclenched. So it's time to start? Vic Kerr, don't be nervous. Gaku spoke comfortingly. Wrong. Ha. After the whole set of movements was done, Gaku was relaxed and comfortable, but Vic had fine beads of sweat on his face. Vic, what's wrong with you? It's not okay not to shout out when doing the action. Gaku reminded, then sighed softly, the demonstration just now wasn't perfect, let's do it again. And do it again. Vic blushed green, and let me shout out. Uncle Bike, I'm sure you can do it. Gohan cheered. Everyone cast encouraging glances at Bike. Okay, okay, seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Vic finally agreed. Then he murmured as if convincing himself, this kind of thing is too shameful. No matter. Anyway, sooner or later you have to get used to it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and yelled, son. Hurry. Hurry up and get started. Fusion fusion ha. Not long after, Vic did the complete set of movements with a green face. Vic, you did a great job, and shouted hard. Has everyone learned? Gaku didn't forget to give Vic a thumbs up while asking. Garvey rubbed his cramped cheeks and turned back, looking calm and admiring. Mr. Bike's movements are perfect. He then proposed to integrate the grouping of candidates. According to the level of strength, Gaku and future Trunks are a group, and Gohan is a group of Trunks in this time and space, so it's okay. Everyone nodded. Mr. Bike's words, if there are no teammates similar to you for the time being, please trouble you to guide everyone's movements. Number 1, let's practice 2. I think this set of moves is very handsome. Gamma 2 was extremely excited, and his elbow gently pressed Gamma 1's shoulder. Gamma 1 calmly analyzed, we artificial humans have no breath, and we can't perform this secret technique at all. Hearing their conversation, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry. And Gamma 1's face seemed to show a touch of happiness. Looking at the time, there was less than an hour before the official start of the martial arts conference. Garvey immediately asked Mr. Bobo for news about Myers. Bobo regretted, no one took the initiative to contact. Bobo also tried to call there, but there was no response. According to the agreement, in a maximum of 3 hours, Myers should arrive on Earth. However, he has not heard anything now, and Garvey has to prepare for the worst. He found Gaku. Mr. Gaku, can you please take me to the Realm King? Yes. But is there something you are going to do there? I want to learn the Realm King fist from Lord Realm King. Chapter 055. So that's the case, then let's go. Gaku nodded abruptly, then turned to future date and said, by the way, Trunks-kun, you can practice with Vic for a while. Okay, okay. The corner of Vic twitched out of his eye. Garvey put his hand on Goku's shoulder. Gaku looked down to sense the breath. Swoosh. The next moment, Garvey only felt as if he was being flattened, and it was slightly difficult to breathe. Is this 10 times gravity? He muttered, if it's an ordinary person's body, I'm afraid it won't be able to support it at all. He took a few deep breaths before he eased up and looked around. As soon as the two appeared, they saw several people gathered around. Yo! I'm back! Gaku greeted everyone, and then introduced Garvey. They are Klin, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Yamcha, Pool, Mr. Barbust, Gurgly. After a pause, Gaku solemnly introduced, Garvey, this is the Lord of the Realm King you are looking for. Garvey solemnly saluted and reported his name, Lord King of the Realm, my name is Garvey Lorraine. The Realm King gently twisted the tentacles on his cheeks and looked at Garvey. Immediately said positively, I already know your intentions, but if you want to learn the King Fist of the Realm, you must worship me as a teacher, and there are conditions for worshipping a teacher. Garvey suddenly felt bad. Before leaving, he actually forgot to think about this problem. If you want to worship the King of the world, it seems that you must tell jokes to make him laugh and get the approval of the other party. Garvey, on the other hand, considers himself a man who doesn't have any funny talent. For him, this is a serious misstep. Gaku immediately smiled and persuaded, Lord Realm King, don't be so old-fashioned. The planet is now in crisis. Rules are rules, and you have to follow the rules no matter what. The King of the Realm looked serious and his tone was resolute. May I ask what are the conditions for worshipping Lord Wang of the Master Realm? Garvey asked. Just tell me a joke and make me laugh. The words of the King of the Realm could not be heard in the slightest bit of joke, but the eyes that looked at Garvey were full of expectation. Garvey racked his brain, pondering. Fortunately, the smile of the king of the realm is surprisingly low. And, it seems to have a soft spot for homophonic terriers. Garvey tentatively said, "A teenager eats a classmate, what do you want to call him?" The realm king pondered for a while, did not come up with an answer, and asked, "What is it called?" "Just a teenager." Garvey looked nervously at the face of the realm king, not letting go of the slightest change in expression above. The king of the realm was stunned in place and pondered the aftertaste, then thought of something, and immediately stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, making a strange sound of kukiku. While the others were still stunned and pondered. But after a while, the realm king became as usual again. "I didn't laugh, the one just now doesn't count." To prove that he wasn't laughing, he pointed to the others, "Look, they're not laughing either. It means that the joke you just told is not funny at all." Everyone looked at each other, then looked at each other, and seemed to have made up some determination. "It seems that the joke is too cold." Garvey was a little discouraged, but immediately had an epiphany. "One year I competed with my classmates who was more elegant." "And the result?" the king of the realm asked expectantly. "We became scions." This time, Garvey didn't finish speaking, and everyone except the realm king laughed. Some people even laughed and pounded the ground frantically. Garvey glanced at them strangely and immediately understood that they were assisting themselves. While being moved in my heart, I couldn't help but complain about their pompous acting skills. And after the king of the realm was stunned for a moment, he grinned. Just when Garvey thought that he had succeeded in making fun of him, the king of realm covered his mouth with both hands and spit out a few words with difficulty. I'm kukiku, not laughing." "Kukiku." Then came a strange duck-like sound. "Depend on." The king of the realm is definitely targeting himself. Garvey reacted. At this time, it is necessary to strike while the iron is hot, and the king of the realm cannot hold back his laughter. Why is Vegeta always the first to lose when fighting? Goku was very curious about the answer to this question and immediately asked, "Why?" "Because he wants to be a speedy scion." Quack. Belch. Garvey glanced at the king of eyes and found that his whole body was trembling violently, and even his hands could hardly cover his grinning mouth. This guy is almost out of breath, and he still doesn't recognize himself. This realm-breaking king fist, don't learn it. Garvey looked genuinely furious. "Lord Realm King, you are good everywhere, but there is a flaw in your body." "Hey? What are the shortcomings of Lord Kai Wang?" Goku scratched his head and asked curiously. Garvey stood in place coldly, not saying a word, as if gambling. Yamcha found that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately stepped forward to play round. "Garvey, I really can't think of any shortcomings of Lord Realm King, why don't you give an example?" Garvey snorted coldly, "Don't lift." With that, Garvey turned around and left. "Don't lift?" Everyone immediately felt sorry for Garvey, but they didn't expect Garvey to be angry like this. To say that Lord Ji Wang is also, obviously very optimistic about the other party, but he is difficult on such a trivial matter. Everyone sighed in their hearts and prepared to bid farewell to Garvey. But he vaguely noticed a hint of strangeness. Right now. Garvey's answer instantly caught the attention of the Realm King, his face was flushed, and he looked very hard. Immediately, the laughter was detonated, and the whole person of the Realm King rolled to the ground, convulsing all over. "Ha ha ha," the King of the Realm rolled on the ground. I obeyed, I recognized you, I didn't expect you to be a genius who tells jokes." "Ha ha ha." Belch. Everyone was stunned in place, a little dumbfounded. Pool asked with an innocent look, "Young Master Yamcha, what is Lord Realm King laughing at?" Yamcha finally reacted, "Pool, this. You don't need to know that, anyway, Garvey passed the test." Others also reacted one after another, covering their mouths one after another, not daring to laugh too openly. Garvey's goods are too damaged. I actually took pleasure with Lord G. King. But for some reason, the king of the realm was not angry, but looked extremely satisfied. It's a loss, but this joke is enough to get me back in front of my nemesis. I don't know when, the king of the realm had already stood up. He held up his glasses and said positively, "Okay, Garvey. You passed the test, and I promise to teach you the Realm King Fist." Garvey couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. I couldn't imagine that Lord Realm King had such a broad heart, and did not feel bad for his offense. But, the king of the realm paused. It took Gaku 3 months to study, but Earth didn't have that much time. It's true that time is urgent, Lord Realm, so I decided to let you come to the Spirit Time House to guide my practice. When the king of the realm heard this, he hesitated for a moment, nodded and agreed. As they parted, others stepped forward to cheer Garvey on. Although we are very unwilling, our current strength really can't help anything. It's up to you, Garvey. The earth is guarded by you, come on. Don't worry, you will definitely return victorious. Garvey rubbed Pool's little head and nodded solemnly, "Everyone, I will definitely do my best." With that, Garvey and the King of Realm put their hands on Gaku. In the next instant, the 3 figures disappeared. Chapter 056. Earth, Temple. Spirit Time House. The King of the Realm and Garvey looked at each other. This time, the Time House is slightly different from the environment Garvey used to be in, and the gravity has been readjusted to 10 times. With Garvey's current physical fitness, it was easy to adapt. The Realm King stood in place with his hands in his hands, looked at Garvey and asked, "Garvey, are you ready?" Garvey raised his eyes and nodded seriously, "Well, ready." The head of the King of the Realm, "Okay, next, you can gather chi according to the way I taught. Let's get started." At the same time as the Realm King's words fell, Garvey's body was wrapped in a frenzied air current. This is the vision that arises when the Realm King Fist operates. As the airflow surged, Garvey's face gradually showed pain. He is under tremendous pressure all over his body, and this pressure gradually increases with the increase in energy expenditure. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, when the airflow around his body condensed into red chi, Garvey suddenly opened his eyes. Ha! Boom! In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble with shock. The ground sagged, and countless tiny cracks spread around, like a spider's web, all over the surrounding area. Garvey stood in place and did not move half a step, but closed his eyes and perceived, firmly remembering the changes in his physical state. After a moment, he opened his eyes to his body. His whole body was covered with fiery red flames, like a god of war, full of majesty and domineering. His right hand was clenched into a fist, and with a slight wave, he brought a blazing wind. Under the bombardment of the fist wind, the ground in front of him directly exploded a huge pit. As an artificial human, Garvey's normal combat effectiveness has reached an amazing value. It also has ultra-fast healing ability and almost unlimited physical strength. This allowed his body to withstand the burden brought by the higher multiplier Realm King Fist. The multiplier increase of the Realm King Fist is in, and now his actual combat power should have made a qualitative leap. And more importantly, the Realm King Fist can perfectly adjust the strength of all the muscles, joints, and bones in his body, making it the most suitable state for fighting. Feeling this powerful energy, the Realm King nodded with satisfaction. "Sure enough, Garvey, your hard cultivation in the past half a month has been rewarded. Moreover, your talent is very high. I underestimated you before. However, to defeat Frisia's form, you are still far from it now. Do you want to stop learning the Genki bomb I developed?" The King of the Realm follows the good way. Although the Genki bomb is also a divine skill, it can be used to destroy Majin Buu. But in the original setting, this skill can only be manipulated and controlled by pure people. As a crosser, Garvey felt that he didn't need to try. Besides, Lord Realm King, thank you for your teaching. Tomorrow we have to leave here, there is no time to learn the Genki bullet. I still continue to consolidate the practice of the Realm King Fist. As he spoke, Garvey's eyes froze. Triple Realm King Fist. Boom! The violent airflow crashed, causing the earth and rocks under his feet to burst open, and an even bigger giant pit appeared under his feet. At the same time, the Realm King was also pushed by this force and flew upside down. Lord Realm King! The air exploded the moment Garvey left, and he instantly caught up with the Realm King and helped him to the ground. The Realm King looked a little surprised, so fast. Leap from double to 3, and increase the multiplier in such a short time? Garvey was not satisfied and said calmly, the physical fitness has increased, but the control of the movements has decreased a lot, and it is necessary to further adapt. Well, good boy. The Realm King patted Garvey's shoulder and said with a smile, anyway, compared to the effect I expected, the improvement is very obvious. With that, the Realm King turned away from Garvey and hid in a safe area. Outside the temple, Gaku and the others waited anxiously. Finally, Garvey and the King of the Realm came out of the palace. How? Have you mastered the Realm King Fist? Gaku asked. Garvey nodded, well, no problem. Hearing Garvey's affirmative answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gaku quickly sent the Realm King back with teleportation. Everyone then gathered to discuss the final considerations. Fortunately, Garvey has previously explained the threats facing the Earth, and everyone has also discussed a response plan. Now, just wait for Garvey to return, and then everyone will go to the Western capital to compete. Except for Dr. Hyde, Bobo, and Dandy, who remained in the temple. The rest will rush to the Western capital. There are still 5 minutes left before the start of the martial arts conference. Uncle Bike, I really want to wear the same martial arts uniform as you. Gohan said a little embarrassed. Vic frowned, glanced at Gaku, and then raised his finger slightly. Gohan's outfit instantly changed to the same style as him. So, let's go, shall we? Gamma 2 has long been impatient. The 2 Gamma androids were recharged and returned to their peak combat power. Gaku, Gohan, the 2 Trunks, and Vic are also eager to try. Mr. Gaku, you take them to sign up first, and I'll pick up Bulma and join you. Gaku nodded, good. Let's go. Immediately, the figures of everyone disappeared in place. Dandy, Mr. Bobo, Dr. Hyde, please pay attention to your safety, and contact me as soon as you have news from Myers. After explaining everything, Garvey began to search for the breath of Pirav's gang. Swoosh! Hey! A breeze blew by, bringing a faint smell of blood. There were screams in my ears. Ah! Ah shoo! Xiao Wu, you run away, I'll stop them. Garvey was startled and looked around. I saw that inside the underground factory of Pilaf, there were many corpses lying horizontally and vertically, and blood gathered on the floor to form a stream. The ceiling of the entire plant was completely destroyed. Beside Garvey, Pirav holds a gun in one hand and Ashu in the other. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, leaned against a broken wall, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, her face was as pale as paper, and she seemed to be seriously injured. Looking into the distance, number 16 was grappling with a thin figure. Although the strength of that figure is weak, it is somewhat unusual. Garvey, hearing this call, Garvey's heart trembled. Quickly turn your head and look high into the air. The next moment, his eyes were instantly filled with blood. A dark shadow grabbed Bulma's collar with one hand. In the other hand, an air blade condensed and penetrated her chest. Bulma's mouth was bloodshot and her eyes were scattered. Garvey caught the woman who fell in the air and found that her blood-stained hands were trembling. He was full of endless killing intent. Bulma. Bulma opened her eyes and smiled at Garvey. Chapter 057. Gaze at the shocking crimson blood on Bulma's body. The boundless murderous aura pervaded Garvey, and the temperature in the entire factory seemed to drop with it. Garvey suddenly raised his head and stared at the figure in the air. Zamaz. Oh? I didn't expect that a mortal would know the gods. Garvey's face was extremely gloomy, and he slowly reached out and grabbed the back collar of Piraf. The next moment, the figures of several people disappeared in place. Place Bulma's body on the temple stone steps. Garvey ordered coldly, Dandy. Cure Bulma first. Dandy was startled by the sight in front of him, did not dare to ask more, and immediately stepped forward to cast healing magic. His palm emits a soft glow. But within a moment, Bulma's wound stopped bleeding. Seeing Bulma come back to life, Garvey then opened his mouth to explain, Sorry Dandy, please forgive my willfulness, I can't go according to the plan now. How, what's going on? Dandy asked in surprise. However, he could not get an answer, and Garvey's figure had disappeared in place. Central Capital. Xiao Wu found that her neck was pinched fiercely. She struggled desperately, but could not escape. She couldn't even breathe. It's as if a drowning man desperately grabs driftwood, but can't hold it firmly. Ahem. Ahem. She coughed as hard as she could, but couldn't make the slightest sound. Tears couldn't help but slide down her cheeks, and she felt as if her heart had stopped beating. Death. Is it coming? She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly lit up and enveloped her. Immediately afterwards, she felt the palm that clamped her neck loosen. She opened her eyes in surprise. In the blurred vision, a figure suddenly appeared. The loose strands of hair were sticking to the sweat, clinging to the other party's cheeks, covering the angular cold face. Zamaz, the figure voiced hoarsely, and his cold eyes flashed with deep hatred and crazy killing intent. Xiao Wu suddenly reacted, and the figure blocking in front of him was Garvey. Finally, with a crying voice, she asked the culprit who destroyed the entire underground factory, Why? Why did you kill so many innocent children? The other party covered one shoulder and responded in an almost cruel tone, The lowly human beings are all the objects I cleared, and there is no difference between size and size in my eyes. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't figure out how this demon would do such a heart-wrenching thing. The demon's face became clear in the light of the fire. It was a guy with a light green complexion and a white Mohican haircut. His appearance was feminine, his eyes were narrow and slightly squinted, and there was an evil smile at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Wu's gaze towards Zamaz was full of anger and hatred. She had never seen such a ruthless person. You devil! The corners of Zamaz's mouth hooked slightly, revealing an extremely mocking evil smile. His gaze swept around the young man and woman in front of him. The devil? No, I am God, and God has absolute authority and strength in this world. Zamaz responded indifferently. In his opinion, the human in front of him is just an ant-like creature, which he can crush to death at will, and it is the kind that does not even leave a trace of dust. Xiao Wu was extremely angry. People like you are not worthy of calling themselves gods. Zamaz snorted coldly, and the corners of his mouth hooked a cruel arc, small human beings, really clear and clean. His palm slowly reached behind his back. Xiao Wu felt a coolness rise in his back, and the dangerous aura became stronger and stronger. She subconsciously stepped back, only to find that she had retreated into a corner, and there was no way to escape. At this time, Zamaz moved. He slammed forward, and the hand behind his back slashed sideways. A strong dark force condensed into a blade in his palm, and the next moment it would penetrate Xiao Wu's body. Snap! A hand covered in red and hit his forearm hard. A crisp and loud bone-cracking sound was particularly harsh. And Zamaz's body paused, and his face showed surprise. You can actually hurt me? He couldn't believe that he was a god. How can it be hurt by a human? And the other party did not show the slightest breath. Xiaowu was also stunned, and at that moment just now, she even thought that she would definitely die. However, at this moment, that hand suddenly appeared and blocked in front of her. The hand was clean and slender, with well-defined bones, but it was covered with a thick red glow, like a flame. The owner of the palm had blood-red eyes, and his body exuded a murderous aura. Like a demon who came out of an ancient legend, he was full of destructive energy, gods. And what? A trace of panic suddenly appeared on Zama's face, and he subconsciously stepped back. How could a mortal make him feel a deep oppression? This can't be. Zama's looked at the figure that seemed to be a flame demon god in horror. The other party's body was full of red and suddenly rushed towards him. Zama's pupils contracted, and he quickly raised his palm to resist the opponent's attack. Zama's cried out in pain, and the whole person was knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. Abominable. The opponent was unforgiving and continued to attack him. This time, Zama's did not dare to fight hard, and quickly dodged. However, it is still late. With a slight explosion, Zama's right arm was directly broken in two. His face became a little distorted, and his body flew out upside down, slamming into the wall, smashing a deep indentation. The opponent's legs were slightly bent, and he suddenly exerted his strength and attacked him again. Zama's immediately raised his left arm to block, but his movements were half a beat slower after all. Click! The two fists intersected, Zama's left arm was broken. The red light on the other party was even stronger, and his arrogance was high, shrouding Zama's entire person. Then his right fist slammed into his head. Zama's twisted his body to dodge. However, he couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. Boom! The fist was just fierce and strong, merciless, and smashed directly on his face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Boom! The back of his head made heavy contact with the wall behind him, his entire face was sunken, and the earth collapsed in violent trembling. Zama's only felt that the sky was spinning and his consciousness was blurred. In a series of thumps, Zama's felt that his face no longer belonged to him, and breathing became extremely difficult. He spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke with difficulty, "Human beings, how is it possible?" His heart was full of anger, unwillingness, and hatred. But at this moment, the other party spoke. A cold voice like eternal freezing came, "How can the power of the gods be so small?" Chapter 058. Humans. It's just a bunch of humble ants. Zama's voice stopped abruptly. His neck was pinched by Garvey with one hand, and his body was lifted. Garvey suddenly flew towards the battlefield where number 16 was. However, when he arrived, the enemy who fought with the 16th was long gone. "I'm sorry, Garvey," he was bent on escaping, "I couldn't stop him." Number 16 said guiltily. "What does he look like?" Previously, the distance was too far, Garvey could only see the general outline of the other party, a thin guy. "He looks thick, his head is relatively large but his body is thin, and his skin is pink." The 16th answered quickly. After knowing the other party's physical characteristics, Garvey asked coldly, "In which direction did he go?" Number 16 pointed in the direction. Garvey immediately flew in pursuit. When fighting Zama's, Garvey found that this guy's strength was not strong and he did not have an immortal body. He should be the Zama's of this time and space, and he has not yet made a wish to the super dragon. Although this Zama's also hates humans, he has not experienced a series of events in the protagonist's time and space. Originally, there would have been no idea of exchanging bodies with the strong with super dragon balls. Normally speaking, at this time, he should have been an intern king god in the 10th universe. But he never thought that Zama's would run to the earth of the 7th universe so early. In this way, the reason why the other party appeared here was revealed. Zama's in other time and space used the time ring to shuttle to this time and space, and persuaded Zama's in this time and space to cooperate with it. In other words, the skinny little guy who escaped is also Zama's, which can also be called the Dark Man. In comparison, that Zama's is more threatening. For the sake of his twisted ideals, he willingly gave up the body of God and took the body of a powerful mortal. At the same time, it is likely that there is an unknown experience hidden. The impact of this unknown on the situation is enormous. It's hard to get rid of the fact that he has already used the Super Dragon Balls of various times and spaces to fulfill a series of wishes, and his strength has grown to the point of being extremely powerful. Garvey pursued while thinking in his mind about what to do next. He knew very well that if he let the other party escape this time, I am afraid that it would be even more difficult to find him in the future. Judging from the strength it has shown, it is much weaker than Zama's in this time and space. This is the best chance to completely erase the other party. Garvey pushes speed to the limit. Under the increase of the Realm King Fist, his figure turned into a streamer. In the friction with the air, the temperature of the red gas around Garvey rose sharply. Zama's skin in his hand gradually turned black under the flames, and he groaned in pain. At this moment, Garvey can no longer care about anything else, and just wants to quickly kill the fleeing Dark Man. However, at this moment, a gap suddenly opened between heaven and earth, which seemed to contain terrifying destructive power and destruction. The fissure emits a dazzling purple-black light. At this time, Garvey saw a thin figure disappear into the crack. The space-time rift is shrinking and closing at a very rapid rate. Abominable! Unexpectedly, the Dark Man seized the opportunity to use the time ring. Garvey frantically poured energy bombs towards that space-time rift. However, the energy bomb seemed to sink into the sea. Until the crack was completely healed, Zama's figure was not forced. Garvey's heart sank. He did not have the means to travel through time and space, and he could not continue to chase and kill the other party. This world may face even more terrifying strong enemies. Garvey, hearing someone call, Garvey turned his head and found that number 16 was chasing after Xiaowu's body. She is badly injured and needs treatment. The tone of the 16th is as calm and rational as ever. Without saying a word, Garvey sent the two to the temple. He then returned to Zhongdu again. He turned back to the ruins of the underground factory. Between the ruins, Garvey found a small hand gripping the space capsule. However, the entire area had long since lost the breath of life, and only corpses were left on the ground. Zama's. Garvey's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent, and he squeezed Zama's hand and suddenly exerted force. Click! The bones in Zama's shoulder were crushed abruptly, and he screamed in pain. This guy is now seriously injured and has lost his ability to fight, but his vitality is terribly tenacious. Garvey lifted him up and stared grimly into the other's eyes. Where does the other Zama's come from? What are your plans? Zama's expression was hideous, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Ahem. Humble human beings, your end is coming. Garvey's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he put a knee on Zama's abdomen. Zama's snorted in pain, his body convulsing in convulsions. Immediately, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, fanatical and sickly. It doesn't hurt to tell you, this world has been marked by us, and in the near future, more other mess will gather in this space-time and use this space-time as a stronghold. At that time, not to mention the 12 universes, even all the human beings in time and space will be cleared by us. Hearing this, Garvey's pupils contracted violently. The world is marked by each other. A chill rose in his heart. Zama's meaning is obvious, his accomplices are not the one who just escaped. Rather, an unknown number of Zamas in parallel universes. Zamas sneered, stupid human, even if you defeat me? Your future is doomed to darkness. He looked at Garvey's gaze full of contempt and contempt. Even if I die, my companions will still return to this place, I will be born again, and you humans. Only the fate of being killed. No one can stop our human zero plan. Zama's voice grew more and more arrogant, with a condescending, unbelievable madness. as if he was in control. How? Scared, right? You cowardly humans, ha 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 ha. Garvey's eyes were cold. Yes, I do have some fear. In this case, even if Garvey is a traverser, he can't think of any way to stop it. However, he will not give up. But you really think? Is this universe all you can play with? Garvey slowly reached out and took off the green earrings on either side of Zama's cheeks, Patara earrings, a symbol of the status of the Realm King God, so it seems that you have been officially promoted to the Realm King God. It seems that my path of killing the gods will begin with you, eh? Flash of fear flashed deep in Zama's eyes. Garvey looked calm, and a white energy bomb condensed in his palm. That energy bomb quickly expanded, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Just as he was about to kill him, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. A very personal voice came from the ears. Oh, Mr. Garvey, I haven't figured it out yet. Chapter 059. A small figure levitated beside Garvey. The energy bomb in Garvey's palm silently dissipated invisible, hiding the red glow covering his body. Frisia. That miracle in the sky just now is related to that guy in your hand? Frisia asked with a slight narrowed eye and a smile. Yes, King. Garvey's face was a little ugly. The king actually appeared suddenly without knowing it, catching Garvey off guard. It seems that he has lost the opportunity to hand-blade Zamas. Frisia had a faint smile on his face. You seem to have talked about what Realm King God just now, right? That's right. Garvey was on guard, and he didn't know if Frisia had found out about his Kurdish attack. Mr. Garvey, shouldn't you be in the arena of the martial arts conference now? Frisia asked with a faint smile on her face. It seems that the Kurds at that time did not find out that the person who attacked him was himself. This is a matter of humanity in the universe. Garvey briefly introduced the identity, background and plans of Zamas. Oh? Someone unilaterally wants to deprive me of my right to live? Frisia's smile was even wider, but the depths of his eyes were cold. Garvey nodded. He was secretly shocked in his heart. If his feelings were not wrong, Frisia at this moment had a strong killing intent towards Zamas. Mr. Garvey, I'm curious, how are you going to kill Zamas? Garvey frowned. I'll blow him to pieces. Frisia shook his head slightly. I don't agree with your approach. Maybe I should let him die in a more gentlemanly way. Garvey knew that Frisia had a violent personality, but he was definitely not reckless, otherwise he would not have been able to rule most of the universe. A more gentlemanly approach. Garvey was startled. How about handing him over to me? Frisia suggested with a smile, but there was a hint of refusal in his tone. That would bother you, King. Garvey has no confidence to refuse at all. He let go of his hand, and Zamas's body slipped to the ground. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth. Just leave it to me here, you can continue to do what you have to do. Understood. Garvey knew what the other side meant to get him to the ring as soon as possible. He glanced at Zamas's half-amputated forearm in the distance, and a silver light flashed between his fingers. Is that the space-time ring? It seems that only gods can use it, and mortals cannot use it to travel through time and space. If this thing falls on Frisia, will he figure out how to use it? Garvey was a little worried. He knew very well that his strength was too much worse than Frisia's, and it was impossible to defeat the other party. I hope that the king will not use this thing to go to some other dimensional space to cultivate. Frisia's tail slowly curled around Zamas's body. Now, tell me everything you know, I can make you suffer less. Garvey instantly understood that Frisia planned to force Zamas. Either way, he had to leave. Garvey took a deep breath and respectfully said goodbye to Frisia. Then he turned and flew in the direction of the western capital, and before he could fly far, he heard a scream behind him. It was the roar of Zamas. Once out of Frisia's line of sight, Garvey immediately used teleportation to return to the temple. Bulma's injuries had recovered, and when they saw Garvey's return, they immediately stepped forward. Everyone was a little sad in their eyebrows. And Garvey understood that this was the reason for those children. Zama's is really damned, and 1,000 cuts are not exaggerated. Garvey comforted everyone, as long as you collect Chi Dragon Balls, you can make a wish to the Divine Dragon and resurrect them. Hearing this, everyone's faces were much better. Bulma sighed, that's all there can be. Suddenly, Garvey vomited a mouthful of blood and slowly bent down. Garvey, what's wrong with you? Bulma hurriedly grabbed Garvey. Ahem. It's okay, it's just a side effect of the Realm King Fist. When I fought Zama's just now, I forcibly used the 20-fold Realm King Fist, which was beyond the limit of my body. I'll treat you. Dandy quickly rushed at Garvey to cast healing magic. Garvey felt a warm current wrapped around his body, and the damaged cells in his body were like a long dry land meeting Ganlan, happily and hungrily absorbing this healing power. After a while, Garvey found that his originally heavy and stiff body had regained its lightness and flexibility. Is this the unique ability of the auxiliary nemesis? He really thought it was amazing. After recovering from his injuries, Garvey asked in a deep voice, by the way, Bulma, why are you being targeted by that guy from Zama's? Zama's. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't know anything about this unfamiliar name. Garvey briefly explained Zama's identity. As soon as he appeared, he asked us for Dragon Balls. Pirav replied. Garvey suddenly realized that it was because of the relationship between Dragon Ball that the hiding place of everyone was exposed. But how did Zama's learn the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball? This puzzled Garvey. Can't figure it out, Garvey simply left it behind. Bulma took out the box containing the Dragon Balls from her waist. It's good that the guy named Zama's only knows the location of the Dragon Balls, but he doesn't know where they are hidden. Garvey breathed a sigh of relief and immediately thought of something. He immediately took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked up the location of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Those 2 Dragon Balls are really still in the western capital. Frisia, on the other hand, is located thousands of miles away in the central capital. Garvey immediately asked, Your Excellency Pirav, is the shielding device I entrusted you with complete? Pirav nodded repeatedly. Thanks to the addition of Dr. Bulma, the storage box was made in advance. Ashiu presented a basin-sized container. Garvey puts both the Dragon Balls and the container in his backpack. Then he looked at everyone. Your Excellency Pilaf, you stay here for the time being. Bulma, on the 16th, we go to Zidu to join the other companions. We have mecha made by Lord Pilaf, maybe we can help. Xiao Wu spoke. Pirav was so frightened that his face turned blue. Xiao Wu, what are you kidding? My level of technology is not strong enough to compete with those monsters. Lord Pilaf, don't be presumptuous. Axiel looked at Pirav with reverence. Your intelligence is higher than all of us. I'm sure Lord Pirav won't let us down. You're really dead. Pilaf's face turned livid, and then he showed a wry smile. Well, anyway, the world is about to be destroyed, I will accompany you to go crazy one last time. Garvey suddenly cried and laughed. What can the combat effectiveness of these guys do? However, without knowing Garvey's plan, they can have this determination, which may prove that they really no longer play villains. Okay, we've made a plan, and this side of the earth is not without chance. Garvey said in a deep voice. Besides, you also have an important mission to stay here. What task? Protect the gods of the earth. Garvey said solemnly. After that, he took number 16 and Bulma and left using teleportation. In an instant, a strong wind howled, bringing with it the pungent smell of gunsmoke. The entire western capital has been completely reduced to a battlefield. Under the new rules, people here are killing like crazy. In the streets and alleys, gunmen are shooting wildly everywhere. There are even tanks, warplanes, mechs, shuttling between cities. Everywhere you can see the flames of explosions. High-rise buildings collapsed, vehicles tumbled, and mourning abounded. The streets were lined with destroyed buildings, mutilated limbs, and the smell of blood permeated the surroundings. It's like hell. The martial arts conference has been started for a while. Each team is fighting fiercely for its right to survive. Chapter 060. Everyone knows that only by living can they enjoy victory. Death. No one wants to die. Therefore, although the people of the earth are all compatriots, when they really face a crisis of life and death, they have become fierce beasts that are not afraid of death, fighting madly. In such an environment, the martial arts conference turned into a brutal survival competition. Boom! A loud noise came from afar. A skyscraper was blown up tens of meters in the air, and debris flew all over the sky. This was followed by several more skyscrapers. Boom! Another violent concussion, the ground shook slightly. Garvey looked into the distant battlefield, his gaze as deep as a fountain. It was the most gruesome match he had ever participated in, and the bloodiest scene he had ever seen. In this case, even if he thinks that his psychological quality is good, he will inevitably feel a little uncomfortable at this moment. But soon, he adjusted, and his eyes became firm. Just collecting Dragon Balls can change all that. Garvey raised his eyes and swept the sky, and above the center of the western capital, a giant transparent sphere floated there. On the surface of the sphere, countless names of different sizes are flowing. Frisia 7th Squad, Gula Mecha Special Combat Team, Halo Squad, Red Ribbon Army Blue Team, Demonizer 3 Team. And so on, the names of various teams. And the size of the team name varies. It seems that the larger the name displayed, the greater the number of opponents eliminated by this team. At the same time, some names will gradually become transparent or even dissipate outright. The dissipation of the name may represent the complete elimination of that team. Garvey found the words Team Hope in between. The font is small and not transparent. When he saw the Gula Mecha Special Combat Team, Garvey sighed in his heart, and his guess really came true. Maybe that guy from Gula came to Earth early, but he was hiding in the dark and unknown to others. This made Frisia and his gang even more difficult to deal with. At this time, the voice of number 16 on the side came, "Those are soldiers of the Frisia army?" Hearing the question, Garvey turned his head to look. Sure enough, a group of soldiers wearing black and green combat uniforms flew in. From a distance, you can feel the murderous aura on their bodies. They formed larger teams, armed with various weapons, and strafed in all directions. Boom! Energy projectiles shot in all directions, exploding one after another, setting off terrifying waves on the city streets. Opponents they targeted were chased and fled. Garvey glanced down at the Dragon Ball radar, which showed the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, right where Frisia's flagship spaceship was. This distance is short. But there were Frisia army eyeliners everywhere in the sky. Is it directly killing the past? Or continue to use the status of a member of the Frisia army? Bulma and number 16 looked at Garvey at the same time, waiting for him to get an idea. Either option, there are risks. Avoid clashes with Frisia's army for the time being. Garvey said decisively, the most important thing is to get the Dragon Ball smoothly. The 3 of them are not far from the location of the Dragon Ball, and if they fly at extreme speed, it will not take long to reach their destination. However, this will attract the attention of the legionnaires. After all, the soldiers of the Frisia army may have known Bulma and Garvey through the internal communication network. Go from this side. Garvey points sideways forward. There was also a group of soldiers from Frisia's army, and Garvey planned to test his guess. Everyone get ready for battle. Bulma and number 16 nodded to follow. Garvey walked in front to open the way, Bulma following closely behind him. The 16th is hidden in the shadows, ready to strike at any time. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. Garvey turned his head to look at the location of the explosion, and an energy bomb burst in the sky. Hit the Frisia soldiers who were chasing their prey. After a dazzling light, the group of soldiers had been blown to pieces. The energy projectile is fired from the opposite direction to Garvey's travel. Who will it be? Bulma was curious. I don't know, his breath only appeared for a moment, I couldn't accurately perceive it. Then Garvey frowned, maybe it's Goku and them, but their aura is too well hidden, and they can't join them for the time being. In Garvey's plan, the group's highest priority is to find Babadai's whereabouts and then kill him to prevent him from lifting the seal of Majin Buu. Therefore, he instructed the crowd to avoid fighting as much as possible unless necessary. Otherwise, once the identity is exposed to Frieza, I am afraid that I will face endless pursuit and killing by the other party. At that time, maybe the king would rather give up his plan to capture Majin Buu and give up the search for Dragon Ball, or destroy Goku, who made him suffer 2 humiliations. The safest way is to first eliminate the power of Babadai, and then take the opportunity to seize the Dragon Ball, using the desire of the dragon to turn the situation around. In short, now is not the best time to join your companions. The 3 continued towards their destination. Soon their figures appeared in the field of view of the soldiers of the Frieza army in front. Who are you? A purple gray-skinned cosmic person immediately asked. Garvey's pupils shrank sharply when he saw this person, and his whole body tensed, ready to fight. Tagma. As far as he understood, Tagma was a powerful presence second only to Frieza and Kurd. Judging from the aura displayed by the other party, it was much higher than him. As a sparring partner when Frieza was promoted to the golden form in the original work, I don't know what kind of brutal training he went through and how much his strength grew. Breath alone cannot accurately judge the strength of an opponent. In addition to transformation, explosive gas in the Dragon Ball world can also instantly increase combat effectiveness. Garvey stopped and didn't jump into the other's nerves. I'm Garvey, a new member of the Legion. Garvey replied lightly. Tagma folded his arms around his chest. You are the android warriors that Lord Frieza recruited on Earth. He pressed the battle detector button on the side of his face, and after a moment sneered, sure enough, even the instrument can't detect your true combat power. Garvey's brows furrowed slightly, and the other party's words showed a strong sense of hostility. Tagma raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as an eagle falcon. I heard that you have something to do with the monster that Lord Frieza brought back. The other party should be referring to Sharu Max. That's right. Garvey bowed his head and admitted. Tagma snorted coldly, you artificial humans are really disgusting, you dare to use Lord Frieza's cells to create that kind of monster. Garvey frowned, what the hell are you trying to say? Tagma pouted disdainfully, I look down on those guys who have somehow gained great power through strange technology. Do you know how much pain I endured to get this power? Tagma gritted his teeth, you won't understand at all. If it weren't for the sake of being a member of the Legion, I would definitely kill you directly. And now, a cold gleam flashed under Tagma's eyes, I'll give you a chance to officially fight me. Garvey's eyes were gloomy, I still have a mission ahead of me, and I can't fight you. Chapter 061. Garvey has always felt that androids are the version of the answer in the world of Dragon Ball. Cultivate after the gene source first, then it will be more effective with half the effort. If it weren't for the scion cells, he and Bulma might have directly become artificial scions. For Garvey, that's a bit of a pity. However, when this series of crises is over, it is not difficult to get those top genius scientists to help continue the transformation. His attention returned to Tagma. Garvey certainly knows it, and at the same time understands the psychology of the other party. The strength that Tagma has now acquired is the result of countless painful devastation. It can be said that as Frieza's sparring partner, his duty is to endure all kinds of inhuman torture. Seriously injured and dying during the day, and then lying in the treatment compartment at night, and so on for countless days and nights. In the process of training, this guy has become stronger, not only strength, but also a change in personality. It is no wonder, every day to be beaten by the king as a sandbag, it is really a miracle that he cannot go crazy. Therefore, after hearing that artificial humans are so easy to obtain power, he will be so jealous of Garvey and others. Tagma's eyes flashed with mad hatred. You don't have the right to refuse, we are all contestants now. If you don't want to be eliminated, you have to fight me. If Garvey is really a member of the Frisia Legion, he doesn't care if he is eliminated or not. He didn't even have to come to the tournament at all. Unfortunately, reaching the final is one of the key ways to find out where Babadai is. He doesn't want to be eliminated. Of course, Garvey really doesn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. If the two sides fight, it will definitely be very troublesome, and he will not be sure to defeat his opponent in a short time. He glanced at the other party lightly. Sorry, I'm not interested. With that, he walked straight past Tagma. His attitude immediately angered Tagma. The sound of the wind sounded in his ears, and Garvey immediately leaned over to dodge the opponent's attacking fist. Then, kicked out. Tagma blocked the attack with his arm, while his thick left leg slammed into Garvey's waist. Garvey returned to his knees to block. When the two collided, a thunderous bang erupted. Bang! An invisible shock wave spread, exploding a large crater around. The nearby legionnaires were overturned to the ground by the sudden wave of chi, and suddenly looked frightened and moved away from the two. This battle is simply unnecessary for Garvey. Now that time is pressing, Frisia will rush back from the central capital at any moment. Once the Great King returns to the western capital and wants to capture the Dragon Ball, it will be even more difficult. So he has to do it quickly. However, this time-space Tagma was much stronger than he expected. The bodies of both sides froze in place, competing with each other for strength. Garvey stopped Bulma and number 16, who wanted to come up to help, with his eyes. How long have you been with Lord Frisia for special training? Garvey asked indifferently. Tagma snorted coldly, you are not qualified to know. After that, his body muscles bulged, and he roared up to the sky, H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A. It was like a thunderous explosion, shaking the entire battlefield. In an instant, tiny arcs of electricity jumped and flickered around him. Tagma's whole body erupted with endless power, and the frenzied airflow raged wildly, blowing away the smoke and dust, revealing an open field. He slammed a punch at Garvey. This punch is like thunder. Garvey's eyes were cold, and he also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided together, as if Mars had fallen, splashing out a string of brilliant brilliance. Garvey's body flew upside down. Tagma, on the other hand, did not move, like a mountain towering. Garvey's body slammed through a string of rubble. Standing up again, Garvey patted the dust on his body. I can see that you should have been through a long period of harsh training, Garvey whispered, his eyes getting colder. He raised his head and looked at the other person. Tagma grinned viciously, revealing his white teeth. A guy like you who obtains great strength by tricking will definitely be beaten back to its original form by me. You don't deserve to be my opponent at all. Now I can tell you that I am the #1 combat genius in the Legion. In just half a year, my combat strength has risen from 20,000 to more than 20 billion. I really appreciate the special training of the two masters Kurdish and Frisia. As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared in an instant. More than 20 billion? Garvey's concept of combat power in Dragon Ball has long been blurred. If memory serves, this combat power is enough to crush Doppula. However, Garvey's eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his body did not retreat. Bang! Garvey was once again blasted out by Tagma and crashed directly through a building before stopping. He was pale, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his arms hung down weakly. Tagma walked up to Garvey and looked down at him. Now you know how far you are from me, right? With that, he raised his fist, raised it high above the top, and swung it towards Garvey's head. But at this moment, Garvey flashed a ray of red light, and then turned his head strangely. Avoiding his attack, he swept his left leg and kicked Tagma in the abdomen. Tagma was caught off guard and kicked out, quite embarrassed. Abominable! Bastard! Tagma shouted angrily, rushed towards Garvey again, and condensed an extremely concentrated energy bullet in his palm, smashing towards Garvey. This is his strongest move, the ultimate burst bomb compressed to the extreme. Seeing the terrifying energy bomb coming, Garvey did not dodge. Because he doesn't want to hide at all. Okay, I've already figured out your strength, and I don't want to waste time with you, so I will end the battle immediately. When the words fell, Garvey's whole body suddenly bloomed with a crimson dazzling light. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in flames. Buzz! 8 times Realm King Fist. Garvey let out a low sigh. In an instant, the air became distorted, forming a huge fluctuation of airflow visible to the naked eye and spreading around. He waved his arm like the wind and slapped the incoming energy bullet back with one palm. Tagma's face changed drastically, and he immediately raised his arm in an attempt to block the terrifying gas bomb that was bounced back by Garvey. However, it did not work. Bang! In just an instant, the energy bomb pushed Tagma's whole person to fly out upside down and smash into the ground. Boom! An incomparably dazzling light soared into the sky, like a brilliant firework. Is it so vulnerable? Garvey muttered in a low voice, then a little worried about the safety of the earth. Fortunately, the tremors of the earth did not last long before they completely stopped, and after the smoke cleared, it left a bottomless pit in the city. Garvey let out a soft breath, and then lifted the state of the Realm King Fist. The 5-fold Realm King Fist just now was far from his limit. It did not produce any physical burden, and even consumed less energy than he recovered. Maybe you can try to maintain the Realm King Fist all the time in the future? When Garvey thought of this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 062. P.S. For the northern saint who loves fragrant noodles. Lord Tagma. A group of soldiers of the Frisia army looked nervously lying on the edge of the pit. A small leader kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. If Lord Frisia knew that there was infighting within the legion, he would probably be angry with them in a fit of rage. I'm still alive. Garvey muttered and descended to the bottom of the crater. Tagma's combat suit was badly damaged and he fell into a coma. Lifting Tagma up, Garvey returned to the ground. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the soldiers present almost lifted their throats. Lord Garvey, Lord Tagma is the bravest warrior in the legion, the little leader advised cautiously. Are you all his subordinates? Garvey asked indifferently. Hearing this, everyone's bodies shook dramatically, and they knelt down on one knee in unison. Yes, yes, we are ordered to obey his command. But now, at this point, the little leader did not dare to continue. Garvey was silent for a moment, then his heart suddenly moved, and he said slowly, I sent him to heal. As for you, delayed my time, I had to completely eliminate it. Garvey slowly raised a palm and aimed it at everyone on the ground, looking grim. Spare your life, my lord. Everyone looked shocked, their bodies stiffened, and their eyes revealed pleading. Suddenly, the little leader moved. We are all members of the competition, admit defeat. We throw in the towel. You can't kill us in this situation. Babadai, Lord Babadai. Teleport us out of the arena. Hey? The next moment, a circular spaceship hatch suddenly appeared on the ground. Garvey's eyes flickered. This group of soldiers of the Frisia Legion disappeared without a trace, along with that hatch. Garvey looked at the empty ground and felt that something was wrong. This guy Babadai can monitor every corner of the arena and easily teleport a large number of people in front of him. The thought of Babadai being in control of his movements at all times made Garvey feel a chill in his heart. He can be sure that once this side reveals its intention to find Babadai's whereabouts, then the other party will definitely react at the first time, not giving any opportunity to let the strong enemy approach him. The plan to search for Babadai was seriously hampered. Looking up at the giant ball of light in the sky, Garvey noticed that Team Hope's name had grown a lot larger and had qualified for the knockout round. Bulma and number 16 catch up with Garvey. Garvey, were you really going to kill them just now? Garvey initially thought only to force the soldiers to surrender, but was shocked by the teleportation magic displayed by Babadai, which was strange, and he didn't know where he had transferred all those people. He explained calmly, that Guy Frisia, he doesn't like soft-hearted subordinates. If necessary, I will definitely kill them. Immediately, Garvey looked at the dying Tagma in his hand and said, now, we have a valid reason to enter the Frisia spaceship. When Bulma heard this, she pouted, Garvey, did you plan everything before the war started? Make me worry for nothing. Garvey touched his nose, actually, I still want to find out the strength of Frisia's father and son from his mouth. It's a pity, but it's not all for nothing. At least, it was known that their father and son had undergone special training for 6 months. This somewhat made Garvey's heart that had been hanging a little bit let go. In half a year, the Frisia father and son mastered the golden form. I'm afraid that in the entire universe, there is no race with higher talent than them. If they had been training hard for 2.5 years, Garvey would really be powerless to do anything about the current situation. Now, the only person on his side who can compete with the golden Frisia father and son is the combined body warrior. The three flew all the way towards the flagship spacecraft. The soldiers encountered by Frisia on the road saluted respectfully after they revealed their identities. Everyone seems to know about Garvey's head-on victory over Tagma. Garvey and his party landed smoothly in front of Frisia's spaceship. Garvey secretly confirmed with radar that the Dragon Balls were stored inside the spaceship. The soldiers guarding the vicinity of the spacecraft immediately lined up on both sides and bowed when they saw Garvey's return. Lord Garvey, Lord Bulma, Lord 16, congratulations on advancing to the knockout round. One soldier after another of the Frisia army congratulated Garvey and his party flatteringly. Garvey and number 16 nodded calmly in response, while Bulma looked at everything in front of her with a magical expression. Lord Garvey, just leave Lord Tagma to the people below. Are you going into the lounge to recharge? I will immediately ask people to arrange the best relaxation program for you. Garvey waved his hand lightly and said lightly, no need, I will personally send Tagma into the treatment room. A soldier stepped forward to lead the way, but he refused. Garvey walked to the front and Bulma and number 16 followed closely behind him, following Garvey's footsteps. Walk through several circular corridors and all the way to the door of the cabin at the top of the spaceship. The soldiers guarding here opened the door and invited the three of them inside. Here is the medical cabin. In the spherical treatment chamber in the center, a familiar figure curled up. Kurdish. Outside the treatment chamber stood 2 medical staff, nervously watching the physical parameters on the screen. Spotting Garvey's group entering, they immediately stepped forward. Lord Garvey, please put Lord Tagma on the hospital bed, and we will do the rest. After settling Tagma, Garvey walked to the treatment chamber and stood still, quietly watching the Kurds. He was covered with tubes, an oxygen mask on his head, and his whole body was immersed in nutrient solution. Kurdish closed his eyes, his breathing was steady and long, and he seemed to be recovering quite well. The wound between the waist and abdomen has completely healed, only the tail has not completely regenerated. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kurd suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Garvey, who was close at hand. Garvey was instantly on guard. Then, Kurd's face showed a smile. Garvey silently took 2 steps back and blocked in front of Bulma. At this moment, Kurd's gaze looked away and looked into the corner of the room. After a long while, he nodded slowly at Garvey, then closed his eyes. Seeing this, Garvey sighed softly. Just now, he thought that the Kurds had recognized the identity of his sneak attacker and wanted to attack him. If that happens, he may not be able to avoid the fate of being hunted down by Frisia's army, which will make the situation even more unfavorable. Fortunately, Kurd's focus is not on him, but in another place. Garvey followed the gaze of the talented Kurd, and saw a gorgeous and delicate tray on the table in the corner of the treatment room. The tray is covered with a jewel-encrusted lid, making it impossible to peek into the contents. But through the gap in the lid, he faintly saw a shimmer of orange light, flashing regularly. The remaining 2 dragon balls are in this room. And it is the Kurds who guard them. Chapter 063. Since the Kurds placed them here, it must be to ensure the safety of the dragon ball. Garvey secretly looked at the room layout. This is the treatment room. The medical compartment is placed close to one side of the wall, there is nothing superfluous, and there are soldiers standing guard at the door. If you want to take the opportunity to take the dragon ball under the nose of the Kurds, it is simply difficult to climb to the sky. Garvey's heart was heavy. Although it is worth taking the risk to get the dragon ball, in this way, it is torn apart with Frisia's gang. If you don't get angry, the king will vent his anger on the earth. When the earth is destroyed, everything will be over, and the dragon balls will cease to exist with Dandy's death. Garvey was surprised to find that even if he collected the dragon ball, it seemed that he could not completely solve the crisis on earth. On this side of the earth, there is a lack of a warrior with absolute strength. Strength. Garvey is now desperate for great power. Unfortunately, there is not enough time for cultivation. Their hope is always so slim. Garvey sighed and looked back, only to see Bulma and number 16 looking at him, waiting for him to make an idea. Let's go, don't disturb Lord Kurd's retreat. Garvey said lightly. It is always inappropriate to stay in this place for a long time. The 2 nodded and followed him out of the treatment room. After coming out, Bulma asked in a low voice, Garvey, you noticed the dragon ball too, right? Don't worry, I'll find a way to get it. Garvey whispered comfort. But how do I feel? Even if we get the dragon ball, there is no way to change the situation, number 16 said, the confusion in his heart. There will always be a way. Bulma was extremely determined. She glanced at Garvey. We have made so many efforts, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I believe we can do it. Even if she knew in her heart, this hope was very slim, or even minimal. The 3 of them didn't go far on the cloister, and Garvey suddenly paused in his steps. Looking out of the porthole, he saw the huge spherical cultivation warehouse parked outside. This is the exclusive cultivation chamber of Sharu Max. Garvey immediately became alert and winked at the 2 beside him. What is this? Bulma exclaimed softly. The guy inside, called Sharu Max, is the ultimate biological weapon created by the Red Ribbon Legion after exhausting its resources. Garvey continued to walk forward without incident, softly explaining to the 2 people beside him. So, what you said in front of Frisia is true. Bulma stared at Garvey curiously, but how do you know this? Garvey shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Bulma bit her lip, but seemed to become more interested in Garvey's true origins. The 3 quickly walked through the corridor and turned towards the exit of the spaceship. 3 adults, don't you continue to stay in the spaceship to rest. The soldiers at the gate saw them and saluted respectfully. Hey! Garvey stopped and looked back at the soldier. Lord Frisia's time is precious, and I think the game should be accelerated. You, cold sweat oozed from the soldier's face, what do you mean? Of course, to clean up the trash fish on the battlefield. Garvey spoke in a calm tone. When the words fell, Garvey immediately flew towards the center of the city with Bulma and number 16. A dozen soldiers looked at each other. Away from Frisia's field of vision, Garvey immediately landed on the ground. Garvey, what are you going to do? Bulma asked suspiciously. This decision is a bit risky, but I want to cause a little trouble for the Frisia army and take the Dragon Balls while it is chaotic. Garvey had already silently breathed the breath of several Frisia soldiers, and when the time came, he could teleport over. Then in a very short time, take the Dragon Ball without being suspected of yourself. So you're going to show up somewhere else first. Bulma was smart and guessed the crux of the matter at once. That's right, in order to avoid Frisia becoming angry and destroying the earth, you can't tear your face with him head on. Garvey mused, we'll go around and we'll get rid of other contestants later, try to be as high profile as possible. Garvey then plans to secretly blow up Sharu Max's cultivation chamber and release the monster. In this way, not only can the Kurdish treatment process be interrupted, but perhaps the Dragon Balls can be taken while the chaos is in place. Bulma's eyes lit up. Although there are still many flaws in this plan, it is better to have a solution than no way. When Frisia returns, I am afraid that there will be no such a good opportunity. After agreeing on a time to rendezvous near Frisia's flagship spaceship, the three separated. Boom! Garvey's figure turned into a streamer, shuttling between the cities at great speed. Whenever he saw other contestants, he did not hesitate to stun them and quickly left. Within minutes, he had eliminated hundreds of competitors. Above the ball of light suspended in the air, the name of the Hope Team became bigger and bigger, taking up a large space. This means that the number of teams eliminated by them is extremely large. In the moment he paused, the name of the Hope Team became much bigger. It seems that Bulma and the 16th side are also making good progress. The high-profile behavior of Team Hope immediately attracted much attention. At the bottom of the giant spaceship, Babadai stared at the crystal ball in front of him. The tentacles on his jaw trembled with excitement. This person's strength is very powerful. After absorbing his energy, let him be my subordinate. He. Lord Babadai, this guy's strength is probably enough to compete with me, it is difficult to collect his energy, I suggest you directly control him and make him an important member of us. Dapla frowned and made a suggestion. Hey. You have a point, Dapura. It is a great honor for me to advise you, Lord Babadai. Dapla saluted respectfully. On the other side, a blue-skinned bullfrog crouched on top of the saucer-shaped spaceship, listening thoughtfully to the other soldiers' conversations. I heard that Lord Tagma was defeated by Lord Garvey with one move, and the injury was not light. It's really useless, after such a long period of careful cultivation by the Great King, the result is not as good as a new Earthling who joined the Legion. Lord Garvey's Hope Team also reached the top of the list, far ahead of the other participating teams. In the future, the title of the first soldier of the Frisia army probably belongs to him. After the baptism of Garvey in the small half of the city, the number of teams circulating in the ball of light has decreased a lot. During this period, Garvey was not just a simple elimination of opponents. He had secretly remembered the breath of the contestants who had been teleported away, and wanted to find Babadai's hiding place based on this. Unfortunately, nothing was found, just as these guys never existed on Earth. Chapter 064. Most of the opponents Garvey eliminated were Earthlings who competed for the right to survive. Of course, there were also soldiers of the Frisia army that he did not look good on. Often appear in front of this group of people, explain their intentions, and they will cry and admit defeat. What he cares more about is a group of contestants with demonization marks on their heads. These guys seem to have immortal bodies, and they can quickly recover from broken necks. Garvey immediately understood the identities of these men. A demonized man enslaved by Babadai. He looked up and scanned the ball of light above him. There are quite a few teams of demonizer numbers mixed in. These people are supposed to be cannon fodder sent out by Babadai to hunt for prey in order to collect energy. Garvey had also followed the guys to see where the demonizers who had collected the energy would go to find Babadai's lair. Unfortunately, their departure is also through teleportation, rather than flying all the way back to Babadai's spaceship as in the original. Their aura was also like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace after the teleportation ended. Most of these demonized people have mediocre strength, and it is not difficult to deal with. That's just for Garvey, though. The strength of the demonized people is far crushing most of the Earthlings. In a remote corner of the city, a fat man is besieged in the middle by several demonized people. You monsters! I threw in the towel, why didn't you let me go? They Fat Man's face turned pale, his legs trembled, and his hand holding the katana trembled. Several demonizers showed an evil smile on their faces. I remember that this guy of yours has been extracted by us once, right? I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Now, once again for Lord Babadai, offer your essence. Hey, hey! After absorbing energy this time, we will also grab your live mouth and study your body well. He he! They! Fat Man roared and raised his knife and slashed. Poof! A demonized man's neck instantly bleed. However, the blood he shed was thick and dark, and it quickly stopped. Immediately, the demonized man punched the Fat Man in the cheek, and the Fat Man flew up like a cannonball and knocked down the wall, struggling for a long time before getting up from the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the demonized people laughed viciously, ready to rush up and ravage each other. Stop playing, hurry up! A leader-like guy ordered coldly. The demonizers looked grim. A demonized man immediately carried a container with a thick needle and stabbed towards the Fat Man's waist. The Fat Man's strength passed rapidly, and his pupils gradually expanded. With his left hand, he leaned into his arms and pulled out an emerald green bean. Just as he was about to eat the beans, a figure appeared beside him at an unknown time, gently raising his hand to knock the demonized person who attacked him away. You! The Fat Man glared at the unfamiliar face. The man's face was grim and angular, and he nodded slightly at him. You know me? The Fat Man asked suspiciously. The other party smiled indifferently and said in a calm tone, I don't know. They. Fat Man was stunned for a moment, then looked around. I saw that the nearby demonized people were so angry that they rushed at the same time, but they were easily kicked to the ground by the man with his feet raised and fell into a coma. The other party then pulled the container with the needle from his waist, held it in the palm of his hand for a moment, and then broke it. The Fat Man breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him sincerely, Thank you. My name is Archie Loeb. They. Man responded calmly, Garvey. As the words fell, Garvey put his hand on the fat Archie Loeb's shoulder. In the next instant, Akirobe noticed a great change in his outlook. This. Where is this? The palace of the heavenly gods. This is the temple? I've heard the Garen immortals mention it countless times, but it's the first time I've come up. Garvey's heart moved, are the Garen immortals still alive? Akilobe nodded, the Garen immortal has been searching for the next celestial god of earth in the nether, but before the martial arts conference began, he gave up his search and said that he wanted to return to Garen Tower. The fact that the cat immortals are still alive means that the fairy beans can be replanted. Although this is good news, it is far from quenching the near thirst, at least in this crisis. Sendu has no chance to play. The people located in the temple were stunned when they saw the two figures that suddenly appeared. Immediately gathered around. Dandy asked curiously, Mr. Garvey, is this person your friend? Sort of, Dandy, treat him first. Immediately, Garvey turned his head to look at Archirobe and introduced him, this is the new immortal of the earth, and you are safe to stay here for the time being. New immortals? You say that the earth has Tenjin-sama again? Archirobe asked in surprise. Didn't. That's right. I hope I can play an important role for everyone. Dandy responded somewhat coyly. After settling Yachilobe, Garvey intends to leave. Wait, this thing is for you. Yachilobe threw a bean to Garvey, don't underestimate this thing, it's called a fairy bean, eating one can not only last 10 days without hunger, but also heal injuries and restore physical strength. Garvey gently caught the fairy bean, looking a little strange, only one left. Hey! This is a valuable thing. It is good to pay attention and cherish it. It can save your life at a critical moment. Archie Loeb seemed to be very worried that Garvey was unaware of the importance of the little bean. Thank you. After Garvey calmly thanked him, the figure disappeared. Archirobe looked at the place where the other party disappeared, and thought to himself that this guy is really cool, quite like his former friend Gaku. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but miss Gaku a little. Returning to the western capital, Garvey glanced at the time, and the time of meeting with Bulma and the others was about to come. Just as he was about to start the operation, he noticed a commotion nearby. Garvey frowned, turned the corner of the street, and looked towards the source of the voice. I saw a group of people shouting around a guy in a cloak, "Mr. Mark! Mr. Mark! Mr. Mark will definitely win the championship of the martial arts conference like last time, right? Of course, Mr. Mark has won 3 consecutive championships. He is the strongest of all the contestants. Mr. Mark, you are the last hope of our Earth, you must defeat that demon of Babadai and save the Earth. Of course, Mr. Mark's strength is absolutely unquestioned. Mr. Mark, the strongest martial artist on Earth. Mark?" Garvey narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully identifying the cloaked man. This guy looked to be 40 or 50 years old, with a strong figure, not a small size, and a heavy gold belt tied around his waist. He has a fluffy explosive head and looks very manly. The only fly in the ointment is that he is a little serious. The man known as Mark had a confident smile on his face. After hearing the cheers and praise of the people around him, he looked even more radiant. He made a V-shaped gesture representing victory and issued a declaration of victory. "Dear friends, please don't be impatient, I will definitely beat that guy from Babadai to the ground." Ha 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 ha. Garvey blinked, already recognizing the identity of the other party. Isn't this the Satan, who is obsessed with him? Chapter 065. Garvey remembered. Satan's real name is Mark, and Mr. Satan is just his stage name in the martial arts world. This guy is strong and dish, and he loves to show off. But I didn't expect to survive until now, it's simply the child of the plane of the Dragon Ball world. In the protagonist's time and space, Mr. Satan has successively experienced the Sharu game and the Majin Buu incident, and can actually maintain an undead record. This alone is better than the luck of the protagonist group, I don't know how much. It wasn't until Chapter F of the Resurrection, when Frisia blew up Earth, that Satan died among the exploding stars. But it was less than 3 minutes to die. Death was subsequently cancelled because the Angel Weiss went back in time, and no memory of death was left. Although Satan's character is not popular, he has also indirectly saved the Earth twice. It's like hanging on. However, Garvey does not plan to intersect with the other party for the time being. Even if the protagonist's aura is opened, it is not enough to change the current situation on Earth. He doesn't believe in metaphysics. Retracting his gaze, Garvey pressed his fingers to his eyebrows, searching for breath. The next moment, his figure appeared at the other end of the city, very close to the coordinates of the agreed place. When he arrived at the agreed place, Bulma and the 16th were already waiting here. "Get moving." Everyone found a hidden spot with excellent sight. Directly 8 miles ahead, is the cultivation warehouse of Sharu Max. "Bulma, let's use that move from Vic together." Bulma understood and immediately put her fingertips to her forehead to charge up. While in the Spirit Time House, Garvey and Bulma worked most of the practical wave moves. Bulma's proficiency in using energy bullets is no lower than Garvey. 10 seconds later, 2 orange pillars of light containing terrifying destructive power directly attacked the Sharu Max cultivation warehouse. The beam of light instantly crossed a long distance and hit the culture chamber. Boom! The fire rose high, and the strong airflow directly overturned the surrounding spacecraft. The loud noise was deafening, and the whole land shook. With a rumble, the huge cultivation chamber was blasted hundreds of meters away. A dark purple liquid splashed out from the gap that was penetrated. Seeing that the target was successfully hit, Garvey immediately used teleportation to take the duo to shift position. Then secretly observed the movement of the Frisia spacecraft. The entire spaceship has been swept up by the air wave, and many soldiers of the Frisia army are running around in a panic. The giant cultivation warehouse that was bombarded fell to the ground, but there was no movement. Garvey waited nervously, glancing at the picture on the Dragon Ball radar from time to time. The position of the Dragon Ball has not changed. But why is there no response to Salumax Max? Could it be that it has already been killed? Also, how did the Kurds not react? Garvey thought of many situations, and even suspected that Dragon Ball was a trap, and the Frisia father and son were waiting for their opponents to take the initiative. At this moment, 3 dazzling orange fireballs rose up at the location where Garvey emitted energy waves. The flames spread out like a tide, devouring everything around them. Boom! The dull sound of explosions reached Garvey's ears. If it weren't for his teleportation, I am afraid that he would not have been able to escape such a large bombardment range in such a short time. Kurt's breath expanded rapidly, and then crashed through the spacecraft and flew into the air. This farce should also stop. Kurd, whose whole body was covered in metallic skin, snorted angrily, and a thick wave of light erupted from his mouth, penetrating the entire western capital. The entire path of light waves is like being plowed through, leaving a thick ravine, which is bottomless. The powerful shock wave swept thousands of meters, causing tall buildings to collapse and houses to collapse. Countless rubble were blown up by the air waves, sweeping like a violent storm, and the smoke and dust were filled with smoke. The Kurds are furious. Just as he was about to blow up the entire city, a purple-black light suddenly rose up nearby, straight into the sky. I saw a huge monster with a size of tens of meters slowly standing up from the ruins and opening its bloody red eyes. Those eyes were filled with endless killing intent and madness, as if they were a demon god. Sharu Max is awake. Roar! Its breath is dark and mixed, and it seems to contain endless power. The body of the Sharu Max is wrapped in dark purple plasma. Rumble! 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 The plasma containing the destructive power condenses into a sphere, and detonates layer by layer with it as the center. The earth is sunken and dusty, as if the end of the world is coming. This momentum is far more terrifying than when Frisia transforms into his golden form. Even from afar, Garvey felt a tremor from his soul. I don't know if releasing this monster is good or bad. The Kurds were also shocked by the breath released by Sharu Max. How is this possible? How could a low-level civilization on the edge of the universe create such a monster? He slammed up, pierced through the energy plasma that surrounded Sharu Max, and smashed a punch on top of Sharu Max's head. Boom! After the loud noise, the wind swept through. Sharu Max roared, and the dark purple plasma around his body spread out in a circle again, covering half of the city. All matter is annihilated and disappears in this circle of plasma. Cracking sound. The sound of skin opening flesh sounded, and Kurt's whole body was instantly blown up black, flying back upside down. Black smoke billowed from his body and he fell to the ground like a crashed plane. Abominable! A trace of jealousy flashed in Kurt's cold eyes. What kind of monster is this? He didn't expect this thing to be such a terrifying existence. Lord Kurd! Several Frisia soldiers rushed to his side. Lord Kurd, are you hurt? Does it matter? Huge soleils have always fallen from the sky. Thundered. The furious force destroyed dozens of nearby buildings, leaving a huge crater hundreds of meters deep in the ground. Before the soleils of their feet fell, the soldiers were torn to pieces by the strong air current. Even if Kurd resisted with all his might, he was still trampled into the ground by Sharu Max's foot. Dust mixed with gravel filled the entire battlefield. At this time, Garvey sensed that Frisia's aura was coming towards the western capital at great speed. The king must have sensed the breath of Sharu Max, so he rushed back as quickly as possible. Time was urgent, and Garvey made a decision. Now is our last chance to capture the Dragon Ball. He quickly confirmed the breath of a Frisia soldier. This person is right inside the flagship ship, very close to Dragon Ball. I can't let you go on an adventure alone. At this moment, Bulma grabbed Garvey's arm. After Garvey stood firm, he was surprised to find a member of the Frisia army lying on his back in a coma. This guy should have been injured by a blow in the back of his head when the spacecraft was toppling. After glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, Garvey reproached, "Why are you coming with such a dangerous place? Obviously, I can do it alone." Chapter 066. Bulma was adamant, "No. In case of danger, I can also help you." Garvey sighed. He was well aware of Bulma's character, and since he decided something, it was difficult to persuade him. Moreover, both have already appeared here. At this point, the only way to find the Dragon Ball is to find the Dragon Ball as soon as possible and leave together. The interior of the spacecraft was not lightly damaged, the current was rattled, and fires were rising in many places. "I remember the treatment room should be over here." Bulma seems to have a very good sense of direction, leading Garvey forward in the dump spaceship. Soon, the two arrived at the treatment room. Garvey condensed an energy bomb in his palm and directly blasted open the door. Tagma and the two medical staff fell into a coma. A faint glimmer of light shone into Garvey's eyes. Two Dragon Balls are lying quietly in the corner of the treatment room. Garvey finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stepped forward to pick up the Dragon Balls and put them in the shield box. At this point, all 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. It's just that he only carries 3 on him for the time being. The other 4 were previously entrusted to Goku to send to the Realm King Star for the custody of the Lord of the Realm. If you want to make a wish, you have to let Goku bring the few Dragon Balls that the King of Realm has on hand back to Earth. As Garvey put the box in his backpack, Bulma also walked up to him and took his arm. "Let's go." Suddenly, Garvey's body froze. An energy beam came at him at close range. "It's Tagma." Garvey and Bulma split up in an instant, dodging the attack. This guy didn't know when he woke up, and actually launched a sneak attack without saying a word. Garvey's reaction was already quick, but it was still half a beat late. Blood flew and a bloodstain appeared on his face. Tagma sneered and fired energy projectiles at Garvey again. "Be careful!" Bulma exclaimed. She reacted quickly, and after swatting the energy bomb at the first time, she angrily rushed towards Tagma and punched the bridge of the opponent's nose. Boom! Tagma's body was hit, stirring up a shockwave. His whole body flew out upside down and smashed into the wall, and the energy bomb also exploded in the room, and the medical room suddenly burst into flames. "Are you crazy? Why attack Garvey? Aren't we all from the Frisia army?" Bulma snapped. "Ha ha ha," Tagma covered her injured nose and laughed maniacally, "You damn artificial humans shouldn't have existed in this world in the first place. As long as I kill you, Lord Frisia will only use me alone. Garvey even saved your life." Bulma's chest heaved violently in anger. "Don't be silly. In the process of training with Lord Frisia, I have long learned to be cold and cruel, and I am no longer the gentle and cowardly I used to be." Tagma's expression was a little distorted, and the corners of his mouth hung with a bloodthirsty arc. "You all give me death." Garvey's eyes showed a hint of killing intent, his body was red and skyrocketed, and in the next moment, a punch was smashed into Tagma's abdomen. Boom! Tagma's body crashed through several bulkheads and fell beyond the spaceship. He was already seriously injured and his physical strength has not recovered. How could it be Garvey's opponent at the moment? Even Bulma could easily defeat him. Garvey chased after him. Stopping at the edge of the spaceship, a destructive energy condensed at his fingertips. Just when he was concentrating and preparing to use the magic light-killing cannon to completely kill the other party, a figure jumped up from the ground, and his red eyes suddenly looked at Garvey. Exchange. An emotionless electronic synthesized sound reached Garvey's ears. Orange light flashed and hit Garvey. He felt as if his soul had been torn apart. After the world turned, Garvey finally came to his senses. Then, when he looked up, a face of his own appeared in front of him. This face is as hard and perfect as a knife-cut line, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. The smile is slightly gloomy, revealing an evil charm. Garvey was stunned, and then panicked in his heart. Quickly looked down at his hands. No. Pa. In an instant, he reacted. His body was actually exchanged by Kainu. His scalp was instantly numb. He still has a lot of important props stored on his body. And Dragon Ball is even more important. In case Kainu discovers these things, he will definitely be recognized and his life will not be saved. Gee! Captain Kainu, what do you mean by this? At this time, Garvey was surprised to find that his voice sounded strange and turned into an electronic synthesis. He was almost and gritted his teeth with hatred for Kainu. As if he hadn't heard his words, Kainu looked his newly acquired body up and down, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more satisfied. Immediately, he shed 2 lines of tears. Woohoo! So many years! So many years! Do you know how I survived? Ha 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 ha, Kainu laughed, his laughter filled with infinite bitterness. He suddenly stopped laughing maniacally, and his tone became excited again. I have finally changed from a frog to a human again. What a flawless body! It's a good feeling. It is worthy of being the one who can defeat Tagma. I will definitely cherish this body. Looking at Kainu's crazy and excited look, Garvey was a little confused. He advised carefully, Congratulations, Captain Kainu, but calm down first. Kainu glanced at Garvey, who had turned into a frog. Garvey, I thank you. Don't worry, since you called me captain, I will cover you. But remember, you have to be loyal to me. Garvey swallowed his spit and nodded with difficulty. Understood. Kainu smiled appreciatively. I am very optimistic about you, your pre-war dance set is very good. However, it was a little short of the perfect dance I expected. In the future, if you study well with me, I will find a body suitable for you again. Thank you, Captain. Garvey stiffened and felt that the whole frog was grey. Garvey. At this moment, a worried voice came. Oh. Kainu grabbed Garvey the frog, squeezed him tightly in his hands, and hid him behind him. Garvey instantly felt short of breath and couldn't even speak. Kainu warned in a low voice, if you don't want that woman to be killed, give me some peace. A moment later, Bulma rushed to the duo. Let's leave quickly. Bulma said. Okay, let's go ahead with the plan. Kainu said calmly. Garvey is full of cold, and this guy Kainu actually wants to completely replace his identity. However, when Bulma approached Garvey, she looked grim. Bulma spoke, by the way, Garvey, Lord Frisia asked you to transfer this thing to him. Kainu asked curiously. The next moment, Bulma rummaged through her fanny pack to find a small remote control. Just as Kainu was about to take it, Bulma pressed one of the buttons. ZZ. Kainu stiffened and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 067. Garvey was stunned, and immediately broke free and jumped out of the palm of Kainu's hand. Damn it! It's so awkward to move. Garvey was almost mad by Kainu, and he couldn't wait to stomp on his face. Wait a minute. Suddenly Garvey reacted, isn't it equivalent to hurting his own body when he hurts Kainu? So depressing. He was taken away by Kainu and disrupted all his plans at once. His original body, if he used the 20 times Realm King Fist, let alone had Super 3 combat powers. I finally became the main member, but I didn't expect to be replaced by my body. I was careless, I was attacked by this bastard of Kainu. Garvey immediately jumped on Kainu's face, grabbed his mouth, and stared at the other person without stopping. Exchange. Change. Orange juice. Bulma was worried. But seeing the frogs chattering and spinning around, I couldn't help but be surprised. Garvey, I can very understand your mood right now, but don't worry. Let's get out of here. Bulma reached out and grabbed the frog and carried Garvey's body again. quickly fly away from the spacecraft. It wasn't until she took Garvey away from Frisia's giant spaceship and made sure it was safe to be around, that she was relieved. "You finally escaped that damn place." Bulma let out a soft breath. She looked down at Garvey in her hand. I saw Garvey the frog, who still maintained an angry expression at this time. It seems unwilling to accept such a fact. "Abominable Kainu! It is so despicable to dare to occupy my body," Garvey said indignantly. Garvey couldn't imagine how bad the situation would have been if Bulma wasn't around. Then he was a little lucky. "It's good that you came with me, otherwise." "Don't be pushy, let me help out once in a while." Bulma gently placed Garvey on the ground and said seriously. Garvey's body was slightly startled. He asked curiously, "By the way, Bulma, how did you find out the true identity of Kainu?" You know, Bulma at that time didn't see Kainu's transformation process at all. Even when Kainu spoke, he imitated Garvey's usual tone. "I guess." A mysterious smile rose at the corner of Bulma's mouth. "However, maybe it's because I've been with you for too long, and I'm already familiar with everything about you." Garvey froze for a moment before reacting. The mood that was originally full of indignation calmed down a lot in an instant. He carefully recalled all the things he had spent with Bulma. In the Spirit Time House, the two often argue over some scientific research issues. During sparring practice, the relationship broke down several times in order to win. Especially when asking him about his true origin, she will be particularly angry when she finds out that she has been deceived. Although the two often scare each other, fight, and fight. But in fact, it is also mixed with warm pictures. Thinking of this, Garvey's mood became even more painful. Because he is just a frog all the time. It's all to blame for Kainu. Garvey jumped into Kainu's face again. "Bulma, wake Kainu up." Bulma pressed the remote control. A moment later, the unconscious Kainu woke up. His body could not move, but he could open his eyes and speak. "Why can't my body move?" Kainu's eyes moved hard to Bulma's position. "Stinky woman, what did you do to me?" Bulma ignored him and silently waited for Garvey's next move. "Captain Kainu, please swap our bodies back." "Abominable. Garvey. I am so optimistic about you, you actually betrayed me. Is it reasonable for you to take my body without permission?" Garvey threatened viciously. "Don't change? Then I'll kill you immediately." Kainu sneered. "Idiot. This is your body, you kill me, but you will never change back." Garvey was really helpless, and the other party grabbed his handle, making his threat ineffective. Seeing that Garvey did not speak, Kainu became more and more arrogant. "How? Ha 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 ha. I know you can't bear to hurt your body. And kill me, you can only be a frog for life. So, Garvey, you'd better let me go, and maybe I'll give it back to you when I find a better body." Kainu said fearlessly. Garvey was furious. "You simply can't exert the full strength of this body. I'm afraid that when the time comes, I will make you ugly in front of Lord Frisia and be disliked by him." "Humph. My loyalty to King Frisia can be seen day by day, and the great king knows this. Besides, I'm still a key figure in his plan, much more than you." Seeing that the oil and salt of Kainu did not enter, Garvey was completely out of turn. But at this moment, the earth trembled violently. Garvey was unsteady and sat down on the ground. He looked at the sky with a horrified face. "I saw a dark purple ball of light that was more dazzling than the sun suspended above the city. The entire sky is reflected in purple. The ball of light contains a furious aura, as if it can destroy the world at any time. Shalu Max, which has no one to restrain him, seems to be blowing up the entire earth." Garvey's heart twitched a few times, and he felt cold. This is a powerful sense of oppression that he has never felt before. If no one stops it, I'm afraid everyone on earth will die under the blow of Shalu Max. "Abominable. Kainu. Garvey jumped on Kainu again, turning his head hard. See? That body is very strong, and it is the real target you should exchange. Kainu's eyes also showed a touch of horror. What kind of joke? How can there be such a terrible monster on the earth? Watch that ball of light press down little by little. Garvey was anxious. You saw it too, right? Launch your skills at it. As long as he can save the earth, he can't care about anything else at the moment. Impossible, the distance is too far. Moreover, my exchange skill must be launched by looking at the target. Kainu's expression was full of trepidation. Then you can exchange with me first, and then I can bring you to it in an instant. Garvey said immediately. This can't work. Kainu flatly refused. I'd rather die than turn into a frog again. When Garvey heard this, he couldn't help but be discouraged, and whispered like a fate, then you will be buried with us. He looked down. I saw that Kainu fell into a coma again. Garvey, don't give up hope until the last minute. And, we still have Dragon Balls. Bulma said quietly. Bulma's words woke up Garvey. Before that, he had been stuck in a blind spot. If you want to change back to your body, you can do it by making a wish to the dragon. It was all because Kainu's seizure of his body came too suddenly, which seriously hit his mentality. Garvey's gaze gradually became firm, and reason returned again. Bulma, take everything off Kainu's body. Chapter 068. The entire western capital was rendered purple by the energy ball of the high-altitude Sharu Max. The frenzied airflow raged and directly flew the frog Garvey. Fortunately, a warm palm firmly grasped him. The frog's body is too fragile and small, and if the airflow is stronger, I am afraid that Garvey will be torn to pieces. The airflow became more and more frenzied, and where several people were, the ground cracked inch by inch. Garvey's whole body was blown by the wind and painful, and he couldn't even open his eyes. Garvey, everything is taken back. What's next? Bulma asked anxiously. Find Goku, before. The words were finished, Garvey couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Abominable! I said. The earth can only be destroyed by me. Zhao I. Don't know how long he was in a coma, but Garvey was vaguely awakened by a roar of anger and corruption. Confused, I opened my eyes, full of warmth, very comfortable. Immediately, he saw the extremely large and dazzling purple-black plasma ball hovering in the sky again. And a golden figure that competes with the energy ball. Garvey's eyes widened in disbelief. The king actually protected the earth again? What the hell is going on here? Garvey turned his head, a little worried about Bulma's safety, and looked for her. But he was suddenly gently pressed by a jade hand. Garvey, you, don't move. Bulma's voice came into her ears. The distance was close and made him feel a touch of reassurance. Garvey wanted to turn his head to look at Bulma, but found himself wrapped in something. The soft, warm touch all around him made him want to moan with such comfort. Odd. What's going on? Where the hell is he? He vaguely smelled a faint fragrance, which was intoxicating and made him even more curious. Did Bulma put him in her pocket? But the combat suit doesn't have a design pocket. Garvey novelly poked with his claws what wrapped around him, soft as a marshmallow, yet rich in elasticity. Bulma's fingertips immediately pinched Garvey's restless paws and scolded, Garvey, be honest. Don't mess around. Garvey was stunned for a long moment before reacting. His body was actually stuffed into the armor of the battle suit by Bulma. Although there is still a thin layer of tights. But his entire frog instantly stiffened. A pair of paws with nowhere to place. Finally, he covered his eyes under conditioned reflexes. Didn't look. I really didn't see it. Garvey's mind also went blank. It took a moment for him to come to his senses. He saw Kainu lying at Bulma's feet, and number 16, who had joined them at an unknown time. Garvey immediately said, Bulma, let me out. The location is far from the battlefield and should be safe. But, Bulma was a little worried. Frisia seems to have been looking for the whereabouts of Kenyu just now, and if we see you, I am afraid that we will risk revealing our identities. I see. In order to protect herself, Bulma had no choice but to hide him as a frog. But why not pack him in a backpack? The situation was critical. Garvey did not think deeply, and immediately asked about the situation of the battle. By the way, Bulma, how is the situation of the battle? Did Goku find their whereabouts? Sun Jun has not yet appeared, the Kurds have been defeated by Sharu Max, only Frisia is still holding on. Bulma immediately explained the situation to Garvey. From Bulma's mouth, Garvey learns that he has not been in a coma for long. While she was fleeing from the range of Sharu Max's attack, Frisia returned to the battlefield in time, and successfully attracted the hatred of Sharu Max, delaying the time for the monster to destroy the earth. It's just that the king at this moment looks like he can't hold on. Frisia's physical exertion is very serious, and Sharu Max's offensive is even more amazing. The two of them seem to be coming this way. Just as Garvey was reminding, a figure slammed into the ground beside Bulma with a thunderous momentum. Boom! The earth cracked a huge crack, thick as a canyon. In the midst of the smoke, a golden figure slowly stood up. It was Frisia. Lord Frisia, are you hurt? Bulma quickly asked with concern. Garvey silently retracted his head, and the entire frog body was completely hidden. Frisia's gloomy eyes swept over everyone, and when he saw Kainu's body lying on the ground, his gaze froze. Did something happen to Mr. Garvey? Bulma sighed helplessly. Just now he wanted to rush up to help the adult, but he was stunned by the aftermath of your fight with Sharu Max, and then I brought him back. Number 16 also added, we have the heart to help, but we can't even enter the periphery of the battlefield. You really can't get involved in this level of fighting. Frisia's eyes were cold, and then his tone was a little angry, and he ordered, you guys give me to find Kainu, and then let him exchange bodies with that monster immediately. Yes. My lord. They. Words fell. A huge red figure came in an instant, kicking Frisia out fiercely. Boom! The violent shock wave directly shook Bulma and the others out. Fortunately, the target of Sharu Max's hatred was not on a few people, so they got away with it. Frisia got up from the pit and spat out the blood and dirt mixed in his mouth. He wiped the stains and blood from his cheeks and looked up at the monster. You really angered King Ben. Frisia sneered. With that, he rushed towards Sharu Max. The two fought together again. Garvey, who fled to safety, poked out half of his head again. Watch Frisia fight with Sharu Max. The power possessed by Sharu Max is simply too strong. The Sharu that Dr. Gallo made, even if it becomes a complete body, it is not a strength level with the Sharu Max in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that Sharu Max was irrational, his actions were based solely on biological instincts. I'm afraid that Frisia, who is fighting against it, will not be able to support it now. Look at the way the king fights with all his might. Even Garvey had to sigh, this guy Frisia, it's really persistent. He can obviously let the earth be destroyed. Anyway, their family can survive in space, and the explosion star will not affect his safety at all. It can be seen that the king is a guy with extremely strong self-esteem, and he must do what he says. His persistence is really admirable. Garvey is also a little strange, such a huge battle momentum, why haven't they shown up yet? So much so that the current Earth can only rely on Frisia to protect. Bulma, let's find Goku and them quickly, Frisia will soon be unable to hold on. Bulma clearly understood the seriousness of the matter. Sharu Max is so strong. Once Frisia, who can balance it, is defeated, I am afraid that the earth will be destroyed in an instant. Chapter 069. As soon as Frisia rushed to Sharu Max, he was stepped into the ground by the other party. The two figures disappeared into the bottomless pit. Boom! The city fell, countless buildings, collapsed under the huge impact. The earth, which was kicked in the face, is angry. Streams of magma erupted from the depths of the earth, piercing the heavenly dome and dyeing the sky crimson. Then it turned into a rain of fire and rain to all corners of the city, as if the end of the world had come. Looking at the burning ruins of the city, Garvey, who became a frog, felt ridiculously small. In the face of Shalyamax's devastating power, even if he made a wish to the Shenlong to exchange for his original body, he could not change the situation in the slightest. Bulma takes him on the edge of the battlefield, looking for Gaku and other companions. Number 16 carried Garvey's body and followed behind. Swoosh! A wave of light suddenly struck towards Bulma. Be careful! Garvey reminded loudly. Bulma's reaction was also very fast, and she immediately held up her protective shield, while her figure turned sharply to dodge. But she didn't expect that the enemy's light waves swept all around, and finally she was bombarded, and the whole person flew out upside down like a cannonball. Bang! The loud noise spread in all directions, and Bulma's body smashed through a building before stopping. Good risk. Bulma clasped her arms tightly to her chest. If it weren't for the protective shield to block that attack just now, I'm afraid Garvey, who was a frog, would have been seriously injured or killed. Although Garvey was unharmed, he was also scared into a cold sweat. The 16th reacted quickly and immediately engaged the attackers. That guy is Dapla, watch out for his saliva attacks. Garvey said in a deep voice. Number 16 nodded in understanding and placed Kainu on the ground. Immediately meet the opponent with full strength. However, Dapla's strength is not something that the current number 16 and Bulma can compete with. Even with Bulma's long-range support, he still doesn't fall behind. After a short period of fierce confrontation, number 16 was already in trouble, and his body was damaged in many places. Number 16 turned around and said calmly, Miss Bulma, quickly take Garvey out of here. Bulma gritted her teeth, but what do you do? No 16's face showed a smile for the first time, don't worry, I will solve him after you guys stay away. Seeing this, Garvey was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, on the 16th, the bomb in your body has been defused by Bulma. Number 16 was stunned when he heard this, and then smiled with relief, it's okay. Hurry up and leave, you are the hope of this world, there must be no accidents. Boom! Dopura grinned, none of you can run away. As soon as the words fell, a spear condensed in his palm and suddenly threw it towards Bulma. The spear is like lightning, and it comes in an instant. Poof! Even though Bulma tried to dodge, he was still stabbed by a spear. The spear pierced her shoulder and shot straight out from behind. Bulma scrambled to hold on to the ruins and stood firm, covering her bloody wounds, her face pale. Leave me alone. Come on. Number 16 rushed to Dapla to block his pursuit. By you? Want to stop me? Dapla sneered. Say it, slap a palm on No 16's chest. Boom. Number 16 had a dent in his chest, flew out upside down, and sank heavily into the ground. Dapla caught up with number 16. Humph! Such a weak strength dares to play with me? He glanced contemptuously at number 16, and when he passed by him, he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Snap! Saliva with petrifying properties, stained on the shoulder of number 16. No 16's expression became stunned, and he immediately found that one side of his body could not move. In the end, his expression froze, and his whole body turned into a stone statue. You too, it's really affectionate. Dapra stared coldly at Bulma and Garvey in her arms, her eyes were cold, just let me give you one last ride. A spear reappeared in his palm and speared towards Bulma. When the spear approached the limit, a fist slammed into the spear. Bang! The moment the fist collided with the spear, it erupted with an astonishing sound, which was deafening. The spear was shattered by a huge force. At the same time, the powerful airflow centered on the collision point raged wildly. Dapla took a few steps backwards, his chest heaving violently, and it was difficult to hide his horror. Seeing the word enlightenment on the back of the martial arts suit, Garvey and Bulma were immediately surprised. The person who solved the siege was none other than Gaku. Such an evil breath, really not a good person. Gaku whispered softly. At this moment, the arc around him flickered, and the powerful golden aura squeezed the surrounding air to crackle. A deep voice came out of his mouth, "You are not my opponent, hurry up." Hearing this, Dapla had anger on his face and gritted his teeth, "Abominable! You guy actually dares to underestimate the king of the demon world." After that, he swung his arms violently, and two long knives appeared in his palms, and then clenched the handle and slashed towards Sun Wukong. The long knife offensive is extraordinary. Goku's eyes flashed, and his right leg swept out. Boom! Two long knives broke into several segments. This, Dapla's pupils constricted. In the confrontation just now, he felt that his arms were faintly paralyzed, and the mouth of the tiger was directly cracked. He glanced at his opponent with jealousy, gritted his teeth and said, "Humph! Don't rejoice too early. Today, the entire universe is already in the pocket of Lord Babadai." With that, he pulled back. "Mr. Gaku, you can't let him go. Number 16 has been petrified by Dapla's ability, and you can only recover by killing him," Garvey hurriedly reminded. Goku's expression sank. He didn't know number 16, and he didn't know who the voice that reminded him belonged to. But his actions were unusually decisive. His feet suddenly hit the ground, and the buildings in the entire area shook violently. His speed was extremely fast, and he almost instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters to reach Pulla and smashed out with a punch. Bang! Another startling muffled sound. Dapla was beaten into the ground, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened and his face was full of horror. How so? He actually didn't even have a chance to resist, and he was defeated? How many monsters are hidden on this small broken planet? Lord Babadai, quickly teleport me away! Dopura roared hoarsely. The voice just fell. As soon as the scene below him flowered, a circular cosmic hatch appeared. When the Kikong wave sent by Gaku was about to hit him, Dopura's figure disappeared. Along with him, there is also Kainu, who seized Garvey's body. Gaku immediately pressed his fingers to his eyebrows, searching for the other's breath. But at this moment, Garvey spoke up to stop it. "Don't chase it yet, we've collected all the Dragon Balls." Gaku was in shape and cancelled the super race form. He turned around, looked at Bulma and asked suspiciously, "Bulma, what is the situation with this frog?" It's Garvey. Chapter 070. Bulma blushed slightly and pulled Garvey out entirely. "How so?" Gaku scratched his head and asked. "Let's go back to the temple first." The replacement of his body by Kainu made Garvey very depressed. Everyone took the petrified number 16 and returned to the temple together. Gaku. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in the square, Yachai Lobe looked excited. He had already learned from Dandy the news of the return of the deceased. "It's still a bit unbelievable. Miss Bulma, I will treat you." Seeing that someone was injured, Dandy immediately rushed over. Everyone gathered around. When he saw Garvey's current appearance, he froze for a moment. Garvey was helpless and explained the cause and effect to everyone as quickly as possible. Everyone asked about the current state of the war. Even far away from the battlefield, they felt the abnormality of the entire planet. An apocalyptic atmosphere hangs over everyone's heart. Our enemies are too strong, and, as he waited for Gaku to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Garvey told the crowd about the problems he faced and his next steps. Although Frisia is currently blocking Sharu Max, he is almost unable to support it. Once the king loses or gives up blocking the other party, I am afraid that the earth will immediately usher in a catastrophe. You must find a way to help Frisia, or control Sharu. Moments later, Goku returns from the Northern King and successfully retrieves the remaining Dragon Balls. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together and flashing orange light, Paragraph 3. The foursome had mixed feelings. Is this Dragon Ball? Dr. Hyde was extremely curious. These beads can really fulfill all wishes. No, it's not. Dandy quickly explained, it is possible that the wish that exceeds the ability of the Divine Dragon Maker may not be realized. What do you mean? Hyde asked curiously. That is to say, you can't directly make a wish to the Shenlong to kill these villains who want to destroy the earth. Archie Loeb replied. Garvey didn't speak, just quietly stared at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, as if thinking about something. At this moment, everyone held their breath and tried to think. After a moment, Dandy asked nervously, Mr. Garvey, what should we do? We need to stop Shulyu-Max from destroying the planet, and at the same time, we have to solve the problems of the Frisia father and son and Babadai all at once. Garvey said quietly. How about our first wish to teleport these bad guys off Earth? Archie Loeb suggested. This is indeed a great solution to the current crisis on Earth. It can still be like this. The remaining 2 wishes are used to resurrect the dead and rebuild the Earth. Goku's spirit was shocked. In this case, we must send them all to a faraway star field, otherwise once they rush back, the Earth will still be doomed. Hyde held his chin and slowly spoke. Nope. Bulma immediately objected, in that case, Garvey will have to wait a year to become human again. She said firmly, he has done so much for us that I think one of the wishes has to be to exchange his body back. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Garvey was stunned for a moment. Rejected Bulma's kindness, don't think about me, if you can solve the Earth crisis at once, being a frog for the time being is actually nothing. If you can exchange your body with Dragon Ball, it seems too selfish to exchange it for your original body. And it also does not bring about a good change in the situation. Of course, Garvey also did not agree with the plan of teleporting the enemy directly. This does not solve the root cause of the problem. It is not enough to focus on the current crisis without considering the possible changes in the situation later. After collecting the Dragon Balls, you must consider them thoroughly before making a wish. The enemy on Earth is only one aspect. However, there are still several terrifying existences of unknown strength in the universe. Broly, whose situation is unknown, will not say for the time being. Just using the Dragon Balls of Nameki and strengthening his own Mora with 3 wishes is a major threat in the future. As a boss that has existed for tens of millions of years, Maluo's breath perception ability is super strong, and he may have noticed the life energy gathered on the Earth long ago. As soon as the front foot teleported Frisia and other enemies away, Moro invaded the Earth with his back foot, absorbing the energy of all the creatures on the entire planet. In case the Dragon Ball is still in the cooling period by then, there is not even a little hope of turning over on this side of the Earth. What's more, Zama's also released cruel words, saying that he and his accomplices plan to eliminate all human beings in time and space and all universes. This guy can use the Super Dragon Balls in each parallel time and space almost without restrictions, creating countless powerful dark people. It's just like a bug. These enemies are really troublesome. Garvey sighed inwardly and looked at Bulma. Bulma's gaze stayed on him, as if keeping an eye on him. Garvey, what's your plan? I plan to make a wish to Shenlong and exchange my body with Shuru-Max. Garvey was bitter in his heart, and in order to survive, he could only choose not to be a man. Of course, he still wants to get his body back if he can, but unfortunately. The others were stunned at first, and then their eyes lit up, and they seemed to think that this method was very good. With the combat power of Shulyu-Max, it can definitely easily solve the threat of Babadai and Frisia. Only Bulma, brow furrowed, why? Do you want to turn into a monster? No, I'm just thinking about my own safety. Garvey said quietly, don't think of me as too great, it's just the price of gaining power. And what about the second wish? Dandy asked immediately. The second wish is to resurrect the Lord of the Realm King God. Lord Realm King God. Everyone was stunned, not knowing who Garvey mentioned. That's right, Lord God of the Realm, is a god standing at the apex of the universe. Garvey didn't want to expose the symbiotic relationship between the King God and the God of Destruction in front of so many people. Therefore, it only briefly emphasized the importance of the Nether King God. And tell everyone that as long as the Realm King God is resurrected, he will definitely come forward to protect the Earth. Garvey is not sure if Earth's Dragon Ball can resurrect a Realm God. However, according to his speculation, it should not be a big problem. After all, in the Bu chapter, the Dragon Ball of Earth resurrected the trainee King God Jebet. And at the beginning of Chao, Namek's Dragon Ball has also resurrected the Old World King God. Once the current Realm King God is resurrected, it is likely that the God of Destruction will also be resurrected. As for whether Beerus is willing to protect Earth in the end, Garvey is not too worried. After all, as long as the Realm King Shenzhen can be a little more enthusiastic, he will come up with the posture of protecting the Earth even at the cost of his life. For the sake of his own life, Beerus could not see death without saving it. As for the third wish, let it be used by you. Garvey said. Chapter 071. The third wish is to resurrect everyone. Bulma proposed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Someone noticed No 16's petrified body, and Garvey introduced his situation. The problem of number 16 is very difficult, and there is no other way to revive than to kill Dapla. Therefore, he specially told Mr. Bobo to keep the stone statue of number 16. Garvey, I am the king of the realm, et. This time, a familiar voice came from Garvey's mind. It's Lord Realm King who is talking to his own heart. He immediately opened his mouth to respond, what's going on? Lord Kai Wang? Majin Bu is about to wake up. How so? Garvey was taken aback. It stands to reason that the energy dissipated by the battle needs to be near Babadai's spaceship to be absorbed by the egg that sealed Bu. On Babadai's side, has something been done? The Realm King explained, Dapla attacked you at your body, and Babadai is currently extracting energy from your body. Dopura's surprise attack really has a clear purpose. So it is. There is too much bad news, Garvey is already numb, no way, we can't manage so much for the time being. The most urgent thing is to quickly exchange bodies with Dragon Ball and Sharu Max. But the one you need to be careful about most now is Babadai. He has already taken control of the Kurdish and is trying to control the monster of Shulyu Max. The King of Realms' voice was extremely heavy. What? Garvey was shocked. They have come this far, and there is an accident again. And this accident is even more serious in Garvey's opinion. The target controlled by Babadai after being demonized will gain a considerable increase in strength. In the original book, Vegeta took advantage of this and was deliberately controlled by Babadai to improve his strength. I don't know how much the strength of the demonized Kurds will grow. The most important thing is that if Babadai controls Shulyu Max, I am afraid that the situation will develop in a more unpredictable direction. This news suddenly extinguished the idea of Garvey exchanging bodies with Shulyu Max. Regardless of whether the demonization symbol binds the body or the soul, changing bodies is not a small risk. He also did not have the confidence that he could completely resist the invasion of control magic after changing his body. Wait, Dandy! Don't summon the dragon yet! Garvey immediately spoke up to stop it. What's wrong? Did something happen? Dandy immediately stopped moving and looked at Garvey with a puzzled expression. Babadai is likely to take control of Shulyu Max. Garvey said quietly. How? The crowd was taken aback. Garvey took a deep breath. Babadai has the magic to control people's hearts. As long as there are evil thoughts in his heart, he will be taken advantage of by his magic to control his mind, and finally become his slave and puppet. It's not easy to resist his magic. Hide. heard this and muttered, "It stands to reason that Sharu Max does not have the slightest rationality. Can Babadai also control it?" "I don't know about that, but..." Garvey hesitated. "Are you worried that after you exchange with Sharu Max, you will be controlled by Babadai?" Hyde thought of the crux of the matter. "That's right," Garvey said frankly, "it's all to blame that I underestimated Babadai, but I didn't expect his level of trouble to be no lower than Sharu Max." "Garvey, you can't be blamed for this, you've done so much," Bulma comforted softly. "You don't have to blame yourself." Others nodded in agreement. "Not good." Dandy thought of something and exclaimed, "An evil guy like Frisia will definitely become a target for Babadai's control." Everyone trembled. If even Frisia is not spared, then the whole earth may really be finished. What a headache! Gaku scratched his head, but soon, his expression changed to firm, and he said seriously, "In that case, let's take down Babadai first." Suddenly, Garvey saw a flash of sight. Then, Babadai's voice sounded in his head. He. "Earthlings, you really gave me a huge surprise. This trip to the Earth, I gained a lot. I'm in a wonderful mood, so... Next, please let me enjoy the best match between you, ha ha ha." Listening to Babadai's triumphant words, Garvey suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. "Quickly take in your surroundings. There are many people nearby, many of whom are their teammates and acquaintances. Everyone seemed to be in a sealed cabin, which was large enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 people. Before he could take a closer look, he was pinched in the hands of a guy with bruises all over his body and bruises. This is Frisia. Frisia's face was full of anger and hatred, his eyes were scarlet and grim, and his whole face seemed to be distorted and terrifying. Garvey was a little confused, and subconsciously shouted, "Great King? Captain Kainu! I've been looking around for your whereabouts." Frisia's face was ugly, as if he would eat people in the next moment. "Where did you go when I fought? I'm not Kainu. I'm Garvey, and after Captain Kainu took my body, I lost my whereabouts." Garvey was really depressed and quickly explained. Frisia's gaze froze. "What's going on?" Captain Kainu couldn't stand being a frog any longer, so, Garvey roughly recounted what happened. In the end, things turned out like this. "So it is." When Frisia heard this, her brows furrowed and she released the frog in her hand. With a click, Garvey fell to the ground. Suddenly, many people passively attracted and looked over curiously. "Uncle Vic, that frog, it seems to be a little familiar," Gohan asked in a low voice. Vic frowned. He was very good at hearing, and even from a distance, he could hear Frisia talking to Garvey. "King, Garvey, just leave it to me to take care of." At this time, Bulma walked up to Frisia and picked up the frog. Frisia nodded lightly and narrowed his eyes. "Miss Bulma and Mr. Garvey are really more in love than Jinjian. Garvey is helpless. How can the king always say things that are easy to misunderstand? He's just a frog." However, Frisia is not yet controlled by Babadai, which makes Garvey feel a little strange. After being held in Bulma's arms, Garvey gained a view of the space. Vic on the other side, hearing Bulma's conversation with Frisia, seemed to understand something. Secretly communicate with Gohan and other teammates around him. "Earthlings, the elimination stage of the martial arts conference has begun." Babadai's voice sounded in his mind again. Chapter 072. "Let's fight as much as you want. I will make the last survivor among you my men." Hearing this, the people in this space who were originally scattered quickly gathered into 5 camps. The Demonizer faction, the Red Ribbon Legion, and other Earthlings led by Satan. Goku's teammates are the least outnumbered of them. Trunks, Bike, Gohan, Gamma 1, Gamma 2, Gaku, and Mikodatsu, there are only 7 members. Bulma and Garvey, on the other hand, stood in the Frisia army, in the same camp as the Great King. Vic seems to have secretly told his companions about Bulma, and they all pretend not to see Bulma and Garvey at the moment. Right now, the demonized people under Babadai instantly attacked and frantically rushed towards the rest of the people. Dozens of red beams of light instantly pierced through the bodies of all the demonized people. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the demonized people were all blown into powder. Demonize the human camp, destroy the group. Satan was stunned to see it, and even snot dripped down, not knowing it. Frisia blew lightly on the smoking fingertips, his eyes playful. Suddenly, his gaze froze slightly. Monkey King! Frisia sneered, I didn't expect you to be alive, but I've always missed you. Goku and Mikudako walked out of the team at the same time. I'm actually dead, and I can only return to the Yang realm for 24 hours. Goku pointed to the aperture on his finger. Then he said in a deep voice, Frisia, I know you hate me, but we should cooperate against Babadai now. Oops. A self-proclaimed righteous guy like you would actually think of cooperating with me, an evil person? It's ridiculous. Whether you admit it or not, we are not Babadai's opponents now. Goku's eyes were sharp. Babadai has already controlled your father and is now trying to control that monster of Sharu Max. What if I refuse? Frisia asked with interest. Then, you will never be able to control the entire universe and become a true cosmic emperor. Frisia was slightly startled and said contemptuously, Humph. Just by your current strength? Do you feel qualified to work with me? Want to see it? Goku hooked the corners of his mouth. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura flashed in his eyes. Seeing the change in the expressions of the two, Garvey was suddenly nervous. It's not a wise choice to go to war with the Great King now. Garvey was just about to persuade Frisia. Babadai's voice sounded again. Why don't you do it yet? Do it. My time is precious. Everyone present was a little hesitant. It seems that the scene of Frisia instantly killing tens of meters of demonized people has not been completely digested by them. Noisy. Frisia waved his hand abruptly, and a gas bullet pierced the ground. Boom! In the sound of the explosion, the figure of the crowd shook and stood unsteadily. After the smoke and dust dispersed, a large hole was pierced under the space. It turned out that they were in a giant spaceship. Garvey's eyes lit up in an instant. In this way, this place is already very close to Babadai. It's the best chance to sneak up and kill him. Suddenly, Frisia moved, rushing towards Goku. The two figures collided together in an instant. Bang! Frisia's fist slammed into Goku's chest. At the same time, however, an incredulous look appeared on his face. His abdomen was sunken by Goku's knees. Frisia hooked the corners of his mouth and launched another offensive. Bang! Bang! The continuous sound of blows made everyone inside the spaceship tingle. Frisia is extremely fast, and every punch carries a terrifying might. And Goku is not bad, his moves are sophisticated and composed, and every time they clash, they can block Frisia's attacks or cause damage to Frisia. Garvey watched for a moment and relaxed slightly. Neither of them used transformation and seemed to be testing each other's strength. Syllable. With a muffled sound, the two of them each took a few steps back. Humph! Your strength really surprised me. Frisia said gloomily, however, I haven't used my true strength yet. Goku grinned, me too. Both of them stood still, seemingly with no intention of continuing the fight. A moment later, Babadai's angry voice came again. If you don't fight, I will destroy the earth. The earth must be very important to you, right? Goku and Frisia looked at each other. They narrowed their eyes at the same time. Whether the earth is destroyed or not has nothing to do with me. The corners of Frisia's lips curled, however, I hate it when people threaten me. In that case, we will cooperate for the time being. Goku looked serious and proposed again. Ugh! Frisia moved. I saw that his body flashed golden, his speed suddenly increased several times, and he reached Wukong's body in the blink of an eye. Gaku quickly raised his arms to block. Syllable. Frisia's fist landed on his wrist and blasted Gaku out with a punch. Oh, Monkey King, this punch is just to get back a little interest. When I kill that jumping beam clown, it will make you miserable. When the words fell, Frisia rushed straight down the spaceship. Rumble. 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 The sky-high fire came into everyone's eyes. Although the Z fighters did not have a good impression of Frisia, the current situation is clearly that Babadai has the upper hand. Wukong and the others also reacted one after another, and the meaning implied in Frisia's words just now was equivalent to agreeing to cooperate. So they flew to the lower level of the spacecraft. There seems to be an extraordinary bond between Gaku and the Great King. Garvey sighed in his heart. The king's agreement to cooperate was a surprise for Garvey. When Frisia and they successfully kill Babadai, he can safely let Dandy and the others make a wish and exchange bodies with Shulyu Max. In this way, the only enemies he needs to face are the Frisia father and son. The Earth is one step closer to salvation. Garvey Gang wants to communicate with the Realm King telepathically and ask him to inform Dandy that he is ready to summon the dragon at any time. A terrifying coercion descended, like Mount Tarzan pressing down. Everyone was held down. Since you don't want to fight each other, let's try to see if you can escape from me. A purple gold figure descended from the sky. Golden Kurdish Demonized Edition. An M mark bulged from his forehead. The corners of Kurd's mouth hook a cruel arc, evil, confident and domineering. That majestic and terrifying coercion emanated from his body. Garvey's heart sank, and he really felt the violent trembling of Bulma's body. Such a huge coercion, let alone Bulma, even the people who rushed to the lower cosmic cabin surged in their hearts. Chapter 073. Boom! A series of fires rose below. The fierce battle that took place on the lower deck of the spacecraft did not seem to attract the attention of the Kurds in the slightest. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Kurd's mouth, and he suddenly raised his hand. Swish swish! Dozens of energy projectiles flew towards everyone in the space capsule of this layer. Bulma immediately lifted her protective shield and carried a frog into her arms. Seeing a large wave of air bombs covering in all directions, Garvey's body stiffened and called out ferocity. But at this moment, several figures flew out from the bottom. All the gas bombs were blocked by them. Babadai is not in the spaceship, Gaku said in a deep voice. Boom! The whole spaceship shook violently. Kurt's expression froze, and he suddenly crashed through the top floor of the spacecraft, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Abominable! Frisia Guy, destroy the whole ship! Goku's eyes narrowed. I'll block this shockwave, and you guys get people out first. Seeing the sky outside, the Z warriors breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately rushed into the crowd and took the rest of the contestants away from the spacecraft one by one. Bulma also brought out a woman. Thank you, my name is Bidalai. You're welcome. After Bulma responded lightly, she immediately searched for the figures of her other companions. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Buzz! When the last figure leaves the spaceship, sky-rushing flames gush out from the spacecraft. People in the vicinity only noticed that their hair became scorched and dry under the high temperature. Mr. Gaku! Trunks shouted. However, he was responded to by an even more terrifying explosion. Babadai's spaceship was completely destroyed from the inside. Swish! Two figures flew into the air. Frisia, next time you try to kill innocents, I won't let you go. Gaku said in a deep voice. Oh bang! Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly. Monkey King, you don't think that if I agree to cooperate, it is equivalent to giving up evil, right? Damn, you fellow! Gaku crunched his teeth. Just when the two did not agree and planned to fight, a pillar of purple light surged up from the skyline, and the entire sky seemed to be darkened. Swish! All the warriors immediately flew towards the location of the pillar of light. A moment later, everyone rushed to the place of the incident. Zidu. The western capital has been completely wiped from the earth. An incomparable giant pit replaced the city. In the center of the giant crater, a huge figure was frowning, staring at the rolling lava lake below. The red skin throughout, the hard iron stratum corneum of the exoskeleton, and a thick tail with a pendulum bring endless deterrence and shock. His body exuded an incomparably strong and fluctuating aura, and his face was illuminated by the firelight. This force, he kept flipping and observing his hands, this force, this is the power that can dominate the entire universe. Ha ha ha. Garvey looked at the foreground, his heart was beating wildly, and he had a hint of bad foreboding. Gaku also rounded his eyes. This breath, compared to the previous Shalu Max, seems to be a little different. Frisia saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. This monster. I actually have the ability to think. The irrational Shalu Max has the strength to completely crush him. And now, how terrifying should a Shalu Max with a real mind be? Frisia couldn't even imagine it. The huge body let out a strange laugh, looked up in a certain direction, and showed a greedy look. Everyone followed his gaze and found a figure. As if it was crazy, the figure continued to fire energy bombs around, and its mouth emitted an inexplicable roar. A roar. Roar, roar. When Bulma saw the other party, her heart trembled and she murmured, Garvey, how could it be? When she saw the figure that was frantically pouring energy, she already understood everything. It seems that the Kainu guy exchanged bodies with Shalu Max. Garvey's eyes flickered. Bulma immediately pulled out a small remote control and flew towards Garvey's body. Frisia frowned slightly when she heard Garvey's conversation with Bulma. Immediately flew forward and arrived in front of Shalu Max. Captain Kainu, you did a good job. Hearing the sound, the monster turned its head. Frisia was taken aback. In the middle of Kainu's forehead, an M sign filled with dark energy is particularly eye-catching. Great King, be careful. Captain Kainu is controlled by Babadai. Garvey reminded. Frisia. My lord. Kainu muttered, and then his consciousness seemed to gradually sink, and he hugged his head with his arms. I will always be Lord Frisia's most loyal subordinate. Kainu roared, King, hurry up. As these words fell, a powerful energy that destroyed the world erupted from Kainu's body. Boom! Abominable, abominable! A look of disbelief appeared on Frisia's face. He tried his best to resist this force, and his whole body was still pushed into the lava below. Where Frisia was hit, the molten slurry churned, swallowing him up, and then there was no movement. Kainu, who occupied Shalu Max's body, glanced at the people on the edge of the battlefield and did not move directly. Instead, it went straight to Garvey's body. Swoosh! Only in an instant, Kainu cut off the path between Bulma and Garvey's body. The stout giant tail with a pendulum blooms like a bud and sucks Garvey's body into it. It's over, it's over. Garvey instantly felt that the frog was born in darkness. Bulma's eyes were even more red, and tears fell down. The end of the giant tail slowly closed, and Garvey's body gurgled and throbbed in the thick tail, and after a while, it was inhaled by Kainu. Kainu jerked his head up. On that ugly and hideous face, an evil and cruel smile appeared, and there seemed to be some unfinished meaning. His face is slowly changing, gradually changing to a human appearance, but revealing a hint of wildness. Slowly turning his body, Kainu's body exuded an aura of infinite coercion and death. At this time, Garvey saw the other party's face clearly. That face was like a knife, cold and abnormal, and it was 5 or 6 points similar to his original face. This looks. It's a full-body Shalu. Garvey's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately shouted a reminder, Bulma. Run away. Garvey reacted. The flesh of Sharu Max did not reach its true full body form at the moment when it was manufactured. It will also continue to absorb the artificial human body for eventual evolution. At this moment, after he absorbed Garvey's body, he even showed an unsatisfied look. This means that this guy has the next stage of evolution that has not been completed. Garvey always thought that Sharu Max was the final form at the beginning of its birth, but he did not expect that that appearance was only the starting point of its evolution. Chapter 074. Bulma reacted as well. But it was too late, she didn't have time to dodge. The pendulum on Kainu's tail once again stretched out a huge mouth and shrouded Bulma. Boom! A violent sound came. Giant tail was punched and curled back. Garvey looked in amazement at the small figure standing in front of Bulma. "Miss Bulma, please take Mr. Garvey down," Frisia said lightly. Then gently reminded, "Be careful not to be absorbed anymore." Next moment, the bottom of the Great King's eyes condensed an icy cold that could not be dissolved. Actually forced King Ben to this part, "I'll let you learn the true strength of Golden Frisia." The golden aura on Frisia's body was no longer high, but condensed on the surface of his body. "This form, I named Golden Frisia Full Power, a genius like me, has not fully mastered it." Frisia punched Kainu in the chest. Bang! Kainu's body flew out upside down. "Lord Frisia, damn it!" Kainu looked up to the sky and roared, "How can I do something to the most beloved Lord Frisia?" When the words fell, the clarity in Kainu's eyes completely dissipated. He lowered his head and muttered, "Lord Babadai, rest assured, I will remove all obstacles for you." Kainu clenched his fists and rushed forward, colliding with Frisia's swinging fist. The furious waves of air lifted large swaths of magma into the air. A round of fire rained in the sky, like a natural disaster. The two figures did not give in to each other in the air, competing for power. In the next instant, Kainu's flecky skin glowed with a dazzling purple glow. The light condensed into substantial energy beams, numbering in the thousands, sweeping in all directions. As soon as Zai Mang made contact with Frisia's body, a tail tip flew far away. Abominable! Frisia's pupils are dilated. Just as Frisia's body was about to be cut by the energy beam, a hand grabbed his wrist. "Follow me, Frisia." In the blink of an eye, Frisia found himself far from the center of the battlefield, dodging the dense beam attack. Then he saw a face that he was extremely disgusted with. "Frisia, you should trust your companions once in a while." Gaku grinned. Frisia shook off Sun Wukong's hand and narrowed his eyes. "Humph." Gaku showed a serious expression and advised, "Don't fight everything alone, now we should join forces together to defeat Babadai and his gang." Frisia rolled his eyes slightly and folded his arms. "Oh. Yes, we have a secret technique that can make two people merge into one powerful warrior." Gaku explained. "That's the way it is, then there will be two people close to you, fighting alongside you. Whatever plans you have, let me implement them quickly." Frisia's expression was full of disgust. His icy eyes swept across the battlefield and reminded, "That monster is coming towards us." "Got it." Gaku responded, and then entrusted Frisia, "Then please resist him a little, just one stroke." Bulma also landed beside Frisia at this time. "Miss Bulma, let's cooperate with these nasty earthlings for the time being." After Frisia finished speaking, he slowly rose into the air. Garvey and Bulma looked at each other, and replied in unison, "Yes, King." At this moment, on the side of the earth, all the warriors who can fight have gathered here. Gohan and Trunks, Gaku and Mikodatsu, stand side by side. The fusion warrior is coming. They glanced at each other, took a stance, and quickly adjusted their breath to the same level. No more wasting time, the four of them immediately danced the dance steps of the fusion secret technique. Wrong! Boom! The complete body Sharu, Kainu, Max collided with Frisia at high altitude, setting off a huge storm in an instant. The sky was full of fire, and the earthquake trembled. Vic frowned twice. Ha! With the last roar of the four people, two incomparably dazzling white lights flashed. The new strongest fusion warrior is born. Garvey silently shouted in his heart, oil shrimp. The most stable scion in history will appear under his own witness. Garvey's whole frog was thrilled. Bulma frowned slightly, her two hands actually couldn't hold the frog jumping in her arms. The light faded, and two figures, one fat and one thin, appeared where the four disappeared. At this moment, the light in Garvey's eyes completely disappeared, and his strength seemed to be drained. Is this the strongest fusion warrior? The fat man with a pinch of purple hair on each sideburn, looked at his body incredulously. I'm neither Goku nor Trunks, you just call me Soratek. Hey! The other thin man frowned and touched his skinny body. I'm both Gohan and Trunks, my name is Fanti, please advise. The two looked at each other, and their eyes lit up with fighting intent. They said in unison, then, we are on. Wait. Without waiting for Garvey's reminder, Vic stopped the two with a gloomy look. Vic's brows twisted together, and he spoke in a deep voice, the shock wave just now was too violent, affecting your movements. Cute, your fingers were not aligned at the last step. Eat, you don't have the same angle when you stretch out your arms. Hey! The fat man was stunned when he heard this, and seemed to be recalling the previous scene. Oops! Something is indeed wrong. The thin man looked solemn. I tried to run 2 steps, and my whole body had no strength. Abominable! Now what? At this moment, everyone is helpless. Garvey replied weakly, I can only wait for half an hour, let the fit automatically lift, everyone. Couldn't help but look at the center of the battlefield, looking at the figure who was struggling hard. I saw Frisia being beaten into the magma lake by Kainu again. Then he rushed out in an instant, blocking in front of Kainu. Looking at the appearance of the king fighting desperately, everyone fell into silence. At this moment, 4 figures entered the battlefield. Babadai has finally appeared. Beside him, there were 3 powerful guards. Majin Buu, Doppura, Kurd. Kainu's movements stopped immediately. Frisia finally got a breather. He yelled at the crowd in anger, are you all right? Well, I'm sorry Frisia, please hold on for another 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Fatsora scratched his head embarrassedly. Frisia instantly turned back to glare at the fat man. Fiercely wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the king roared like thunder, what kind of joke? Chapter 075. P.S. Add more for a leisurely fish. Looking at the 4 bosses of the Archguard beside Babadai, Garvey really felt despair. The warriors of the earth looked full of trepidation. He. Majin Buu, first restore the strength of the Kurds, the damage caused by Sharu is not light. Babadai ordered triumphantly. Majin Buu hummed a song and looked around curiously, seemingly quite happy. Dapla sneered, Lord Babadai, you have a powerful warrior like us, why should you value this guy? No, it took me decades to lift the seal of Majin Buu, and his power will definitely not disappoint me. Babadai looked determined. No matter how you look at it, he is just a stupid and powerless guy, and his breath is obviously not even half comparable to mine. Doppura scoffed at Majin Buu. Nonsense! Majin Buu is the strongest in the universe. Is it? Lord Babadai, please let me test whether his strength is as strong as you say. Dapla raised his palm, and a long knife condensed. Stop! Doppura, are you trying to rebel against me? Babadai jumped to his feet in excitement. Nope. Lord Babadai, I don't mean that, but I think I should teach this guy a lesson for disobeying orders. Dapla responded respectfully. What are you going to do? Babadai asked cautiously. If he can withstand my blow, I will recognize his strength. Dapper clenched the handle of the knife and revealed a hideous expression. Babadai hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. During the conversation between the two, Majin Bu is swimming happily in the magma pool. Ha ha ha. I liked that it was warm and a nice place. Majin Bu lay comfortably on his back in the hot molten slurry. A cold light flashed, and the long knife cut through the void. Ugh! Majin Bu's body is divided in half. Demon, Majin Bu, my Majin Bu. Babadai looked at the two severed bodies in disbelief. Hehe, is this the so-called strongest in the universe? It's too weak, Dapla sneered. Lord Babadai, you really overestimate it. Nope. No. This is not true. Babadai found it difficult to accept the results he saw. You dare to hurt my most important Majin Bu. Lord Babadai, now you believe my words, right? As I said, he's just a useless waste. Dapla looked disdainful. The voice just fell. A figure flashed in the magma. Snap! A palm slapped Dopura's face. Boom! Dopura's body was knocked out, shattering a pile of solid stone walls. Babadai looked at all this dumbfounded, and then looked ecstatic. Majin Bu is really the strongest. Come on, Bu. Dapper struggled to get up from the stone wall, his eyes fixed on Majin Bu. Majin Bu's originally broken body was amazingly malleable, and then it quickly connected and completed as if it had autonomous consciousness. Rebonded like plasticine, restored as before. Then Majin Bu patted his belly. I'm so hungry. He turned around looking for something to eat. When Babadai saw Majin Bu's performance, he was surprised and delighted. Dapla, although you are no longer useful, for the sake of you faithfully following me for so many years, Babadai smiled sadly, I'll let you die. Majin Bu, kill him for me. What? What? Dapla's face was full of shock. He glanced at Majin Bu cautiously and found that the fat pink man had no intention of continuing to move. Hurriedly advised, Lord Babadai, a guy like Majin Bu will not be loyal to you. One day, you will be out of control of it, he will bring disaster to you. And if you don't solve it now, he will definitely have endless troubles. Shut up, shut up. Babadai interrupted with a scream, and gave the order again, Majin Bu, I order you, hurry up and kill him. Majin Bu looked at Dopura suspiciously, then at Babadai, and suddenly grimaced, poof. Abominable. Babadai suddenly became angry, if you don't obey the order, I will release the spell and seal you back into the egg again. You don't want to go back into the eggs, do you? When Majin Bu heard this, he hesitated for a moment and flew to Babadai's side. Hee, I'm going to eat him. Majin Bu opened the corners of his mouth and revealed a murderous smile. Do whatever you want. Just kill Dopura. Babadai didn't care, anyway, if you are resurrected, Dapla will be useless. Dapla looked at the master he had served for many years in disbelief, trembling all over. He never expected that he had served for this bead saddle for so many years, but in exchange for betrayal. Lord Babadai. You, Dapla's voice was extremely bitter. But at this moment, Majin Bu smiled and shouted, turn into cookies. ZZ. A pink pillar of light, towards Dapla. Dapla Kakan dodged and quickly fled into the distance, not daring to turn back. Ha 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 ha. Babadai laughed maniacally, Majin Bu, catch up with him. However, at this moment, a strong wind blew past Babadai. What people? Babadai turned his head in anger, but saw Frisia standing in front of him, a finger against the back of his heart. Oh, Your Excellency, Mr. Babadai, you are so careless. Su. The red glow flashed, and Babadai's chest was pierced by the death beam. His body floated down like rags and eventually sank into the magma pool. The demonized Kurds were furious, and in an instant they fought with Frisia. Kaina rushed towards Frisia even more fiercely. For a time, the king was clumsy left and right, and he was beaten with a blue nose and a swollen face. Garvey suddenly realized something was wrong. That guy from Babadai is not dead yet. Just as he was about to remind everyone to mend the knife, Babadai's voice had already come, Majin Bu, hurry up and save me, I'm going to die. Babadai covered his chest and his body floated on the surface of the lava lake, wrapped in a green energy shield. Hurry up and save me, otherwise, I'll reseal you with a spell. Babadai shouted eagerly. Majin Bu frowned slightly when he heard this, and reluctantly flew to Babadai's side. The tentacles on the head moved forward, and a turquoise light instantly enveloped Babadai. Within a few moments, Babadai's wounds healed. Seeing this scene, Garvey and the others looked ugly. It is a pity that they are too far from the center of the battlefield, and they are powerless to mend the knife. And Frisia, under the bag of the two demonized warriors, has already been seriously injured, and will die at any time. Zhao! Frisia let out an unwilling roar and fell to the ground.